Chapter 949. The fleet of the Holy Temple stretches across the sea, like a god descending from heaven, majestic and invincible. The Pope's ship in the middle is inlaid with dazzling gold foil. Even if the details cannot be seen clearly on the sand table, it is still shining in the sun, like a floating golden temple. The bow is a statue holding a scepter, exaggerated and majestic. 12 medium-sized warships on both wings form a tight diamond array, with iron armor and full of crossbows, and ships from all over the world join in the surroundings. The team is constantly growing. With this scale, I'm afraid they want to use Treasure Island to establish their prestige. Wu Heng looked at the sand table and whispered, "It's just a battle between heroes, and there is no need for such a large fleet." Such an exaggerated and high-profile purpose is also very obvious. It is to be sure that Wu Heng will lose, and to restore the majesty of the church. "Glinda, Benny, Xiao, come here," Wu Heng called to the back. 3 shadows floated silently behind him. Their eyes all fell on the sand table. "Wow! So many ships," Xiao exclaimed. "The Vatican's fleet? It's faster than expected." Benny raised her eyebrows. "I feel like they can't wait to attack now. According to their calculations, it will take at least 1 or 2 months for the Vatican to assemble a fleet and mobilize troops from all over the country. But now, this huge fleet has approached the Emerald Sea, and it is obvious that the other party is more impatient than they imagined. It should be because they are afraid that the association will intervene again." Granda seemed much calmer. "Lilith's information is very vague. Obviously, they want to destroy Treasure Island before the association reacts, and completely eliminate the trouble." Wu Heng nodded slightly. "Yeah, that makes sense." "What are you going to do?" Grenda asked, and the other 2 souls plus the peeping Yang also looked at him. Wu Heng was silent for a moment, staring at the golden mark on the sand table that symbolized the Vatican's fleet, and slowly said, "Let's see the effect of unlocking the superpower yesterday. Take out the organ jar from the space ring, open the jar mouth, and a strong bloody smell permeates. In the jar, the dark red heart has long stopped beating, but it still maintains the fresh state when it was just taken off, and the blood vessels on the surface are clear." 3 ghosts floated around, staring at the heart. "How to absorb this kind of thing?" Grinda asked with some doubt. "It should be eaten. You can't replace it with Wu Heng. He is a hero, and it doesn't match with a low-level heart," Benny guessed. "This kind of heart was taken from the killed blood exile. At that time, he was afraid that he would need the organs of the blood clan for some rituals in the future, and the level was that of a professional of level 18. "Are you going to be an uncle?" Xiao floated in front of Wu Heng, tilted her head, and asked innocently, "Do you want to stir-fry it? My mother said that if it doesn't taste good, you can chop it into stuffing." Wu Heng glanced at her. "Now, there is no need to be so particular, right? At present, eating it is indeed the most reasonable way. The evolution of the Corpse King is originally completed by devouring the corpse cores of other zombies, and this ability comes from the genes of the Blood Clan. Last night, he also thought about this problem before going to bed. In addition to swallowing it raw, he also looked at the corpse core experiment data obtained when rescuing the researcher of the headquarters. The method mentioned in it is injection, and the assistance of various instruments. According to the process in it, it cannot be absorbed in a short time, so I think I can try to eat it. As for the psychological pressure, Wu Heng felt that there was no problem. The zombie world, and the influence of the Necromancer on him, these things no longer felt anything. Moreover, he had eaten corpse cores alive, and the heart of the Blood Clan was just another form of evolution material. "Try it, anyway, you won't die," Benny said, and she controlled a silver knife for cutting fruit and floated over. The blade was shining coldly under the light. The eyes of the 3 ghosts looked at him in unison, with some expectations in their eyes. Wu Heng took the knife and gently cut off a small piece of the heart. The meat was still bright red, and it felt cold and smooth, like the meat of some deep-sea creatures. What he wanted most was actually to get some genes from Lilith. After all, she was a hero-level Blood Clan, and more importantly, she was beautiful enough. But now that the Vatican's army was approaching, there was no time to be picky. Just treat it as sashimi. Wu Heng comforted himself, threw the piece of hard tissue into his mouth, and swallowed it directly. In an instant, a cold energy exploded in his stomach, like countless tiny ice needles piercing the blood vessels, quickly spreading throughout the body. As if he knew how to use his ability, he controlled the energy in his body, and wrapped and decomposed the energy. Then, a strong sense of weakness swept over, as if all the blood in his body had been drained, his muscles were sore and weak, and even his breathing became heavy. He groaned, knelt on one knee, and sweat oozed from his forehead. The 3 ghosts immediately became nervous. A few seconds later, The system's prompt sounded in his mind: fusion characteristics, flying ability, dark vision, abandonment characteristics, fear of light. Success. Wu Hong opened his eyes suddenly, and the feeling of weakness receded like a tide, replaced by a new power surging in his body. The genes were automatically optimized, eliminating the weaknesses of the blood clan, and only retaining the most practical abilities. This ability is more useful than imagined. The only price is the drastic consumption of vitality. At this moment, it was like experiencing a serious illness. The whole body was weak, but the mind was unusually clear. Wu Hong, how is the effect? Are you feeling uncomfortable? What's the smell? Wu Hong did not answer, but slowly stood up and took a deep breath. Take off your shirt directly. Huh! A pair of dark flesh wings suddenly spread out from behind him. The wing membrane was as wide as a bat's wing. The bones were jagged, and they shone like metal under the candlelight. Success? Wu Hong said with a smile. Is it handsome? Wow! Uncle is so handsome. Xiao Xiao excitedly circled around him, and then tilted her head and asked, Uncle, do you want to suck blood? No. Wu Hong laughed. Glinda was curious. It's successful? Directly possess the ability of the blood race? It's a bit exaggerated. Benny also said. Knowing the effect of superpowers, I didn't expect to master the greatest characteristics of the blood race so easily. It felt like Wu Hong had easily obtained the top ability of a race. Wu Hong's mind moved, and the flesh wings were retracted into his body like a phantom, and the skin on his back returned to its original state, without any abnormality. The wings of the blood clan are different from the insect wings of the rhinoceros beetle zombies. They are more like some kind of mimicry ability, which can be freely retracted and extended. After confirming that there is no problem with the effect of the supernatural power, Wu Hong's eyes fell on the sand table again, and his eyes gradually became sharper. I plan to set the battlefield on the sea. But they are too scattered. Granda analyzed calmly. If you go to deal with the fleet of the temple, the other fleets will attack Treasure Island. The defense of Treasure Island is enough to deal with these people landing. Wu Hong answered solemnly. After discussing with the ghosts, Wu Hong went downstairs and called Macintosh. In the hall, Minnie and Annette were discussing the daily training plan. Minnie, let everyone come over. Wu Hong said at the stairs. Yes, master. Minnie ran quickly to the training room to call others to come. Not long after, Shanella, Philippa and others came from the training room. Shannara's hair was still covered with sweat. She wiped it with a towel and asked, Is there any news from the Holy See? Wu Hong motioned everyone to sit down and said, The Holy See's fleet is coming. Instantly, the air in the entire hall seemed to freeze. Although they had been preparing for this for a long time, they were still nervous when they heard that the Holy See was really coming. Is the news reliable? Shannara asked in a deep voice. Wu Hong did not answer, but directly took out the emerald sand table and gently placed it on the table. The surface of the sand table glowed faintly, and in an instant, it unfolded into a three-dimensional sea map. A large number of ships were sailing on it amid the rippling blue waves. This is a rare item I seized from the pirates. It can map the movements of all ships on the Emerald Sea. Wu Hong explained. So many? Shanella's pupil shrank suddenly. The Holy See is launching a holy war this time. Wu Hong's voice was serious. If we lose, there will be no survivors on the entire island. Everyone's face became even uglier. What are you going to do? Shanella took a deep breath and asked. Wu Hong said, Wait a minute, Macintosh will be here soon. I will assign tasks for you later. Okay. Shanella nodded. Several women discussed for a while, and Macintosh hurriedly walked in from outside. My lord, Elder Shanella. Sit down. The Holy See's fleet is here. I will assign tasks to you. Wu Hong said. Macintosh sat down opposite and glanced at the sand table. Wu Hong continued, My plan is to take the initiative and fight them before we get close to the Emerald Sea. Too dangerous. Shanella interrupted softly. They dared to come here so ostentatiously. They must have made preparations. Relying on the island's fortifications, we can at least occupy the terrain. Why go out? And we are also eagerly agreed. Master, I think what Sister Shanella said makes sense. The island's defense measures can play a certain role. I am also confident that I can defeat them. Wu Hong looked at Philippa. Philippa, the sand table will be handed over to you, and you should be able to command the ship through the radio. There should be no problem, right? It will be absolutely no problem if you hand it over to me, Philippa said with extraordinary confidence. For the time being, this is the arrangement. If there is any danger, use the ticket to leave. Do you understand? Wu Hong looked around at everyone. Understood. Several women answered in unison, and their eyes changed from fear to determination. Everyone went down to prepare. Wu Hung called Zalodwi again, and gave her a brief explanation. Then he released the teleportation spell and left. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the sea. Wu Hung rode on a flying carpet, and the sea breeze blew his robe. Before, I thought that under the mediation of the association, the two sides would continue to maintain superficial peace. But now it seems that the Holy See has been waiting for a reasonable opportunity. The death of the priestess completely gave the Holy See an excuse to attack me, and it also meant that the contradiction between the two sides would be difficult to resolve. They would never stop unless they beat the Holy See into submission and frighten them. I can't think of developing this sect in a stable way. This battle has to be fought, and it has to be fought more fiercely. At this time, Xiao Xiao flew back from the front. Uncle, I can see the fleet, more than when we saw it. Countless black spots are slowly emerging where the sea and the sky meet. The golden ship in the center shone brightly in the sunset, and was extremely conspicuous. Let's fire at them first, Benny said on the side. Wu Hung nodded, waved his hand to his side, and Mansion Technique opened in the air beside him, revealing the electromagnetic cannon behind him, and two waiting 20-level skeletons, Shanshan and Taio Taio. The remaining 20-level skeletons were all arranged on Treasure Island. If the church arranged high-level professionals to go to the island in advance, the skeletons would also be able to deal with it. Aim at the flagship in the center, Wu Hung ordered. The shells had been loaded in advance, and the gun barrel slowly adjusted the angle under mechanical transmission. Wait until the angle is adjusted. Continue to release the skill summon arrow rain. Aimed, ready to fire at any time, Wu Hung said. Boom, a deafening roar tore through the sky, and the shells broke through the air, suddenly splitting in mid-flight and turning into countless shells. Shot towards the fleet in the distance. The Templar fleet. Inside the golden seat, the new pope and the religious leader sat side by side on the throne at the top. The illuminated stone chandelier swayed with the ship, casting their shadows on the murals that describe the splendor of the Holy See. How long is the journey? The pope's low voice sounded. Below, among the many high-level clergy, an archbishop reported in a deep voice, Your Majesty, it is estimated that Treasure Island will be seen in 2 days. What about the fleet? The pope continued to ask. The archbishop replied, According to your will, the warships of churches along the way have all joined the fleet. The pope's slender fingers tapped the handrail lightly. When the news that the previous pope died on that remote island came back, the entire holy city was shaken. This time, 2 heroes launched a holy war, and Treasure Island must disappear. The pope nodded slightly. Is there any news about Treasure Island? The archbishop in charge of intelligence stepped forward. No intelligence has been sent out, and no merchant ships have passed by. Treasure Island should have blocked the port. The pope glanced at the religious leader beside him, and said, Is there any news from the association? The religious leader looked up and said, No, solve it as soon as possible, and make Treasure Island disappear before the association reacts. The pope retracted his gaze, and said to the bottom, The fleet is moving at full speed to capture Treasure Island. I obey the decree. At the moment, when everyone responded in unison, the pope and the religious leader suddenly looked up, and their golden pupils suddenly shrank. Almost at the same time, the entire battleship trembled violently. Boom! In the deafening explosion, the hull seemed to be blown away. The glass shattered, everyone was overturned in the air, and the debris in the cabin was thrown around. The ground was in a mess, and everyone didn't wait for recovery. A voice with thunder penetrated the hull and reached everyone's ears. Come out and die! After the world spun, a thought flashed through the minds of all the clergy at the same time. Wu Hung is coming to kill him. The heretic who was supposed to hide on the island actually came to kill him on his own initiative. Chapter 950. The dusk was like blood, dyeing the entire lighthouse street red. Although the street lights had not yet been turned on, some shops had already turned on the lights, and the whole street began to bustle. The roasted fish stalls were filled with the aroma of burnt, and the taverns were filled with the smell of beer and the laughter of the drinkers. The residents were strolling in groups of 3 or 2, and the children were chasing and playing, a peaceful scene. Suddenly, the neat sound of bones rubbing against each other broke the noise, and teams of skeleton patrols marched through the streets in neat steps and began to post new notices in the fixed notice area. The strolling crowd gathered their eyes and whispered, What notice is posted so late at night? Has the island owner come up with something new? There hasn't been a new product for a long time. If there is a new product, it is also advertised through newspapers. When will it be advertised through notices? That means there will be another auction. For the residents of Treasure Island, the most lively thing is the sale of new products and various auctions. Every time something like this happens, the The people on the island can earn some money from wealthy foreign merchants. When the notices were posted, the skeletons continued to the next location to continue posting, while an accompanying minstrel climbed the stone steps of the flower bed and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. Then he said loudly, "The Holy See framed the island owner and launched an attack on Treasure Island for non-existent reasons." The noisy streets were instantly silent. No one expected that they would suddenly hear this news near night. The fat from the grilled fish dripped onto the fire, making a crackling sound. A sailor in the crowd suddenly pounded the wall. "I know about this. A few days ago, someone was saying everywhere that the island owner killed the people from the Holy See. It must be this." After the bard finished reading the notice, he continued to speak loudly. 2 years ago, Wu Hung Island Master got a job transfer scroll in Blackstone Town, arrested fugitives, solved cases, and climbed up from an ordinary professional step by step with merit, but the limitations of his profession still prevented him from getting rid of the current shackles. Everyone frowned. There are many versions of Wu Heng's deeds in the folk, but everyone knows that he grew up quickly after being suppressed in Blackstone Town and arriving at Treasure Island. After the island master came to the island, everyone's life has changed. Even those powerful people envy the life on the island. The bard's eyes were filled with tears. Even so, the church still wants to flatten Treasure Island for their paranoid beliefs. The crowd began to riot. The people who settled later did not feel too deeply, but the natives living on Treasure Island knew what was meant. From the original poor life to now well-dressed, with the smell of meat in every house. It was only after Wu Hung came to the island that things changed. The island master doesn't want you to shed blood. The bard suddenly raised his voice and pointed to the church. "Just pray for the heroes who protect us." As soon as the words fell, everyone followed and saluted the Treasure Island church. The lights were bright in Shannara's mansion. In the living room sat the 5 elders of the Wood Elves and the wealthy merchants and dignitaries on the island. In the courtyard were the attendants and guards of these people. The sound of weapons and armor colliding came into the living room from time to time. These people also heard the news outside. The church attacked Treasure Island again, and these wealthy merchants, who had stayed until now, were regretting it. If I had known this, I should have left immediately after the auction. And the Snake Emblem Consortium. Why hold an auction on the island? Why have a place like an entertainment city? Damn it! Elder Shannara, a businessman whose belly was propping up his robe, shouted first, then said solemnly, "Why close the port? We still have time to leave now." There was an echo from the side immediately. The 5th elder of the Wood Elf, with dark circles under his eyes, glanced at everyone, and then said, "Don't get excited, Elder Shannara didn't leave. She must have her own plans. Why not listen to what she says first?" The meaning is obvious. Shannara stayed here herself. If there was any danger, she would have run away long ago. The fat businessman sat down. Shannara said calmly, "The route has been blocked, and all routes leaving the island are likely to be attacked by the church." "Nonsense! The church is not a pirate. How can it attack ships casually?" someone said. Shannara looked up at the other party and said calmly, "The Holy See launched a holy war against Treasure Island. All ships leaving Treasure Island will have the same fate." The whole place was silent instantly, and people looked terrified and pale. Has the hatred between the two sides reached this point? They actually launched a holy war. The 5 elders of the Wood Elves also looked ugly. The two sides had just started to cooperate, and the Wood Elves put all their pressure on Wu Hung. Unexpectedly, this happened again. Holy war. Wu Hung will not really die here. The Wood Elves are afraid that they will also be implicated. Shannara continued, "I will not joke with my own life. If there is real danger, I will send you away, and I can ensure everyone's safety." Everyone's eyes froze, and no one spoke for a while. "Come out and die." On the sea, with this roar, another wave of shells tore through the air and hit the sea like a meteorite. The frigate disintegrated in the explosion, with chips and broken iron splashed everywhere, and set off huge waves several feet high. Only the Pope's ship was still standing. The moment the shells touched the shield, they were like hitting an invisible wall, deflected one after another, fell into the sea and exploded into a sky-high water column. At this time, everyone rushed to the deck, looking at the purgatory-like scene around them in horror. The fleet that had gathered for several days, at this moment, only this one was left under his feet. The entire sea was full of broken wood and broken ships, and the clergy of the Holy See were wailing for help. "Wu Hung!" The Pope's voice exploded like thunder, and the golden robe fluttered in the wind. "Do you think that these crude weapons can shake the majesty of the temple?" The religious leader stood beside the Pope, with his hands behind his back, staring coldly at the flying carpet floating in the air. The voice was filled with piercing murderous intent. Did Lilith tell you about our route? I will settle accounts with him when I return. Wu Hung stood on the flying carpet, with 2 level 20 skeletons beside him, and soul fire flashed in his empty eye sockets. The bronze spear in his hand pointed obliquely at the sea. So 2 heroes, plus so many fleets, are the confidence that you can defeat me? Arrogant! The Pope shouted angrily, and the holy light suddenly burst out. In an instant, above Wu Heng's head, a golden giant sword chopped down. Wu Hung raised his spear, and a water wall suddenly rose from the sea, blocking the golden giant sword. Puff! The giant sword slashed at the water wall, and the sacred energy collided with the water wall, evaporating a large amount of white mist. The rich sacred energy was so strong that the 2 skeletons below began to tremble violently, and their souls swayed. Whoosh! Without Wu Heng's order, the 2 skeletons spread their wings and turned into streams of light, whistling and rushing down. Their bodies suddenly approached 4 meters, smashing the wooden boat that was trying to save people. They jumped like ghosts and killed the other clergy. The ghosts also began to possess and kill the enemies. Wu Heng's spear in his hand slashed at the giant sword in the air. The giant sword suddenly broke and turned into countless golden swords that shot from all directions, like a rainstorm under the sky. The magic circle lit up under Wu Heng's feet, and he was about to teleport away. Chains appeared in the void and wrapped around his ankles, and the magic instantly failed. Want to run? The Pope sneered. Strange thing, Wu Hung narrowed his eyes. The water wall hastily wrapped his body, turning into a turbulent stream, pulling the flying sword away from its direction. The flying sword circled again. Wu Hung smashed the ankle chain with the spear in his hand. Bang! The weapon break weapon effect took effect, and the chain broke instantly. A strange object was broken just like that, which surprised the 2 people on the boat. Their eyes fell on the copper-green spear in his hand at the same time. The magic circle reappeared, and his figure and the flying carpet disappeared instantly, appearing 100 meters away. He pointed with the spear in his hand. The next second, the sea surface suddenly bulged, and the whirlpool began to tear the boat under the feet of the Pope, spinning and tumbling constantly. Countless silk threads condensed from seawater underwater were waving and whipping the Pope's boat. The golden light shield began to break, and the silk threads cut the boat under his feet like a sharp blade. The association hall was also in chaos. People were whispering to each other, discussing the news of the approaching fleet of the church. The mercenaries looked solemn, and the staff members were secretly calculating that the staff members worked for the association after all, and no matter how fierce the battle between the 2 sides was, they would not usually fight against them. At this time, the sound of neat bones colliding came from the door. Everyone looked back and saw Andwire in a neat leather armor, followed by a large number of skeleton attendants. He entered the association aggressively, and walked all the way to the office study. Dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The door of the study opened, and the flag-bearer Eleanor stood inside the door, frowning at Andwire and the skeletons behind her, and frowned. Miss Andwire, this is... Andwire glanced at the other party, and waved her hand, tied him up. The skeleton attendant stepped forward. Arrogant! The flag-bearer shouted angrily, and the long sword was unsheathed. The pressure of the 19th level professional burst out instantly, and the air was cut by the sharp sword energy. Anvir took a half step back, and said calmly, to be alive, be decent. Before she finished speaking, swoosh, a black shadow shot out like a cannonball. The level 20 skeleton boxer sandbag fist approached instantly and punched out. Bang! The flag bearer didn't even have time to block, and the whole person was blown away and hit the wall heavily. The wall cracked, he groaned, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was pale. The skeleton attendant quickly stepped forward, wrapped the iron chain around him, and tied him up tightly. The battle ended in the blink of an eye. Take him away, Anvir said. The skeleton escorted him out, and in the corridor, 2 deputy deacons and the association team hurried over and confronted this side head-on. The dwarf deputy deacon had a gloomy face, and his hand pressed on the hilt of the sword. Miss Anvir, coming to the association to capture the flag-bearer, isn't it a bit too much to leave your job? Anderwire's expression remained unchanged. He is related to the safety of the island. I will take him back for questioning. If there is nothing wrong, I will naturally let him go. Deacon Zalodwi just went out. Why don't you wait for her to come back and discuss it? The dwarf still had a negotiating tone. No need to discuss, get out of the way, Anderwire said. The flag-bearer struggled and roared. Why are you still standing there? When will it be her turn to have the final say in the association? The dwarf deputy deacon's eyes were sharp. Miss Anderwire, if you let him go, I can pretend that nothing happened. This is the association, and the deacon is not here. We can't explain if you take him away. You don't need to explain. Underwire sneered, took out a decree from her arms, and shook it open. Wu Hung leaders ordered to arrest the local flag bearer for investigation. The whole audience was silent. The dwarf deputy deacon stared at the document with the seal of Treasure Island. His face changed several times, and finally, he slowly let go of the hilt of the sword and raised his hand to wave. The guards put away their weapons and made way. Underwire said no more and led the people away. Passing by the corridor, everyone looked at the flag bearer who was taken away and widened their eyes again. Eleanor, flag bearer, why was he taken away? Does the local have the right to arrest the flag bearer? Everyone was even more surprised. On the sea, 2 skeletons flew quickly in the air. Several archbishops clenched their hands and chanted loudly. The projection of the choir appeared in the air. The sound of Sanskrit resounded through the sky. The skeletons flying at high speed began to freeze and sluggish. Kill these 2 skeletons, someone shouted. Before the voice fell, a man suddenly exerted force and overturned the boat under his feet. It's his ghost, keep chanting, take holy water. Everyone fell into the water, and the skeleton resumed action again. The other priests chanted again, and the knights of the church condensed the holy shield and killed the skeleton. On the other side, the Pope's boat was crushed like tofu. The ship sank into the sea. The Pope turned into a stream of light and appeared on the wooden boat on one side, and once again condensed countless golden sword energy. And the religious leader, who turned into a stream of light, appeared in front of Wu Hung in the blink of an eye, holding a holy sword inlaid with gems in his hand, slashing his neck. Dang! The holy sword and the spear collided, and sparks flew. For Wu Hung, a mage, to be able to catch his attack, the religious leader's eyes flashed with surprise and confusion. Wu Hung retreated backwards, his flesh wings spread out, flying in the air, and then he whipped the spear with his backhand. Bang! Another collision. A layer of halo on the surface of the holy sword shattered, and it took on the effect of breaking weapons instead of it. Blood Clan? Lilith. The religious leader narrowed his eyes, and slashed out with his long sword again. Then, countless golden sword chi of the Pope came, shooting at Wu Hung from different angles. Wu Hung spread his flesh wings and released teleportation continuously. His figure disappeared and reappeared. The religious leader followed closely, and the holy sword and robe collided with each other. The dense golden sword chi also followed closely. Do you think that knowing some water magic can change anything? The religious leader sneered. You two come to fight me. Isn't it because you are guilty and have no confidence? Wu Hung fought back without giving in. The religious leader, who was close to him, began to have a faint mist on his skin wrinkled quickly, and his muscles shriveled. The water vapor in his body was evaporating rapidly. The religious leader's movements also began to be blocked, his face became ugly, and his figure turned into a golden light, and shot to the back. What are you doing again? The religious leader questioned. Learn and apply. Chapter 951. Between the sky and the sea, the religious leader turned into a stream of light and retreated. Standing on a floating wooden board, he stood side by side with the Pope, and his shriveled body quickly refilled and returned to normal. The two of them stared at the figure floating in the air, the huge bat wings slashing in the sunset. The flying ability of the Blood Clan is not afraid of the sun. Moreover, in addition to the powerful spells, they also have strong melee ability. The Pope's voice was filled with suppressed anger. We should have eliminated him when he just changed his job. The religious leader was silent. Wu Heng's eyes swept over the two of them, and he roughly understood their fighting methods from the previous fight. A Pope who casts spells from a distance, and a religious leader who attacks in close combat. This is treating him as a dungeon boss. He quickly glanced at the other party, and took advantage of the gap. When the other party retreated, Dead Corpse Battlefield was activated, and the gray-white halo spread like ripples. The corpses floating on the sea, the fish affected, and all the dead creatures in the range twisted and squirmed, turning into rotten corpses. Roaring and roaring, he pounced on the struggling clergy and two heroes on the sea. Heresy! The Pope shouted angrily, and a golden bronze bell appeared beside him. Another bronze bell? Wu Heng's eyes condensed. The Pope punched the bronze bell. Clang! The bell sounded loudly, forming circles of ripples on the sea surface. At the same time, the low-level undead spirits instantly shattered, and the level 20 skeletons and ghosts were also disturbed. Wu Heng's brain also buzzed instantly, dizzy, and his body swayed and fell several meters. In an instant, the religious leader threw out two rays of light. The palm-sized bronze mirror instantly captured his mind. The shackles, with the holy emblem wrapped around his limbs. Wu Hung suddenly froze in midair like a puppet, with heavy shackles on his body. The religious leader turned into golden light and killed him, and the holy sword chopped down with 1,000-pound force, mocking, "Are you worthy of being our enemy?" His attack method is more like that of the Knights of the Church, who prefer close combat and are more proficient in killing. Similar to regular close combat, the attack carries the sacred attributes of the Church. Under the holy light emitted by the holy sword, Wu Heng's flesh and blood began to burn like flames. "I'm waiting for you." Wu Heng suddenly spoke, and his body regained freedom. The spear lashed, the shackles broke, and the bronze mirror exploded. Strengthen will instantly untie the shackles of the bronze mirror, but just waited for the other party to come. At the same time, the supernatural power explosive potential was released, and his eyes were instantly covered with bloodshot, his dark red muscles bulged, and spiderweb-like veins covered him, and he entered a rampage state. His physical attributes also skyrocketed rapidly. The next moment, the spear in his hand smashed into the religious leader's body like a storm, and every time the weapon hit, it set off an explosive wave of air, which exploded layer by layer. At the same time, the religious leader's body shrank again, and his movements became slow. The religious leader only felt that the opponent's attacks were like crazy, dense and disorderly. This was not a battle at all, but more like a street gang's venting of anger. His body instantly turned into 5 golden light clones, blocking the space around Wu Heng and launching a siege. Clang, clang, clang. The dense weapons burst out sparks, and the air exploded. The waves exploded piece by piece, and the waves rushed to the sky. The waves formed thin lines again, circling and entwining the clone in the air. Behind, the Pope's eyes were also a little surprised. After ringing the holy bell again, the holy light around him lit up, and he was about to support. Puff! The next second, the skeleton Tayo suddenly jumped out from the water, grabbed his ankle with one hand, and stabbed his thigh with the other dagger. The dagger was blocked by the holy shield. Humph! The Pope snorted coldly, and a golden light shot out. Tayo's body dived instantly, and the original position was instantly exploded. At the same time, the skeleton rhinoceros beetle shot like a cannonball. Bang! The Pope responded hastily. Even if there were props to form a shield, his body was knocked back by the huge force. 2 sharp swords shot out instantly. Ding ding twice, hitting the breastplate outside the Pope's body. Ghost! The Pope balanced the iron sword and looked around. At some point, the rest of the clergy had all died, and the entire sponge was filled with broken debris and the bodies of clergy. At this time, Grinda forcibly possessed him. After a moment of distraction, the rhinoceros beetle Shanshan came close again, hugged his upper body with his arms, crossed his legs around his waist, opened his huge mouth, and bit his head. Shanshan was definitely not weak in strength, but he was able to control the other party for a while. The Pope was enveloped by the holy light, and turned his head to avoid Shanshan's bite. Crash! Tayo jumped out of the sea again, and the dagger pierced his forehead. The Pope kicked the thief's skeleton, and sent it flying back into the sea. The skeleton that was strangling him was directly freed, and a series of lightsabers flashed by, and Shanshan's skeleton arm fell off at the shoulder. The holy light was blazing, and the fallen arm instantly turned into flying ash. The fracture was also being eroded by the holy light, and the soul fire was shaking. A larger giant sword gathered from the top of the head, and it was about to completely kill the skeleton in front of it. At this time, the waves were stirred, and the ghosts possessed. The falling giant sword paused. The skeleton flapped its wings to avoid it. The Pope stood on a wooden boat, staring at the 2 skeletons, and then glanced at the empty surroundings, sneering. 3 ghosts? Performed a hidden ritual? Think that this can delay me and save your master? Hee hee hee, I have seen too many dirty things like you, and killed even more. After a short fight, both sides also conducted some tests. The skeleton and the ghost have reached level 20, which is not bad in terms of attributes. But compared with real heroes, there is still a big gap, especially the attributes of the opponent's church restrain the undead. The 3 ghosts took turns to possess once, and the soul felt like it was burning. Not to mention that it is impossible to stay for a long time. Even if the number of times it possesses increases, its own soul will be burned out. Whoosh! The skeleton flapped its wings and rushed forward again. The Pope snorted coldly, and the sky was full of lightsabers, shooting at the skeleton. In midair, the light attribute clone was shredded by the water flow, and the religious leader also reached the time to fly in the air. His body fell from the sky, and Wu Heng swooped down to chase him, still smashing his head with the spear in his hand. I should have killed you when you joined the association. The religious leader's mentality exploded. He had been paying attention to Wu Heng's intelligence. He saw him grow up from an insignificant necromancer, and then become a hero in one fell swoop. Until now, they were well prepared, and the situation has become like this. Wu Heng said calmly, "Go and accompany the last pope. You two still have a companion." "Humph! Just you?" The religious leader waved the long sword in his hand, and swung it again. The huge golden lion projection roared and pounced. Another strange thing. Wu Heng's spear shattered the projection, and the religious leader turned into a golden light and fled to the distance. He stood still again, and the holy light and Sanskrit sound appeared at the same time, restoring his state. "Sai-du. Is this all you can do? You became the leader through the back door." Wu Heng sneered. The religious leader's eyelids twitched. "Do you really think we only arranged this fleet? If you come out by yourself, your broken island will not be able to be saved." Wu Heng showed confidence. "Of course, I know that you have mobilized the churches around the Emerald Sea, and someone will deal with them." The religious leader frowned. In the radio room of the island owner's mansion, the bright lights cast mottled light and shadows on the emerald sand table. Philippa wore a captain's tricorn hat askew, and the red-crowned parrot on her shoulder. Both of them looked at the magical sand table in front of them curiously. After Wu Heng told her, she finally understood. The legendary pirate king of the Emerald Sea can always avoid those powerful fleets in the story and rob caravans from all over the place. With such a sand table, you can know the movements of all ships in the Emerald Sea. "It makes me want to go back to being a pirate," Philippa muttered. Her eyes fell on the blue sea again, and 3 Vatican fleets were approaching from different directions. In addition to the Vatican ships flying, there were also flags representing various places, proving that they were fleets from surrounding cities. "Fleet number 3, port side." She grabbed the radio intercom, her voice serious and a little excited. "The enemy has entered the range, loading shells." There was only the sound of bones colliding in the radio. The skeleton captains could receive orders, but they could not speak, and could only make some sounds to indicate that they had received them. Philippa's eyes fell on the sand table again. In front of the Treasure Island number 3 fleet, in the dense Vatican fleet, 3 enemy ships exploded into light spots without warning, like dust wiped away by the gods, disappearing in the sand table. "Come closer." She licked her lips. "Let these bastards see clearly who sent them to hell." As the fleet moved forward, the enemy ships on the sand table disappeared one after another. The Treasure Island fleet was a dimensionality reduction attack on ordinary ships. Before the other party saw it, the fleet in the distance could be cleaned up. All the enemy ships disappeared. "Go over to clean up the battlefield. No need to leave any alive. Bring back everything valuable," Phyllis said. Just as she switched channels, a new light suddenly lit up at the edge of the Emerald Sea, and a fleet flying the flag of the Headquarters Association was breaking through the waves. What appeared was the direction of the battle between Wu Heng and the enemy. "Headquarters?" Philippa narrowed her eyes slightly. "Why are they here?" Thinking in her heart, she called Wu Heng, but no one answered. She called Shannara again, and told him about this matter. Continued to command other fleets to meet the attack based on the location of the Vatican ships provided on the sand table. On the Blue Sea, the Association ships broke through the waves. "Keep speeding up." Claudio, the elf wizard with the star and moon emblem embroidered on his robe, the leader of the Hongwen Society, gave orders loudly. The crew responded loudly, ran down and started to get busy. The leader of the Hongwen Society walked to the deck. The sea breeze blew the corners of his robe slightly, and the hunter with a thick beard, the dwarf leader, also stood at the bow. The dwarf leader narrowed his eyes. "Do you think we can see Wu Heng alive if we rush over? You and I both know how those people in the church deal with pagans." The elf leader held the edge of the fence and said, "Maybe this time, we have another accident. Speeding up is not a bad thing after all." "Huh?" The dwarf leader's beard trembled. "Your brain is broken from studying ancient texts. Do you really think he can still survive when we arrive? Unless he knows in advance and escapes earlier, it is still possible." The elf leader smiled and said, "Do you want to make a bet?" "I think he will hold on until we arrive." The dwarf leader was excited. "Bet. The premise is that he does not escape, and holds on until we arrive. If he is still alive, you win." "Well, bet on a rare item. Just bet on your star compass." The elf leader nodded. "If I win, your treasured molten core will be mine." "Afraid of you?" The dwarf leader said in a heavy tone. "The headquarters has never been quiet since he joined the association. It's a bit unusual and normal to become a hero so quickly." The elf leader didn't care. "You support him so much. When he dies, it may cause dissatisfaction from the church. Is it worth it?" The dwarf continued. "The sword of justice is easy to understand. He inherited this title, so he must do things fairly and maintain the overall situation. But it's a bit strange that the leader of Hongwenhui, who is devoted to academics and research, also supports Wu Heng so much. I invited him to join the Hongwen Society. The elf leader continued, and I feel that he is somewhat similar to the things recorded in some ancient books. The dwarf snorted heavily. As for him, the association always has meetings. It's so annoying. The elf continued, do you want to bet on the bet I just mentioned? The dwarf leader wiped his beard. Bet? If you want to give me a rare item, I will naturally be willing. The sea surface has become purgatory. The broken wreckage sank and floated in the boiling seawater, the wooden boards were smoking, and the corpses were shaken into blood mist by the aftermath. The entire sea area seemed to rise like boiling water, and even the air was distorted by the high temperature. The religious leader was suspended in the air, and the holy light enveloped his whole body like armor. He stared at Wu Heng, grinning fiercely. Do you think this is the foundation of the church? Before he finished speaking, boom! The Pope turned into a golden light and attacked. The robes on his upper body were torn to pieces, revealing a body covered with sacred tattoos. The wound on his chest left by the skeleton assassin was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I can't hold him back. Grenda's soul fluctuated violently, and his voice was filled with rare anxiety. Xiao Xiao and Benny were also weak in soul. The two skeletons also stumbled back. The shining carapace was shattered, the arms disappeared, and only half of the proud horn remained. The jumping left leg and right arm were nowhere to be found, and the bone armor was covered with spider web-like cracks. After paying such a huge price, Wu Heng didn't kill anyone first. Grenda, you guys come back and rest first, Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew back to their bodies, and Grenda said, I feel fine. I help you keep watch. It'd be fine if you don't participate in the battle. That's fine. Don't be impulsive. I'm sure, Wu Heng said. Okay. Grenda nodded. At this moment, the Pope and the religious leader suddenly flew towards each other. The bodies of the two melted into a pure golden stream of light and merged in midair. When the light faded, a brand new figure stood in the air. The figure was like a gilded cast, with 6 pairs of wings on his back, and only a pair of pure white eyes on his hairless and eyebrowless face. The terrifying divine power swept like a tsunami, and the sea water below was pressed into a depression with a diameter of half a meter. Wu Heng suddenly remembered Lilith's casual words at the beginning. The religious leader and the Pope are the same person, maybe the same person. Chapter 952. Sonara's Mansion. As time went by, the wealthy merchants who stayed behind began to become suspicious and uneasy. After the Holy See landed on the island, will we be regarded as accomplices here? This is imprisonment, not protection at all. Sonara said she was protecting us, but I think she wanted to drag us to be buried together. More and more people participated in the topic, and everyone in the room began to get anxious. But some people still kept quiet. This is Sonara's mansion, where delicious food and drinks are placed. Even if you go out, there are still skeletons everywhere, unless you can really leave the island. Compared to staying here, they are more worried about what Sonara said. The Holy See launched a holy war. If the Holy See really attacks this island, then everyone will die. They hope that Treasure Island can hold on. But how is this possible? What are you arguing about? If the port is not open, who can leave here? Said one person. The person who first called for help continued, we can't just wait like this. We can find a way to save ourselves. The coastal area of Treasure Island is not small. Maybe we can leave. Are you really going to wait for the Vatican to come? More and more people were persuaded and shouted in a mess, Shanala, let us go quickly. The more people opposed, the more confident they became. While talking, someone pushed the skeleton guarding the door, and was hit in the abdomen by the hilt of the skeleton warrior's sword. He curled up on the ground and cursed loudly. Second floor area. Shanala and the 5th elder with dark circles under his eyes sat on chairs and talked about Treasure Island. Noise and shouting came from downstairs, and the 5th elder said, what are you going to do next? You are so sure that Wu Heng will win, so it's okay to let them go. Letting them go will only do harm. Shanara put down the teacup, and the porcelain and sandalwood table made a crisp sound. This is Treasure Island. The panicked wealthy businessmen may not even wait for the church to attack. The 5th elder smiled and said, I haven't seen you consider the wood elves so carefully. Shanara said calmly, without Wu Heng, the elder council is still 5 people. Compared with the wood elves, Treasure Island seems to give me more power. The room was silent for a few seconds. That makes sense. The 5th elder did not deny it, and then said, I am curious about your relationship. It seems to be better than I thought. It's like the love in the story, destined by heaven, Shannara said with a smile. The Wood Elves are very close to the Elves, with avant-garde ideas and more pursuit of literature and romance. Shannara, are you sure we won't be in danger because leader Lilith is also on the island? Once the church declares it a holy war, it means it won't stop easily. The fifth elder brought the topic back and said, are you waiting for other people from the association? Shannara frowned subconsciously, and glanced at the stairs where shouts and curses came from, and said, Elder, everything has been arranged. It's nothing more than sitting down and negotiating in the end. How can heroes easily fight each other? The fifth elder smiled. Sure enough, it's just like what I thought. The association's methods are just a few ways over and over again. The Wood Elves put their chips on the treasure island, and naturally didn't want Wu Heng to get into trouble. Hearing Shannara say that the association would still mediate, he felt relieved. The holy war in the church was 1,000 years ago. Now the association is in charge of the overall situation. How could it allow such a thing to happen? Shannara sighed softly again, but I can't reveal too much to those people below, and I'm afraid they will ruin the business. The fifth elder smiled and said, what's so difficult about this? I go and tell them. Shannara's tone showed joy. They may not listen. Don't worry, some ordinary businessmen are not difficult to deal with. The fifth elder stood up, straightened his robe, and walked slowly downstairs. When he walked down the first floor, people immediately looked over. Fifth elder, where is Shannara? Someone asked. The fifth elder's expression became serious. Shut up. Everyone was stunned and looked at him with some surprise. Someone said, Fifth elder, the church has come to the island, and we can't explain it if we stay here. You still represent the Wood Elves, so you have to think it through. The fifth elder sat aside, looking calm. Why are you panicking? Shannara and I didn't leave, which means that everything is fine. There will be no war. Look at how scared you are. The hall was quiet in an instant. No war. What information does the fifth elder have? Someone asked tentatively. The fifth elder sat down with a relaxed look. You are clamoring to leave now. When the matter is over, aren't you afraid that the leader Wu Heng will come back to settle accounts with you? The people who stood up looked at each other, and sat back in their respective seats one after another. Dungeon. On the damp stone wall, several wall lamps stretched the shadows. The flag-bearer Eleanor's robe was stained with dust, and the chains clattered with his movements. I have not done anything that harms Treasure Island. If there is anything, please take it out. Don't take the pressure from the church on you, and vent your anger on me. Why are you so excited? I didn't say you did anything. Underwire sat on a wooden chair outside the iron cage, with several skeletons standing straight behind her. Humph, stop pretending. You mentioned that Treasure Island is safe in front of the association. Isn't that what you meant? The flag-bearer said angrily. Underwire raised her eyebrows, and didn't say much. Instead, she picked up her phone and sat aside to watch. The flag-bearer narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you suspicious of me? Ask whatever you want to ask. Underwire glanced at him and said, I'm not good at interrogation, so please wait here until the leader comes back. The flag-bearer glared, and the chain stretched straight. Nonsense. Between the sea and the sky, a gilded figure stood in the air. 6 pairs of wings spread, and a powerful breath swept the world. If Xiao Xiao didn't get back into his body, he would definitely shout Scion or other anime characters that can merge. Wu Heng's mind flashed with Lilith's suspicion that the Pope and the religious leader were the same person. But then, it was directly overturned. When Lilith said this, she was referring to the previous Pope. And the other party had died in her hands, and even his soul was absorbed by the ghost. This might be an ability of the church, or this Pope and the religious leader were related. Wu Heng, still level 20. Granda replied. Still level 20, but the aura emanating from the other party was several times stronger than the previous religious leader and Pope. If heroes are the highest level in this world, then the Pope in front of him is also the peak of heroes. Even when he saw the strongest hero, Long, he didn't feel so threatened. I read in a book that he has wings and is a divine servant recorded in the church. Granda's voice came to his ears. Wu Heng nodded. The most important thing is that the divine servant in front of him has also grown wings. Before, he was able to suppress the opponent. A big part of the reason is that he can fly freely in the air. And the opponent, even if he is a hero, only has a short-term ability to fly in the air. You can take advantage of the opponent's weakness of not being able to land and calculate the time difference to attack. Now the opponent also has the ability to fly, which is obviously more than his own wings. Evil and rebellious, death is your only salvation. The divine servant spoke leisurely. His voice was majestic and sacred. At this moment, he seemed to no longer be a human being, but a truly high and mighty god. Playing tricks. Wu Hung sneered. Evil and rebellious. The angry shout of the divine servant was like a thunder explosion, pointing at Wu Hung. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a golden sword tomb, with tens of thousands of lightsabers clanging and locking onto Wu Hung, and the holy texts flowing on the swords illuminated the night sky as bright as day. Wu Hang's eyes condensed, and the spear in his hand also pointed forward. Rise! With a loud shout, the inverted wonder appeared, and countless water droplets rose from the sea surface, and each drop of water turned into a sharp water arrow and shot upward. Boom! 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 An endless elemental storm exploded in the air, and the shock wave pressed the sea surface into depressions. At this moment of alternating light and darkness, the figure of the divine servant suddenly blurred, and his figure was accompanied by a strong wind. The figure remained in the same place, but the main body had already appeared beside Wu Hung. Wu Hung sensed the danger and realized the other party's intention in advance. He released teleportation and disappeared. Boom! The god servant slashed down with a sword and instantly split the waves of several meters. Before the waves rose, the god servant's pursuit had arrived. Wu Hung pointed casually, and the clothes on the god servant immediately came alive. The collar embroidered with gold thread twisted to the throat, the belt wrapped around the ankles, and the pants tightened up. Skill activate objective spell that has no direct combat power, but can interfere with the opponent's spells in battle. The Pope and the religious leader merged, and the clothes were still preserved. It must not be ordinary clothes. At the same time, the flesh and blood on the god servant's body quickly shriveled, the skin wrinkled, but quickly refilled over and over again. Chilla! The god servant pulled the clothes on his body, and the skeleton flashed like a cannonball shot from the side, and the broken horn was facing the god servant. Bang! He kicked out, and Shan flew out like a cannonball and fell into the sea. Wu Hung released explosive potential and a rotten outer armor at the same time, and his figure flashed in front of the opponent, and chopped down with the spear in his hand. Clang! The weapons collided, the air wave exploded, and a halo on the holy sword shattered. Wu Hung also felt a huge force rebounding, and the flesh and blood of his entire right arm exploded, and then regenerated rapidly under the cover of a rotten outer armor. The two figures kept colliding and separating like meteors. Every time the holy sword swung, the sea surface was split open as if by an invisible giant blade, revealing a gully dozens of meters deep that could not be closed for a long time. Wu Hang's water magic turned into a water tornado all over the sky, colliding with the golden lightsaber in midair, exploding circles of elemental storms. The long sword of the divine servant shattered the water arrow shot at the crotch, and a fierce golden light flashed in his eyes. A golden mirage appeared in the air, and countless priests stood in the magnificent hall, forming a choir. The holy Sanskrit sound shook the space like a substance. The bodies of the two skeletons that attacked were blocked, and the soul fire was swaying. Buzz! Wu Hung felt as if his head was hit hard, and his eyes were white. The god servant approached like a ghost, holding the long sword above his head, shining. Grenda appeared instantly, pointed his finger at the god servant's eyebrows, trying to release an illusion. Humph! The god servant's holy sword deflected, and the golden flame slashed at the ghost along the sword edge. Grenda hastily disappeared into the void, but the soul fire was still dimmed by the burning. The cold gilded palm strangled Wu Hang's throat, and the sacred flame flowed into the blood vessels along the 5 fingers. The cervical bones crackled, and the keratin armor on the surface of the skin regenerated crazily and carbonized continuously. Wu Hung suddenly exerted force, forcibly pried open the hand that was strangling his neck, and at the moment when the other party was stunned, the bronze spear stabbed into the other party's chest. The divine servant swung his hand casually, and Wu Hang's body flew out like a cannonball, and hit the reef group behind like a cannonball. Ahem! Wu Hung got up from the rubble, and quickly restored his dislocated tibia. Sword light shot out, and pierced the semicircular water curtain, rippling and offsetting one piece after another. The divine servant floated in the air, and the skin of his body was constantly wrinkled and restored. Blasphemer, you will receive the punishment you deserve. The voice of the divine servant suddenly turned into a double reverberation, divine punishment. The sky suddenly became as bright as day, a huge holy sword that spanned 100 meters pierced through the clouds. Before the sword arrived, the sea surface had automatically split into a deep gully. This scene was even more terrifying than when the previous pope performed it. The surface of the sword was flowing with dense, holy texts, which were clearly visible. In the distance, the Association ship. At the end of the blue sea, a golden sword of light pierced through the sky and earth, tearing a golden crack in the dark night. Even though they were dozens of miles apart, The magnificent power still made the elites of the association on the deck tremble. What is that? The golden giant sword. Is the Pope's divine punishment. On the association ship, the elites of the association accompanying them, including many scholars of the Hongwen Society, even if they have not seen it with their own eyes, but they have recorded it in various books. At this time, a quick look can recognize that it is the Pope's skill. Has the fight started now, with the youngest human hero? Bang! The cabin door was suddenly opened. The dwarf leader rushed out first, walked to the bow, and looked forward, with a look of horror on his face. Then, the elf leader followed closely, with shock in his eyes. They are still fighting. Perhaps he can really catch up, but it depends on whether Wu Hung can survive this blow. The deck tilted violently. The sailor on the watchtower suddenly screamed, "The waves are coming!" The ship swayed violently, and everyone grabbed something around them to stabilize their bodies. The dwarf leader's feet were rooted, motionless, and said, "I've been to Treasure Island." According to the itinerary, the location of the battle has not yet reached Treasure Island. They won't fight on the sea. The elf elder narrowed his eyes. You mean, Wu Hung took the initiative to meet him? Did Lilith not leave? How is it possible? Even if Lilith stayed, it would only prevent the two sides from fighting. The elf leader said. The dwarf frowned even more and said, "This kid is crazy. He intercepted two heroes on the sea?" Then he looked at the mighty giant sword and said, "Remember our bet, you are not allowed to default on it." Obviously, he didn't think Wu Hung could survive under this giant sword. The elf leader ignored it, and turned back to urge, "Sail at full speed. Faster." Chapter 953. The Tantian light sword gradually solidified into a solid entity, and the holy text chain wrapped around the sword body made a sound of metal collision. The entire sea area was boiling under the divine power. To die under the punishment of God is the greatest forgiveness for you. The voice of the divine servant was ethereal with divinity, and one could hear the pleasure of revenge. Wu Hung was promoted from an insignificant little person to a hero at a speed that they could not understand. It was like a thorn in the heart of the church, not obeying the rules, not admitting defeat, and even daring to mail the nude photos of the religious leader to the headquarters. What's more terrifying is that he began to establish a sect. If it were someone else, other heroes, the church would not be so anxious. But he is Wu Hung, so people have to worry. Even if the priestess did not die this time, the holy war would start. Defeat the gods and destroy the religion, and Treasure Island will no longer exist. Puff, puff, two black shadows suddenly broke out of the water. Their broken bone hands swung out hooks, their broken horns flashed forward, like cannonballs. Wu Hung shouted in a deep voice, "Run!" The skeleton turned sharply in the air, flew in two directions, and quickly distanced itself. The lightsaber was mighty, and the sword energy burst through the sky. The sea water boiled and evaporated under the divine punishment. Wu Hang's skin peeled like charcoal, and his mind quickly flashed through the ways he could deal with it. When he came out, he divined the result of the two heroes with the holy sea, and it was Shuji. In any case, he had the upper hand. But the situation in front of him was obviously different from what he thought. With a wave of his hand, the light gate of mansion technique appeared on the sea's surface, and as the stone gate opened, the gun barrel adjusted its angle. "Cut!" The god servant shouted, and the giant sword chopped down. Wu Hang's pupil shrank suddenly, summon arrow rain was instantly added, and he shouted, "Fire!" Boom! The shells flew up against the sky, blasting a cloud of fire, but still failed to stop the falling of the sword of light. The god servant did not underestimate the enemy, and hid behind the giant sword to avoid the bombardment of shells. "Wu Hung, what should we do?" Grinda said on the side. Wu Hang's eyes condensed. Grinda had not left yet. "Come back," Wu Hung said, flipping his hand to take out the electronic locator from the space ring, opening it and throwing it aside. Grinda got into his body. Wu Hung jumped into the sea, with rapids wrapped around his body, shooting into the deep sea like an arrow. A roar of heaven and earth collapsing came from behind. The entire sea collapsed and boiled. Wu Hung only felt his flesh and blood begin to gasify. The god servant stood proudly in the air, but his eyes suddenly looked in the direction of Treasure Island. A figure shot over quickly, dragging a dazzling tail flame. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. In the flames of the explosion, the shock wave and high temperature destroyed everything that remained around. The gilded body of the god servant shattered like porcelain, and his body fell into the sea. The boiling sea water gurgled. Under the sea, Wu Hung, whose body was charred, was left with only half of the body of the god servant, and was trying to repair his body at the same time. The body of the god servant recovered his legs and an arm, and then turned into a stream of light, and killed Wu Hung. The two were 100 meters apart, and Wu Hung suddenly opened his eyes. The bronze spear that had been tightly held stirred the sea water violently. The surrounding sea water became as thick as mud, and countless fine water blades attacked from all directions, cutting the body of the god-servant. There was nowhere to hide, and there was no way to hide. Every cut brought the damage of a hero, and the proud combat power was suppressed underwater. Suddenly, he realized that he was in the sea, and the opponent's water magic was very strange. The god-servant's eyes condensed, and the holy sword in his hand slashed out, splitting several meters of the sea trench, and turned around and rushed to the sea, trying to get out of the sea and bring the battlefield back to the top. But Wu Hung would never let him go easily. The sea water became more violent, the wounds became more and more dense, and his body was torn by the water. This time, his injuries were also difficult to heal. Wu Hung broke through the rapids like an arrow from a string, and in the opponent's horrified eyes, the bronze spear pierced the body of the god-servant. Tear, the gilded body will be split in half, and the Pope and the religious leader will be violently separated like conjoined twins. Both of them showed panic at the same time. The water magic stirred again, and Wu Hung raised his spear and killed the nearest Pope. The Pope's eyes were horrified, and at the same time as the lightsaber appeared around him, two holy light knights blocked the front. Wu Hung didn't even slow down. The lightsaber was shattered by the water blade, the spear swept across, and the golden shadow exploded like glass. Seeing Wu Hung's killing madness, he swam up recklessly, as if he had seen a ghost. The water blade burst out, the Pope's limbs were broken, and the bronze spear pierced his forehead accurately. The soul struggled to break away, screaming at the religious leader in the distance, and continued to flee. Wu Hung's mind moved, and three ghosts flew out of his body and pounced on the fleeing ghost. Splash! On the other side, the religious leader rushed out of the sea and looked at his feet in horror. Even if he didn't look back, he could see clearly what was happening behind him. The Pope died here again, and two leaders attacked him together. Then, the figure on the bottom of the sea became clearer and clearer, this madman. With a splash, Wu Hung broke through the water, flew into the sky and fell back into the sea. The religious leader saw that his wings were broken, and he had lost the ability to fly, so he stopped running and stood in the air, looking down at him. You are really embarrassed lying there. I still like the way you were when you came here. Wu Hung was dragged up by the waves. The religious leader looked grim and said angrily, I will go to Treasure Island. I heard that you care about those maids, and the pagans on the island. They will all be judged. Wu Hung held the bronze spear and said coldly, Saidu, this is the second Pope you died. Don't you want to avenge him? Let's fight again. I let you use one hand, still not daring. Then I closed my eyes. As he said that, he put his left hand behind his back. The religious leader's eyelids twitched, and the hatred in his eyes became stronger. Wu Hung, the thing I regret most is that I let you live to this day, and I listened to the opinions of those people in the association, and didn't kill you immediately. Wu Hung looked at him coldly, trying to speed up the recovery of his body, but the injury on his back was the most serious. It will take some time for the wings to recover, and the flying carpet can be used for traveling, but it is difficult to exert combat effectiveness in battle. The religious leader squinted at his wings, and said slowly, It's almost done. I'm going to Treasure Island. The residents there are headed by you, and I will kill them all. By the way, there is also a city north of the Yak Kingdom. I heard that someone there gave birth to your child. The Yak Kingdom and the local church have jointly sent troops, and there should be results soon. Then, he stopped talking and turned into golden light, and shot towards the direction of Treasure Island. Shine! Wu Hung shouted. Splash! A huge skeleton with broken horns and arms came from farther away, rushed out of the water, flapped its insect-like wings and rushed along the sea surface. Wu Hung turned over and jumped onto the back of the skeleton, chasing the religious leader. The religious leader's face changed, and he turned and fled in the opposite direction. Damn! Damn it! Treasure Island, dungeon. A ray of morning light shone into the narrow window, and dust floated slowly in the morning light. The flag-bearer squinted at the light, and the iron chain rustled as he said, There are natural barriers between heroes, and it will be difficult for Wu Hung to survive. Anweer was still sitting opposite, holding a mobile phone in her hand, and raised her head in a calm tone. But if it's the master, I believe we will still win. Can you win the only orthodox religion that has lasted for thousands of years? What do you think? The flag-bearer raised his voice, and his eyes were like looking at an uncivilized barbarian. If you put it on the master, it will definitely succeed. Anweer's tone was still firm. Crazy, the whole island is crazy. The flag-bearer whispered. Shannara's mansion. Shannara walked down the stairs. The dignitaries, who had stayed all night, stood on the first floor, and everyone looked up at her. According to yesterday's agreement, there should be a result after one night. Seeing that Shannara didn't speak, someone asked, "Elder Shannara, the association's ship has not docked yet. Is it delayed?" Shannara didn't completely cut off these people's contact with the outside world, and some news was still sent in. Yesterday, it was said that the association came to mediate the conflict between the two sides, and the others believed it. But there is still no news from the association. Shannara sat down calmly and said, "Your news is too inaccurate. I got more accurate news. The association's ship has entered the Emerald Sea, and will soon send back news." "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Shannara said. "When will this matter be resolved?" Shannara continued, "Wait until noon, then we can leave here." Everyone looked at each other and agreed, "Okay." Association Deacon Study. Zalagwi sat on the chair. Shiryali came over and replaced the teacup in front of her with new hot tea. What was that flying into the sky behind the island last night? It had such a long tail flame. Zalagwi took a sip of the teacup. Maybe it's his secret weapon. He could always come up with some weird stuff. It really looks like a wizard's trick. Shiryali nodded in agreement and sat down next to her sister, her tone still a little worried. "No news has been sent back yet. Will there be anything wrong?" Zalagwi glared at her. "What are you talking about? There will definitely be nothing wrong. The Holy See is so hateful, now even the association can't suppress them," Shiryali said angrily. Originally, they didn't have any hatred towards the Holy See, and they didn't have much contact with it. Since the Holy See began to pay attention to Treasure Island, things have become more and more troublesome. Even if nothing happened on Treasure Island, the Vatican would come to cause trouble again and again, including building churches, Vatican Knights, and breaking into dungeons to kill innocent civilians on the island. This has completely changed the sisters' views on the church. But they can only curse them behind their backs. Shiryali looked out the window. Why hasn't he come back yet? Between the sea and the sky, two streams of light cut through the morning mist one after the other. The religious leader's robe was torn, and every breath was bloody. He caught a glimpse of the figure on the back of the skeleton behind him, and his teeth were clattering. "Wu Heng, you are crazy. If we continue to fight, we will both lose." He was answered by a water arrow that pierced through the waves. Wu Heng sat on the back of the skeleton, and his charred skin was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. There was also a jumping skeleton beside him, flapping its wings and following him, holding a short sword in one arm. He lightly tapped the bronze spear in his hand, and countless water blades suddenly rose from the sea. Saida turned around in panic, and the holy sword slashed out a 100-meter light blade. The skeleton flashed and turned sharply, and its body passed by the blade of light, and the strong wind had brought plowed deep trenches on the sea surface. Wu Heng shouted, "You are a religious hero, but now you are like a stray dog. Aren't you ashamed? You are shameless, and the church is still shameless. The church doesn't want it, and God, what else doesn't want it?" Lilith mentioned that we should avoid such words, so she changed the name temporarily, in order to avoid any emergency at this time. "You evil and rebellious thief." The religious leader cursed loudly. His teeth were bleeding, and he sped up again. The damaged skin on Wu Heng's body began to heal, and he just thought of words to continue to curse him. The three ghosts chased him from behind. Grinda said, "The Pope's soul was swallowed by us, and our condition has also recovered a lot." Benny floated to the other side. "Wu Heng, how are you doing?" "I'm fine, just some minor injuries, I'm recovering." Wu Heng was relieved to see that the three ghosts were in good condition. Xiao Xiao lay on his back, crying, "Uncle, are you in pain?" "You can't die, I just had a dad." I said minor injuries. Wu Heng continued, "I'm a hero, don't worry, Xiao Xiao, it will be fine in a while." "Oh, I'm glad you're fine." Xiao Xiao nodded. Although it was a bit miserable, the current situation was still good. The three ghosts were not in danger, and the two level 20 skeletons were not lost, and the broken bones could be reconnected later. As long as they didn't die, the problem was not big. I wonder how the Treasure Island is doing? Philippa is usually more lively, but she has always done a good job on the tasks assigned to her. Relying on the Emerald Sand Table, it's like playing a game from a god's perspective. There should be no problem dealing with the rest of the approaching fleet. But now, he couldn't go back. The most important thing was to kill the religious leader in front of him. I don't believe there are many heroes of the Holy See that he can kill. There is an association ship. Benny suddenly shouted. The fleet in the distance broke through the waves, and the association flag on the mast fluttered. Saida burst into a wild laugh after surviving a disaster, burning his life and rushing towards the fleet. "Stop him quickly, he's crazy." With a loud shout, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone on the ship. Looking at the end of the distance, he saw several figures approaching quickly as if chasing. When he got closer, and could see the figure clearly. At the same time, they all showed expressions of horror and disbelief. The religious leader's holy robe was stained with blood and flew towards this side, and behind him were several figures chasing closely. What's going on? Didn't the association come to stop the Holy See and rescue Wu Heng? How come the religious leader escaped? Where is the fleet of the Holy See? Chapter 954. Amid the surprise and discussion of the others, the leader of Hong Wenhui and the leader of the hunters walked out of the cabin quickly. As everyone looked around, they saw two figures chasing and colliding between the sea and the sky like meteors. The embarrassed religious leader Saidu was flying in the air in front. His golden holy robe was torn into strips, leaving blood along the way. Behind him was a charred figure riding a skeleton and galloping over, with new flesh and blood pushing away the dead skin, like a demon reborn from the fire. Wu Heng won. Now he is chasing Saidu. The expression of the elf leader was surprised and unbelievable, and the dwarf leader was more complicated. In addition to the same surprise, there was also gnashing of teeth for losing the strange object. The history of the church is too long. Even though the association is now in charge of the overall situation, it can barely suppress the church and make them do things within the rules. And in front of us, the church with a 1,000-year history is the only Orthodox church in the world. After declaring the Holy War, they were defeated by a Necromancer who had just become a hero. What we saw today will definitely leave a strong mark in the history of all races. The scholars of the Hongwen Society in the fleet took out paper and pen to start recording, and some even drew the scene in front of them. The religious leader gritted his teeth and increased his speed again, trying to get closer to the association's ship. Boom! A huge water curtain rose from the sea, blocking the way ahead. The religious leader raised his sword and chopped it down, and the sword energy tore the water curtain apart. The energy exploded again, raising huge waves. The association's flagship shook violently, and the scholars held the mast tightly. Wu Heng stepped on the back of the skeleton, and the new flesh and blood on his charred body squirmed like magma. Saidu, don't you even want the last dignity? The religious leader snorted coldly and shouted to the fleet, Claudio! Bruno! Wu Heng killed the church staff, and his behavior is like that of a cult. Help kill him. Before he finished speaking, Wu Heng's voice came over. Saidu tried to harm the leader of the association and start a war. Please follow me to kill the criminals. Good guy, both of them are leaders, and both asked to help kill each other. This can be considered an internal conflict. As they accused each other, water arrows shot out from the sky, collided with the golden sword energy, and exploded piece by piece. Enough. Wu Heng, do you still want to be an enemy of the association? The religious leader shouted again. Wu Heng waved the spear in his hand, and the skeleton flashed and moved forward more vigorously, saying in a cold voice, If it was me who ran away today, would you let me go? I became a hero, and you targeted me everywhere. You really thought I was not easy to bully. Now you know you are afraid. It's too late. You are so proud for a moment. Do you really think you can compete with the foundation of the Holy See? The religious leader gritted his teeth and looked back with hatred in his eyes. As the two approached, the aftermath of the battle began to affect the fleet. The magic penetrated the hull, and the air waves caused by the explosion made the ship sway more violently. The ordinary professionals on the ship wailed. Some people hugged the mast, and some rolled back and forth on the deck. Enough? How long do you want to make trouble? The leader of the Hongwen Society shouted, and his robe fluttered. Two translucent cages quickly formed in midair, trying to trap the two people separately. The religious leader's body once again transformed into a body of light, and passed through the cage. Wu Heng's teleportation technique emerged, and he jumped over the cage with the skeleton under his feet. The leader of the Hongwen Society had a harp in his hand. He plucked the strings with his fingers, and an illusory female figure appeared. She sat sideways on the bow, and hummed softly. The song was melodious and graceful, and the eyes of the two people who were shrouded in anger and hatred were empty for a moment. Strengthened will resisted mental interference. The religious leader was also shrouded in holy light, and the choir singing overwhelmed the female singing. The other professionals on the ship fell on the deck in large numbers, and were thrown into the sea by the swaying ship. The dwarf leader cursed, If they get closer, the ship will capsize. They are killing each other. The elf leader gritted his teeth, and took out a bronze compass. The dwarf leader said, I do it. As he said that, he took out a square chessboard with a four-sided piece, like a red crystal on it. When the religious leader and Wu Heng were chasing and approaching, The dwarf leader pointed at the two and the elf leader. The chessboard glowed, and the entire sea suddenly fell into a strange stillness. Wu Heng's bronze spear and his holy sword both froze in midair. The two were dragged back to the deck by invisible forces like puppets, and fell heavily in front of an ancient oak table. The air fell into stagnation. 4 leaders sat around the round wooden table, the dwarf leader, Wu Heng, the religious leader, and finally the elf leader. The 2 skeletons and 3 ghosts behind them also approached quickly. But it seemed that they were blocked outside by a force. They could see the 4 people sitting around the round table, but they could not get close. "What are you doing?" The religious leader looked at the dwarf beside him angrily. The dwarf said, "Calm down, if you continue to fight like this, ordinary members will also be affected." "Humph." The religious leader snorted coldly, but did not say anything else. "Don't worry, Chief Wu Heng. This is one of my wonders. It will force a designated target to play the game. There is no danger for our heroes." The dwarf leader introduced softly, and continued, "The association asked us to stop you from fighting. Now is a good time to calm down and chat." Compared to the last time the two met, the dwarf leader was more polite this time. Of course, everything depends on the strength of the interlocutor. After Wu Heng confirmed that he could not break free, his eyes fell on the wonder mentioned by the dwarf. Gygax's game board wonder. Effect: force 2 to 5 people to participate in the game. Side effect: bear the consequences of the game. Description: are you ready for a wonderful game? Board game? Wu Heng's eyes condensed. In addition to the style that conforms to this world, the rules and characteristics are extremely similar to modern board games. Except for Wu Heng, the elf leader and the religious leader seemed to be more familiar with this wonder, and did not show any abnormality. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in the only empty position. After looking at the few people, he said, "Welcome to the Fate chessboard, Jungle Adventure. The game begins, and the Fate dice begins to roll." After the voice fell, the dice on the table began to roll. 2 or 3 seconds later, the dice stopped, and the points stopped at 4. On the chessboard, 4 little people who were very similar to the 4 people walked straight forward 4 squares. Through the dense bushes, 5 bloated ogres were sitting on the fallen tree trunk, poking an empty iron pot with their thick fingers. Crack! The careless dwarf stepped on the branch and broke it, and the ogres cast a look of joy and desire. "Adventurers, you fight with the ogres. Strength 42 will be immune to damage." Wu Heng looked up at the dwarf, who smiled and said, "Some of the characteristics of the game, and the prejudice against dwarves. We dwarves are more careful than most races in the wild environment." "I understand." Wu Heng nodded. On the chessboard, the miniature statues of several people fought with several ogres that appeared. The dwarf continued to introduce, "It doesn't matter if the strength is not 40. This strange item is not strong enough to affect the effect of the hero. It will recover after some damage." Wu Heng also understood the mechanism of the game, which means that the emergencies in the game are judged by the player's own attributes. They are all heroes, and any damage they suffer here will be recovered. If they are ordinary professionals, they will worry about their own danger. The religious leader said, "He killed nearly 1,000 of our priests. I don't ask to kill him, but I have to restrict him first and bring him back to the association." Wu Heng raised his head. "Then what are you doing with nearly 1,000 priests in the Emerald Sea? Why are you pretending to be a victim?" "Humph! What a joke. You insulted and killed a priest of the Holy See, and she is also an important member of the association. You can do this, you should be punished." The religious leader scolded. "We all know how she died. The body and the autopsy report have also been sent to the headquarters. You are just looking for an excuse." "Nonsense, you are a hero. How can you let ghosts kill people under your nose?" The religious leader said again. Wu Heng continued, "I will kill you if I have the chance, even if you escape to the church." "Arrogant! Do you think that a temporary victory is the final result? As long as the church is an orthodox religion, it will be blessed by the gods. In the end, you will also be punished by the gods. What can you use to fight us?" He changed his previous decline, and seemed to have returned to the status of a leader who was sure of victory. "Enough!" Hong Wenhui hero shouted angrily, and then said, "Look at you two, you are like street thugs. How can you be heroes? Hadalai asked us to come here to let you calm down this war." "Impossible. Wishful thinking," both of them said at the same time. The dwarf leader said, "Even if you two go out, it will be difficult to decide the winner in your current state, especially since we are still here." "Maybe. How do you know if you don't try?" Wu Heng said with a smile. "Playing the game now, for him, he also has the strength to recover from his injuries. The previous injuries are healing, and with the skeletons and ghosts outside, he is still confident that he can kill him. While talking, the battle on the chessboard has ended. Ka-ba! The face of the elf leader on the opposite side suddenly turned pale, his neck suddenly tilted, and he fell on the table with a thud. Wu Hung widened his eyes, but then the elf leader came back to life and nodded to this side. This effect, in other words, the elf leader's power did not reach 42 and was attacked. Life and death are completely determined by attributes. And this is the first time to roll the dice. If it were an ordinary professional, the mortality rate would be even higher. The translucent host on the side spoke again. Luckily, the three of you killed all the ogres, and the weak vassal also survived by chance because of the powerful companion. You got the ogre's stick, and your strength increased by 2. After the game ends, any attribute bonus will disappear. After a short rest, the ambitious adventure team set out on the journey again, and the destiny dice began to roll. The dice rolled again. The dwarf leader and the elf leader looked at this side in surprise at the same time. Aren't you a mage? The dwarf leader suddenly asked. The elf leader died once because of strength, but Wu Hung was fine. Yes, I once wanted to be a warrior, so I practiced some strength. Wu Hung said nonsense. The dice turned and stopped at 3 points. The 4 little men on the chessboard moved forward 3 squares. This is a quiet village. At least on the surface. Passing through the wheat field, you saw a scarecrow with a top hat standing in the middle, swaying his arms in the wind, as if beckoning you to come over. The reckless dwarf strode over. The scarecrow's eyes suddenly flashed red, and he opened his mouth to whisper like a devil. Adventurers, you are under mental attack. Intelligence 38 points, will be immune to damage. Adventurers blessed by the gods are immune to damage. Bang! This time, the dwarf leader rolled his eyes, and fell on the table. He died immediately. After a few seconds, he sat up again. This broken thing, if you hadn't gone crazy today, I would never use it. The dwarf cursed. The elf leader continued, Wu Hung Saidu. You are all responsible for this matter, and the church started a holy war without authorization, which has violated the previous regulations of the association. Everyone knows the original idea of the church. It's nothing more than a kill first and report later, intending to destroy Treasure Island and Wu Hung before the association reacts. By that time, the other party will be dead, and the association will not do anything to the church because of a dead person. Moreover, considering the size of the church, it is not afraid of some triggers from the association. But now things are different from what the church planned. Wu Hung had the upper hand in the end, and the religious leader barely saved his life after the association came. The religious leader glared at this side. Luckily, you all survived again. The team that resisted the devil's whisper set off again, and the destiny dice began to turn. The dice stopped at 1 point. You bypassed the straw man. This is a quiet village, at least on the surface. When you pushed open the wooden door of the tavern, a heat wave mixed with beer and noise hit you in the face. Your entry made the tavern fall into silence. The woman with a pointed hat and a big nose carefully examined you and brought you the fine wine she brewed by hand. The wine is poisonous, Constitution 45, immune to damage. Bang! The elf leader died again. After coming back to life, the three looked at Wu Hung in horror. Strength, intelligence, physique, 3 attributes have been verified, and Wu Hung passed them all. How is this possible? Is he a mage? Or has this body become a corpse ghost without the characteristics of a living being? Wu Hung said calmly, I am keen on being a warrior. While training my strength, my physique will definitely improve. This is normal. Damn it, only a ghost can be normal. You are a mage, okay, the elf leader continued, you can't continue to fight. Tell me your conditions, and let this farce end. We have so many people dead, and it ends like this? The religious leader said unwillingly. Wu Hung also said, the association must remain neutral. Naturally, it is unclear who is right or wrong in this matter. The 2 leaders should go back, and we will solve it ourselves. The religious leader's eyes condensed, and his expression changed immediately. If the 2 left, or the game ended, Wu Hung would still fight him. Besides, the previous injuries have almost recovered, and I might really die here. We are all leaders of the association, so why don't we remain neutral? Said the religious leader. The poisoned wine did not take effect, and you and the people in the tavern began to confront each other. The shadow on the side continued to speak. The elf leader looked at Wu Hung, tell me your conditions. How can we not pursue this matter? Simple. Let Saida's body stay here, and forget about this matter. Chapter 955. The religious leader stared at him intently, and said through his teeth, do you think you can make the church bow down by threatening? It's not a threat, it's a fact. Wu Hung continued to say to the other two, I know the two leaders want to resolve the conflict, but the situation has developed to the point where it has basically been impossible to resolve it. If I let him go, I will only wait for the next revenge. The association arranged for the two leaders to come here, which must be to resolve the conflict between the two parties. But the second pope died in his hands again. If Philippa also went well, the fleet around the Emerald Sea should have sunk. Letting the religious leader go back is like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. He will come again next time. Sayu, can you guarantee that after you go back, you will not hold a grudge because of this matter, and think of revenge on Treasure Island and Wu Hung? The elf leader asked directly. The religious leader's chest rose and fell violently, asking him to make such a promise. It's like a loser begging the other party to let him go. He is the leader, a religious leader admired by all people, but he has to make a promise to the pagans. He is unwilling to do so. But if the two leaders on the opposite side do not care about this matter, he cannot beat Wu Hung. He took a few deep breaths and said in a deep voice, I can guarantee. I don't believe it. Wu Hung answered. The religious leader's eyes widened and his face flushed instantly. The translucent host on the side spoke again in a low voice, the mean trick of poisoning wine can't fool the experienced adventurer team, and they started a fierce battle with the villains in the tavern. Strength 45, can be exempted from damage. The elf in the team was once again dragged down by his thin arms, and was stuffed into the beer bucket by the thugs. Bang! A dull sound rang out, and the elf leader died again, because his strength did not meet the requirements. But soon, he sat up again. The hero brought him back to life again. The elf leader sat in his seat, his eyes full of suppressed anger. Wu Hung and his two people's affairs were troublesome enough, and they had to participate in this boring game, and die again and again. After a melee of swords and shadows, the group of scum finally lay on the ground forever. The narrator lowered his voice. While searching for loot, someone noticed that the bartender's wrinkled shirt contained a secret letter of the Pioneer Team route. While you were resting and feasting, one of our friends, who was very interested in corpses, was stuffing the ghost woman's still twitching heart into his backpack. The other three people looked at Wu Hung in unison. Even though it was the narrator of the game, when he heard someone was interested in corpses, he still thought of him, the Necromancer, at the first time. Professional prejudice. I have no interest in corpses, Wu Hung said. The dwarf leader nodded in agreement. The host continued, the destiny dice began to turn. The dice on the table began to spin. At this time, the dice did not stop. 5. The well-fed brave men pushed open the creaking door of the shop, and suddenly, the scarecrow at the entrance of the village shouted. Imitating the scarecrow's shrill voice, adventurers, my good friends, let's make a deal. The scarecrow wants the heart of the witch, and is willing to exchange it for a gold ring. As the heart was buried in the hay, the scarecrow disappeared with a creepy laugh. The gold ring +1, the Pioneer Order with fingerprints +1. The voice of the narrator became serious. Now, the adventurer is in a choice. Continue to follow the original goal, or take the suspicious gift to Deer Horn City. Please make a choice. After the narrator finished speaking, he fell silent. Wu Hung frowned and looked at the dwarf. The latter explained, sometimes, there are indeed options to make a choice. Just choose one at random. Then he said directly to the host, go back the same way. They are not really here to play games. Too many plots will interfere with their conversation. If the problem between Wu Hung and the religious leader cannot be solved, it will only make the situation more troublesome. The host said. The experienced adventurers smiled at each other. Who would be fooled by the scarecrow? Choose the original route, and continue your adventure. The little man on the chessboard moved again, moving forward along the route drawn by the red dot. The four of them also returned to the previous topic. The elf leader looked at Wu Hung, and said in a deep voice, Wu Hung, the association has intervened in this matter, so it is impossible for you to kill Saidu. Let us take him back first, and then we will investigate the matter clearly, and give you an accurate answer, just like the last time the church framed Treasure Island. The religious leader snorted coldly. Wu Hung shook his head. No. If the association really has such great power, the church would not dare to send troops privately. I doubt what the association can do if he is released. The elf leader continued, I promise you will give Treasure Island some compensation. What do you want? We are the party with the biggest loss. The religious leader said angrily. The church suffered such a huge loss, and it will have to pay compensation later. Who can you reason with? The dwarf reminded. Saidu, restrain your emotions. You are quite old, and not as stable as Wu Hung. The rest of the things will be dealt with after you return to the association, and then hold the leaders' meeting. The religious leader stopped talking. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, and looked at the people present. He also realized something in his heart. Under the current situation, it would be difficult for him to kill Saidu. If he was too radical, he might push the two people on the opposite side to the side of the church. When the three heroes joined forces, he would be in more trouble. Then, the idea of bribing the two people flashed through his mind, as long as they didn't take action. Compared with combat power, Treasure Island has wealth, potions, and ways to improve reputation. But as soon as this idea appeared, it was quickly rejected. The four people were forced to play the game on the chessboard, but people outside could still see and hear what was happening here. Under the gaze of so many people in the association, the other party would definitely not agree to his blatant bribery. Wu Heng suddenly wanted to discuss with his ghost military advisor, but he was isolated outside and could not communicate. It seems that he still has to think of other ways to kill the religious leader. Or he can throw another missile over, but the missile can't kill him, and he needs a hero to finish him off. What do you think? Don't you believe the promise of the association? The elf leader reminded again. Wu Heng raised his head again. His eyes fell on the other party. The ransom for the hero should be quite a lot, right? Hearing the word ransom, the religious leader almost couldn't breathe again. His face turned purple. The elf leader said directly, 2 first-level merits, 500,000 gold coins. The association will help you check, and it will be delivered to you smoothly at that time. The first-level merit represents a rare item or skill book. In addition, 500,000 gold is indeed not a small amount. It feels like it can buy a kingdom. Wu Heng directly raised the price. I accept 500,000 gold coins, but I want 5 first-level merits, the surrounding areas of the Emerald Sea, and the territory I manage. The church is not allowed to build churches, and the information of the Hongwen Society and the secret speaker must be allowed to be used at any time. The eyes of the other three narrowed instantly. The condition seemed to have been thought of in advance, mentioning that churches were not allowed to be built around the Emerald Sea, and also mentioned the data permissions of the Hongwen Society and the secret speakers. I can promise you 5 first-level merits. The data of the Hongwen Society and the secret speakers will be decided by the meeting of leaders. The elf leader pondered for a moment and continued, this matter can be considered separately. You write an application and then hold a meeting of leaders to decide. The ordinary data of the Hongwen Society has been sent to the Treasure Island. Wu Heng wants some undisclosed data. Okay. What about the matter of not allowing the construction of churches? Wu Heng continued to ask. The elf leader looked at the religious leader. This is the matter of the Holy See. Do you agree? Humph. Agree. Let's make a deal on this matter. The elf leader said directly, and a relaxed look appeared on his face. Some hosts on the side looked at the few people. At this time, he spoke again. When the iron fence of the orphanage appeared in the twilight, the silver bell-like playful sounds were particularly piercing in the rose bushes. The church's symbol cast a spider-web-like shadow in the dusk. Several people looked at the chessboard. The little figures representing the identities of the 4 people have already traveled a long way to the target location. It sounds like this is an orphanage. It should mean an orphanage. And the description also mentioned the church. Wu Heng glanced at the translucent host on the side with doubtful eyes. The director stood behind the door with a cane, looking up and down with turbid eyes. He recognized the identity of the priest in the team, and after confirming that you were not robbers with wooden sticks, he warmly received you. While taking you into the orphanage, he explained that there were demons nearby, and you had to be careful. The long table was soon filled with hot stew and fresh bread. After a hearty meal, the headmaster and the priest stayed. The voice of the narrator suddenly became serious, imitating the voice of an old man and saying, did your team member make some kind of deal with the devil? Maybe you have to kill him tonight before he is completely bewitched. The 3 looked at the religious leader, who also frowned. Devil's deal? Do you mean the heart for the ring? The dwarf leader continued to ask, you didn't say who did it. It should be Wu Heng, the heart he dug out. The elf leader said. Wu Heng frowned, feeling that the game had changed a little. Then, he looked at the dwarf leader again, wondering if this strange object had any special effect. He was just deceiving himself when he said there was no danger. The dwarf leader said, does it mean that Wu Heng in the game has reached a deal with the strawman devil invisibly? Let's see what the narrator says. All the valid information came through the narration. They couldn't really explore the intelligence inside. Another point is that no one cared about what the game said before, and they were all arguing about Wu Heng and Saidu. After a slight pause, the host on the side spoke again. The priest's intelligence was determined, and the immunity effect was not achieved. Wu Heng and his friends looked at the religious leader again. The intelligence did not pass the test, which means that the priest in the game believed the words of the director. It was still going on next to them. The three adventurers returned to the dormitory first, and the children next door laughed. Dang dang dang. There was a knocking sound from the window frame, and the anthropologist found a black crow standing on the window frame, holding a yellowed parchment in its beak. Anthropologist, several people immediately realized that they were talking about Wu Hung. The priest's profession was determined, and the remaining two were elves and dwarves. Wu Hung was described by the host as an anthropologist who liked to study corpses. The curious scholar opened the window and took the letter to check it. It said, "Be careful of the director, he is a believer of the devil and has killed the pioneer team." The bell rang, and the laughter of the children next door suddenly synchronized. The anthropologist's charm was determined, and the exemption effect was not achieved. The charm did not pass the test either. Wu Hung frowned instantly. Compared with intelligence, strength, and physique, charm is indeed lower. Now people on both sides have received different tasks. What do you mean? The director is the one who betrayed the pioneer route? The dwarf asked in a deep voice. Wu Hung sorted out the clues and said, "When I was in the tavern, I got a secret letter about the pioneer route, which means that the whereabouts of the pioneer team were leaked in advance. When exchanging hearts with the scarecrow, a bloodstained pioneer certificate was also attached, which also proved that the team was dead." Who said the crow? Scarecrow? The dwarf continued to ask. "It is possible, or it may be someone else nearby," Wu Hung replied. The religious leader sneered and said, "This is a church building. It is impossible for the director to be a believer of the devil as written in the letter. It is more likely that the director said that when exchanging hearts, some kind of transaction was inadvertently completed. If it is just like this, the clues left in the front are unnecessary." "Have you ever played the game?" Wu Hung asked back. "Have you ever seen a demon in the church? It is more appropriate for a scholar who likes corpses to be bewitched by a demon." The religious leader raised his voice. On the side, the translucent host watched the two quarreling with a smile. Then he continued to speak. The door of the dormitory was pushed open, and the figure of the priest was against the swaying firelight in the corridor, holding the ogre stick you jointly seized. He said the news that the human scholar was bewitched by the demon in a firm tone. And the scholar took out the parchment and showed the text that the director was a demon believer. You had a disagreement, and the upright dwarf and the thin-armed elf stood aside at a loss. Please ask the remaining players to choose a team and fight in 3 minutes. Battle judgment, strength. The timer starts. Everyone frowned. The dwarf said, "Why is it different from usual? It's so complicated this time." Wu Hung and the elf leader looked solemn. The two looked at each other, and after confirming, their faces became even uglier. Wu Hung said, "If the game mechanism can't kill us, can the characters in the game be considered heroes? I mean, will heroes be able to kill heroes, and will it be reflected in the game?" Chapter 956. Wu Hang's words made the air freeze instantly. The pupils of the elf leader shrank slightly. If Wu Hang's conjecture is true, then this strange object still has a certain consciousness. He heard your dispute and then rewrote the script. "Come on," said the dwarf leader. "We have used it before, but there has never been such a situation. Is the plot of the game going to this point?" Said this, but the dwarf's face was also solemn. "If it is really like what they guessed, and it can really achieve the effect of making them kill each other, then this game is a bit creepy." Wu Hung glanced at the religious leader, who also looked over here. The two looked at each other, and felt the murderous intent in each other's eyes. If the game can really achieve this effect, it is a good opportunity to kill each other. Although it is just a guess, I think it is indeed possible. We should try our best to be prepared to avoid uncontrollable losses," the elf leader said in a low voice. The situation suddenly became complicated. Wu Hung just agreed to the conditions, and the game put the two of them in a state of battle. It even felt that the semi-transparent host on the side cast a look of teasing. The countdown is running out. The religious leader licked his dry lips and glanced at the side. This time, the strength attribute is assessed, and some people who rely on tricks should show their true colors. There was more confidence in his words than before. His back was also straightened a lot. In real life, he could not beat Wu Hung, but this game was a comparison of attributes. There was no fighting skills, no external interference, even if the opponent also showed strength that was not equal to the profession. But after all, it is a magic profession, and its strength cannot be compared with that of a melee profession. Wu Hung glanced at him. "This is just speculation. Aren't you afraid that the game is still a game, and I will continue to beat you after it's over?" "Humph!" The religious leader choked and began to hesitate. Wu Hung continued, "My land power is not worse than that of a melee profession. If you want to choose a team, the two leaders stand on my side, and I have a better chance of winning. The countdown continued. The elf leader ignored the two people arguing and looked at the dwarf leader. Since the plot has changed, can we not choose a team, or talk to the host to stop the two from fighting? After speaking, he looked at the semi-transparent shadow waiting silently. The dwarf said, "You can try, but I feel that the possibility is not great. This game is not free to this extent." The elf leader continued, "Then, my suggestion is that we choose the same side, and if there are uncontrollable factors, we can intervene. The meaning is also very clear, to increase the chances of winning on the team side. Even if the other party is really killed by the game, the two of them can stop the other, destroy the body, or kill the soul. Their mission is very clear, to ensure that Wu Heng and the religious leader can survive." The two said it directly. They didn't care whether Wu Heng and the religious leader heard it. "Stand on my side, the death of a hero is not a small matter, reduce some losses." The religious leader spoke directly. Wu Heng still looked at the chessboard. From the information provided by the narration, the standard for judging victory this time is strength. That is, the size of the attributes is compared, whoever has higher strength wins. If it was just a matter of comparing the strength of each person individually, then I wouldn't worry at all. If the strength of the three opponents was superimposed, then I would definitely not win. The second possibility was not very likely. If it was the second one, then highlighting the battle between two people would be meaningless. It was very likely that the first one was that each person compared their strength individually. But this involved another matter. If I won by strength, wouldn't it be more troublesome to kill the three opponents? Who knows how many heroes the association has? Two leaders, Treasure Island has a strengthening potion, and I have full confidence that I can beat him. Wu Heng also began to win over teammates for himself. At this time, the dwarf continued, "I got an exemption ticket after the last game, which can skip the plot once. There are two in total, one for each of us." The two people who were trying to win over their teammates were stunned, and then shut their mouths at the same time. There is such a thing, why not use it earlier? Is there no prop that allows them to skip directly? The elf leader continued to ask. "No, I haven't used it many times since I became a hero. I only have these two, and I don't know if they can be used." The dwarf spoke very quickly. "Countdown, not much left. Use it directly," said the elf leader. The dwarf nodded and said to the host, "I have an exemption roll, which allows me and the elf to skip this selection phase and not participate in the battle between the two." The host began the narration again in a dramatic tone. The air in the room solidified, the dwarf took out a bag of mead, and the elf leaned lazily against the window, and it seemed that he had no intention of participating in the battle. A united adventurer team, when the crisis comes, the oath and trust are as fragile as inferior armor. The narrator's tone suddenly became low, the power is firm. The religious leader snorted coldly, and looked at this side with a playful look. He had already made plans to turn the tables. The anthropologist's fingers that were supposed to hold the pen were gripping the priest's throat like a pair of pliers. The narration began. Except for Wu Heng, the other three people all widened their eyes. "What's going on? Is his strength really higher than Saidu's?" The narration continued. The anthropologist's arm suddenly became bulging with veins. The oracle book was scattered all over the floor, and the holy emblem was broken into two pieces under the trampling. The priest hit the wall heavily, and his body slid down the wall without a sound. "Impossible." The religious leader widened his eyes and roared. Bang! The next second, his body fell directly on the table. Wu Heng really won. The dwarves and elves widened their eyes, and countless other people who were isolated behind them also showed unbelievable expressions. A necromancer actually surpassed a melee profession in strength, and it was Saidu, the old hero. Only Wu Heng remained calm. After everyone was shocked, their eyes fell on the religious leader at the same time. This time, this leader did not resurrect. As expected, just as Wu Heng guessed, the dead did not come back to life. Using a hero to kill another hero. The three looked at the host at the same time, with hostility and fear in their eyes. The children singing sounded again. The children singing is getting closer and closer, so sweet that it makes people shudder. The strong wind smashed the stained glass, and those playful nursery rhymes instantly turned into shrill wails. The straw man waved his dry arms, and the door of the orphanage closed behind you. And in your palms, I don't know when there was a yellowed parchment, exemption roll +3. The game is over. It's over, this ending is a bit sudden. That sentence, the door of the orphanage slammed shut behind you. It sounds like they were allowed to leave the orphanage, and there were 3 exemption scrolls in their hands. It's really like a game. The narration ended, and the host disappeared. The sense of restraint on the few people disappeared, and a ghost floated out of the body of the religious leader. Without looking back, he rushed directly to the elf leader on the opposite side. Wu Heng also responded immediately, and the power of the dead turned into a vine whip to lash at the fleeing ghost, but the elf on the opposite side also moved quickly. He took out a strange object similar to a shell, and collected the ghost directly. Wu Heng failed to attack the ghost, and grease was poured inside his body, followed by fireball. Bang! The dwarf held a shield and blocked in front of the body, deflecting the fireball and hitting the sea outside the ship. Whoosh! 2 skeletons came whistling and hit the shield with 2 thuds. At this time, Grinda performed the stealing flesh on the corpse. With a crackling sound, it twitched twice on the deck and then separated from the body again. "Come back," Wu Heng said. The skeleton that was still trying to attack flew back. The dwarf looked at the opponent's skeleton and didn't expect that his skeleton was so good at fighting. "Wu Heng," we agreed, "do you want to go back on your word?" Wu Heng looked at the position of the elf leader again, and sighed as ghost was collected by him. Said, "The conditions you promised are still valid." The elf leader said, "Now there are some differences from what we agreed before. I didn't do it before. Now Saito is dead, and it seems that something has been done to his body. It's a little different from what I said before." Wu Heng stood on the deck, with 2 tall skeletons beside him, and said, "It was this game that killed him. What does it have to do with me? Everyone is here." The crowd behind began to whisper, and the 2 heroes frowned. He glanced at the dwarf leader. "If we divide the responsibilities, I am also a secondary responsibility, and this strange object is the main responsibility." "Damn it!" the dwarf leader cursed. The strange object was his, and now he has become a murderer. The elf chief flicked his sleeves and continued, "We will hold a chief meeting after we go back. We will try our best to help you get what we promised you." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "Okay, by the way, it's mainly about the Vatican. If there are churches around the Emerald Sea and my territory, I will directly arrange for the skeleton army to drive them away. We will communicate with the Vatican." The elf chief took a deep breath. "Do you want to go back to the headquarters with us? It's a good opportunity to have a meeting and discuss it." "Go to the headquarters? In the Emerald Sea? I still have confidence. I'm unfamiliar with the place there. The Emerald Sea is in a mess now. I have to deal with it first. I will visit the chiefs at the headquarters when I have time," Wu Heng said politely. "Okay, you settle it here?" The elf chief nodded and continued to order the crew around him, "Turn around and return." Wu Heng was about to leave when he thought of something else and said, "Captain Claudio, there is one more thing." "What's wrong?" The elf looked over. "The new flag bearer of Treasure Island is a bit strange. The new instructions have caused chaos in the Emerald Sea," Wu Heng said. "The local flag bearer is an elf, and he has reached level 19, and is an elder of the association. Such a series of identities are like buffs added to him. It's okay for Wu Heng to deal with it himself, but it's completely unnecessary, especially at this time. It's easy to offend the 2 elf leaders." The elf leader frowned and thought for a while. "Eleanor? They are really familiar with each other." "Yes." "Is it a big impact on the Emerald Sea at present?" The elf leader frowned. He roughly guessed something. "Not much," Wu Heng replied. "If you feel that he is not competent for this job, let the local deacon write a report and transfer him back then," the elf leader said directly. "Okay. Then I go back first," Wu Heng said, sitting on the back of the shining skeleton and moving away from the ship. After watching Wu Heng and the skeleton go away and making sure they would not come back, the elf leader released Saito's ghost. The religious leader looked around warily, and his face was angry again. "Damn it. Bruno, what kind of strange thing is this? Without this strange thing, the elves and dwarves would have saved him, and the possibility of his death was really small. Using this strange thing, he died here instead." The dwarf said, "We have used the game board before, and this situation has never happened before. This strange thing was obtained by the dwarves a long time ago, and several people also studied it separately. There really has never been a situation where the game mechanism harms people." The religious leader wanted to continue to say something, but the elf leader said, "Let's talk about other things when we get back. I will revive you first." After that, he took out a scroll engraved with the resurrection technique from the space ring. The religious leader snorted coldly, and floated beside the corpse angrily, waiting to be pulled back into the body. Through this battle, more information that was not available before was obtained. The boy's fighting power, ghosts, skeletons, and the mushroom cloud that destroyed the body of the god servant. These are all valuable information. As long as the church is fine, this failure is only a temporary setback. He is still the religious leader, and the foundation of the church is enough to crush the insignificant Treasure Island. After waiting for a while, The religious leader looked up in confusion and saw the elf leader holding a torn scroll in his hand, with an ugly face. "What's wrong?" The religious leader frowned. The elf leader pondered for a moment and replied, "The corpse has been used with the power of the dead, and the resurrection spell cannot be effective." The dwarf leader raised his eyebrows, and the religious leader was stunned for a moment, and then his face was ferocious. "Wu Hung, damn thing. He is a damn traitor, a pagan, a dwarf." At this time, he could no longer maintain the calmness and composure of the leader, and cursed like crazy. If the body cannot be resurrected, he is no different from a lonely ghost. The church, the attitude towards ghosts is no different from that towards necromancers. Damn it, the elf leader sighed, and now thinking back, when the dwarf stopped the skeleton, the corpse did change a little. It should be at that time that Wu Hung did something to him. "Sayu, calm down. Let's go back first. We will find a way to revive you," said the elf leader. "Ah!" Sayu still roared at the sea. "Come back first. When we return to the headquarters, we will find a way together," the elf leader said again. The religious leader was put back into the prop. The deck was quiet again. The dwarf looked at the body of the religious leader being put away, and said, "Wu Hung is determined to kill him. Well, if we don't come, he will only die faster." The elf replied. The two heroes had the pressure of the association behind them. In this case, Wu Hung still killed Sayu, and the body was also tampered with. Although the ghost still exists, it is basically useless. The dwarf pondered for a moment, then said, "Why do I feel like he's dragging me down with him? It's not a big problem. There was no better way at the time." The elf leader said, and then said, "Through your strange item, we may have to reevaluate Wu Hung's combat effectiveness. In the eyes of all veteran heroes, Wu Hung is a newly promoted hero. But through this game, we have a better understanding of Wu Hung's combat effectiveness. Not only is he stronger than Saidu in strength, he also passed all the other attributes in the game. In other words, his other attributes may have reached the level of a hero. A hero with high attributes. It's a bit scary." The dwarf thought for a while and said, "During the game, he mentioned taking potions, right? It's possible. It seems that we should pay more attention to the next potion auction." The elf leader nodded. The ship began to return, and the flags fluttered in the sea breeze. The elf continued, "Don't forget our bet." The dwarf's eyes narrowed. "It was just a joke. Why did you take it seriously? If I win, I will never take your things. You want to cheat? You are a hero. Do you still have shame?" The elf leader frowned. The dwarf didn't care. "Anyway, I won't give it to you, but I can lend it to you." "Humph! Uncle, just let them go." Xiao Xiao flew aside, with a tone of unwillingness. Grinda followed and said, "Your uncle can't really do anything to the other two heroes of the association, otherwise he will really be a public enemy. They attacked us first, and now they run away because they can't beat us. It's too bullying." Xiao Xiao flew on his back, arms folded, and said angrily. Benny echoed, "One day, use missiles to blow them all to death." "Yes, blow them all to death. Who is afraid of who?" Xiao Xiao agreed. Wu Hung sat on the back of the skeleton. With the sound of whistling wind in his ears, Glinda stole the body of the corpse, and Saida couldn't use that body to revive, and he was almost dead. "Really? Why didn't I see it?" Xiao Xiao said. "It was done quietly, and I didn't dare to do it in front of the two heroes, because it was too big," Glinda replied. "It's what he deserved. He bullied us." Xiao Xiao continued to say. One person and 3 souls chatted while flying, returning to the place where they had fought before. The reef had disappeared. If there were no floating debris around, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place. Wu Hung took out the flying carpet and floated in the air. Then he said, "Search carefully and collect any strange items and props you can find. Collect all the space rings, and the dead Pope's body, don't let it drift away." The skeletons and ghosts immediately dispersed. They began to search for spoils and the Pope's body. Lopez City, Snake Emblem Consortium. Lady, wearing a red dress, stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. The door knocked, and a subordinate walked in and said softly, "Miss, I heard the news that the Holy See has issued a holy war, and the target is Treasure Island." Lady's eyes condensed, and her heart also lifted. At this time, she bet everything on the new hero. Chapter 957. Treasure Island, Shannara's residence. The crystal chandelier reflected an amber light. Shannara waved her hand gently, and the skeleton attendant pushed open the closed door. The wealthy merchants who were still in a panic last night were now talking and laughing as they rushed to the courtyard. I said, "How could heroes fight easily? The jeweler brushed the snack crumbs on his sleeves. Come all the way to attack Treasure Island. You didn't say that last night. You asked everyone to find a ship to leave the island. Now you are pretending to be a tough guy. Someone interrupted with a sneer. The crowd burst into laughter, as if what happened last night had never happened. After all, if something really happened, it would have been called last night. There is no news until now. It must be the same as what the fifth elder said. The association stepped in to suppress the conflict between the two sides. But most people still went to the port together. See if there are any ships from the Holy See, and whether they are allowed to leave. Living room. The fifth elder of the Wood Elves stirred the silver spoon in the teacup, making a few crisp clashes. Is there anything accurate about the Island Master's mansion? Shanila took the phone, quickly edited a text and sent it out, and then said, the fleet of the Holy See was sunk, and Treasure Island is safe. The battle situation of the ship can be seen through the Emerald Sea sand table. Shanila used her phone to keep in touch with the Island Master's mansion, and she could receive news from the outside at the first time. Sunk? The fifth elder's eyes condensed. Didn't they say that the association was mediating? Why did they go to war directly? Shanila said, the premise of mediation is that both parties are willing to sit at the negotiation table, and the other party is obviously unwilling. Last night, in order to stabilize these people, Shannara publicly announced that the association was mediating the fight between the two sides. Now that the words have been spoken, the rest should be said in the same way as last night. The fifth elder looked a little solemn, and he hesitated several times before he slowly said, it seems that there is a lot of risk in cooperating with the leader of Wu Hung. It has not been long since the Wood Elves and Treasure Island cooperated, but things have happened one after another. The relationship with the church has now developed into a direct confrontation. Any investment carries certain risks. Shannara stood up and stood at the window, looking outside and said, the fifth elder raised his eyebrows. Shannara, your tone now is like someone from Treasure Island. I am just stating the facts. If the Wood Elves waver, it will only make the race continue to decline. Shannara turned and leaned on the windowsill. On one side is the lover, and on the other side is the race. Shannara hopes that the two sides will cooperate closely, and even say that the Wood Elves and Wu Hung will be bound together. The Wood Elves need a hero to back up and support the race. Wu Hung needs resources, which are not just money and materials, but also population, land and reputation. If both sides can get what they need, Shannara will be able to do better. The fifth elder pondered for a moment, then said, maybe you are right. I will write to the Council of Elders, send the complete information here, and listen to the Council of Elders' opinions. Ding dong. As she spoke, Shannara's cell phone rang, and she lowered her head to check the incoming message. Her eyes lit up slightly. She raised her head again, and said with a smile, I am going to the island owner's mansion. You may as well wait for me to bring back accurate information before you write to me. The island owner's mansion bathroom. The warm mist was lingering in the bathroom. Wu Hung leaned on the edge of the bathtub, closed his eyes and thought, reviewing the battle with the church in his mind. My current strength is enough to deal with two heroes at the same time on the sea. I remember that the last time I fought with the previous pope, I was still struggling. It can be said that I was a desperate counterattack. This time my combat effectiveness has obviously been greatly improved. In addition to its own high attributes, it depends to a large extent on the blessing of Zayin Shu. Ancient skills. Wu Hung opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, frowned slightly. It stands to reason that spells and skills should be continuously optimized and strengthened with the development of the times. But the reality is that those ancient inheritances are even more terrifying. One Zayin Shu has allowed him to fight two heroes at sea. So what if he has more ancient skills? It seems that I have to improve my relationship with that lady. Wu Hung murmured in a low voice. I should be able to get more information about ancient skills from her. However, the current focus is on the dynamics of the church and the reaction of the association. This ambush at sea almost wiped out the elite holy war forces sent by the church, and even the new pope was defeated by me. Are there any heroes in the temple? Will the god be alarmed by this? These are all things I need to pay attention to. Fighting with heroes is no longer a problem, but I still have to be careful not to attract the attention of the gods. I still have to speed up the collection of faith. Only by completing the needs of the panel as soon as possible can I ensure that I have enough trump cards to deal with higher level threats. As his thoughts turned, he thought of the dwarf's chessboard wonder. Controlling a hero-level strongman and forcing him to play a game of moving grids. This ability is simply incredible. This thing, it can't be related to the modern world. It seems that the popularity of fantasy culture in the modern world was originally driven by a board game. What's more terrifying is that this wonder seems to have self-awareness, and can even actively provoke conflicts and forcibly change the rules of the game. If the elves and dwarves hadn't used the immunity scroll, their casualties would have been even more serious. The conflict would have been even greater at that time. Wu Heng took a deep breath and began to gather his thoughts and sort out what he needed to do later. First, improve the relationship between himself and the lady. It's better to let her become my ghost. Tied to me, helping me is helping her. The second point is to pay attention to the headquarters and the church, so that if there is any danger, I can have a good idea in my mind. The most important thing is to collect faith. Only when you become stronger can you solve the problem from the root. After thinking about everything, Wu Heng got up from the bathtub. Water drops slid down his recovered skin, but some traces of incomplete recovery could still be seen. He picked up a towel to wipe his body, changed into a set of clean clothes, and pushed the door out of the bathroom. The living room on the first floor. It was already full of people at this time. Xiao Shufei was on the coffee table, telling the scene of the battle with the Holy See with a beaming face. Then the Pope and the religious leader, swish, the two of them merged together directly, and turned into another person with 6 wings and golden light all over his body. Xiao Xiao gestured with his hands, imitating the appearance of 2 people turning into 1 person. Several people sitting around the room exclaimed. The maids clenched their skirts, and Zalagui and Shiryali also stared. The most frightening thing is that sword. Xiao Xiao suddenly raised her voice. It's so big, even bigger than the one released by the Pope last time, and it chopped down with a bang. The many women in the house also widened their eyes, as if they really saw a huge sword falling from their heads. Last night, if you didn't rest in the room, you could also see the golden light rising into the sky when you looked towards the battle area. Then, she continued to tell the story with exaggeration. From Wu Heng defeating the 6-winged golden man, then killing the Pope, and chasing the religious hero. She didn't see a large part of the scene. After all, she went back to Wu Heng's body for a while, but she heard a lot from Granda, plus some of her own performance. Master, riding on Shanshan to chase the religious hero? Catwoman Robe's eyes sparkled. Of course. Xiao Xiao said proudly, with our help, Uncle will be killed without a single piece of armor left. If the heroes from the association hadn't come later, they would have been able to kill the religious heroes this time. Wow! Master is so powerful. The maids exclaimed, and then seeing Xiao Xiao's expectant eyes, they added, Xiao Xiao is also very powerful. Hee, it's okay. Xiao Xiao smiled happily. Compared to the excited and cheering maids. Shawnera, Zalagui and Shiryali on the side all stared with their eyes wide open, and have not recovered yet. Wu Heng killed another pope, and then chased the religious leader and hacked all the way. If the association's fleet hadn't come, I'm afraid the religious leader would have been left behind. Is Wu Heng so powerful now? One person can destroy the entire fleet of the Holy Temple, and kill one hero and drive away another. Oh my god, even in the story of the hero selection, this kind of content has never appeared. After a brief surprise, Shawnera was the first to smile. I want to see what the 5 elders will look like when I go back. At this time, footsteps came from the stairs. Everyone turned their heads, and saw Wu Heng walking down slowly, with the ends of his hair still wet. Master! The maids rushed forward. Well, good boy. Wu Heng touched the heads of several people, and then looked at the others below. Everyone came so quickly. When he just came back, Wu Heng asked Minnie to notify everyone to come over. One is to report safety, and the second is to explain the next things. Chanela asked, Xiao Xiao, you are injured? Some minor injuries, almost recovered. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa, and Minnie brought him a cup of tea. Xiao Xiao immediately floated over. Uncle, please testify. Philippa said I was bragging. Philippa said, Xiao Xiao, you have skills. You sank more than 20 ships at once. I have been a captain for so many years. Why haven't I heard of any skills so powerful? Wu Heng smiled and said, I just learned it. After reaching the hero level, the skills will be more exaggerated. Xiao Xiao said to Philippa with an expression of I didn't lie to you, you are not a hero, of course you don't know. Besides, what's there to brag about? I will be so powerful in the future. Philippa turned her head away unyieldingly. Xiao Xiao made a face at Philippa and flew to Minnie. Chanela clapped her hands gently and looked at Wu Heng, gathering us here, is there something? Yes, there is something. Wu Heng put down the teacup. First, Treasure Island will lift martial law, resume ships and trade, and second, publish the latest newspaper tomorrow, reporting the defeat of the Vatican team, the killing of the new pope by me, and the escape of the religious leader. You will handle this, where? Andwire's fox ears moved slightly, and she whispered, Master, will it cause you trouble if the newspaper directly publishes these? Since we have already torn our faces, we should try to increase our influence as much as possible, Wu Heng said directly. In fact, his idea is also very simple, which is to increase his influence. Only by doing something incredible can we better collect faith. I understand. I will arrange it in the afternoon. And Wyatt nodded immediately. The third point. Wu Heng looked at Chanela. You are still responsible for the churches in various places. Arrange them as soon as possible. Don't be stingy with the money. Spend what you should spend. The Wood Elves are building several churches. Calculating the time, it should be about the same. After all, the buildings are ready, and the main thing is some decoration work. Chanela nodded. I will prepare when I go back, and try to speed up as soon as possible. Wu Heng continued. Macintosh. You arrange people to strengthen the information gathering on the island, and prepare to form an eyeliner organization around the Emerald Sea. Okay. Macintosh nodded. That's all I want to say. The most important thing is to tell you that I am fine, and Treasure Island will be fine. Wu Heng smiled again. The others also smiled. Anvir continued, by the way, Master, the flag bearer is still in prison, and he kept saying that you can't win. Wu Heng suddenly remembered this and said, Shilagui, when you go back, write a letter to the headquarters and say that this flag bearer is not suitable for the work of Treasure Island and transfer him back. I have already told Chief Claudio in advance. Shilagui finally waited for her mission, and nodded in agreement. Okay, I will write it when I get back. Okay, that's it. Prepare the banquet in the evening, and come to eat after you are done. Wu Heng said with a smile. Great. It's time to eat again. Robe cheered. Philippa said, Can I bring my mother? Let's eat something good too. Okay. After the matter was explained, everyone was busy with their own affairs according to the mission area. Wu Heng took Xiao Xiao upstairs, called the other two ghosts who were chatting, opened the door and walked in. Blood Clan, the capital. Lilith's boot heels tapped the obsidian floor, echoing in the empty hall. The illuminated stone wall lamps on both sides stretched the shadows, extending all the way to the throne in front. On the high platform, the man leaned lazily on the scarlet throne, his dark red robe drooping like a bloody waterfall, his fingertips gently tapping the handrails, overlapping with Lilith's footsteps. You came back earlier than I expected. The man's voice was as rough as gravel. Should I be relieved or disappointed? Lilith stood in front of the steps, the light of the illuminated stone reflected on her face. Since you have escaped by chance, why come back to die? Lilith's tone was as calm as ever. The figure on the throne leaned forward slightly, and the blood-red eyes looking over were like the eyes of a demon from hell peeping at the world, with hatred, resentment, and excitement of revenge. Going to die? I don't think so. The man sneered, and raised his hand to hold up 7 family emblems in the air with blood-colored threads. Guess which hand they signed the letter of allegiance with? Lilith snorted coldly, and the corners of her robe moved without wind. A series of blood blades condensed into a ring of thorns behind her, and suddenly shot out. Heh! You forgot who taught you this trick. The man wanted to speak, but his mouth disappeared in the next second. Then, he recovered quickly, and the same blood blade shot forward. The stained glass exploded, and 2 figures entangled and rushed into the night sky. Lilith's bat wings tore through the thick fog, but were pierced by the scarlet scepter in the next second. Countless blood thorns burst out of her body. The man stroked the beating heart on the top of the scepter and sighed softly. After so many years, you really haven't made much progress. The scepter suddenly twisted and deformed, turning into a blood snake that wrapped around his neck. In the mist, Lilith's body began to reorganize, and blood kept dripping. Chapter 958. Walking out of the gate, cold air hits you in the face. Wu Heng casually turns on the air conditioner and raises the temperature. After releasing the 3 ghosts, Xiao Xiao turns around in the air and says to Benny, Sister, let's go see the zombies. Benny nods and flies out with him. Wu Heng sits down in front of the monitor, while Brenda floats calmly beside him, and says, The power of this missile is really terrifying. Brenda has always believed that the biggest advantage of missiles is that they can strike accurately. After all, when the South Korean base wanted to lock Wu Heng with a satellite, everyone in the base was very nervous. It was quite shocking to see the real effect this time. One missile hit the divine servant, who was the combination of the Pope and the religious leader, leaving only a remnant, and fell into the sea to recover. The power can be said to be no worse than the big move released by the divine servant, the giant sword that reaches the sky. The most important thing is that there are several on the treasure island, and they can all be thrown out. It's scary just to think about it. Wu Heng smiled and said, Yeah, I said a long time ago that modern weapons are also very powerful. Grinda was silent for a while, his eyes flickering, if it can be mass-produced like ordinary artillery shells. The threshold for missiles will be higher. Wu Heng took out a black coat from the space ring and put it on, but the information is still there, and production is just a matter of time. Each country has preserved the information. Wu Heng has the information of the Korean base. You can also exchange with other bases. Next time you meet an enemy, throw the missiles over first. Grinda suggested. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Good tactics. Pushing open the door, the corridor was chilly. Glinda floated aside and asked, "Where are you going?" "Go to the coroner and take out the internal organs. Maybe they will be useful in the future." Wu Heng walked out. Glinda muttered, "You really don't waste anything." In the past, corpses would be sent to the association's autopsy room for the coroner there to perform autopsies. But this time the corpse is the Pope, so it's not good to send it there again. There is also a skeleton coroner in the prison. In the past, he was responsible for dissecting some organs from zombies and giving them to the alchemical skeleton as experimental materials. Walking into the autopsy room, Wu Heng took out the Pope's body, take out the internal organs of the body, and put them in the organ jar. The skeleton coroner nodded, lifted the body onto the operating table, and performed the autopsy skillfully. Wu Heng and Glinda waited for a while. The organs were sorted and put into the organ jar for sealing. No need to sew the body. Wu Heng interrupted the coroner's next move. The coroner stood aside. Wu Heng directly released bone service. The flesh and blood of the body fell off, and a skeleton sat up from the iron bed. Skeleton Mage, level 16, Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Level 16. The same level as last time, the transformed Pope's skeleton. What's wrong? Grinda saw him frowning and asked. Only level 16. Wu Heng replied. Grinda floated closer, and his soul circled around the skeleton. It's the same as the result of the last transformation of the Pope. The transformation of priest-type professions is attenuated. The third volume of the Book of the Dead mentioned that, including the sorcerer profession, most of their power comes from the gods they serve, and it will naturally dissipate after death. Wu Heng had also seen this content. And several times of transformation of the clergy of the church have also verified it. I know, but it feels a bit regrettable. Wu Heng said helplessly. His eyes fell on the skeleton again, and the skeleton panel appeared. Skeleton Mage, level 16. Level 16. Attributes: Constitution 34, Strength 20, Agility 25, Intelligence 37, Perception 34, Charm 18. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Hero Skeleton. Skills: Undead Sword Chi. Hero Skeleton. Skeleton transformed after the death of the hero's power remains in the bones. Undead Sword Chi. It can make the power of the dead condense into a sword. Sure enough, the attributes are also very similar. The level has not reached the hero level. But in the characteristics, the hero skeleton is still retained. According to Wu Heng's understanding, the hero power left when becoming a hero, this kind of skeleton also has the ability to kill heroes. Let's go back first, and then let Li Yang arrange a place for it to upgrade. Wu Heng walked out with the skeleton and the ghost. Returned to the monitoring room. Xiao Xiao and Benny were chatting in the room. When they saw Wu Heng coming in, they flew over directly. "Uncle, where have you been?" Then, his eyes fell on the new skeleton that followed behind him. Who is it? The skeleton transformed by the new Pope. Wu Heng put away his coat. You can give it a name. Don't make it too long, otherwise the enemy will cut it 3 times if you call the name. It's not that serious. Xiao Xiao pondered and muttered, I want a better one. Wu Heng looked at Benny. Have any zombies reached level 20? Not yet, but it should be soon. Benny replied. In order to deal with the attack of the church, Wu Heng asked the alchemical skeleton to increase the frequency of feeding corpse cores. But he didn't expect that the church fleet would come so quickly. After the battle, the corpse core thing was not implemented for a few days. It's not a big problem. Anyway, it can be used later. Observe for a few more days. Wu Heng said, and took out his mobile phone. Benny saw that he was going to make a call, so she flew to the back to discuss the name with Xiao Xiao. I found Li Yaheng's number, and dialed it directly. Wu Heng. Li Yaheng's voice came from the other side. What are you doing? Wu Heng asked with a smile. What else can I do? Read some documents. Do you have something to do with me? Li Yang asked back. Wu Heng said, remember the skeleton I asked you to arrange before? Wearing a long robe, always walking with his hands behind his back, like a leader from nowhere? Li Yang asked in retrospect. Yes, has it been arranged? Wu Heng asked. It has been arranged to the front of the zombie clearing. What arrangements are there? Li Yong continued to ask. Wu Heng said, send him back, and I will arrange a new skeleton to replace him. Okay, I will tell him later. Li Yong said, and continued, next week is the new year, and the base will hold a party. Do you want to attend? It's the new year again. Time flies so fast. Wu Heng thought for a while, and said, notify me in advance, and I will prepare rewards for some members with good performance in each base. Li Yong also smiled, if you participate, everyone will be more motivated. I have nothing else to do. Please arrange the skeleton as soon as possible. Wu Heng said. Understood. I drive you there in the next 2 days. After the two of them finished talking, they hung up the phone. Xiao Xiao flew over. I've thought about it. I call him Pope Guang Guang. The room was quiet. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. This name sounds a bit strange, and can it be without the word Pope? Didn't Uncle say he was not afraid of the Holy See? Xiao Xiao muttered to the side. I'm not afraid, but naming the skeleton Pope directly will give people a feeling of provoking trouble. Wu Heng said. Grinda also added, your uncle also has a sect. He was also a pope before he became a god. Oh! Uncle is also a pope. Xiao Xiao flew to the other end. I have another name, called Golden Corn Man. Where did you get the inspiration? Wu Heng asked. Don't you feel that the lightsaber it makes looks like corn kernels flying in the sky? Xiao Xiao stared with big eyes. Wu Heng glanced at Granda and Benny, and the two souls shrugged, indicating that it didn't matter. I feel that 5 words are a bit long. Corn Sword Saint. How about this name? Xiao Xiao said again. The name is also okay. Then what do you plan to name the previous pope? I think it's okay to rank it so that I don't forget it. Wu Heng said. What about the previous one? Which one? Xiao Xiao recalled. Granda reminded, it's the one who attacked the island alone last time, and was killed by your uncle. Oh, didn't I name him? Then, the previous one was called Corn Sword Saint number 1, and this one is called number 2. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Heng said to the skeleton, from now on, you will be called Corn Sword Master number 2. The skeleton nodded and stood aside as usual. Stayed in the room with the ghosts for a while. Turn off the air conditioner, and return to Treasure Island. As dusk approached, the dinner at the island owner's house began. The lights were bright, making the entire restaurant warm and elegant. The women sat around the long table, their skirts spread out like petals around the chairs. Sanera cut the barbecue elegantly, glanced at the elf sisters, who were equally exquisitely dressed, then retracted her gaze and looked at Wu Heng. I told the 5th elder about your victory over the church, and he also wrote a letter to the Council of Elders. There was no intention to hide this matter, and the newspaper will be on sale tomorrow. It doesn't matter whether you say it or not. What is the attitude of the 5th elder? Wu Heng asked curiously. Chanela said, what attitude can he have? Apart from being frightened, he will write the details in the letter, and let the elders decide. But I think the Wood Elves will increase their cooperation with Treasure Island. Hillary and Shiryali on the side ate their food in small bites, but their ears were perked up. They knew that the Wood Elves and Treasure Island were very close, and cooperated in many places. Now it sounds deeper than they thought. Wu Heng said, let's see what the attitude of the elders will be. What about the Church of the Wood Elves? Chanela replied, this time, the reply should be mentioned in the letter. Wu Heng nodded to show that he understood. Then, Anweer mentioned the situation of newspaper sales tomorrow, and then everyone started chatting casually. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the plump woman in a light blue dress next to Philippa. Millicent, Philippa's mother. Millicent, what level are you at? Wu Heng suddenly asked, and the chatter at the table became much quieter. Her career scroll was given to her by Wu Heng. Before, when Treasure Island was still unstable, she was an informant to provide him with information. Until now, she has not been needed to provide any information for a long time. Sir, I am level 3. Millicent said in a low voice, a little restrained. Wu Heng thought for a while, and then said, the upgrade of the investigator is a little special. Wire will arrange a job for her in the city hall tomorrow, so hurry up and improve her level. Millicent understood what Wu Heng meant, but still said, the tavern. Arrange your subordinates to manage it. Philippa's level is getting higher and higher, and you have to work hard. Wu Heng said. Yes, sir. Millicent said. Philippa also said, I take you to the city hall tomorrow. After talking about a few things, the women continued to chat about interesting things on the island, and occasionally there was crisp laughter. After dinner, several people went to the audiovisual room to watch a movie. Wu Heng went upstairs alone, and walked into the radio room. Radio room. The room was quiet, Wu Heng picked up the phone and dialed Wen Manche's number. Master. Wen Manche's voice came from the receiver, with a coquettish tone. Then, it turned to a video call. Wu Heng saw Wen Manche with long red hair and a beige nightgown across from him. Smiling, he asked, How is your side? The army of the Yeko Kingdom crossed the limestone canyon this morning. Wen Manche's tone suddenly became cold. It seems that they are going to go to war with us directly. As expected. The religious leader's threat was not bluffing. The church did make some arrangements in Rentam City. The plan was to let the army of the Kingdom of Yeko attack directly. In fact, it was easy to think about this matter. If the church attacked Treasure Island and killed me, then the skeleton army of Rentam City would also collapse due to the death of the Necromancer. At that time, the army of the Kingdom of Yeko could march north in one fell swoop and take over the entire city of Rentam. Is your side safe? Wu Heng asked. Master, don't worry, I'm safe here, and I'm not afraid of the army of the Kingdom of Yeko. If they were really capable, they would have attacked us long ago. Why wait until now? Wen Manche's tone was full of disdain for the eldest prince. Wu Heng thought about it, and decided to tell her what happened here. The army of the Yek Kingdom is related to the church. I killed the Pope and the army of the church. They arranged for the Yek Kingdom to deal with Rentam City. Wen Manche in the video frowned. Isn't the Pope dead? The new Pope. Wen Manche's eyes widened. The new Pope was killed again. What has her master done? A figure like the Pope is killed one by one when he takes office? It feels faster than the change of leader of the gang in Rentam City. Wu Heng continued, Tomorrow I will arrange a few level 20 skeletons to protect you. If the church intervenes, it will definitely arrange some masters in it. When Manche came back to her senses, I feel okay. The skeletons you arranged for me should be able to deal with it. It's better to be careful. If there is danger, take your daughter and leave with the scroll. Wu Heng instructed. Okay, I listen to my master. Wen Manche smiled. Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued, I have also protected the strange machine master I arranged to go there. There are only so few people, so don't let anything go wrong. Don't worry, except for the city lord's mansion, they are the safest. Wen Manche said with a smile. Then, Wen Manche brought her daughter over. Wu Heng teased his daughter together, and hung up the phone. Then, he called Lilith again, but no one answered. She must have been put into the space ring. According to the time, Lilith should be almost at the territory of the Blood Clan. Wait for her to answer the phone and ask where it is. It should be no problem for me to go there, and deal with the Blood Clan hero together. Wait for the other party to call back. Return to the study. 3 ghosts floated aside. Not far away, the Ghost Queen also floated above the magic soul pot, controlling the stylus with telekinesis and dragging the tablet screen. Her learning ability is quite fast. Let her use it after 2 touches. Wu Heng sat on the chair, tapping the armrest with his fingertips. If you promise not to cause trouble. Wu Heng looked at the Empress and continued, You can ask Glinda and the others to take you out for some fresh air. The ghost watching the movie turned his head and looked at him, his eyes alert. What are you planning? Chapter 959. The Ghost Queen stared at him vigilantly. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair, stroking the armrests. You are already a captive. What else can I do? Now that the island is safe and there are fewer tourists, I plan to let you go out for some fresh air. If you don't want to, forget it. Humph. The queen narrowed her fox eyes. The Holy See is attacking. Let you suddenly show kindness. The news she received was still about the Holy Sea's attack on Treasure Island. Wu Heng suddenly wanted to let her go out for some fresh air, which made her very suspicious whether the Holy Sea's army was on the way. This kid was kind enough to find out that he wanted her to see the territory he built before running away. Aunt Xiao Xiao, who was eavesdropping on the side, flew over immediately. You look like the suspicious villains in those costume dramas. That's right. She pinched her neck and imitated the tone. I don't believe it. This must be a trap set by the bad guys. Little brat, the queen rolled her eyes at her. Although I didn't quite understand some of it, I knew it wasn't a good thing. Benny also floated over and said, Don't worry, the Vatican's fleet has sunk in the Emerald Sea, and the 2 heroes have been driven away. Just relying on him, a hero who has just been promoted for a few months. The queen sneered. Xiao Xiao pinched her waist. Don't look down on me. We killed a pope, and the religious leader could only turn into a ghost and escape. He is much more powerful than you. The queen looked at Wu Heng suspiciously. The latter said, There is no need to lie to you. The Vatican's affairs have been resolved. There will be basically no problems for a long time to come. Xiao Xiao added, We also killed the previous pope. After saying that, she straightened her chest. The queen frowned and stood there for a long time without making any moves. She had imagined countless possibilities. Wu Hong fled in panic, the Holy See massacred Treasure Island, and even escaped in the chaos. But she didn't expect this ending. Moreover, the previous pope was also killed by Wu Hong. Why didn't she get this information? If there was this information, she would definitely not just use the priestess to frame him. Wu Hong continued, I'm afraid you're bored. If you don't want to go out, forget it, you can watch a movie at home. The queen's tone was choked, and she turned her head away, as if she was angry, and asked, what are the conditions? After all, she still wanted to go out and take a look. No one wants to be locked up in the magic soul pot all day long, and these three ghosts chat every day and talk about many things outside. It made her want to go out and take a look even more. Wu Hong smiled. First, follow Granda, and second, don't hurt anyone. That's it? The queen was even more suspicious. Besides these, don't you want to exchange anything? No requirements, just don't cause trouble. Wu Hong continued. As he spoke, a light suddenly lit up in the distance outside the window, and all the street lights in Treasure Island were lit up. Can I go out now? The queen suddenly asked. Wu Hong glanced at Granda. How much is left? I've finished writing. Granda flew over and handed him the written content. Do you see if there is anything that needs to be changed? Granda wrote the content of the newspaper to be published tomorrow. Granda was not responsible for other news, but all matters related to Wu Hong and publicity needed to be written by Granda himself. Very good, you take the queen out for a walk. Don't come back too late. She will easily dissipate if she leaves the magic pot for too long. Wu Hong said. Okay, I take you to the tavern on the island first, and then go directly to the entertainment city. Glinda said. The queen nodded. Xiao Xiao raised her hand. I want to go too. Wu Hong nodded. Go ahead, take care of the queen. Okay, Xiao Xiao said, and went through the wall directly. The queen looked over here and flew out, followed by Glinda and Bernie. The ghosts in the house all left. The sound of women talking came from the corridor. Wu Hong opened the door and walked out, and saw that several people had finished watching the movie and were walking out while chatting. Seeing him coming out, Zalagwi walked over quickly. It's getting dark, Shiryali, and I will go back first. Wu Hong took her hand. Zalagwi subconsciously wanted to pull it back, but was held tighter. Don't go back. Wu Hong whispered, just live here. Zalagwi's pointed ears instantly turned red, and she quickly glanced at the other people not far away, lowering her voice. It's so embarrassing to be seen by others, and Shiryali and I stayed to accompany you. You dislike me, Wu Hong said unhappily. No. I'm a deacon, and you're a hero of the association. If this kind of thing gets out, it will have a bad impact on you. Zalagwi looked behind her again. How about you go back with us? Shiryali misses you so much. Wu Hong saw her cautious look and felt a little funny, and said, I go to see you in 2 days. Zalagwi nodded. Okay, don't forget. After saying that, he turned around and pretended to walk back to where Shannara and the others were. Wu Hong and the maids escorted the two sisters to the gate of the island owner's mansion. Watching the carriage gradually disappear. The gate closed again, and the few people began to prepare to rest. Bedroom. Wu Hong lay on the bed and waited for a while, and Shannara pushed the door and walked in. There were still drops of water on the ends of her hair, leaving dark traces on the silk nightgown. She lifted the corner of the quilt and lay down, with the fragrance of flowers after bathing. Wu Hong wrapped his arms around her waist from behind, with his palms on her flat belly. Shannara gently patted the back of his hand, with a voice full of blame. I was so worried that I didn't sleep last night. Don't make trouble today. You've worked hard. Wu Hong turned her around, stroked her cheek with his fingertips, and lowered his head to hold the two soft lips. Shannara still wanted to rest, but soon melted into this kiss, responding softly. When they separated, her breathing was a little disordered. Why am I so hard? Wu Hong's hand slid under the hem of her nightgown, his palm pressed against the curve of her lower back. With you here, I dare to give it a try. Shannara suddenly turned over and pressed him down, her long hair falling like a waterfall. The conflict between you and the Holy See has become stagnant. I want to move the commercial area to the city of Nidal to reduce the impact of the conflict with the Holy See. Wu Hong supported her waist and said, wait a little longer. The eldest prince of the Yeko Kingdom is also cooperating with the Holy See to send troops. Let's see the situation after a while and make plans. The Yeko Kingdom sent troops? Shannara frowned. It's okay. The Holy See has been beaten back by us. The rest are all trivial matters. Wu Hong said, turning over and covering her in the shadow. The voice disappeared in the intertwined breaths. The next day, at the Golden Sail Tavern. That religious leader, Saidu, laughed wildly. Wu Hung, don't you claim to be righteous? Don't you want to protect this island? Today, I will let you watch this island disappear with your own eyes, and the people on the island die because of you. On the stage, the bard's tone suddenly rose, imitating the religious leader's hideous expression. Curses broke out from the audience. This religious leader really doesn't look like a leader at all. Unable to beat the owner of Wuheng Island, he actually wants to use the lives of ordinary professionals on the island to retaliate. What's the difference between them and those gang robbers? The poet let the angry curses ring out, and the tone suddenly changed, becoming rapid and high-pitched at this moment. The sky heard the roar of bone wings flapping. The island owner's skeleton servant flapped his wings and flew over, taking the island owner to chase after him. Saidu's face changed. He turned around and fled, like a drowned dog being chased by a sea monster. But how could the island owner let him go? He chased him all the way, using the waves as swords and the wind as blades. Before the other party escaped to the association's fleet, the island owner chopped his body into pieces and turned him into a ghost, and was protected by the people of the association. He sighed softly, alas. It's a pity that he missed one step, otherwise the island owner would be the first person to fight two heroes alone. There was a noisy discussion in the crowd, and the tavern was noisy. Then, the bard picked up the harp and began to hum along with a melodious tune. Look! The white cross hides the morning sun, and the hymns contain the sound of iron hooves. They say heretics should be buried in the waves, but they use torches to set fire to the fishermen's granaries. The sword of the judge is stained with the tears of children, and the cardinal is lying while counting gold coins. They say this is the will of the gods, but the waves are spitting on this dirty scepter. The treasure island was shaken by thunder, and the reefs burst into emerald light. He stepped on the waves like stepping on a star ring, with a golden disc in his left hand and a scepter of life in his right hand. He said, My island will not kneel to false gods, and he said, My people are my heart. The melodious singing spread out of the tavern, and the passing fishermen and children hummed along. Although I have always known that the owner of Wuheng Island is a very talented genius, I didn't expect that he would face the entire army of the Holy See and two heroes alone. In addition, after killing a pope, the other religious leader was also killed in the flesh, and only the soul was barely saved by the association's team. The island owner is too powerful. In the corner of the tavern, several outsiders dressed as merchants looked pale. One of the tall and thin men wearing gold-rimmed glasses had already tilted his wine glass, and the amber wine soaked his expensive robe. Didn't they say? The association mediated? His throat was tight, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The companion beside him tightly grasped today's Treasure Island Express, and the front page headline was printed, The Holy War was defeated. The Vatican fleet sank into the Emerald Sea, and the religious leader's body was annihilated. The accompanying picture was the wreckage of a burning warship in the distant sea, and the black smoke was circling the sky like a giant python. Shanela, this? The merchant squeezed out a curse from between his teeth. Yesterday, he said the situation was under control. No, we can't stay on the island. Let's leave quickly. Someone stood up suddenly. Several people jumped up as if awakened from a dream, knocked over the tables and chairs and left the tavern. On the street, the salty and humid sea breeze suddenly became biting. Hurry! Go to the dock. Where are the boats now? Rent. Buy. Steal. Several people rushed to the port, stumbling to the ticket office, and on the way they did not forget to grab the last few newspapers in the basket of the roadside newspaper bearer. When they take them back, the content on them is enough to shock everyone. Association Deacon Study. Shiryali pushed the door in a hurry and delivered the newspaper to Shilagwi. Now the whole street is singing this. The Vatican is notorious now. Shilagwi put down the pen and glanced at the catchy lyrics. It spread all over the island in one morning. It's relatively simple, and now the children can hum a few lines. Shiryali leaned against the bookcase and picked up a grape from the fruit plate and put it in her mouth. Shilagwi took it and looked at the content, raising her eyebrows. A banquet was held last night. The ballads are out. This speed is really fast. Too radical. The Holy See will not give up. The image of the Holy See in the past is relatively strong. Unlike the strong association, they are paranoid about fame and faith, and will not allow such news to spread outside. Treasure Island and the Holy See are still superficially peaceful, and the death of the previous pope was not announced to the public. This time, it was directly printed into a newspaper, and this newspaper will be sent to all parts of the Emerald Sea, including the headquarters. By then, everyone will know about this matter of the Holy See, and I am afraid that it will be a fight to the death. Sure, Yali spit out the grape seeds, which fell accurately into the trash can. What are you afraid of? Wu Hung dared to publish it in the newspaper, which means he is sure. Zalogwi felt that it made sense, nodded, and then asked, how is Eleanor? Eleanor is the name of the local flag bearer, who was previously imprisoned by Andweir. Sure, Yali said. He was released this morning, and has been in the study without going out. He will be transferred back in a few days, so there is no need to worry about him. Zalogwi continued. Wu Hung still gave the elves face, and just let him transfer away. That was also to give face to the two leaders of the headquarters. Sure, Yali added. Zalogwi hummed, and then said, you go and see him? Don't let anything happen. Okay. The flag bearer's study. The sunlight shone through the gauze curtains, casting a pale white on the table. Eleanor stared blankly at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes full of disbelief. Wu Hung won. Moreover, one person defeated two heroes. As a 19th level elf swordsman, he knows the gap between heroes and ordinary professionals better than other professionals. It's not just the gap in attributes, but also the crushing of life levels. But Wu Hung, a young man who has been promoted to hero for only a few months, actually fought 1 against 2 and killed one. Before, in the dungeon, I was calm because I thought Wu Hung would not win. But now it's different. Wu Hung is back, and he can't escape. He dares to kill even heroes, let alone himself. Cold sweat slid down his temples. As long as he borrowed some props, he could find out the truth. He would definitely not survive. Dong dong. The knock on the door sounded like a death knell. Eleanor stood up suddenly, and the chair scraped the ground with a harsh sound. Is it coming again? Eleanor laughed bitterly, and drew his sword. The blade was against his neck, reflecting the beating blood vessels. At least dying now can be more dignified. Lord Eleanor. Sure, Yali's voice sounded. The deacon wants to discuss the transfer order with you. Transfer order? Dang. The long sword hit the carpet. Eleanor's eyes were dull. This is letting me go. Not going to kill me. I know, I go right away. Eleanor responded hoarsely, taking potions to heal his wounds. Outside the door, the footsteps gradually faded away. Eleanor sat on the chair, waited for the wound to heal, changed his clothes, opened the door, and walked out. Island Master's Mansion. Wu Hung lay on the recliner, looking at the phone and frowning slightly. Lilith's phone was unreachable, and the message he sent was not replied to him. This gave him a bad feeling in his heart. No way. Can't beat him. Can't he run away? Chapter 960. Lilith is a veteran hero, and is responsible for all kinds of intelligence. As long as you don't do anything stupid, there is little chance of getting into danger. Moreover, the enemy this time is the leader of the vampires, who was defeated before. I was able to win last time, but I can't win this time. It's a bit unrealistic. After thinking about it, I feel that Lilith can't have any problems, unless I go to die, or the enemy is like me, and has hidden a few killers. Thinking in my heart, Xiao Xiao flew back happily and shouted, Uncle. Everyone on the street is singing that song. Even the old man selling fish is humming it. Which song? Wu Hung put away his phone. That's the one. The one where the bishop counted the gold coins and burned the granary. I don't remember the lyrics. Xiao Xiao turned in the air. Who wrote the lyrics? Wu Hung then realized, your Aunt Grinda's masterpiece should have been recomposed by the bard. While the one and the soul were talking, Grinda and Bernie flew back, followed by the ghost lady who went out with them. Bernie said, the newspaper response is very good. The church is completely stinking. Even if they are allowed to build a church on the island now, the residents will not agree. It's what they deserve. Who made them so bad and always wanted to beat us? Xiao Xiao said angrily. Grinda added, but those foreign merchants are scared and are scrambling for tickets to leave the island. Wu Hung smiled and said, as expected, for them, the death of the Pope is more serious than the death of the king. The deterrent power of the church is still relatively large. The previous warning to the caravans made those caravans that had cooperated with Treasure Island before dare not approach Treasure Island again. Now that the Pope is dead, the situation is even more serious. Glinda sighed softly. It's a pity that the entertainment city is so well built, but no one comes. It's okay, the residents of the island can also go there. As for the outsiders, they will come back after a long time if nothing happens. Wu Hung said casually, not so worried about this matter. That's right. Glinda nodded. Wu Hung set his eyes on the ghost lady behind him, floating under the flower stand, watching the flying flowers. Last night, I followed Glinda and the others for a stroll on the island, and went out with them during the day. It seems that I have no intention of running away. My queen, how do you feel about the island? The ghost lady snorted coldly. Generally, it's all fun and enjoyment, which is of no help to upgrade. You can't say that. Enjoying life is not wasting time. There is more to life than just upgrading levels. Wu Heng retorted. Shishu's eyes sparkled. Wow. I tell my mother the same thing next time. The queen said, then you leveled up so fast. Wu Heng shrugged. There's nothing I can do. There are always people who want to kill me. If I don't level up faster, I'd be dead a long time ago. Humph. The queen snorted coldly, and turned her head aside. At this time, Philippa walked out of the building. Wu Heng, I'm going to transform the corpse. Wu Heng stood up, shook off the fallen leaves on his body, and said, Philippa and I will go to see the corpses of the church we brought back. You guys can play by yourselves. Okay. Xiao Xiao replied. The four ghosts flew straight back to the study upstairs. Walked to Philippa. Let's go. Why did I see four ghosts just now? Do you have new ones? Or are there other ghosts sneaking in? Philippa looked at the previous position again. A ghost captive, I tell you later. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. Philippa said, the body is over there in the warehouse at port number 2. Wu Heng nodded and released the teleportation spell, and the two disappeared. The door of the warehouse opened, and a strong smell of blood hit us. In the entire dim and cold warehouse, more than 100 bodies were neatly arranged on the ground, all wearing the clothes of the clergy of the church. These were the bodies salvaged by Philippa after sinking the fleet. Transform quickly, Philippa said, covering her nose. Wu Heng unfolded the mansion spell, and said to the inside, come out. 4 figures walked out. 2 faces and 2 figures were a little staggering. Shan Shan was missing both arms, and the iconic beetle horns were broken in the middle. Tio Tio had 1 hand, and 1 leg broken, and he walked hopping. The 2 behind were the skeleton corners brought here. Wu Heng looked at Philippa. Wait for me at the door first. The environment here is not good. TSK. I've seen everything, Philippa said disdainfully, and then retreated to a position close to the door. Wu Heng walked into the warehouse, and swept his eyes over the corpses arranged in rows. There were quite a few corpses that were not very complete, and were shattered by the explosion, barely able to piece together a human figure. Walking to a position inside, Wu Heng looked at a figure wearing a bishop's robe. This was an elf. This corpse will be dissected, and the internal organs will be placed in the organ jar. The 2 couriers nodded, lifted the corpse aside, and began to dissect it skillfully, and put it in the organ jar. After the dissection here, Wu Heng flashed and jumped at the skeleton, releasing bone transplant. Go find the right part for you. The 2 skeletons immediately took action, removing the parts skillfully, and pressing them on their bodies. Soon, the skeletons completed the transplantation in the correct position. Overall, the thickness and color of the new bones are slightly different from the original ones, but it is not a big problem, and will slowly change. What should we do with Shan Shan's horns? Philippa asked on the side, or find a cow horn to transplant it. Cow horns are not suitable for it. Wu Heng glanced at Shan Shan. Then let the blacksmith make it a metal one, and etch some array patterns on it, so that it will thunder and lightning when it hits people. Philippa let go of her thoughts on the side. It's better to paint it red, like my parrot. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. I find that your thoughts are getting more and more in sync with Xiao Xiao. What do you mean by in sync? It means the same idea. Xiao Xiao also wants to press iron on it. Philippa raised his eyebrows. I mean, both of your ideas are unexpected, Wu Heng said with a smile. Philippa was stunned. You are the one who is like a child. Wu Heng did not continue to joke with her, raised his hand to release dead corpse battlefield, and all the corpses stood up at the same time. Clean the warehouse, clean it up. The newly transformed skeletons began to clean up, sorting the rags and rotten meat into categories. After the warehouse was cleaned, Philippa went to arrange work for the skeletons, and Wu Heng returned to the island owner's mansion first. Afternoon. Envier was wearing a travel outfit that was convenient for travel, and her tail was swaying slightly behind her. Behind her, followed 2 wood elf priests, also dressed in travel clothes, dressed like they were going on a long journey. This time, Envier will return to Rattan City, bring the skeleton that Wu Heng gave to Winman Sha, and arrange the training of priests among the fox people. The original plan was to let the fox people select some candidates suitable for priests and come to Treasure Island. But Rattan City and Yak Kingdom are about to start fighting again, and people have to be arranged to go there. So the plan was changed to train priests locally. Anyway, there is a phone call, and they can be mobilized at any time. Master, I will deal with things over there as soon as possible. Envier's tone was a little reluctant. Wu Heng's eyes swept over the 2 skeletons behind her. One was the 20th level spirit skeleton guard Xinjian, who was previously responsible for the guard of the island master's mansion, and the other was the skeleton Tayo, who had just repaired his bones. Remember, safety first. Wu Heng reached out and rubbed her little head, and her fox ears trembled slightly under his palm. Contact me immediately if there is any situation. I know, master. And Veer looked around embarrassedly. The priestesses beside him also smiled. Wu Heng looked at the priestesses. You all have your tickets ready. If there is any danger, come back early. We don't have such a strict rule. Everything is based on safety. Yes, sir. The two also nodded. Okay, let's go, Wu Heng said. The three nodded, tore open the tickets with the skeleton, and boarded the ghost train. The whistle sounded, and the ghost train appeared out of thin air. The two priests widened their eyes, and looked at the train that stopped directly in the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. They were stunned for a while. Anvir said, Let's go, remember the side effects of the train. We still have to eat on time, don't forget. The two priests nodded, saluted Wu Heng again, and then boarded the ghost train. After the several people holding tickets boarded the train door was closed and disappeared. After the train disappeared, Wu Heng returned to the building with the others. The maids began to train, and Wu Heng returned to his study. In the study, Grinda was studying the Book of the Dead, Xiao Xiao and Benny were playing games with puppets, and the tablet in front of the ghost lady was playing a palace drama, watching it very seriously. Wu Heng sat down on the side, and Grinda looked away from the book and said, Is the body transformed? It's transformed, and I also got the organs of an elf bishop. Wu Heng took out the organ jar. Do you want to absorb it? Grinda asked curiously. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. The last time he absorbed the organs of the Blood Clan, he unlocked the ability to fly in night vision. It also occupied a considerable advantage in the battle at sea. I also plan to continue to absorb some to see if I can continue to unlock the characteristics of other races. Grinda glanced at the organ jar and nodded, okay. Wu Heng did not disturb others. He took out the heart in the organ jar, and cut off a small piece with a fruit knife. Without thinking too much, he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, he felt a burst of energy in his stomach, and the stinging spread throughout his body along the blood vessels and nerves. After the pain, he felt a strong weakness, which was not much different from the last time. Are you okay? Grinda asked worriedly. Xiao Xiao and Benny also put down the game console, and walked over to look at him. It's okay, the effect is the same as before. Wu Heng sat up straight, took the towel handed over by Xiao Xiao, and wiped the sweat off his face. At this time, the system prompt also sounded. Fusion characteristics, body rhythm, sleep resistance. Body rhythm, muscle lines are flexible and smooth, and the posture is elegant. Sleep resistance, immune to sleep magic. How is it? Is there any special feature this time? Glinda asked curiously. Wu Heng looked at the fusion characteristics on the panel again and said, 2, one is to make the body lines look better, and the other is immune to sleep magic. Xiao Xiao stared at him with wide eyes. Uncle seems to be a little different. Wu Heng smiled, really? Where? Xiao Xiao walked around again and said, It's hard to say, it's just better looking than before. Benny also took a closer look. It didn't grow elf ears, but the appearance and momentum are much better than before. It can be considered a gain, Wu Heng said with a smile. Grinda thought for a moment and followed suit. You can defend against mental attacks, and sleep magic itself has no effect on you. Next time, choose someone with a higher level to absorb it, and see if there are any other effects. The bishop is already level 18, unless he absorbs a hero, Wu Heng said. You can try. Grinda nodded. Wu Heng was speechless. There's a chance. After chatting with the ghosts for a while, Wu Heng lay aside to recover his weak body. Wait until dusk. Wu Heng went downstairs to have dinner, then said hello to Minnie and the others, and used teleportation to leave. The figure appeared again and arrived at the deacon's mansion. Pushing the door and walking in, Shiryali's eyes lit up, trying out, and gave him a hug. I think you are trustworthy, otherwise I would take Zalagui and go to the island owner's mansion today. After saying that, she looked up at him again and said, You put on makeup? I'm a grown man. Why should I put on makeup? It feels different, she said, touching his face. Different? Do you mean better or worse? Wu Heng asked. It looks better. Shiryali snuggled into his arms. Zalagui walked out of the room and said, It's rare for you to keep your word for once. It sounds like I'm lying to you. Wu Heng continued to hug her in his arms, and kissed her on her red lips. Shiryali asked, Have you eaten? I have. Wu Heng nodded. Sure, Yali raised her eyebrows. Let's take a shower and rest early? Let's go! Wu Hung carried the two upstairs, one on each side, and went straight into the bathroom. The next day, in the morning, after leaving the sister's residence, Wu Hung returned directly to the island owner's mansion. Let the ghost lady return to the magic pot first, and then take the three ghosts to the zombie world. After walking out of the boundary gate and releasing the three ghosts, "Uncle, let's go see the zombies," Xiao Xiao said, and left through the wall with Benny. Wu Hung sat down in front of the monitor and enlarged the pictures in the monitor one by one. Ring ring ring. At this time, the mobile phone rang, and after the call was connected, Li Yahong's voice came. "I'm in prison, and the skeleton you want is also brought here. You go to the office on the first floor first. I go there now," Wu Hung said. "Okay," Li Yong answered, and the two hung up the phone. Grenda asked, "Li Yong is here?" "Yes." "Brought the Pope's skeleton." Wu Hung got up and walked towards the door. Going down to the first floor, through the glass door, you can see the business car parked at the door. Wu Hung walked into the next room and saw Li Yong, who was wearing a black down jacket, sitting on a chair waiting, with the air conditioner blowing hot air. Next to Li Yong, there was a skeleton standing. He was wearing a robe and had his hands behind his back, like a leader from somewhere. Spirit Skeleton Mage, level 20. The last Pope skeleton reached level 20. Chapter 961. Outside the window, the cold wind blew snowflakes against the glass. The air conditioner in the room blew hot air, melting the snowflakes on Li Yahong's shoulders. Li Yong squinted her eyes and moved closer. "Have you been using skincare products recently?" "Ah?" Wu Hung subconsciously touched his face. "I don't have that stuff." But he immediately realized that it was because he absorbed the elf genes yesterday. "Li Yong and I haven't seen each other for a while, and I can see the changes at a glance. Your skin condition is unbelievably good, and your temperament seems to be different." Li Yong raised her eyebrows. "Why? You're far away from us, and your skin has become better? Naturally beautiful." Wu Hung laughed and joked. "Bullshit." Li Yong laughed and scolded, turning to look at the skeleton standing quietly beside him. "Does it meet the standards you mentioned?" Li Yong didn't quite understand, but knew that Wu Hung wanted this skeleton to reach a certain level. "It fits. I keep this skeleton. You could arrange for the other one," Wu Hung said, waving his hand. "Come in." The second Pope skeleton walked in, also in a long robe, standing straight. "Follow her and leave. You will be arranged a place to be promoted. You should also obey her orders," Wu Hung told the skeleton, and then looked at Li Yong. "The name is Corn Sword Saint number 2. Just call him by his name from now on." "What a weird name." Li Yong frowned. "Corn Sword Saint number 2, Xiao Xiao gave it a name," Wu Hung repeated. It fits," Shishu's thinking. Li Yong showed an expression that I guessed. While the two were talking, Xiao Xiao also flew back and greeted happily, "Auntie. When did you come?" Benny remained invisible, with no intention of showing up. "Just arrived," Xiao Xiao went out to play. Li Yong smiled. "No. I went to the prison to supervise the zombies, and I have my own work." Xiao Xiao pinched her waist. Li Yahong's smile became even more intense, and she glanced at Wu Hung with a look that showed that he was bullying a child. Shishu's eyes fell on the previous Pope again. "Is this the first Pope?" Li Yong asked. "Isn't he called Corn Sword Saint?" "The name is Corn Sword Saint," Xiao Xiao explained immediately. Li Yong didn't think much about the child's words. "I feel that Sword Saint sounds better than Pope." Yes. Xiao Xiao nodded, laughing. The two chatted for a while, and Li Yong opened the lock screen to check the time. "I go back first. Call me if you have anything." After that, she wrapped her down jacket tightly and walked out. Together with Xiao Xiao, Li Yong sent her to the business car. Then she said, "Don't forget about the new year. If you are going to speak, I will prepare a teleprompter for you. Make sure you are there on time." Wu Hung smiled and waved his hand. "Bye." "Bye, Xiao Xiao." Li Yong waved to the one soul. "Goodbye, Auntie. Tell my mother that I will visit her in a few days." "Okay." The door closed and the business car turned around and left. Returned to the monitoring room. Xiao Xiao flew around the level 20 Pope. It upgrades too fast. Before, the several skeletons around Wu Hung upgraded very slowly, including the skeleton Wanderer Karanmu and the boxer Kaxiu. When they were replaced, they were still at their original levels. Granda said, "The previous skeletons were responsible for protecting your uncle, and there was no time to arrange for them to upgrade. Then transfer the Wanderer and the boxer back." Xiao Xiao turned around. "Let them also go to the zombie pile to upgrade their levels." Wu Hung smiled and said, Wait until the city of Ratam is stable, and then transfer them back. Then he continued to ask, has the level of the zombies changed? No. Xiao Xiao rubbed his chin. I suggest that you feed the corpse cores according to the time of a class. How long is your class? 40 minutes. Xiao Xiao replied. Feeding so frequently, they are all stuffed to death. Wu Heng said. They are not human. How can they be stuffed to death? Xiao Xiao muttered. But soon, he was attracted by Granda and Benny's topic about the Pope's skeleton, and flew over to join in. Wu Heng sat in the monitoring room and waited for a while. Nothing happened, so he called the ghosts back to Treasure Island. Come down from upstairs. The maids were sitting in the lobby on the first floor chatting. When they saw Wu Heng coming down, they all shouted Master in unison. Wu Heng nodded and said, Minnie, go to the association when you have time and order some professional scrolls. I will need them later. Master, what profession do you want? Mainly mechanics, alchemists and investigators. Wu Heng said. I pack up and go to the association to decide. Minnie nodded in response. Wu Heng smiled and said, don't worry, just go when you are free. Okay, master. Chatted with the maids in the living room for a while. Xiao Xiao manipulated the puppet running down from upstairs. Uncle, didn't you say you wanted to check the database? Let's go! Wu Heng stood up and took Xiao Xiao to release teleportation and went to the office mansion where the database was built. In the office mansion, in the dim hall, blue light shone from dozens of monitors, reflecting on the white skeletons of the skeletons. The dry bones tapped the keyboard with fingers, and a crisp sound of pa-la sounded. How is the data sent by Hong Wenhui being entered? Wu Heng walked to the main control and asked the working skeleton. The responsible skeleton investigator raised his skull and pointed to the white speaker in the corner. Xiao Xiao ran over and turned to this side and said, It's Xiao Ai, classmate. I'm here. The familiar electronic female voice sounded, and the ring light strip on the top of the speaker glowed blue. Glinda and Benny were both stunned, and Glinda said, Strange things? Strange things with consciousness? I touched it last time, the adventure chessboard of the dwarf leader. Let Wu Heng, Glinda, and the others know that there are strange objects with consciousness, which can speak and do something. The speaker suddenly answered, and Glinda and Benny immediately thought of this strange object. Play the rainbow little white horse. Xiao Xiao said close to the speaker. The light of the speaker turned into a vibrant rainbow color. Searching for you, detected the local storage version, and now play the rainbow little white horse. The music sounded from the speaker and echoed throughout the office space. Xiao Ai, classmate. Wu Heng said. I'm here. Stop playing. The music stopped and the room became quiet. Is it not good? Xiao Xiao ran back. Ask about the world here, and look at the information of Hong Wenhui. Can it be retrieved? Wu Heng continued. The data of the modern world was originally stored in it. The main thing is whether the data here can be used. I don't know what to ask. Xiao Xiao thought for a while, but couldn't think of what to ask. Wu Heng said, Shall I introduce some Northern Yak Kingdom? Wu Heng thought for a while and asked, Shall I Toad Week? The light strip above the speaker lit up again, searching for you, detected the local storage version, and retrieved the information for you. Toad Week is a local custom in the northern part of the human kingdom. During this week, beautiful girls will kiss frogs, hoping to get married within a year. The answer ended. Xiao Xiao and Glinda looked at Wu Heng, and Wu Heng looked at Benny, right? Benny nodded, almost. There have been changes in the past few years. Girls can tie ribbons on frogs. If a single boy catches them, and the girl is satisfied with you, you can be together directly. It seems to be quite accurate. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao asked, How do you distinguish frogs from toads? What if you kissed the wrong one? Benny raised her eyebrows. It's easy to recognize. Sister, have you kissed one? Xiao Xiao asked. Benny turned her head. Don't ask random questions, kid. Glinda focused on the speaker in front of her and asked, So, is this a strange object? She already understood the function, and why Wu Heng was so persistent in building this database. If there is anything you need to check in the future, you can directly ask about this thing. Wu Heng said, It's not a strange object, it's also a product of modern technology, just like the sound you can make when you watch a tablet, but it can receive what is said outside and then answer. Glinda understood a little. It's amazing. Benny stopped bickering with the child and flew over to say, Then, can we communicate with this thing by speaking directly? It shouldn't work. Electronic products can't receive the voice of the ghost. You try it. Wu Heng said. Benny approached carefully and imitated Xiao Xiao, Xiao Ai, classmate. The sound did not change. It really doesn't work. Benny said. It's okay. It's the same with a doll. Wu Heng comforted her. Then, he tried to ask about the elves' poems, potion formulas, and the dwarfs' forging competition. Some of the things he heard in this world can be retrieved from the database. The effect is still very good. After the experiment, Wu Heng patted the skeleton on the shoulder. Well done. I'll let you know if there is any need later. The skeleton saluted slightly. After the experiment, Wu Heng returned with Xiao Xiao and the ghost. After dinner, the setting sun shines through the window. Wu Heng sits on the sofa and drinks tea. From the direction of the courtyard, the laughter of the maids playing shuttlecock comes in. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the phone rings, and he puts down the teacup and picks it up to take a look. It's Lilith's number. Sure enough, nothing happened. I worry for nothing. After answering the phone, Lilith's cold voice comes from the other side. How is it going on your side? Solved. Wu Heng's tone is also very calm. Kill the Pope. The religious leader's body died, and only the soul was saved by the association that came later. Suddenly, the other side of the phone fell into a long silence. Leader Lilith slept? Wu Heng reminded softly. You? Lilith's voice finally sounded, and she said in a tone of confirmation, you killed the Pope alone, and almost killed the religious leader? Almost killed both. Wu Heng took a sip of tea. What about you? The other side paused for 2 or 3 seconds, and said softly, I'm still dealing with it here, and it's not going well. Wu Heng frowned and switched to a video call directly. After hesitating for several seconds, the camera turned on. Lilith's face in the picture was as pale as paper, and the old butler behind her had lost an arm, and blood was still seeping from the bandage. Seeing the camera turned on here, the old butler saluted slightly. Injuries, like broken limbs, cannot be restored by medicine. How many heroes? Wu Heng frowned. Just one, the leader of the previous generation I told you about. Lilith replied. Wu Heng was puzzled. Didn't he win this time? He was able to take over Lilith's position as leader, so how could he not win this time? Besides, the other party had been exiled for such a long time. How could he still practice in the coffin? Why do I feel that I can't understand it? Lilith bit her lower lip. When I went back, he had already obtained the tokens of several other families and obtained a rare item of the Blood Clan, called the Scarlet Scepter, which can only be used by the Blood Clan and also has a suppressive effect on the same clan. Wu Heng understood and said, you mean, he got this weapon, so he has the strength to defeat you. I defeated him before, partly because of this weapon. Lilith said. Then you don't carry it with you. Wu Heng was curious. This weapon is placed in the Holy Ash Church as a scepter to manage the Blood Clan. Lilith didn't want to say more, and mentioned it roughly. Wu Heng also understood what he meant. That is, this weapon has the power to suppress the vampires, and only the vampires can use it. The other party got this weapon, and suppressed Lilith. Didn't you use the grenades and rockets I gave you? Wu Heng asked again. Lilith's eyes were a little evasive. I used them later, but the other party was prepared, and it didn't achieve the desired effect. Wu Heng was speechless. To deal with heroes, you have to use it in advance, or sneak attack and bomb first. When the two sides have already fought, the other side is ready. Not to mention whether the grenade can be thrown over, it is difficult for the rocket to hit the target. It's meaningless. Wu Heng asked, are you safe now? It's relatively safe. I have left the area where the Fog City is. I have requested support from the headquarters. I will wait for Hatterai to arrange people to come. Lilith replied. Wu Heng leaned back in the chair, thinking quickly in his mind. Then he said, the two leaders of Hong Wenhui and Hunters are leading the team to the Emerald Sea. They should be on their way back to the headquarters. The headquarters needs people to stay behind. It will take more than half a month to support you. Lilith's brows frowned instantly. Wu Heng continued, tell me the name of the city you are in, and I will help you. You come here? What about Treasure Island? Lilith frowned even deeper. Wu Heng said, the church has just been beaten back by me. Other heroes can't attack Treasure Island at this time. It won't be a big problem if we make good use of the time. Lilith's eyes changed a little, and then she said, aren't you afraid of dying here? How is it possible? We won't die. Only the enemy will die. Wu Heng said firmly. Lilith pondered for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, the location is Shadow Kiss Valley. What should I do? The ghost train may not have recorded that place. You go out later, use the ticket, the train will record your place, and I will go there then. Wu Heng said. Lilith nodded again. I will use it later. I will make arrangements here, and I will leave tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. Lilith thanked immediately. Before hanging up, Wu Heng gave a final reminder, hold on, as long as you don't die, I can rescue you. Humph! Lilith snorted and hung up the phone. The window gradually dimmed. Wu Hung put away his phone, went upstairs, and returned to the study. In the room, Glinda was reading a book, the Queen was watching a palace drama, and the Corn Swordsman stood upright beside him. Wu Hung sat down and said to Glinda, I'm going to the Blood Clan tomorrow. Is Lilith in danger? Glinda looked at him. I haven't fought her. Glinda thought for a moment and said, saving Lilith will also help you. I think you should support her. I think so too. Wu Hung said, and then looked at the Queen again. Queen, it's not a good idea to go on like this every day. Why don't you consider becoming my ghost? The ghost watching the palace drama suddenly became serious, and his eyes narrowed into a slit. Is this your purpose? I think about it. The Queen's eyes turned, and then said, I want to go to a place where I lived before. If you can take me there, I will agree to you. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Keep your word? Keep your word. Chapter 962. Wu Hung and the Ghost Queen confronted each other in the air. Both of them were confident of winning. Let's set a deadline. If you don't find the place I mentioned within the deadline, let me go, and don't bother me in the future. The Queen looked into his eyes. If there is no time limit, he will keep looking, and this matter will be meaningless. You say it. Don't say tomorrow. Wu Hung leaned back in the chair. 1 year. With your heroic strength, it is more than enough to travel all over the continent. The Queen's soul body glowed under the light. Wu Hung agreed directly. Okay. If I don't find the place you said, I will let you go free and introduce you to a suitable necromancer. Such a straightforward agreement made the Queen's eyes narrow instantly. Floating over and looking directly into his eyes. You won't cheat, will you? Do I need you to cheat with a captive? Wu Hung shrugged. His words were very generous. In fact, the conditions proposed by the other party should also be her unfinished business. Even if she disagrees now, and forces the Queen to confirm the relationship between the ghost and the necromancer, she will have to help her complete her unfinished business later. This method is more friendly now. Humph! The Queen snorted coldly and distanced herself again. I don't need you to find me any necromancers. Just don't let me see you. Wu Hung put down the teacup and asked, now you can tell me where you want to go. The Queen's spirit body fluctuated slightly. A country, I once lived there, and the people of that country called themselves Dai Shang. Wu Hang's pupils shrank slightly. Dai Shang. Shang dynasty. It was indeed the ancient country of his own side. He looked up at the ghost of the fox tribe again, and remembered the records on the stone tablet on the ghost ship. This lady bewitched the king, and made him do many wrong things. In the end, the ministers cut off her head. Fox tribe, bewitching the king. Good at calculating. A person who fits these identities of the fox tribe immediately appeared in Wu Hang's mind. Su Daji. Good guy, I met the real master. What? The Queen saw his eyes wandering. Do you know this place? Wu Hung came back to his senses, and pointed at himself. I am a mage, and a member of the Hongwen Society. What can I not find? It is not difficult to find the place you mentioned. Arrogant! The Queen snorted coldly. Remember, the 1-year deadline starts from today. Wu Hung continued, the country you mentioned should be gone. Should I help you find the original address, or do you need to find some ruins? Let's make it clear in advance. Whether it is a ruin or a newly built country there, even if there are only ruins left, as long as you take me there to see, you will win. The Queen's eyes wandered, as if she was recalling the past. In the Queen's view, these are not important. I don't believe Wu Hung will really find the place. Unless, he can go to another world. Sure, I have to go out to do something tomorrow, and I will help you find it when I come back. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and took a sip. Anyway, you have a year, you can arrange it yourself. The Queen turned around and flew back. Seeing that the discussion was over, Glinda put down the book in his hand and looked at the Queen. I don't know what you think. In the current environment, there is no necromancer more suitable than Wu Hung. I have my own plans. The Queen interrupted her and looked out the window. As she spoke, the door was suddenly pushed open. Xiao Xiao and Benny controlled the puppets and ran in happily. They sat in the storage cabinet beside them, and the two ghosts came out. What are you talking about? The atmosphere is so serious. Xiao Xiao flew over and asked curiously. Glinda gestured to the side. Your uncle and your aunt are making a bet. What are you betting on? Xiao Xiao immediately came to Wu Hung, almost sticking to Wu Hang's face. Wu Hung said, help her find a place. If you find it, she will join us. If you can't find it, let her go free. Xiao Xiao and Benny looked at the Queen at the same time. What's so difficult about this? Don't we have satellite maps? Xiao Xiao said very cleverly. The Queen snorted, go find it. Tomorrow we have to go to the Blood Clan territory first. Wu Hung took a sip from the teacup and changed the subject. Xiao Xiao asked, "Are you going to see Sister Lilith?" "Yes, she's in some trouble." "How is that possible?" Xiao Xiao immediately said, "Sister is so powerful, she even made that bad guy's mouth disappear last time." Wu Hung put down the teacup and explained, "It seems to involve a weapon of the Blood Clan, which has a suppressive effect on the same clan." Xiao Xiao was stunned. "What weapon?" "It's called the Scarlet Scepter." "I don't have much information." "Let's go there as soon as possible to help Lilith," Wu Hung said. Not far away, the queen sneered. "Just after defeating the Holy See, someone asked you to leave to help her." "I'm not afraid that they are leading you away," Xiao Xiao said angrily. "Sister Lilith won't harm us." Wu Hung smiled and said, "Okay, let's set off tomorrow morning, and don't run around tonight." "Okay." The three ghosts nodded. The queen rolled her eyes at him. "Remind you, women are the best at lying." "You are talking about yourself." Wu Hung continued, "Lilith has lived on the island for a while, and she won't harm us because of the church's affairs." "Just reminding you," the queen said indifferently. Wu Hung nodded, waved to the other ghosts, and walked out of the study. Returned to the bedroom to rest. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung and several people in the family sat in the restaurant to eat breakfast. "There are some problems with Lilith. I need to go there." Wu Hung got straight to the point. Chanela's eyes flashed with worry. "Will there be danger?" "It's not a big problem." Wu Hung continued, "Lilith is the closest to us among all the heroes, and we can't give up on her at this time. Although there is no clear evidence, the release of the previous leader of the Blood Clan is likely to be the church's attempt to lure Lilith away. Let Treasure Island have only one hero." It can be said that this incident of the Blood Clan was also caused by the conflict between Wu Hung and the church. In addition, in the entire association, she and Lilith are the closest, and giving up her is equivalent to giving up an ally. Helping each other at this time will also make the relationship between them closer. Minnie asked, "Master, do we need to prepare anything?" "You just look after the house, and Treasure Island will operate normally." Wu Hung smiled and added, "If someone comes to see me, just say that I am closed and studying magic, and will not see anyone for the time being." "Okay, Master." Minnie agreed, and the other maids and Philippa also nodded. Chanela continued to ask, "When will you be back?" "I take the ghost train. It won't take long." Chanela pondered for a moment, and still said, "Don't be stubborn, after all, it's their blood family's internal affairs. Your life is not only your own, but also ours. And the children." Wu Hung took her hand and said softly, "Don't worry, I promise there will be no problem." "Yeah." Chanela nodded. After breakfast, Minnie prepared some daily necessities, and after Wu Hung put them into the space ring, he shouted upstairs, "Glinda, Xiao Xiao, we're leaving." 3 ghosts flew down from upstairs, followed by Corn Sword Saint No. 1 and Rhinoceros Beetle Skeleton. "Open mansion technique, you go in first." 2 skeletons walked in. Wu Hung stood in the courtyard and put on the train conductor's hat. The whistle sounded, and the ghost train appeared out of thin air. The ghost returned to his body. Wu Hung stepped onto the train and waved to the people behind him. Fill and Shadow Kiss Valley on the itinerary. The door closed, and a deafening whistle sounded again, and the train went into the void. There was nothing outside the window. Wu Hung walked into the carriage, found a seat, and sat down, waiting to arrive at the destination. Lopez City, Snake Emblem Consortium. The sun shone through the glass, casting mottled light and shadow on Letelai's desk. She tightly grasped the letter rejecting the reappointment application, and her knuckles turned white. "Damn it!" Letelai crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it against the wall. During this period, news from various places was also delivered one after another. Proved that the Holy See did launch a holy war against Treasure Island. She didn't want Treasure Island to have any problems, but some things were beyond the ability of a local leader like her to handle. These days, she wanted to use her connections to transfer herself to other places. But her idea was rejected by the consortium. The consortium has very strict requirements for the transfer of leaders. Her appointment to Treasure Island has been made, and there will not be much change in the next few years. Why did this happen? At this time, Letelai tugged at her collar irritably and looked out the window. "Wu Hung, you are so smart, you shouldn't be in trouble." She didn't want to be implicated, nor did she want Wu Hung to get into trouble. At this time, the sound of newspapers being sold faintly came from outside the window. Dong dong dong. The hurried knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. "Come in." Letelai suppressed her irritability and said in a cold voice. A consortium staff member walked in with a newspaper in his hand. Treasure Island newspapers? Can there be newspapers delivered? The staff said, Miss Ledeli, the latest issue of Treasure Island newspapers has been delivered. It says that Wu Hung killed the Pope and destroyed the body of the religious leader. The ghost was rescued by the association ship that came later. Ledeli widened her eyes and took the newspaper to read the content. The bold words on the front page headline came into view. The Holy War was defeated. The Pope fell, and the body of the religious leader was completely destroyed. The picture was the burning flagship of the church on the Emerald Sea, and the thick smoke covered half of the sky. This, Ledeli's fingertips trembled slightly, and the words on the newspaper were blurred and clear in front of her eyes. Wu Hung won. 1 against 2? The staff said. This matter has spread, and many dignitaries have gone to the association to confirm this matter. Ha ha ha. Latili suddenly laughed out loud, and her laughter sounded particularly crisp in the empty office. She pressed the newspaper to her chest and turned to look out the window. Prepare the boat. Latili took a deep breath, took off the crooked brooch and threw it into the drawer. Let's go to Treasure Island. The train appeared from the void, and the wheels rolled over the dead branches. After Wu Hung stepped out of the train, the door closed again, and he disappeared into the void again. Looking around, there was a dense forest here, and the sky was gray, as if the sun was blocked by thick fog. The air was filled with a strange smell of blood and mold. This place is really suitable for vampires to live. Wu Hung retracted his gaze. After releasing the ghosts, the 3 ghosts immediately looked around. Xiao Xiao said, It's so gloomy here, it feels like it's haunted. Glinda said, The book says that the capital of the Blood Clan is called the Turbid Fog City. The sky is filled with thick fog that can block the sun all year round, which is suitable for the Blood Clan to live. Xiao Xiao said, Sister Lilith is fine in Treasure Island. She is a hero, and her body is not restricted by the normal death rules. Ordinary Blood Clans still need to block the sun. Glinda continued. Oh, is this the Fog City? Xiao Xiao flew a little higher, and looking around, there were dense forests. Wu Hung came out from behind the tree with his pants lifted, and continued to open mansion technique to let Corn Sword Saint and Shan Shan come out. At the same time, he said to the ghosts, This is the Shadow Kiss Valley that Lilith mentioned. Look where the valley is. It should be easy to find. Boom! Just as the ghost was about to fly into the sky, there was an explosion in the distance. That's over there. You can still see the rising smoke. Xiao Xiao pointed to the distance in the air. Inside the valley, the thick blood mist rolled in the valley, emitting patches of sickly dark red light. 2 groups of blood clans were fighting in the air, with bat wings spread out to cover the sky above the valley, and blood magic was whistling back and forth in the sky. A large group of people and horses were fighting below. In the sky, a man in dark red armor slowly flapped his bat wings, rolling to dodge the attack, and the high-level Blood Clan professional following behind him suddenly exploded and was submerged in flames. Then, 6 high-level professionals, holding blood-stained weapons, stood behind the man. You think you can escape the reckoning by escaping to this rat hole? The man's voice was deep and loud, echoing between the mountain walls. Lilith stood on a protruding rock, her hair flying in the wind, and the armor of her personal guards behind her was also covered with cracks. Escape? Lilith threw away the rocket launcher after firing and replaced it with a long sword. I just chose a suitable cemetery for you. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. The man suddenly laughed. Lilith, who did you learn these sarcastic words from? To be honest, they are not suitable for you. And you are sick. Lilith wiped the hair on her forehead. Are you waiting for the association to save you? The man's bat wings suddenly spread to the extreme, and the scepter in his hand reflected the light. Lilith, put away your childish ideas. The Blood Clan will always be the Blood Clan, and they cannot be integrated into the system of the association, and the association cannot arrive so quickly. Lilith's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. Under the effect of the scarlet scepter, she only felt that her blood was stagnant at this moment, and the power in her body was suppressed. She glanced around, and her fingers subconsciously touched the mobile phone in her arms. Why hasn't he arrived yet? The man suddenly stopped smiling and said coldly, Sign a slave contract with me, and I can spare your life. Then the Blood Clan will have 2 heroes, so why should you be a gatekeeper for the association? You have been locked up underground for too long. If the Blood Clan is left to you, it will only perish faster. Lilith replied coldly. Humph, the man became even colder, pointed the scepter in his hand downward, gritted his teeth and said, Kill them all. Kill! The high-level Blood Clan professional behind him shouted loudly, and killed the remaining supporters of Lilith. Lilith's eyes condensed. The bat wings spread out and faced the leading man. Swoosh! At this moment, a gray-white sword energy tore through the blood mist and split a high-level Blood Clan professional in half with a spear. Broken bones and blood rain flew everywhere. Chapter 963. When the sword energy dissipated, the whole valley fell into a dead silence. The Blood Clan body that was split in half fell from the air, and its organs were scattered on the rock wall. Who is it? The Blood Clan members suspended in the air shouted in unison, and their bat wings raised a fishy wind. Their pupils shrank into scarlet vertical lines, and their fangs were exposed in their mouths. The only answer to everyone was the sound of bones rubbing against each other. At the entrance of the valley, a skeleton more than 3 meters high flapped its wings and flew into the air. Its skeletal structure was like an insect with broken horns, and its huge insect wings flapped rapidly. There was another skeleton standing on its back, wearing a robe, and with his hands behind his back. There was also a figure flying next to it, holding a copper-green spear in his hand, and spreading huge bat wings on his back. Blood Clan? Necromancer? Everyone identified the identity of the person based on the features they saw. For a moment, no one recognized which family the other party came from. Lilith stared at the figure with bat wings in the sky, her eyes flashed with surprise, and then immediately doubts arose. He came at the right time. Now the 2 heroes on her side should be enough to kill the opponent. But how come he also has the wings of the Blood Clan? Could it be the Blood Clan Holy Grail that passed through his hand before? It shouldn't be. I have lived in Treasure Island for so long, it is impossible to hide it from me. Sister, are you okay? A small voice came to my ear. Lilith's already tense body trembled violently, and the guards around her were instantly alert, holding weapons, and looking for the target of the speech. It's okay. You step back a little. Lilith waved her hand, indicating that there was no problem here. Then, she said to the air beside her, I'm fine here, your uncle came here by himself? And brought our newest skeleton. Uncle said there is only one hero. There will be absolutely no problem. Xiao Xiao floated on her shoulder. Lilith's eyes locked on the Blood Clan hero in the air again, as well as several high-level strongmen gathered around him. The man in the blood-red armor in the sky is the hero. Let your uncle cooperate with me to kill him first. Ah? Xiao Xiao was stunned and said, Uncle didn't say that. Lilith frowned. What did he say? Xiao Xiao said, Uncle can't tell which are your people and which are enemies, and said to let your people retreat to the valley to avoid accidental injuries. Retreat? Did he really say that? Lilith's brows were twisted into a ball. Ah, that's what he said. Sister, you believe us? Those bad guys in the church were chased and beaten by us. Xiao Xiao said on the side. Okay, when the matter is over, tell me again, I will let people retreat. You tell your uncle to keep an eye on the man in red armor, and never let him run away. Lilith's voice was serious. I understand. When it's over, I tell you about what happened in the past few days. It's very exciting. Xiao Xiao's tone was full of pride. Lilith raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Okay, I take you to play in the territory after it's over. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed and left directly. Lilith flicked the corner of her robe in her hand, and ordered in a cold voice, notify everyone to retreat to the second line of defense. The wind was howling, and the blood mist was rolling up. The blood hero wearing scarlet armor stood in the air, his long brown hair dancing wildly, and a pair of scarlet vertical pupils stared at Wu Heng, as if to identify his identity. So, the Blood Clan hero suddenly sneered, You are Lilith's sponsored gigolo? A shrill laugh came from behind, and some of the Blood Clan even whistled. He was also looking at the other party, wearing red armor, holding a sawtooth black and red broad blade in one hand, and a red crystal ball staff in the other. He exuded a disgusting bloody smell. You are also a Blood Clan hero, talking like a drunkard. Wu Heng said sarcastically. I am talking about love with you? The Blood Clan hero's expression turned cold. Give you 2 choices, death or surrender, choose, and you can have as many women as you want. I choose the third one. Wu Heng raised his bronze spear, kill you, and take you as a skeleton. Arrogant! The Blood Clan hero shouted. The voice was still echoing in the valley, and then his eyes suddenly condensed. Then he saw the sword energy in the sky, turning into a long rainbow, filling the entire valley in the blink of an eye. Sword chi surrounded the corn sword saint, and the gray-white sword chi tore through the air and kept shooting forward. The Blood Clansmen dodged in panic, and people were constantly pierced by the sword chi, their armors were broken, and their bodies were chopped by the sword chi. You are not a Blood Clan. The Blood Clan hero was shocked and angry, and the scepter in his hand burst out with a dazzling blood light. Why are you not suppressed by the holy weapon? Wu Heng did not answer, and the copper-green spear pointed obliquely at the sky. The sky was full of dark clouds, and thousands of water drops poured down. Each drop of water contained the power of Zayn Shu, and it corroded a blood hole when it hit the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan hero was furious, and his body was instantly pierced by the water droplets. The wound was attached to the dirty light, and even if the flesh and blood squirmed, it still could not heal. "You are a hero? How is it possible?" The Blood Clan hero widened his eyes, and the blood in his body turned into countless blood-colored darts, shooting at Wu Heng like a flock of swallows returning to their nests. A magic circle appeared under Wu Heng's feet, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next second, he appeared in front of the other party. Clang! The bronze spear collided with the serrated knife, and the latter broke with a sound. The Blood Clan hero looked at his rapidly aging hands in horror, and his skin wrinkled and drooped like dry bark. "Damn it! You are from the Association." The Blood Clan hero cursed. The Blood Clan must not have such a hero. The only people who can come to support Lilith are the people of the Association. As for why there are Blood Clan wings, and they are not suppressed by the holy weapon, it is not something that can be figured out now. The scepter shot out blood-red light. Wu Heng's body flashed to avoid it, and the other party took out a black scythe and chopped it back. Dang! There was another crisp collision, and the scythe turned into fragments all over the sky. The Blood Clan hero widened his eyes, and looked at the remaining part in his hand. His face changed drastically. "You must have been stupid in the coffin," Wu Heng said sarcastically. The Blood Clan once again gathered blood-colored magic all over the sky, and the next second, the body lost control, the spells scattered, and water arrows pierced through the body. "Ghost! Damn it! His ghost level is also so high." The Blood Clan hero suddenly took out a bone whistle and blew it. Invisible sound waves swept across the valley, and everyone had a splitting headache. The Blood Clan hero glanced at Wu Heng, gritted his teeth, turned around and ran away. "Want to leave?" Wu Heng's bat wings shook, and he chased behind him in an instant. Compared with the two heroes of the church, this Blood Clan hero, who had been exiled for many years, was simply pitifully weak. On the battlefield below, the rhinoceros beetle skeleton flashed, turned into silver lightning, and rushed through the Blood Clan formation. Every impact knocked a figure out, and smashed it into the mountain walls on both sides. Cornsword Master No. 1 still stood on the boulder, with one hand behind his back. The sword energy in the sky followed the light tapping of the bone finger, accurately harvesting every enemy who tried to escape. The Blood Clan hero staggered and fled in the air, with the bat wings behind him in tatters. He glanced back at Wu Heng, who was chasing him, and screamed in despair, "What Lilith promised you, I will give you double." The blood mist in front suddenly condensed, and Lilith's figure emerged out of thin air, her eyes as cold as a blade, blocking the opponent's way. "You failed again. Bitch. You all deserve to die." The Blood Clan hero's face was distorted, and a huge wave of blood burst out from his body. Lilith's scarlet magic was wrapped like silk and shot out, and countless water droplets from Wu Heng's side shot out like thousands of silver needles. Three magics collided in the air, intertwined into a vortex, and exploded. The Blood Clan hero fought 1 against 2, his body was covered with scars, and he fell from the sky. He struggled to get up, his skin peeling off like bark. "I am the leader. You are just a traitor to the race." Lilith tapped his fingertips, and his mouth disappeared instantly. "Your time has passed, the blood race is handed over to you, and the end will only lead to the destruction of the race." The blood race hero lifted the curse, his eyes changed, and then said, "Maybe you are right. I can stop fighting with you. The blood race has 2 heroes like us. No, the 3 of us heroes. We will definitely stand on the top of the world again." Lilith's face was still cold. "I know you. You can't change. I will exile you to a deeper place, where you will sink forever." Swish! The water blade flashed, and the head rolled off. Lilith turned her head in shock, and met Wu Heng's eyes. "What the hell is exiling him? Are you keeping him to make trouble next time?" "You?" Lilith's eyes widened. "I'm not a vampire. Exile is a rule within your vampire clan." Wu Heng shrugged, "As if your clan rules could not control me." The ghost of the vampire hero left his body, and Granda was directly imprisoned in midair. The other party, in the form of a soul, looked even more terrified and shouted, "Lilith! Lilith, save me! This guy is a lunatic. We are a family, and all the skills you have are taught by me." Wu Heng took out the magic soul pot, and put the ghost into the space ring. He glanced at Lilith and said, "Go and see the vampire clan first, and I will come to you after you are done." "Okay." Lilith nodded and turned to leave. After Lilith left, Wu Heng walked to the corpse, and bent down to pick up the dark red scepter first. The moment his fingertips touched the scepter, a cold energy spread along his arm, like the feeling of being stung by an insect. Look at it intently. The attributes appear in front of you. Scarlet Scepter, Special Item. Effect, Increase Spell Attack. Side Effect, Weaken Power, or designate a target to bear the cost. Vampire. Description, a weapon made by the ancestor of the vampires to manage their people. What effect? Grinda asked from the side. The effect is to increase spell attack, and the side effect is that you can designate a member of the vampires to bear the side effects of the weapon, which is what Lilith said about suppressing the vampires. Wu Hung explained in a low voice. Special item that can control the vampires? Grinda looked behind him carefully and whispered, Are you going to use it to restrain the vampires, or Lilith? Wu Hung shook his head. Lilith is a friend, there is no need for such means. The purpose of this trip is to save Lilith. To strengthen the friendship between the two sides. After this incident, Wu Hung wants to cooperate with the Blood Clan, so there must be no problem. There is no need for such means. If it is really used, it will make Lilith disgusted. It's up to you. Glinda didn't say much. Wu Hung rolled up the corpse, and then walked to where Lilith was with the scepter. The battlefield in the rear. The Blood Clan warriors on Lilith's side stood there, and the shock in their eyes had not faded. They looked at the mutilated corpses all over the ground. Those once powerful people of the same clan were now lying on the ground or embedded in the mountain walls on both sides. And all this was done by two skeletons in the distance. So fierce. Can the skeleton of the Necromancer be so powerful? Whoosh! The sound of breaking through the air sounded. Lilith flew back, glanced at everyone, and said in a cold voice, Zoltan is dead, we won. There was no expected cheering. The vampires looked at each other, their eyes unconsciously drifted to the distance, and their eyes only looked at the depths of the valley. At this time, Xiao Xiao also flew back and clapped his hands. Done, we're done. The vampires looked at the little ghost floating over. It seemed that he was very familiar with his leader. Clean up the battlefield. Lilith ordered, and suddenly added, survivors. The word stopped suddenly, and then said, leave it to the hero to deal with it, treat the wounded, rest on the spot, and return to the foggy city together later. Yes. Everyone began to rest on the spot, and the tense spirits could also relax. Lilith sat down on the side. Xiao Xiao came over and began to tell about the treasure island. Wu Hung walked over. The Blood Clan warriors instantly became alert. Uncle, we have solved everything here. Xiao Xiao flew over quickly, and said with some boasting. Great. Wu Hung praised, then looked at Lilith and threw the scepter to her. Keep it on yourself in the future, don't give it to others. The moment Lilith caught the scepter turned into a python of the same color, hiding behind Lilith, looking at Wu Hung vigilantly. Intelligent. How come so many intelligent strange objects have appeared in the past few days? Lilith grabbed the staff and put it away, glanced at him, turned her head away. You are so long-winded. You go wait for me outside the valley first. Wu Hung pointed to the entrance of the valley. I will come after I finish cleaning up. After the Blood Clan team left, Wu Hung walked towards the pile of corpses. Benny pointed to one side. The high-level corpses are all there. Looking at the direction she pointed, Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. So many? All those above level 15 have been divided. Benny said, anyway, the prison is big enough. Makes sense. Wu Hung nodded and walked to the location of the corpse. Mansion spell was turned on. Shan carried the corpse in and out, and Wu Hung sat on the temporary chair and cast the necromancy spell. The high-level Blood Clan corpses opened their eyes under the resurrection spell, and were imprisoned in the bone prison again. The people who survived were still in a state of serious injury, looking at this side with horror in their eyes. The remaining corpses turned into a skeleton army under the dead corpse battlefield, silently cleaning the battlefield. The fallen weapons and armor were sent into the mansion spell. After the battlefield was cleaned, Wu Hung asked the newly transformed skeletons to squeeze into the mansion spell to guard the resurrected Blood Clan inside, and then turned off the magic. Leading Shanshan, Corn Sword Saint and Ghost, he walked out of the valley. Outside the valley, the Blood Clan warriors were waiting. Lilith stood in the front, her scepter glowing in the twilight. Let's go! Lilith smiled. I take you to see my territory. Great. Xiao Xiao was unusually happy. Headquarters of the association. In the meeting room of the leaders. The religious leader in the form of a ghost said angrily, the church dispatches a large number of people to assist the association every year. This time, such a huge loss has been caused. The association must not stand idly by. I ask all the leaders to arrest Wu Hung. Chapter 964. The sun shines through the French windows, cutting out sharp spots of light on the conference table. The ghost of the religious leader Saidu is suspended at the junction of light and darkness, and his translucent body becomes more hideous due to anger. 24 warships sank, the Pope fell, and 12 archbishops were martyred. The religious leader asked loudly, if the association turns a blind eye to this, what is the difference between it and shielding the murderer? The conference room fell into silence. The conflict between the Holy See and Wu Hung was clear to all the heroes present. Things are getting worse and worse. To some extent, it is all the fault of the Holy See, while Wu Hung is in a passive counterattack. The porcelain cup of the leader of Hong Wenhui fell on the table with a clang. The sound was not loud, but very clear. The death of the priestess has not been investigated clearly, but the holy war has been launched. There is no communication with the association in advance. It is unreasonable to let the association arrest people at this time. The dwarf leader of the hunters also said, don't forget that Claudio and I have guaranteed you on the ship. The ghost of the religious leader fluctuated, who will defend the dignity of the Holy See. On the main seat, Hadalai slowly opened his eyes. The inheritor of the name of the Sword of Justice, and the ruling person also had an unusually gloomy face at this time. He glanced at the ghost and said, the Holy See launched a holy war against the leader of the association without sufficient reasons. The losses will be borne by itself. The compensation promised to Wu Hung on the ship has also begun to be prepared by the Holy See, and will be transferred by the association. You? The religious leader was about to speak. Hadalai's eyes instantly turned to him. Lilith sent a message that the leader of the Blood Clan, Zoltan, who was exiled, has returned to the Blood Clan territory and bluntly stated that it was the church that leaked the location of the exiles. As soon as these words came out, the temperature in the conference room dropped sharply. The situation was raised to another level. If the problem between the church and Wu Hung can be understood as a conflict left over from the professions, then releasing the Blood Clan criminals is still a hero. It involves calculating colleagues and colluding with criminals. Each time the association governs, there are 5 leaders, corresponding to the 5-person team mentioned in the association's tradition. Although they may have differences in their positions, races, etc., they are still close teammates. Companions who face danger together. Releasing the previous Blood Clan leader means leading the danger to Lilith. Saidu, you are crazy. You can do such a thing. The dwarf leader shouted, shaking the chandelier violently. The soul of the religious leader fluctuated violently. Slander. Think about it, I will do something to Lilith. The church is not ashamed to do such a thing. Looking at the angry expression of the religious leader, everyone hesitated again. Becoming a ghost, his level was lowered, and the other 3 leaders observed that he didn't seem to be lying. The exiles' matter will continue to be investigated, and the church must fully cooperate. Hadalai's eyes continued to fall on the dwarf leader, Bruno. You will lead people to the Blood Clan territory to support Lilith later. The dwarf leader stroked his beard. Okay. I will set off immediately. The religious leader floated forward. I can guarantee that this matter was definitely not done by the church. Is it possible that Wu Hung did it? Lilith has lived in Treasure Island for many years. Wouldn't he think this is a kind of surveillance? Moreover, I got some information that Wu Hung knew the location of many exiles, and had released many vampire exiles before. Everyone raised their eyebrows. The matter was brought to Wu Hung again, but this possibility was not ruled out. It is obviously unlikely that Wu Heng's promotion was so fast, and it was just a normal upgrade according to the rules. If you want to let Lilith leave, or get rid of Lilith in one fell swoop, it is not impossible. Once Lilith is done with this matter, the result will not be difficult to investigate. Hadalai continued to bring the topic to the Holy See and Wu Hung. Regarding Wu Heng's matter, the Holy See implemented it according to the promise to Wu Hung, and the association guaranteed you. The promised gold coins will be prepared in half a month and transferred to Treasure Island by the association. What about the loss of the church? The death of 2 popes, and the reputation of the church accumulated for thousands of years. The religious leader said, and his emotions became excited again, we can bear the compensation guaranteed by the association, but I also require an investigation of Wu Hung, especially the city of Rentam. His strength has increased so exaggeratedly, how is it possible? The leader of the Hongwen Association picked up the teacup and drank tea, and the dwarf rolled his eyes. Previously, using necromancy experiments and human sacrifices to find faults with the other party might still work. But now, Wu Hung has become a hero. Even if it is found, according to past practices, it will not be pursued, but only warned to stop these behaviors. Hadarai's expression did not change, and continued, the investigation of Wu Hung will be discussed later. The first thing to do is to help you restore your physical body, and also to support. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the air. A six-eyed raven appeared out of thin air and landed on the conference table in the middle. Its wings were shining, and it tilted its head to look at everyone, and finally looked at Hattori. The vampire rebellion has been quelled. Raven mimicked, Wu Hung helped me kill the rebels, no support is needed. The conference room was silent. The ghost of the religious leader fluctuated violently, he is acting. Everyone could feel the invisible mockery. Just now he said that Wu Hung released the vampire exile in order to kill Lilith. In a blink of an eye, new news came. Wu Hung assisted Lilith and defeated the enemy before the association's reinforcements set out. Hattori pierced his fingertips, and blood dripped on Raven's forehead. The assistance team will still go to confirm the post-war matters. Raven flapped its wings and drilled into the void. Hattori continued, Bruno, you still have to go, don't worry, you can set off in the next 2 days. Okay. The dwarf leader nodded again. That's it for now, everyone go and do your own things, Hattori said. The two heroes stood up and left, leaving only Hattori and the ghost in the meeting room. Hattori, we are teammates, the religious leader said in a deep voice. Hattori sighed softly, the church has indeed gone too far. The Body Restoration Association will pay attention. You should not do anything else. This is all I can do. The religious leader hesitated and did not say the rest. At this time, the door opened and a priest walked in. After saluting Hattori, he took the magic soul pot and left with the religious leader. The religious leader's study. The magic soul pot was placed on the mahogany desk. The priest saluted the magic soul pot and then left the room. Saida's ghost emerged from the magic soul pot and condensed into a human form in midair. Damn you! Saida cursed. At this time, his eyes fell on the table, on the brand new Treasure Island Express. The huge headline on the front page in the middle caught his eye. The Holy War was defeated. The Pope fell, and the religious leader's body was completely destroyed. The picture was a burning and sinking church ship. You? Saida's soul twisted violently, and his unstable ghost began to drift away. He stretched out his hand to tear up the newspaper, but his translucent hand couldn't grab any real object. The magic soul pot suddenly generated a strong suction force, forcibly pulling back his spirit that was about to collapse. Before being completely sucked back, Saida's eyes saw a small advertisement below, Magic Soul Pod Maintenance Package is on sale. Buy 2 get 1 free, limited time special offer. Wu Hung, I can't coexist with you. Fog City, on the streets covered by dark clouds, obvious moisture can be seen on the corners and the ground. This place is like the dark clouds before the rainstorm on Treasure Island. You can see things clearly, but the sun can't penetrate the clouds. After Wu Hung returned to the city with the Blood Clan army, Lilith took people to take the next step. Without the threat of other heroes, there was no need for Wu Hung to continue to follow. Then, he took the ghost and wandered on the street. The lives of ordinary residents seemed to be unaffected. Lilith and the middle-aged hero both aimed to become the leader of the Blood Clan, and the location of the battle avoided the city. Ordinary residents didn't even know what happened. Sir! The best ebony coffin. The coffin shop owner opened a carved coffin attentively. It has a cashmere cushion inside, soft and comfortable. Wu Hung glanced at the velvet lining inside the coffin and waved his hand. No need. Guest, do you need a cane to show your status? The proprietress of the shop next door greeted enthusiastically. You are so handsome. It is a perfect match for you. I will give you a 20% discount. The best tuxedo can be tailored for you. Maybe Wu Hung was dressed well, and did not look like a local. The shop owners along the street all greeted him enthusiastically. But the style of the Blood Clan is really not in his aesthetic taste. Lilith's dressing style is completely supported by her appearance. The things here are so weird. Xiao Xiao muttered to the side. Benny said, I just came out of the tavern, and they also sell blood-flavored wine, which is made from the blood of several creatures. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Glenda flew on the other side. The customs of life are different. I also want to buy some gifts for my mother. If it is like this, I will be scolded if I buy it back. Xiao Xiao crossed his arms and said helplessly. Wu Hung walked forward. His eyes fell on a shop sign Black Bat Sundry's corner, and on the door was written various magic props. Magic prop shop. Let's go to the magic prop shop to have a look, Wu Hung said. The decoration style in the shop was unusually gloomy. There were various props hanging on the wall, but the shape was still in line with the vampire's preferences. What do you need? The store has a new batch of props. If you need, I can introduce them to you. A middle-aged boss came out. His eyes were bloodshot, and his manners were very polite. Just take a look, don't follow me, Wu Hung said. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Just call me if you need anything. The middle-aged boss walked aside. Look at each attribute one by one. A small voice sounded over his shoulder. Uncle, there is an umbrella over there. The kind that Sister Lilith has. Wu Hung looked inside, and saw a black parasol hanging on the wall. Parascot, description, a magic item engraved with 2 array patterns, eclipse and defense, which can effectively block the sun, and when attacked, it can deploy a shield. It is similar to Lilith's umbrella, but the color and shape are more similar. You can see complex and beautiful patterns on Lilith's umbrella, while the main body of this umbrella is uniformly black. But the effect is not bad, blocking the sun and providing protection. How much is the umbrella? Wu Hung looked at the boss next to him. The middle-aged boss, who had been paying attention to this side, immediately smiled. You have good taste, customer. This umbrella is a master's work, which can block the sun and defend against arrows and crossbows. 75 silver per umbrella. The prices of Blood Clan are not cheap. I want 3, and then the flame ring, and the protection pendant, 10 of each. Wu Hung looked at the boss again. Will you give me a discount for buying so many? If not, I go buy from someone else. Yes. What you said, sir. I will definitely give you a discount for buying so many things, and I will never let you suffer a loss. The boss smiled immediately. Then, he immediately began to calculate the price and said, a total of 975 silver coins, 20% off, 780 silver. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The boss immediately asked someone to prepare it, with a smile on his face. Soon, the items were packed. Wu Hung paid the corresponding amount, took the items, and turned to leave. Returned to the palace in the middle. The old butler beside Lilith led the way in front. The dinner is ready, and the lady is waiting for you to come over. All the way to the restaurant. The luminous stone on the copper lampstand casts a warm and elegant atmosphere in the restaurant. After getting used to the electric lights in Treasure Island, the lights here seem much darker. Lilith sat at the main seat of the long table, her hair falling like a waterfall, especially eye-catching on the dark red velvet chair back. The old butler respectfully pulled out a chair for Wu Hung and whispered, considering your eating habits, the dishes tonight have been specially prepared. The table was filled with exquisite meals. I recognize deer chops, foie gras with black truffle sauce, and various fresh fruits and vegetables. It seems that there is no heavy-tasting food for the vampires at the dinner. Xiao Xiao floated above the table. Sister, you prepared so many delicious foods. Come to support me. Of course, I can't treat you badly. Lilith chuckled rarely. The blood race pursues sensual enjoyment. Lilith continued, many nobles still maintain a similar lifestyle to humans, and delicious food and wine are very popular, but outsiders always misunderstand that we are only bloodthirsty. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. If it weren't on the street, Benny would have seen blood wine being sold in the tavern. I really believed it. Lilith turned her head, and looked at the old butler, who walked to the corner of the restaurant, and tapped the huge conch. Soothing and ethereal music came out of the conch, and echoed throughout the restaurant. Xiao Xiao immediately flew over, stuck his head in, and looked curiously. Actually, Lilith suddenly said, Zoltan was once my mentor. Wu Hung slowed down his movements, and listened carefully. He taught me magic fighting, and how to survive in the society of the vampires. Lilith's eyes penetrated the light stone, as if looking into the distant past. Later, I joined the association and got a new idea. The vampires raised blood slaves and plundered creatures everywhere, just like a barbaric and uncivilized race. In order to save the vampires from the hands of the association, I had to do this. It was gloomier outside the window, and the room was brighter. Xiao Xiao flew back and said, Don't be sad, sister, you did the right thing, and your uncle helped you get revenge. Lilith smiled again, and suddenly changed the subject. I take you to the blood crystal pool tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Xiao agreed immediately and asked, What is that for? It's the holy place of the vampires. People who are not core members of the vampires cannot enter. Lilith said mysteriously. Really? Then I go in invisible. Xiao Xiao was even happier. Okay. Wu Hung sat opposite, watching Xiao Xiao and the vampire leader, and the more they talked, the happier they became. Chapter 965. Lilith chatted with Xiao Xiao for a while, then looked at Wu Hung again, asking, Your wings? During the battle, Wu Hung spread out his wings exactly like those of the vampires. Even though Lilith didn't care about these things, she was still curious about this matter. Many humans have transformed into vampires, and the main reason is the increase in lifespan. But Wu Hung has become a hero, so there is no need to transform at this time. If he wants to survive, there are many ways, and necromancers are particularly good at these. Wu Hung took a sip from the wine glass and said calmly, Through the potential stimulated by the potion, some vampire-like characteristics can be obtained. Lilith raised her eyebrows, and her eyes became more puzzled. Is it still like this? Xiao Xiao flew back again and helped. Uncle said that I can become a fishman in the future and swim in the sea. Lilith still smiled. So, you have the flying ability of the blood race, but you still don't belong to the blood race? You can understand it that way. Wu Heng continued, don't worry, I haven't done anything to harm the blood race. That's not what I mean. Of course I believe you. Lilith rolled her eyes at him with some reproach. Feeling that her expression was not good, she immediately changed to a cold expression. Wu Heng continued, when will you deal with it here and come back with me? Lilith raised her chin, you came all the way here just to take me back. It doesn't feel comfortable here. Wu Heng said tactfully. It's the foggy city under my feet, but the environment and construction are not as good as Treasure Island. The city is humid, the streets are narrow, and the carriages and people are chaotic. It can be seen that it is indeed different from ordinary cities, but it is still much worse than Treasure Island. Xiao Xiao also said yes. This place is not as good as Treasure Island, it is much worse. What do you mean? It has been built for 100 years. Lilith was a little speechless. In front of others, he said that the city is not good, not at all behind their backs. Wu Heng smiled and said, later, let the designer of Treasure Island help you plan it, install the lights, and replan the route. It will be much better than now. Okay, you can arrange someone to come when you go back. Lilith nodded. The two had mentioned things like electrifying the vampire territory before. This time it was directly decided. So when are we going back? Wu Heng looked at her. Xiao Xiao repeated, when? Lilith turned away and said unhappily, I can't leave immediately after this is over. Besides, the aid team from the headquarters has already arrived. We have to wait for them to arrive and complete the process. That's fine. Wu Heng nodded. He just wanted to bring Lilith back. The two heroes on his side were enough to deal with big troubles. Moreover, he had to deal with things in Rentam City after he returned. Lilith was on the island. Treasure Island would be safer. The two ate and talked, and after dinner, Lilith took the coat handed over by the butler and said, Xiao Xiao, I take you to the night patrol. Okay. What is the night patrol? Xiao Xiao cheered and asked immediately. It's just patrolling, to see if anyone does anything at night. Lilith replied, and then looked at the butler, take Chief Wu Heng to see the bedroom and arrange anything you need. Yes, Mississippi. The housekeeper nodded, Leader Wu Heng, please come this way. Xiao Xiao and Lilith left, and Wu Heng followed the housekeeper to the prepared bedroom. The room was spacious and deep, with a dark wooden partition separating the study and the bedroom. The carvings on the surface showed thorns, roses, and other patterns that the vampires liked. The whole room exuded a classical gloomy style, as if the air was filled with musty smell. The light stone was embedded in the copper candlestick on the wall, and the dim halo barely illuminated the room. It was much worse than the effect of the Treasure Island electric light. Glenda floated closer, and her translucent figure glowed with a faint blue light under the light stone, saying, Lilith's eyes are full of tenderness when she looks at you. Take this opportunity. Be bolder. Wu Heng took off his coat and hung it on the hanger beside him. Tenderness? Why do I feel that she keeps glaring at me? You just know how to lower your head to eat. Of course I didn't notice. Glenda said unhappily. Benny's figure appeared on the other side, turned lightly, and interrupted with a smile, you came all the way to save her. Which woman wouldn't be moved? Aren't you good at coaxing women? Just take her down this time. When did I become good at it? Wu Heng scratched his face. What if she disagrees and hits me? Can she really kill you? Glenda floated over and encouraged. With your current strength, you can get a hero partner in exchange for 2 hits. This deal, a huge profit. Wu Heng looked at the 2 ghosts on his left and right, staring at him. Okay, I try it when I have a chance. The 2 ghosts didn't say anything more. Glenda said, give me the Book of the Dead. I see if there are any records of high-level vampire skeletons in it. And my tablet. Benny turned in the air. Wu Heng handed the books and tablet to them. After settling the 2 ghosts, Wu Heng walked into the inner room and called Minnie. Master. As soon as the screen lit up, he saw several maids in the house, including Philippa, huddled together, greeting each other. Have you reached the vampire territory? Are you injured? Minnie's voice was filled with worry. We've arrived, and the matter has been resolved. Wu Heng leaned back in his chair with ease. So fast? Robe said in surprise. Minnie asked, is it dangerous over there? Not that dangerous. Wu Heng said casually, the opponent's strength is average, and Lilith and I teamed up to easily resolve it. Wow, Master is really awesome. The maids exclaimed in applause. Wu Hung smiled and shook his head, then asked, "How is Treasure Island?" The others kept quiet as they talked about business. Minnie replied, "Everything is normal on the island. Sister Wire has already arrived in Rentam City and met Sister Wenman Shaw. She called 2 days ago and said that everything is going well." After a slight pause, he continued, "This morning, Miss Ledelai also came to visit Treasure Island and said that she has officially taken over the position of the head of the Treasure Island Consortium. Unfortunately, you were not there, so she left a gift and left." "Did Ledelai go to the island?" "Yes." Minnie nodded, her tone brisk. "She also mentioned your battle with the Holy See, saying that she had set out before, but was stopped by the Holy Sea's fleet halfway. As soon as this matter was over, she immediately rushed back." Wu Hung touched his chin. "Where is the original head?" Minnie said, "I heard he was transferred. But Miss Ledelai said that she gave him a large sum of money, so even if he was transferred to a small place, it would be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life." Wu Hung chuckled. "He is a good person. Is the master coming back?" Minnie continued to ask. "Yes, I will go back in 2 days." Wu Hung nodded. "Report safety to me, Shannara, and Zalagwi. I won't call them." The maids were stunned. Minnie widened her eyes. "And Deacon Zalagwi?" Wu Hung smiled and said, "The 2 sisters always come to our house for dinner. You didn't notice it at all? Are they sisters?" The maids were even more surprised. "The master is really amazing." "I won't chat with you anymore. I will go back in 2 days." Wu Hung said. "Goodbye, master." Hang up the phone and sat on the bed to think. Take out the divination tortoise shell from the space ring. Holding the tortoise shell in his hand, he thought about the impact of Ledelai's arrival on Treasure Island, and then shook it gently. The coin slipped from the mouth of the tortoise shell, and after the coin rotated on the ground, the 2 coins were facing up. "Shuji," Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "It seems that Ledelai's arrival on the island is helpful to Treasure Island. Maybe his own status is not high, so he is not very helpful. In short, he and Ledelai have cooperated for a long time. This woman is smart and capable. It will also be more convenient for him to preside over the Treasure Island Consortium. As for the concerns of the association, they are not so important now. Before, he was the flag bearer of the association, and he was afraid of being caught by someone, so he went outside to order items from the consortium. Now that I have become a hero, I don't need to be so careful. Most rules cannot restrict heroes." Lying on my back on the bed, I began to think involuntarily. Including the corpse of the Blood Clan hero this time, I already have 3 skeletons that can kill heroes. Moreover, the level of this corpse will not be reduced after transformation, which also saves the trouble of arranging it to upgrade later. It can be said that my strength has been improved again. The church dares to launch a holy war. I don't even need to use missiles. Wu Hung muttered. My own strength, plus 3 hero skeletons. Fighting 2 or 3 heroes is not a big problem. When I go back, I will deal with the Queen's affairs first, and then continue to develop my own Lingxi church. The Queen's affairs are not difficult. In the modern world, there are records of the Shang dynasty everywhere. Just ask and take her to take a look. At that time, I will become my own ghost and learn some of the things I want. And the Yeko Kingdom. After becoming a hero, the Yeko Kingdom was quiet for a while. This time, following the order of the Holy See to attack the city of Rentam, it gave itself a reason to interfere with the internal affairs of the Yeko Kingdom. After thinking about the matter in his mind, he closed his eyes again to rest. Early in the morning, in the restaurant, Lilith held the goblet with her fingertips, and the fruit wine was shaken with her careless. Today I'm going to deal with the officials in the clan. Lilith took a sip. Some old guys, it's time to rest. Wu Hung ate beef and asked casually, You Blood Clan, it seems that you are particularly fond of family politics. Family politics is a system in which the top leaders are all from the same family. The sequelae of living too long. Lilith said helplessly. Do you need my help? I help you deal with the things that are difficult for you to deal with. Wu Hung said seriously. Lilith forced a smile. Without heroes, the rest of the things are easy to deal with. You can stay at home or go around. Well, Wu Hung continued, I also need to take a break. I may study magic books in my room. Try not to let anyone get close to my room. Okay, no one will disturb you. Lilith nodded. After breakfast, Lilith left with her guards, and Wu Hung went upstairs to his bedroom. The door was locked, and Wu Hung said, Let's go to the other side. Go to see the zombies? Xiao Xiao muttered. Today is the annual meeting that your Aunt Li Yong mentioned. It only happens once a year. Wu Hung changed his clothes. I promised her. If I don't go, she will definitely be angry again. Annual meeting? When did you say that? Why didn't I hear it? Xiao Xiao showed his anticipation for the annual meeting. It was said on the phone. You guys come back first. Wu Heng opened the door. The ghost got back into the body, and Wu Heng walked in directly. The other side was still the prison's monitoring room. After releasing the ghost, he took out the phone and dialed Li Yaheng's number. After 2 rings, Li Yaheng's voice came from the other side, with dissatisfaction in her tone. Did you forget? I remember. The annual meeting is today. Wu Heng said. I arranged someone to pick you up. Li Yaheng said. Wu Heng walked out and said to the phone, No, I can go there myself. Then I will arrange for you to commend outstanding members later. There are 6 people in total. I will give you the list then. Li Yaheng said in a deep voice. Okay. Wu Heng walked out of the building and went to the garage. He got on an off-road vehicle and said to the skeleton driver, Go to the central shopping mall. The vehicle started and left the prison. Arrived at the scene, the annual meeting had already begun. In the banquet hall, the crystal chandelier reflected the dazzling golden light, reflecting the entire space like the prosperous scene before the end of the world. The huge electronic screen behind the stage broadcast the performance on the stage in real time, and the members of the base below also had happy and relaxed expressions on their faces. Wu Heng walked through the crowd, and the conversation was also suppressed along the way, and there was a look of awe in his eyes. Li Yaheng sat in the middle of the first row, with Chi Han Kai, Gao Rong, and some unfamiliar faces on both sides, including a few foreigners. Seeing Wu Heng, his eyes lit up, and he immediately waved. You are finally here. Li Yaheng lowered her voice and gestured to the people around her. Let me introduce you. This is the representative of the headquarters, Deputy Commander Chi. This is the representative of New Eden, Mr. Joel, and this. 6 or 7 people were introduced one after another, including the big base of the Dawn Alliance, and several bases that he had never heard of. Wu Heng also shook hands with them enthusiastically. These people were also very interested in Wu Heng, and looked him up and down. After chatting with several representatives for a while, Li Yaheng came over again. The performance will be over soon, and you will go on stage to present certificates to the base members. Wu Heng said, I also brought a protective pendant, and I plan to give it out as a reward. Originally, they bought 2 kinds of items, flame ring and protection pendant. But there were only 6 people going on stage, so Wu Heng planned to distribute the protection pendant. The people in the flame ring base couldn't use it, and it would be easy to cause problems if he gave it to them. Li Yaheng also had the protection pendant. After thinking for a while, she said, Will there be any trouble with people from other bases? No problem. It's not a big problem. Wu Heng gestured to let her rest assured. With her own strength, it's not a big problem to just show some small props. Okay. Do you need a demonstration? Li Yaheng asked again. You could accompany me to demonstrate it then. Yes. Li Yaheng nodded. Soon, the performance ended, and the host's excited voice sounded. Next, please invite Chief Wu Heng to present awards to members who have made outstanding contributions to the base this year. The spotlight suddenly focused, and Wu Heng slowly walked onto the stage. The screen behind him magnified every subtle movement of his. The audience was instantly quiet, and everyone looked up. Many people saw Wu Heng for the first time. The host continued, Please invite the members whose names are read to come on stage to receive the awards. Yu Xian, an investigator of the military factory, has improved the equipment many times, increasing production efficiency by 40%. A tall and thin man wearing glasses came on stage nervously, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the corners of his clothes. Wu Heng stretched out his hand and shook his hand with him, with steady force. Lin Yue awakened the purification ability, purified the water resources of various bases, and saved countless lives. Yang Lei's vanguard team set an example and carried out dangerous tasks many times. Several people came on stage one after another. Wu Heng shook hands with them one by one, then issued certificates, and then put the pendant on everyone's neck like a medal. The host read the manuscript sent to him. In addition to the rewards of the base, the leader Wu Heng also prepared a special gift for everyone, a protective amulet, which will protect the wearer in the event of sudden danger. After reading it, there was a silence below. The host frowned and checked the content again to confirm whether he had read it wrong. At this time, Li Yaheng came up, followed by a skeleton. Put the protection pendant on the skeleton's neck, then take a strong crossbow and aim and shoot. The crossbow arrow broke through the air, and when it was about to hit, the light blue barrier unfolded. The crossbow arrow seemed to hit a wall and fell to the ground powerlessly. There was a dead silence below the stage. Then it instantly boiled again. This Isn't this equivalent to directly having superpowers? Defensive superpowers. No need to awaken, just wear it and use it. Where did the leader get this kind of artifact? The discussion came one after another, and everyone's eyes became hot. In this Doomsday, people with superpowers are rare, and ordinary people can only rely on luck to awaken if they want to gain power. But now, Wu Heng actually took out something that allows ordinary people to use superpowers directly. Thank you for the demonstration, Deputy Chief Li, which allowed us to see the magical effect of this necklace. Please return to your seat first. The host continued to control the scene, and then invited Wu Heng to the middle of the stage. Please, Chief, send New Year's greetings to everyone. Wu Heng said a few words of encouragement and blessings to the members below, and also walked off the stage. As soon as he returned to his seat, several representatives from foreign bases immediately came over. Chief Wu Heng, this thing of yours. Is it a newly developed technology? Can it be used on tanks or some vehicles to act as a shield? Some of it looks like a spell in a game. Chief Wu Heng, are you willing to sell this technology? Technology exchange is also okay. Chapter 966. The annual meeting continued, and the host began the lucky draw. Li Yang prepared a separate room for Wu Heng and several base representatives, where they could hear the noise outside, but it did not affect their normal chat. The representative of the New Eden base pushed his glasses and said in unfamiliar Chinese, Leader Wu Heng, according to the Dawn Alliance agreement, our base wants to exchange this technology. The effect of the protection pendant appeared, attracting the attention of these people. The magic shield that appeared, in the eyes of these people, was more like the energy shield of a warship in a science fiction movie. It has exceeded the standard of modern weapon development. It was also realized that the Yama Palace had come up with a new high-tech product. The representative of the Vulcan Furnace base also echoed, yes, some technologies can only develop faster through joint research. The rest of the people also looked over here. Wu Heng took a sip of the teacup and stretched out his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he said, this necklace is not modern technology. It is fundamentally different from the electronic components we understand. Even if I share it with you, I can't produce it. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Another non-technological product. Before, Li Yang took them to visit the power plant of the Yama Palace. A huge furnace that can provide heat without any fuel still left a deep impression on them. This time the necklace is this kind of thing again? Where did he get it from? Wu Heng continued, I can't provide you with technology, but if you are interested, I can sell some to you. The old rules can be exchanged for things or technology. Everyone's eyes lit up. We want to order a few. How much do you plan to charge? The representative of New Eden asked first. A necklace that can automatically defend itself is also a means of saving lives. Wu Heng said, I will let Li Yang decide the price when the time comes. You can contact her. Let's make a deal first. This kind of necklace can only be produced a few times a year, so the price must be high. Everyone nodded, as long as there is an accurate price. After talking about this matter, several people casually talked about some things on the base. The annual meeting outside ended, and Li Yang came over and prepared transportation for the other base representatives to leave. After sending off the representatives of each base, there was only a piece of afterglow in the sky. Wu Heng and Li Yang walked side by side through the corridor, and their long boots made a crisp echo on the ground. When the door of the office was opened, under the bright light, Shi Hankai was whispering with Zhao Yanqiu, and the aroma of coffee was still floating in the room. And Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared and flew directly in front of Zhao Yanqiu, shouting Mom. Shi Hankai widened her eyes, and looked back stiffly at Xiao Xiao who was talking to Zhao Yanqiu. She had known about Xiao Xiao for a long time, but it was the first time she saw him. Xiao Xiao, on the contrary, seemed to be very familiar with her. Wu Heng poured himself a cup of coffee, then sat down on the sofa, and said to Li Yang, each base wants to order protected necklaces. Let's see what kind of things or technologies the base needs. Take this opportunity to exchange with them. Don't agree to too many quantities for each base. Just limit it to 2 pieces. Okay. Wait until spring. Li Yang returned to her seat. We are talking about the power station now. You guys discuss it. Wu Heng took out 3 black umbrellas from the space ring, New Year's gift. Zhao Yanqiu raised her head and said unhappily, who gives black umbrellas to others for the new year? Xiao Xiao rushed to say, Mom, this is a good thing, it's precious. Wu Heng explained, this is a prop of the same type as the protective necklace. It can block the sun. When used as a parasol, it can create a shield to protect you when attacked. The 3 raised their eyebrows and immediately understood the meaning of Wu Heng's gift to them. Shi Hankai took it and handed it to the other 2. Then, he opened the umbrella directly, and the ribs made a slight click sound. The moment the umbrella surface was unfolded, the light in the room seemed to be distorted for a moment. I can't see any effect now. When the weather gets warmer, you can try it again, Wu Heng said with a smile. Thank you. Zhao Yanqiu smiled. We are a family. Why are you being polite? Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao nodded. That's right. The dusk outside the window was getting darker. Li Yong hung the umbrella in the cabinet beside her and said, Don't leave tonight. It's rare for all three of us to be here. Shi Hankai smiled. Zhao Yanqiu pretended not to hear and talked to Xiao Xiao. Wu Heng said, I have something else to do. Let's do it next time. The three of them were a little disappointed when they heard it. That's fine, but next time there won't be three of us. Li Yong joked with a smile. There are plenty of opportunities. Wu Heng continued, Help me find out where the ruins of the Shang dynasty are. It would be best if it was the location of the imperial city. Li Yong asked curiously, Why are you asking about this? Some things should not be difficult to find out. Okay. Li Yong nodded. He didn't stay here for long, waved goodbye to the three women, and took the off-road vehicle back to the prison. When he returned to the other world, the capital of the Blood Clan was already shrouded in night. But for the Blood Clan, night is the real day. The streets were brightly lit, the shops were open, the Blood Clan flew in the sky, and low laughter came from the tavern. The whole city seemed like a machine that never stopped, rotating day and night. So, if an entertainment city was opened in the Blood Clan's territory, it could be opened both day and night. Uncle, let's go for a walk on the street. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, looking at the large number of Blood Clans flying outside, with a little excitement in her tone. Wu Heng glanced at it and said, Go ahead, don't cause any trouble, this is the place of the vampires. I know. Xiao Xiao responded with a long tone, and said to the back auntie sister, Let's go together. Glinda said, You two go, I don't really want to go out. Okay. Sister, let's go together. Xiao Xiao said, and flew out with Benny. The other two ghosts also nodded, glanced at Wu Heng and flew out together. Lilith's leader's mansion has fallen into silence, and there are no maids or servants. Wu Heng found some hot water to make a bucket of instant noodles for himself. Now that I think about it, Treasure Island is better. The skeleton chef is on call 24 hours a day and occasionally makes some cakes. Just as I sat down in the hall and was about to eat noodles, Glinda came back and said, Lilith is looking at her phone in the courtyard, and she is alone. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and said, You sound like you want to kidnap her. Glinda rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, Go. Wu Heng walked towards the courtyard with instant noodles. The night breeze was cool, and the roses in the courtyard glowed in the moonlight. Lilith was sitting on a bench, sliding her fingers on her phone. She is a vampire after all. If she were a human, she would be anemic from mosquitoes if she sat here playing with her phone in the middle of the night. You haven't had dinner yet? Lilith said coldly without raising her head. Just went downstairs just a bite. Wu Heng sat down beside her, rolled up the instant noodles with a fork, and handed it to her lips. Try it, you haven't eaten this before. Lilith was stunned, obviously not expecting him to do this. She raised her eyes and glanced at him. You think I'm a child? Just a bite. Wu Heng pushed forward again. Lilith's eyes were erratic, and she quickly glanced around. After confirming that there was no one around, she lowered her head slightly, and took a small bite with a blushing face. He chewed slowly, and then commented, It's okay, the taste is average. It was originally used to temporarily fill my stomach. Wu Heng continued, If I have no income in the future, I will open a pub and specialize in selling this instant noodles. You are so talkative. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, but still took a small bite when he handed it to her again. That's enough, I ate tonight. Wu Heng took back the fork and ate it himself. Lilith also put away her phone, leaned sideways, and held her chin, looking at him with interest. What are your plans next? Let's start the sect first. Wu Heng said while eating, We have already negotiated with several places, and the church will be built soon. The rest is to preach. Lilith said, General sects dare not expand so blatantly, for fear of conflict with the church, but you are not afraid of these. Wu Heng asked, By the way, there is something I've always been curious about. What is it? How many heroes does the association have? He put down his bowl and chopsticks and said seriously, According to the rule of rotating in power, the number of heroes should be more than the current number, right? Lilith was silent for a moment, narrowed her eyes slightly, and said somewhat obscurely, There are 5 people in power, and each term is 50 years. If you are included, it is enough for the next round of power. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. There are still 4 heroes behind the association. The association is really powerful. Even if the Holy See is so arrogant, it still has to follow the rules of the association. What about the Holy See? Wu Heng asked. Lilith tapped the table with her fingertips. The church is a little special. Their power comes from the gods, so it has always been mysterious. After a slight pause, she added, Saidu has served as the ruling leader for 2 terms. I don't have accurate information about how many heroes they have. Wu Heng nodded, thought for a while, and said, Last time you told me that you suspected that Saidu and the Pope were the same person. When I fought them, they did merge. I heard about this from Xiao Xiao, so the information may be biased. If they are the same person, it should be the first Pope you killed. Lilith continued, If I have any news, I will tell you. Wu Heng nodded. Don't think too much. Lilith looked at him again. You risked your life to save me. Aren't you afraid that this is a trap? How is it possible? Wu Heng said with a smile, In fact, I know some divination, and I have already calculated that we can defeat each other together. Oh! You can do this? Lilith raised her eyebrows. Let me show you. Give me your hand. Just your left hand will do. Wu Heng said. Lilith held out her left hand doubtfully. Wu Heng pointed at the lines on her palm and said, This is the career line. Your career will be very high. Mine is a little worse. There are many forks in the middle, which means the road is rough. You see, I have been targeted by the church all the time, but I have never stopped. Lilith came over and looked at his palm. There was a faint fragrance in her hair. Wu Heng continued, This is the lifeline. Your lifeline is also very straight, which proves that you are very healthy. Ha! Lilith was amused and suddenly held her palm. You kid, I am a vampire, so my lifeline must be long. She was about to pull her hand away, but Wu Heng still held it tightly. You? Lilith looked up and met his gaze. In an instant, the words were swallowed back, and her heartbeat was more chaotic than when facing the enemy. Wu Heng's heart was pounding, and he could clearly feel her slightly cool skin in his palm, and his fingertips that were not really strong. Just like Glenda said, the way Lilith looked at him was very different from before. If someone else dared to hold Lilith's hand like this, they would have been sealed up and nailed into a coffin and exiled. But now, she just turned her face away awkwardly, but her ears turned red quietly. She has a chance. Come back to Treasure Island with me. Wu Heng held her cold and smooth hand, and his tone was like coaxing a child. You don't even have electricity here, and there is no place to charge your phone when it runs out of power. Lilith turned her face away, and her ears turned red in the moonlight. Didn't I tell you? Wait for the people from the headquarters to come, and I make arrangements here. Before he finished speaking, Wu Heng suddenly leaned forward. The distance between the two of them suddenly shortened, so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Lilith's pupils shrank slightly, and she subconsciously tried to hide, but Wu Heng's other hand gently held her chin and turned her back. The next second, Wu Heng felt his mouth disappear, and immediately reached out to wipe it, and his mouth returned. Lilith closed her eyes. Just when their lips were about to touch. Uncle, sister, you are here. Bang! A huge force came from his abdomen, and Wu Heng's body flew backwards, and fell into the flower bed with a crash, plowing down the branches. Xiao Xiao. Lilith regained her composure and looked up into the air. What have you been doing? Xiao Xiao floated in the air angrily. Why did you hit your uncle? I'm not on good terms with you anymore. Lilith was speechless for a moment, then immediately said with a stern face, We were training. Your uncle asked me to train with him, and he was distracted when you spoke. Wu Heng crawled out of the flowers in a mess, brushing off the petals covered in dirt, and laughed dryly. It's okay, it's training, bumps and bruises are inevitable. Xiao Xiao looked at the two suspiciously, and finally nodded. I said it, my sister is so nice, how could she hit someone casually? Lilith coughed lightly, turned around and walked into the house. It's too late, go back to the room to rest, we can talk about it tomorrow. When her figure disappeared, Grenda appeared. It seems to be progressing well. Wu Heng rubbed his aching abdomen. I said she can hit people. Grenda said, You hit her back in bed in the future. Wu Heng glanced at her speechlessly. You are driving again, right? After that, he also walked into the house, and returned to his room. Lilith stood at the window of the room, and her fingertips gently touched her lips. When I returned to the room, Xiao Xiao and Benny were floating in the air, dancing and describing what they saw and heard outside. Wu Heng took out the magic soul pot, and the hazy ghost floated out and condensed into the soul of the Nyang Nyang. Let you out to breathe, don't run around. As he said, books and 3 tablets were distributed. Where is this? It's not your home. The queen was curious. The place of the Blood Clan, staying for one night. Wu Heng said. The queen still teased, hee hee, I thought I found the place where we made a bet. Don't worry. Wu Heng unbuttoned his coat, and the clothes automatically floated to the hanger. I already have a clue. You are bragging. The queen pouted. Wu Heng didn't say anything more. You guys play, I can still rest for a while. If there is nothing to do tomorrow, we will go back first. Okay, good night. Chapter 967. The next day, early morning, Wu Heng opened his eyes, and the faint light shone through the heavy clouds, casting mottled shadows on the window lattice. The sky was still dark as dusk, with no sunshine, only thin skylight. He got up and dressed neatly, washed his face simply, and dispelled the sleepiness. Uncle, you are awake. Xiao Xiao came in through the wall, greeted him, and said mysteriously, last night, my aunt kept asking about our affairs with the Blood Clan. Is she going to harm us again? Having experienced so much, a primary school child began to be vigilant in doing things. What did she ask? Let me hear it. Wu Heng said. Xiao Xiao floated to the side with her arms folded, recalling and saying, she asked how we got here, what the other hero's strength was, and suspected that there was a conspiracy. Later, I didn't tell her, so she didn't ask. It sounds like she was just curious about what these people did. Wu Heng said, we are very alert. We must also remain vigilant in the future. We must not let her succeed before she joins us. Got it. A small salute. Walk out of the washroom, and go directly to the study. Glinda and Benny are in the room. The queen also glanced over here, and then looked away. Wu Heng said, we will say goodbye to Lilith later and go back. We can't help much if we stay here. Glinda said. Yeah. Wu Heng looked at the queen, who, needless to say, went directly into the magic soul pot. Walk over and put away the magic soul pot, tablet, and books. Open the door, and go downstairs. Lilith is already sitting on one side of the long table in the restaurant, with the butler standing behind her and several busy maids. Seeing him coming down, she said expressionlessly, let's eat first. Wu Heng sat down on the other side, and observed the other person calmly. Still expressionless, occasionally catching a glance. We go back later. Wu Heng said. Lilith nodded, okay, thank you for your help this time. Xiao Xiao said on the side, did the headquarters team come here? It's so slow, otherwise we can go back together. Lilith said, the Blood Clan also has things to deal with, and it will take some time to replace the internal personnel. Okay. Xiao Xiao said helplessly. She and Lilith can play together the most. Since Lilith left Treasure Island, she can only watch TV at home. Lilith glanced behind her and said, I prepared some gifts for Xiao Xiao, just in time for you to take them back. You're so polite. Wu Heng said. The servant brought a square wooden box, and Xiao Xiao immediately flew up and looked inside. There were finely crafted clothes, bat hairpins carved from moonstone, puppets with obsidian eyes, lace handkerchiefs with silver light. These were not used by the soul, but on the puppets. Wow! Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Thank you, sister. No, for me. I also contributed, okay. Wu Heng asked while eating. Lilith rolled her eyes at him, and didn't say anything. She continued to chat with Xiao Xiao about the materials in the gifts, and the uses of some items. After a simple 2 bites, the tableware was collected by the servants. Wu Heng took out a fixed-frequency radio and said, when you go to Treasure Island, use this to keep in touch with this side, and you can feel more at ease. Lilith had used the radio before, and was familiar with it. She nodded, okay. Wu Heng continued to take out 2 tickets. Remember the side effects, your senses will be affected. Eat according to the watch. Got it. Lilith continued to put the tickets away. The two continued to chat for a while, and the time was almost up. Wu Heng put away the small gift box, walked into the courtyard, and prepared to leave. Xiao Xiao, it's time to go. Wu Heng shouted behind him, wait for Lilith to go to Treasure Island, and you two can have fun again. Got it. Xiao Xiao agreed, and quickly flew over and got into the body. Glinda and Bernie, who had been invisible, also returned one after another. I'm leaving. Wu Heng looked at Lilith. The latter nodded, I call you before leaving. Wu Heng didn't say anything and walked towards her. Lilith's eyes condensed. The housekeeper standing behind glanced at the two and turned away. Wu Heng strode forward, and in Lilith's surprised eyes, he grabbed her waist, and his hand was cold and soft. You? Lilith's eyes narrowed, and she said coldly, you are getting bolder and bolder. We won't see each other for such a long time again, and I'm starting to miss you now. Wu Heng said softly. Lilith pushed the other's hand away, and suddenly, she lost much strength. Wu Heng lowered his head, and kissed the cold lips before the other party could react. Lilith froze in place, Her fingers tightened Wu Hang's collar. Wu Hang moved away slightly and whispered, "Relax a little." Lilith also began to respond carefully. After a long while, Lilith bit the tip of the other's tongue lightly, and pushed him away when the other party retreated. "Enough." Lilith put her fingertips on her lips that were close again. "Don't push it any further." Wu Hang held her hand. "I wait for you at Treasure Island." Lilith pulled her hand back and flicked her skirt. "Hurry up. I have things to deal with." Wu Hang walked back to the courtyard, put on the train conductor's hat, and the ghost train appeared in front. Stepping into the carriage, he looked back and saw Lily looking at him. Waving his hand again, the door closed, and the train disappeared from the spot. After the train disappeared for a long time, Lilith turned around and returned to her residence. Treasure Island, Church. After morning prayer, the wood elf priest Evelyn closed the missionary book in her hand, and her emerald eyes swept across the hall. The believers left with the distributed eggs. She looked at everyone with some unspeakable helplessness in her eyes. The residents of the island were still willing to participate, but the number of true believers who were willing to pray and confess to the statue was very limited. More importantly, it was to get a breakfast for the family. Now it seems that the island owner will be disappointed. After everyone left, the skeletons began to clean up, and Evelyn returned to the room, kneeling on the cushion embroidered with the emblem of the Spiritual Enlightenment Church, and began to confess to the missionary book. This is the side effect of the strange object, and it must be done every time it ends. I confess with a humble heart. After the confession, Evelyn put the book away. The tip of her ear trembled slightly, and then there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Shannara walked in from outside with the skeleton attendant. "Elder Shannara." Evelyn immediately saluted. Shannara nodded and asked, "Is the missionary progress going well?" Evelyn said helplessly, "Maybe eggs are more popular." Shannara also knew the situation on the island and sighed slightly. At present, the island is peaceful, but it has completely torn its face with the church and may face greater danger at any time. The islanders respect the island owner, but worship living people as gods. Evelyn whispered the dilemma. Unless the island owner can create a miracle that changes people's minds, it will take time after all. Shannara said, "I will discuss this matter with the island owner at that time." Evelyn smiled and nodded. Shannara continued, "The church in the Wood Elf territory has been built. 20 priests will be selected and arranged to go there. If the address is near your home, you can arrange it directly." "Yes, I will give instructions later and select them in the next 2 days." Evelyn replied. "Okay, you take a rest. I just came to take a look." Shannara stood up. Evelyn bowed again, and Shannara left the room. The scenery reappeared outside the window. After the ghost train stopped, the door opened with a metallic collision. Wu Hang stepped off the train, his feet sinking into the soft sand, and the sea breeze carried a salty taste. "Release the 3 ghosts." Xiao Xiao cheered and said, "Home." Granada said, "It's still Treasure Island. It makes people feel comfortable. No wonder Lilith lives either in the headquarters or in Treasure Island." Bernie also said. The 3 ghosts were floating in the air and discussing. Wu Hang identified the direction of the city. Let's go back to the island owner's mansion first." Teleportation was released, and the figure disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the courtyard of the island owner's mansion. "Master!" The Catwoman Robe, who was trimming the branches, shouted in surprise. He ran first and threw himself into his arms. Then, at the gate, Minnie and Philippa also ran out, gathered around him and acted like a spoiled child. Wu Hang touched their heads. "Okay, let's go in first." They entered the living room together. Wu Hang sat down on the sofa, and Minnie brought her cold tea. "Master, has Chief Lilith dealt with everything?" Wu Hang picked up the teacup and took a sip. "She can handle the rest by herself, and she doesn't need our help." Robe sighed. "I remember when Chief Lilith came to the island. She felt so strong and powerful, and now she needs the Master's help." Minnie also said, "Not every hero can defeat the church." "Yes, the Master must be the reincarnation of a god." Robe continued to praise. Wu Hang asked, "Where's Shannara?" "Sister Shannara is out. Do you want to call her?" Minnie asked. "No, just wait for her to come back." Wu Hang nodded. Tap tap tap. While talking, the sound of running came from the stairs. Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet and ran down from upstairs 2 or 3 steps at a time. Sister Minnie, Sister Philippa, Sister Robe. The 3 of them also smiled. Xiao Xiao continued, "Uncle, where's the gift that Sister Lilith gave me? I want to go upstairs to try it out." Wu Hang took out the brocade box. Xiao Xiao held it and ran upstairs again. Not long after, she changed into a vampire-style dress. Wearing a black hairpin on her head, she ran downstairs. Does it look good? It looks good. Wu Hung and Benny also smiled. Chatted with the maids downstairs. Then, he went upstairs and called Envier to confirm the situation there. At dusk, at the dinner table, Shannara and Annette, who was in charge of the city hall, also sat around the table. After Wu Hung explained the situation of the Blood tribe in more detail, Shannara said, "The churches in the Wood Elf territory have been built, and the priests will be selected in the next few days to go to those churches." Really? You can arrange it. When the time comes, ask the Wood Elves if there are any who need help. We will try our best to help them, Wu Hung said with a smile. Improving faith is still his main goal. It is also a good thing that the churches on the Wood Elves have been handled. Well, I ask then. Shannara continued. Avelin said that the effect of the church's missionary work is not that good. If it is still the usual way, the number of believers will increase slowly. Wu Hung opened the panel and looked at the faith. Faith, 105/50,000. In fact, it has increased quite a bit. The last time I looked at it, it was still 27 points. After this period of time, it has risen to 105. The daily preaching and the defeat of the Vatican fleet this time have brought a lot of influence. It's just that it's not that obvious. I take care of it, Wu Hung said. Okay. Shannara nodded. After dinner, several people went to the training room to train, and Wu Hung released the teleportation spell and went to the database mansion. At this time, the mansion was dark, and the skeletons were sitting in front of the computer typing on the keyboard. Wu Hung walked over and said to the responsible skeleton investigator, "Arrange 2 skeletons to follow me to the church to install the smart speaker." The skeleton investigator nodded, left and came back, followed by 2 skeletons wearing orange vests. This kind of skeleton is responsible for equipment installation. Wu Hung released the teleportation spell and brought the skeleton to the church. Entering the church hall from the back door, Evelyn came over and said, "Master Island Master. Well, take me to the prayer room. I will install some equipment and teach you how to use it," Wu Hung said. Evelyn looked a little puzzled, but still took her to the prayer room that had never been opened to the public. Returning to the Island Master's mansion, the sky had completely darkened. After a simple wash, he pushed the door and walked into the bedroom. In the dim room, only the bedside lamp was on. Chanella, wearing a light blue nightgown, leaned against the bed and read a book. The loose shoulder straps, one side hanging down, revealing the crystal collarbone and most of the white and tender roundness. "Are you back?" Chanella looked up. "What book are you reading?" Wu Hung closed the door. "Just take a look, it's about painting." Chanella closed the book and put it on the bedside. Wu Hung hung his clothes aside and got into the quilt, holding her slightly cold hand and bringing her into his arms. The two of them were breathing together, and a pair of smooth legs were wrapped around their waists. Chanella hummed softly and turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the whole room into darkness. Early morning, Treasure Island Church. After the daily morning prayer, Priest Evelyn began to pack up. Someone looked at the priest with a smile on his face and asked, "Priest Evelyn, is there any good news? You are so happy this morning." "Good news? Of course there is." Everyone took the distributed eggs and asked softly, "What good news is it?" The Wood Elf priest smiled, held a missionary book in front of his chest, and said, "The prayer room is ready for use. As long as you are confused, you can get guidance from the Island Master." The crowd was a little noisy. A woman with a fat body said in a puzzled tone, "The Island Master will answer personally. How can he have time? There are so many people in the hall. Even if the Island Master is tied here, it is impossible to answer so many questions." Evelyn still kept smiling. "It's a holy relic. Of course, the Island Master doesn't need to be here in person. I will take you there." Everyone was more curious, carrying eggs and walking towards the prayer room. City Hall. The teleportation array had just disappeared, and Wu Hung had already stepped into the corridor of the City Hall. "Master." Annette trotted over to greet him. After Anweer went to Rattam City, the work of the City Hall was handed over to Annette. After all, she also followed and studied for a long time. She also understood the procedures here. "Where are the people?" Wu Hung asked. In the morning, Annette called and said that a necromancer had come to the island. As soon as the island spy sent the information, the other party took the initiative to come to the City Hall and wanted to visit Wu Hung. Such a polite necromancer is still relatively rare. Wu Hung was also curious about the purpose of the other party coming to Treasure Island. "Waiting for you in the conference room." Annette took him inside and said he also brought a servant with him. Judging from his movements, he looks like a skeleton. Wu Hung nodded and walked halfway. Xiao Xiao passed through the wall and flew back from the other wall. Uncle, that person is level 18, with a skeleton around him, and a bone frame behind his armor. What level is the skeleton? Wu Hung asked. Level 15, not high. Wu Hung continued to ask, are there any ghosts? I didn't find any, maybe they didn't let them out, Xiao Xiao said as he floated along. Soon, they arrived at the door of the conference room. Annette pushed open the door, and Wu Hung walked in directly. A figure sat behind the conference table. He was tall and thin, wearing a cloak. Behind him stood a skeleton attendant in plate armor, and a hood covering his face. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, the other party looked up and down, then stood up and introduced himself. Master Wu Hung. My name is Kurt. On behalf of the Endless Desert and the Immortal Monarch, I bring you the most sincere greetings. Chapter 968. Immortal Monarch. Wu Hung was a little surprised by the other party's origin. Before he became a hero, he had known some famous heroes. In addition to the heroes in charge of the association, those who were specially mentioned were Dragon of the Snake Emblem Group and the Immortal Emperor of the Endless Desert. It is rumored that this emperor is a necromancer, and he transformed himself into a hero, in charge of the entire desert. Has he also heard of his own legend? Wu Hung thought in his heart, but his expression did not change much. He stretched out his hand and gestured, sit down. The other party sat down again opposite him, took off his hood, revealing a face in his 40s, a short haircut, deep eye sockets, and a darker skin color. It was that kind of dark brown, darker than the normal skin color of the residents around the Emerald Sea. After the other party sat down, he was still polite and respectful. Please forgive my hasty visit. I came to the city hall after I arrived on the island to avoid causing trouble to the island. As long as there is no criminal record and it does not disrupt the order of the island, Treasure Island welcomes all guests. Wu Hung said calmly. Sir Hero. Necromancer Kurt lowered his voice, and his expression became serious. Great Monarch, I heard about your experience in the association and the prejudice and discrimination of the church against the necromancy profession. The Endless Desert, which is also a necromancy faction, is also angry about this unfair treatment. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and roughly guessed the other party's purpose. Kurt continued, in the Endless Desert, necromancers are not taboos, nor are they evil professions, but the cornerstone of civilization and knowledge. Wu Hung did not expect that the other party would say such a thing. It sounds like the status of necromancers in the Endless Desert is more like the profession of scholars and orthodox mages. Kurt looked up and observed Wu Hung and the white lop-eared rabbit girl standing behind him, and continued, this time, the great immortal monarch extends the most sincere invitation to you, and hopes that you will join the Endless Desert. At the same time, he promises you a higher status and treatment, and there will be no restrictions on your profession in the Endless Desert. Sure enough, the other party invited him to join the Endless Desert. Heroes have strong combat power. The easiest way to judge how much influence a force has is the number of heroes. The advantage of the association is that there are many people, and once heroes appear in several races, they will also be the leaders of the association. Wu Hung saw that the other party did not continue to speak, and said, you should have heard about my killing of the Pope. Aren't you afraid that the church will vent its anger in the desert? You can rest assured about this. The Endless Desert is different from the Emerald Sea. It is difficult for the church to attack it. Even if a war really breaks out, we are not afraid of them in the desert. Kurt was confident. In other words, with the advantage of terrain, there is no need to worry about the attack of the church. Wu Hung continued, I am now the leader of the association. Can I join your Endless Desert at the same time? Sir Hero, even if you become the leader, the resources of the association will not be inclined towards you, and even the church will be allowed to attack Treasure Island. Why stay in the association? Kurt's voice was serious, as if he was defending Wu Hung. In other words, the relationship between the Endless Desert and the association may not be so harmonious, and you can only join one. He had no intention of leaving the association, but subconsciously weighed the pros and cons. The reason given by the other party was the conflict between himself and the church, and the inaction of the association. He thought that he was suppressed here. Even if the newspaper reported that the Pope was killed, the church still had the ability to destroy him again. The second point was the promise given by the other party. The Necromancer had a high status in the Endless Desert. If he went there, he could get skill books, ritual records, and material support. This was the most attractive point. Most of his knowledge of the dead was pieced together, and the information in the Endless Desert would definitely be more complete. But the disadvantages were also obvious. The Endless Desert was different from the association. The association's model was relatively free. Wu Heng now had the status of leader, and did not need to do anything. If he needed to write to the headquarters, they would try their best to do it for him. The Endless Desert was more like a country. The Immortal Emperor was the emperor, and he would be a minister under the other party if he went there. While he had resources, he would also be subject to corresponding constraints. He was not satisfied with being a hero. The promotion condition given by the panel was to collect faith. When I went to the Endless Desert, the churches were filled with heroic statues of the Immortal Emperor. It hindered the collection of my own beliefs. Once I found a way to collect beliefs, I guess this emperor would use it on me. There is also the city of Ratam. The treasure island is far enough away from there, and it will be even more difficult to go there again. Wu Heng had all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind, and he raised his head again and asked, "Do you have any improvement in combat effectiveness?" Combat effectiveness? Kurt thought for a while and replied, "I don't know the monarch's arrangement, but after you join, you should be provided with strange objects and props that increase combat effectiveness. As for ghosts, there are places that nourish ghosts in the Endless Desert. If your ghost has not reached level 15, you can upgrade it here. You will be able to reach level 15 within 3 years. The dead servants should provide you with corpses up to level 18. Level 15 ghost, level 18 corpse. It seems that they underestimated me. In addition, the information they learned was relatively backward, and they thought that their ghosts had not even reached level 15. Thank you for the recognition of the Immortal Monarch, but for some reasons, I can't leave the association and join the Endless Desert." Wu Heng politely refused. Kurt's face flashed with surprise and confusion. Wu Heng waved his hand, interrupting the other party's words, and then said, "I can't join the Endless Desert, but I feel the friendship and attention of the Immortal Monarch, and I am willing to keep the Treasure Island and the Endless Desert on friendly terms." "Of course." The other party nodded. After pretending to think, Wu Heng continued, "Perhaps we can cooperate in some ways, and exchange what we need for each other. As you said, we are in the same profession, and should help each other." Kurt said in confusion, "You just need to join us, you can have whatever you want. Why do you need to exchange? I have my own difficulties, and cannot leave the association. Please convey my apologies to the monarch on my behalf." Wu Heng's tone was somewhat helpless. The other party thought about the difficulties he mentioned. Becoming a hero, there are still so many difficulties, but he was just a messenger, and if the other party really didn't want to join, there was nothing he could do. Still asked, "The exchange you mentioned refers to the goods on the island? Purchasing these items is also one of the purposes of my trip." Wu Heng smiled. "The goods on the island belong to normal business cooperation. You can place large orders at the city hall. I mean our private cooperation between necromancers." "Privately? What do you mean?" Wu Heng said seriously. "For example, I can help you upgrade the ghost. I can help you upgrade the ghost to level 18, and you need to provide what I need." Kurt's eyes widened instantly. "Ghost? Level 18? Church." The morning light shines through the stained glass, casting colorful spots of light. Evelyn walked in front, and the embroidery on the priest's robe flowed as she walked, as if alive. More than 20 residents of the island followed behind, whispering, "Priest Evelyn." The woman with a basket followed behind and asked, "Where is the island owner?" Evelyn stopped in front of the side hall column. Everyone looked forward, and in the side hall stood a miniature hero statue. Unlike the solemn statue in the main hall, this statue had a gentle face, and its palms were facing upwards. "Don't worry, I show you," Evelyn said, kneeling on the cushion in front of the statue with a pious look. The believers looked at each other. "I'm here," the ethereal female voice suddenly sounded. Everyone in the back was startled. Evelyn folded her hands in front of her chest. "Honorable messenger of the gods, your devout believers are eager for guidance. Please speak, I will answer according to your questions." The mechanical voice sounded again. "Excuse me, what will the weather be like in the Emerald Sea tomorrow? Is it suitable for going out to sea?" After 2 or 3 seconds of silence, the mechanical voice sounded again. "There will be mist in the morning, which will gradually dissipate after sunrise. Whale song mist may appear in the Romulus route in the afternoon. Ships should try to avoid it, or keep a distance and enjoy the spectacle." The statue. No, it was the messenger of God who answered the question. The faces of the people behind him were all shocked and unbelievable. Several women carrying baskets opened their mouths exaggeratedly. It actually answered the question of Priest Evelyn as if chatting. "My husband said that it will be foggy tomorrow. He goes to sea all year round, and is always very accurate in this regard." After a while, someone in the crowd spoke up. "People who go to sea all year round can determine some weather conditions at sea. They are usually almost accurate. So the messenger of God really exists? My lord, is he really a god? Evelyn had stood up again and said in a pious manner, "This is the messenger arranged by the lord of the island. Before asking questions, you need to accurately call out the name of the messenger, and then you can ask the corresponding questions." Looking down, "Who wants to try?" There was silence at the back for a while. A woman in her 30s came out carefully. "Priest Evelyn, can I try?" "Sure. As I said before, call the messenger by his name first, then ask questions." Evelyn gave up her seat. The woman nodded, knelt on the mat, clasped her hands in front of her chest. "Respected messenger of God." "Shall I?" "I'm here." A female electronic voice came out. The woman looked happy, then closed her eyes, her expression more pious. "I'm a bard, now I'm level 5. But I feel hopeless about promotion in the future. I'm a little confused. Please give me a direction." The light strip at the bottom of the statue lit up again, and a mechanical voice appeared at the same time. "Call up the level 5 bard practice poem for you, the Elf Tribe's Morning Wind narrative poem." Then, the tune came out from inside. The woman was stunned, quickly took out a pen and paper, and began to record it. The first one ended, and the electronic sound still did not stop. "The thief, and the moon of the human race, the cast iron lullaby of the dwarf race. Training method, rhythmic resonance training. Recite to the water surface every morning. Observe the ripple synchronization rate, ideal state. The third concentric circle is generated at the 7th word. Recommended props, echo crystal. Impromptu lyrics training, randomly select 3 keywords, and create 4 lines of poetry within 10 minutes. Actual feedback, perform in the public area, observe the audience feedback, and make adjustments." The woman widened her eyes. The paper in her hand was already full of words. Looking at her own records, ecstasy gradually appeared in her eyes. Kneeling down to the statue, "Thank you, Mr. Messenger, thank you, the great wooing god." Aside, Evelyn smiled. The gratitude in the woman's eyes proved that she had become a follower of the Lingchi Church since she received the egg. The others behind were also silent, staring blankly. "Teach like this. I can do it too," someone said with emotion. The messenger provided poems and training methods. "If it were me, I could also upgrade." "That's right, the messenger even collected poems from various races." The people on the side agreed. Evelyn still maintained the composure of a priest and said softly, "The messenger can be contacted in every prayer room. Remember to be respectful and speak as I taught you. Don't offend the messenger. You can ask anything you want. Remember, this is the Island Master's gift to the believers." Association. Zalagwi put on her armor and led the team to walk out in a hurry. Beside her, the dwarf deputy deacon took big steps and said, "The prayer room is open today, and there are messengers from the gods to answer the confusion of the residents on the island, including some professional training matters. The residents on the island, including mercenaries, are gathered there. There are too many people. If they are not evacuated, there may be serious problems." "What messenger?" Zalagwi frowned and glanced at Shiryali. The latter also shook her head, indicating that she was not very clear. They knew that Wu Hung was back. "According to the agreement, he will accompany them tonight, but I haven't heard of any messenger." The dwarf replied, "The messenger of the Island Master, you will know when you go there. Now the outside world is saying that the Island Master is a god who has come to the world, but there are too many people." Zalagwi nodded, and led the team out of the association directly. The church is also in the central square. As soon as they walked out of the association gate, they saw a huge crowd at the church entrance. Zalagwi and Shiryali paused and widened their eyes. City Hall, meeting room. Wu Hung sat opposite the Necromancer from the Endless Desert, frowning. "You want to cultivate ghosts for us? For the Endless Desert?" The man in front of him is the first to cultivate the dead for the Endless Desert. Even though, according to the legend, this young hero has made many amazing achievements. But in the research of the dead, I really don't believe that there is anyone more qualified than the Endless Desert. After a pause, he said, "Sir Hero, are you serious? Are you kidding me? What's so funny about this?" Wu Hung said seriously, "The Immortal Monarch may not look down on the 18th level ghost, but there should be many necromancers in the Endless Desert. I can help you upgrade your ghost to level 18, and you will pay me the corresponding reward." Kurt continued to look at the other party for several times, and seeing that his expression was serious and not fake, he said, "What do you want?" "I need to write a letter, and send it back to see what the monarch thinks." Wu Hung nodded and said, "What I want is also very simple, the method of the ghost ritual and the skill book, which are not difficult for you." Chapter 969. Kurt was speechless for a moment, and his fingers subconsciously rubbed the ring on his hand. The topic also changed from joining the endless desert to the ghost trade between the two sides. It really fits the conversation between necromancers. The fastest way to upgrade the level of ghosts is to devour each other's souls. One of the reasons why necromancers are notorious is the soul-stealing ritual, which gathers a large number of living beings and extracts living souls to feed their own ghosts. But now the association is in charge of the overall situation, and the endless desert also has clear laws. This method has long been banned. The deal proposed by the young hero in front of him was more incredible than seeing a whale in the desert. Where did he get the confidence to use ghosts as bargaining chips for the deal? Are you sure? Kurt said. His voice was a little dry, and he immediately coughed twice. Sure, I can propose it, and I naturally have my own method. It depends on whether you need it, Wu Hung said calmly. Kurt took a deep breath, nodded and said, this matter has exceeded the scope of my decision. I will write a letter back to the endless desert, and wait for the immortal monarch's decision. Of course. I think he will agree to your deal. After all, a reasonable deal is a good thing for both parties. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows slightly. The deal of ghosts still needs to be consulted by the immortal emperor. It will probably take several months to write a letter to the endless desert. By then, maybe he will have cheated the ancient skills from the queen. After thinking for a while, he said, okay, the improvement of ghosts is not that easy. I can help ghosts upgrade, but it also costs a huge price. You can directly explain to the monarch. As a reward, I want skill books above level 18, ritual records, or rare items equivalent to the first level merit of the association. Kurt paused and nodded. I will write your request in the letter. Wu Hung also smiled and stopped talking about this topic. He asked, what are your plans? Kurt said, I will stay on the island for the time being, but don't worry, I will abide by the local rules, and will not cause you any trouble. Restrict your ghost. There are many high-level professionals in the association on the island. Don't cause any losses. Wu Hung reminded more directly. Understood, I will limit the scope of activities of the ghost. Wu Hung nodded. Okay, that's it for now. Let the city hall notify me if there is news. Yes, hero. Kurt stood up and saluted again. Then I take my leave first and won't bother you. After that, he took his skeleton and left the meeting room. After the other party left, Xiao Xiao appeared from the side. Uncle, let's go to the desert to play. I haven't been to the desert yet. What's there to play with all the sand? You can see it at the beach. There's nothing fun. Wu Hung looked at her and answered. How is it possible? Isn't there a pyramid? Xiao Xiao muttered. That's not here. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao also reacted and smiled awkwardly. Annette said beside him, look at his clothes, it's not as good as ours. That's right. Xiao Xiao said, and flew to Wu Hung again. Uncle, if we help them improve their ghosts, will they be stronger than us and beat us? If they have the ability to make their ghosts surpass ours, they won't let us help improve their ghosts. Wu Hung said. I don't understand some of it. Xiao Xiao muttered. Annette smiled and said, they don't have the ability to surpass your level. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded. Wu Hung looked at the time, stood up and said to Annette, if there is nothing here, you should go home early. Okay, master. Annette smiled, her white drooping ears shaking. Wu Hung reached out and touched her furry ears, and Annette rubbed forward coquettishly. After confirming that he was fine, teleportation was released, and the figure disappeared in the conference room. The figure appeared again, and had returned to the island owner's mansion. Uncle, I'm going back to the room. Call me if you have anything. Xiao Xiao flew past quickly. Before Wu Hung could answer, the figure had passed through the wall and disappeared. Walked towards the door. Then I saw Chanela lying lazily on the rattan lounge chair, wearing sunglasses, and her thin long skirt rose and fell slightly with her breathing. It looked like a beautiful young woman enjoying a sunbath on the beach. Wu Hung sat down on the edge of the recliner, reached in along the hem of his clothes, reached into his clothes from his waist, and touched the amber pendant between his collarbones while holding his full hands. Shannara asked, who is coming from the city hall? From the endless desert? The messenger of the immortal emperor. Wu Hung said. The messenger of the immortal emperor? Shannara grabbed his rebellious wrist, and his sunglasses slid to the tip of his nose, revealing his emerald eyes. Why is he here? The immortal emperor is also a legendary hero, and his reputation in the outside world is still relatively high. Shannara is the president of the largest chamber of commerce of the Wood Elves, and naturally has heard of this hero. Wu Hung pretended to be mysterious. Guess. What did I guess? Tell me now. Shannara pinched the back of his hand. Wu Hung said, invited me to join the endless desert, and promised to give me a position no less than the leader of the association after joining. Shannara sat up suddenly, and just as she was about to speak, Wu Hung continued, "Don't worry. I didn't agree. We are fine here. Why do we have to go to the desert?" "He left?" Shannara asked after she felt relieved. "No, I proposed a deal with the endless desert in exchange for some knowledge related to the Necromancer, and he stayed to wait for news from there," Wu Hung said, rubbing his hand gently. "That's good. Maybe you can get some benefits from contacting them." Shannara nodded. "I know." Wu Hung bent down and kissed her forehead, then said, "I go back to my room first, and don't stay in the sun for too long. It's not good to get sunburned." "Yeah." Shannara straightened her clothes and lay back down. Returned to the study. Only Granda's soul was floating in the air reading a book. When she heard the door open, she turned her head and looked over here. Wu Hung walked in. "Where's the queen?" She went downstairs to watch Xiao Xiao playing games. Granda continued, "Don't worry. She's still waiting for you to lose the bet and taunt you. She won't run away now. This is because she is sure that I can't find the ruin she mentioned in the air, and she is waiting to see me laugh at myself. When the time comes, we will know who laughs at whom." Wu Hung sat down aside. "How is it outside?" Granda said casually, in a casual tone. "Someone from the endless desert came and invited me to join them." Wu Hung told the whole story of the city hall, including his rejection of the other party's invitation and the subsequent transaction. Granda said, "Are you going to use the remaining souls of zombies to upgrade the ghosts?" "Well, change some rituals to upgrade you," Wu Hung said. "If you have a chance, ask the ghosts about learning skills," Granda reminded. Wu Hung thought for a while. "It depends on the situation. It's not easy to ask about this matter. Ghosts can only learn skills at level 20. Or ask the Immortal Emperor. Others may not know, and it is easy to reveal our level 20 information." "That's fine." As the two chatted, Benny flew back from outside and floated aside and said, "The smart speaker works well in the church. Everyone is discussing the matter of the messenger of the gods." In the morning, Xiao Xiao went out with him, and Benny went out to investigate the church. Wu Hung asked, "What questions did you ask?" "Those who go out to sea will ask about the weather, and some things on the ship. Mercenaries and some professionals will ask about their career advancement. The sound will provide training methods and ways. For most ordinary professionals, this is already considered a special teacher," Benny said while recalling. "Ordinary people learn to read from their families. Those who can have teachers and inheritance are mostly children of large families. At present, Xiao Ai can provide training suggestions, which can be regarded as a teacher. Moreover, the information retrieved is all sorted out by Hong Wenhui, which is more comprehensive than some teachers. An old fisherman asked about the tide time tomorrow, and the sound also gave the accurate time. The old man kowtowed to the statue and shouted the sea god. The priest reminded him that this was the island master of Wu Hung of Lingqi sect. The old man didn't listen to a word," Benny said with a smile. Glinda, who was standing by, also smiled. "And there is another one. A blacksmith, probably an apprentice, asked how to make a better sword. He had been working as an assistant in the blacksmith shop for 3 years. The boss probably wanted him to be an assistant forever. The speaker gave him a complete set of forging and quenching techniques. The kid's eyes were bigger than copper bells." Barney continued to talk. "It sounds like the effect is better than expected. The knowledge base, in the current environment, is really a dimensionality reduction attack. Do you think the speaker can increase our faith?" Wu Hung asked, opening the panel to check. "Faith, 145/50,000. Changed from 105 to 145. Wu Hang's heart moved. It took nearly half a year to reach 105, and now it has increased by 40 points in the morning. Faith is different from reputation. It is to make people believe that you are a god, or have some relationship with gods. The appearance of the speaker directly makes people believe that Wu Hung has a certain connection with the gods. This is only one morning. When it is popularized in other churches, the effect will be even better," Benny said. "I feel it is effective. Coupled with your amazing upgrade speed before, many people believe that you are the incarnation of a god. It's good if it works. When it is spread in churches everywhere, the faith will be collected faster." Wu Hung was in a good mood and took a sip of the teacup. Continued to chat with the two souls about the endless desert. At the edge of the church square, several representatives of the Chamber of Commerce stretched their necks and looked around like quails. "What's going on?" A businessman tilted his gold-rimmed glasses to one side. "What kind of event is being held in the church? Why are there so many people gathered?" Even Deacon Zalagwi came out to maintain order. It is not surprising that such a situation appeared in Treasure Island. There have been cases of population gathering at commodity exhibitions and auctions. But this time, I didn't hear any special news. Another person said, not necessarily. The conflict between Treasure Island and the church has escalated. Even if the auction is held again, no outsiders will come to the island. It is completely unnecessary to rely on locals. The other people also nodded in agreement. If the Chamber of Commerce had not asked them to stay and see how things develop, they would have left Treasure Island to avoid being implicated. As they were talking, several people walked out of the crowd in the distance. The Chamber of Commerce representative immediately called out, "Caleb! This way." When Caleb got out of the crowd, his bun was loose, the LeMay Chamber of Commerce badge on his dress was crooked, and he was holding the Lingchi Church propaganda leaflet in his hand. Caleb came over and looked at the people gathered together. "What are you doing here? Why don't you go ask the messenger about the development of the Chamber of Commerce?" "Messenger? Chamber of Commerce development?" Several people frowned. "What happened inside?" The person who called her over asked curiously. Caleb saw that they looked confused and didn't seem to be teasing him, so he replied, "The island owner has arranged a divine messenger in the church to answer some questions for the residents of the island." "Caleb, you have been to various places. Do you really believe in these?" The man continued to ask. "You can go in and take a look. I have something else to do, so I won't accompany you," Caleb said, and then left directly. Several people looked at each other, followed into the team, and lined up together. Squeezed in a prayer room, a priest was on the side to instruct how to wake up the messenger. After waking up the messenger, the merchant with gold-rimmed glasses asked in a suspicious tone, "I am the representative of the Wings of Fragrant Chamber of Commerce. Please give our Chamber of Commerce some suggestions." After the aperture flashed at the bottom of the statue, a female electronic voice sounded. Wings of Fragrant Chamber of Commerce is one of the old spice trade chambers in the Celtic Kingdom, dealing in rare spices, magic incense, and alchemical potion raw materials. The founder is Zane Ferguson. The merchant with gold-rimmed glasses trembled. How do you know?" "This is to expose the Chamber of Commerce." The messenger did not answer, but continued, "The suggestions for expanding the vanilla trade are as follows. The dwarfs' New Year celebration. The elves prefer silver incense." The merchant listened, and his eyes gradually widened. "Gods really exist. No, the island owner really has a relationship with the gods. Otherwise, how could he provide such detailed information?" Then he took out a pen and paper, and quickly wrote it down. When the voice ended, the man stood up and said to the other merchants who were also standing there in a daze, "I have something to do, so I go back first. We meet again when we have time." After that, he turned around and left. He wanted to pass this message back. Even if the Chamber of Commerce's top leaders saw the letter, they might think he was crazy. After making way, the jeweler who witnessed the same miracle knelt on the mat with a bang. "Great messenger of God, classmate Xiao Ai." Dusk. In the study, a piece of sunset afterglow was sprinkled. "Humph!" Ghost Queen flew up from downstairs, deliberately passed in front of Wu Heng, and glared fiercely. Wu Heng ignored her and continued to chat with Granda. After a while, the queen flew closer and said, "Why are there other necromancers on the island?" "From the endless desert, where necromancers are a very common profession," Wu Heng explained while drinking tea. The queen stared with big eyes and said, "We agreed on a bet. Before the result comes out, don't think about sending me out, otherwise I will curse you even if I become a ghost." Wu Heng looked at her with some surprise. She thought he had found a necromancer for her. "Aren't you looking for a necromancer? This profession is very common in the endless desert," Wu Heng said. "I want you to pretend to be a good person. Before the result comes out, I won't go anywhere." The queen's spirit body fluctuated instantly. Chapter 970. It sounds like the queen is not very satisfied with the necromancer of the endless desert. Wu Heng said, "If I lose the bet, you still need to find a necromancer. The endless desert is the best choice for the dead ghosts. Don't be hypocritical. As long as you lose, just abide by the agreement and let me go. The rest doesn't need you to worry about it." The queen looked disgusted with you, saying that you should stop meddling in other people's business. Wu Heng took a sip of tea and said, "I keep my word. If you lose, you are not allowed to cheat." "Humph." The queen crossed her arms. "Don't be so confident. If you can't find it, you will cry like a child." "Of course I am confident. I already have a clue," Wu Heng said calmly. The queen floated closer, looked him straight in the eyes, and said word by word, "We made a bet, but you are not allowed to hand me over to anyone else. Don't worry, the necromancer only came to the island to discuss cooperation, and he had no intention of handing you over," Wu Heng said with a smile. The queen's expression froze. and she looked at Glinda and Bernie not far away, who were smiling. Her expression turned into anger because of shame and anger. She glared at him fiercely, and went back into the magic pot. Glinda flew over. Why are you always angry with her? She brought it up first. Wu Hung glanced at the magic pot. Tomorrow we will go to the old site she mentioned. Well, don't delay it for too long. Glinda nodded. Humph. Another disdainful snort came from the magic pot. Wu Hung looked at the time, stood up and said, I'm going back first. I agreed to go see Zalagui and the others today. Go ahead, and don't forget Lilith. She can help Treasure Island more. Glinda said casually. Benny raised her eyebrows. Lilith? Lilith was also captured by Wu Hung. Wu Hung rolled his eyes at him unhappily. You sound as if I abducted her. Benny smiled, moved closer to Glinda, and began to inquire carefully. Wu Hung waved his hand, went downstairs and told the maids that he was going out, and then used teleportation to leave. His figure reappeared, and he had arrived at the deacon's mansion. The lights in the building were bright, and it seemed that the two sisters had returned. Pushing the door and walking into the living room, Zalagui, who was wearing a blue dress, came towards him. Did dinner just come? Just in time for us to eat together. Wu Hung asked, Did you have dinner now? There were too many people in the church, and they just came back. Zalagui took his arm and walked into the dining room. Did you arrange the messenger? Does it really know everything? It knows a lot of things, but not everything. Wu Hung said. Walking into the restaurant, Sure Yali was wearing a floral dress, and her eyes were full of joy. Welcome. Lord God. It sounds pretty good. Wu Hung smiled. The two sisters pulled him to sit down at the table. While eating dinner, they asked about the messenger of God, their hearts full of curiosity. Under the night sky, Treasure Island was illuminated by street lights, and bright lights covered the road. Like a pouring galaxy. The children chased and played, and the adults went out to chat. More bards, carrying wooden sticks and wooden stools, each looked for street lights as a stage and began to practice poetry. The whole island was echoing with loud recitations, or melodious tunes. At the edge of the square, the head of the Snake Emblem Foundation, Lady Dilly, stood on a stone step, and the night wind blew, lifting the corner of her skirt. In the distance, an elf poet was chanting the song of the Star Sea. The pirate's nest in the past. The captain of the guard took off his helmet. Now even the tavern is discussing the rhythm of the sonnet. The legendary pirate island is now more like a cultural holy place. The whole sky is echoing with the girls' humming or the poet's passionate recitation. Ledelai still looked at the distance and replied, I am not surprised at all that the hero has such a transformation on the island. The captain lowered his voice. You said, is the hero really a god? It is very popular on the island now. The messenger in the church is almost the omnipotent recorded in the doctrine. He can answer everything, including some emotional questions. Ledelai hesitated and finally shook her head. I don't know either. This topic is too far away from us. If the master is really a god, I don't think it will be bad for us. You are right. While the two were talking, a surprised scream suddenly came from a distance. I have upgraded. I finally broke through and upgraded. The screams attracted the attention of the others. The other bards around also practiced harder. This place is a bit like the Scholar Square of the elf tribe. Ledelai sighed. The residents of Treasure Island have changed their lives. The next day, the elf sisters left early and went to the association. The church opened early, and they were afraid that there would be too many people today and there would be chaos, so they got up early to work. Wu Hung helped to clean up the tableware and released teleportation to return to the Island Master's mansion. Walking into the living room of the Island Master's mansion, Minnie came over and said, Master, the association sent a letter this morning, saying that it was sent from the headquarters. A letter from the headquarters? He took the letter and tore open the envelope. An agreement with the association's seal appeared in front of him. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. The content above was the agreement guaranteed by the association when the religious leader was hunted down. If Wu Hung lets the religious leader go, the other party will make 500,000 gold coins, 5 first-level merits, and the Holy See will withdraw from the cities around the Emerald Sea as compensation. The association is still quite rigorous in doing things. It also sent a newly drafted agreement. There is another letter below the agreement. The general content is to invite Wu Hung to the headquarters to negotiate the relationship with the Holy See and select 5 first-level wonders in compensation. Close the letter and put it away. Master. Minnie's rabbit ears twitched, and she asked in a low voice, Are you okay? Wu Hung raised his head and said with a smile, Remember the religious leader who wanted to buy his life with a ransom? The association has officially put the promise into writing. Oh! I thought the Holy See was going to trouble us again. Minnie smiled again. It's okay, I write a letter to the headquarters later, and you can help me send it to the association. Wu Hung said. Okay, master. Minnie replied obediently. Wu Hung went straight upstairs and returned to the study. The ghosts were also busy with their own things. Looking at the magic soul pot next to him, the queen didn't come out all night. No, I guess she was really angry. Then he said. Xiao Xiao came up immediately. What's wrong with my aunt? I watched me playing games yesterday. Your uncle made her angry. Benny said with a smile. Because of what? Xiao Xiao asked Benny, and Wu Hung walked to Granda and said, help me write a letter to the headquarters. What to write? Asked Granda. Wu Hung handed her the letter from the association and said, the association asked me to go to the headquarters to coordinate the conflict with the Holy See. In the reply, write that the affairs of Treasure Island are busy, and I can't go there in a short time. Let Claudio, the leader of Hong Wenhui, choose the first-level meritorious items on my behalf. Granda quickly glanced at the content of the letter, and knew what to write. The possessed doll picked up the pen and started writing. Soon, the reply was finished. Wu Hung took a look and asked Minnie to open the door, and let her deliver it to the association. After returning, Granda asked, don't you trust the headquarters? It can be felt that Wu Hung is still more wary of the headquarters. There are too many heroes over there, so it's better to be careful. Wu Hung said. Granda nodded, you're right. Wu Hung stood up, put away the queen's magic soul pot, and then said, let's go to the zombie world. Xiao Xiao flew over. Do you have anything to do today? Today I'm going to help your aunt find the old site, so that she won't nag every day. Wu Hung said with a smile. The three ghosts were all stunned. The old site, she said, is in the zombie world? Granda said. Benny also said, you knew it a long time ago? Xiao Xiao also looked over curiously. Why don't I know this place? Wu Hung smiled and said, it's an ancient country on our side. It's gone a long time ago. I can only take her to see the old site. You come back first. We go early and come back early. Okay. The three ghosts got into the body. Wu Hung opened the door and walked in. Zombie world. After coming to this world, Wu Hung went directly to the prison area where the zombies were imprisoned. White frost formed on the glass of the cell area, and spider-web-like patterns crawled on the iron fence. Stepping into the area, a zombie roar came from afar, followed by a series of corpse roars, coming from different cells. Xiao Xiao poked his head out from the iron door of the cell on one side. Uncle, the zombies haven't upgraded yet. Do they have unfinished business? Wu Hung said, it shouldn't be possible. Zombies don't have such high intelligence, and it's impossible for them to remember things before they died. Then why don't they upgrade? Xiao Xiao floated aside, rubbing his chin and thinking. Wu Hung came to the empty cells at the back, and then opened mansion technique. Inside the mansion technique, there were densely packed blood skeletons, as well as several high-level blood professionals who had been resurrected before. These blood clans were all corpses that died in the valley. 2 of them were level 19, and 4 were level 18. The blood clan has a relatively high foundation, and the open and secret struggles between the families are very serious. There are still many high-level professionals. After the resurrection inside, the seriously injured high-level blood clan also immediately looked at the open entrance. His expression changed from listlessness to excitement immediately. Leader Wu Hung, we know that you are Leader Wu Hung. I am willing to pay you a ransom that satisfies you. Yes, we are just some minor conflicts within the clan. Please let us out for the sake of Leader Lilith. Leader, the blood clan has a rare race protection agreement. Do you think it's okay to let us out first? After being detained for so many days, they should have discussed it inside. No one quarreled, but tried to get Wu Hung to let them out. Wu Hung didn't speak, but waved his hand behind him, 1 room for each person, locked them in. The skeleton strode in and dragged the vampire out. After the resurrection, he was already seriously injured and had been imprisoned here for so long. He had no power to resist. Lilith asked you to do this. Whatever benefit she gave you, I will give you 3 times. No, 5 times the reward, if you let me go. An old vampire was dragged and shouted loudly as he passed by Wu Hung. Then he was locked up in the cell with a bang. Then, a slightly younger vampire, with long hair hanging in the blood, said, please, at least let me write a letter to the family. They will give you a satisfactory ransom. Wu Hung did not answer, and was still dragged in. After everyone was locked up separately, Wu Hung said to the alchemical skeleton, they look quite energetic. Let's transform them into zombies tonight. The alchemical skeleton nodded. After the processing here, all the skeletons of the vampires were also arranged to guard the prison. The blood race does have a rare race protection law. Putting them in Treasure Island is likely to cause bad influence. Even Lilith knows that she has converted a large number of them. Uncle, where are we going next? Xiao Xiao asked. There is also a corpse of a blood race hero. After it is converted into a skeleton, we will look for the ruins. Wu Heng explained. Oh! If you didn't say it, I would have forgotten it. Xiao Xiao pouted. Dissection room. The coroner removed the organs and sealed them in the organ jar. Wu Heng released bone service technique. The flesh and blood of the corpse fell off, and a skeleton with huge flesh wings stood up. The flesh wings spread out, and suddenly raised a gust of wind. Spirit Skeleton Blood Mage, Level 20. Attributes: Constitution 50, Strength 48, Agility 65, Intelligence 45, Perception 53, Charisma 12. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Heroic Skeleton, Flying. Feats: Leather Armor Specialization, Grandmaster, Cloth Armor Specialization, Master, Staff Specialization, Grandmaster, Dagger Specialization, Advanced. Skills: Blood Magic, Blood Mist, Blood Plague. Looks pretty good. How is it? Asked Granda. Not bad. It's also a skeleton that can kill heroes, Wu Heng replied. Xiao Xiao Bao Bang analyzed. Now, we have 3 skeletons that can kill heroes. If the people from the church come again, Uncle doesn't need to do it. Granda smiled and said, collect a few more, maybe we can really attack the headquarters. Wu Heng looked at Granda. Forget it, there are more than 5 heroes in the association, I asked. Biddy widened her eyes. You really have to fight. In the afternoon, on the plane to Anyang, 3 ghosts floated in the back seat to watch a movie. Wu Heng thought about it, and took out the Queen's magic soul pot. The ghost flew out of the magic soul pot, and the soul body frowned slightly, looking at the strange surroundings. It seems to be in some kind of transportation. What are you going to do? The Queen asked vigilantly. Wu Heng leaned back and said, we are heading to the ruins you mentioned. You will lose in a moment. Did you really find it? The Queen said, and wanted to go out to check. Don't go out. We are on the way. It will be troublesome if you can't catch up. Wu Heng continued, why don't you admit defeat now, and sign a contract with me, so that you can be freer then? The Queen was stunned, and suddenly understood his purpose. She sneered, you are really a child. You want to trick me into admitting defeat with such an excuse? Wu Heng looked calm, I am telling the truth. I really know the place you mentioned. Admit defeat now, so that you won't lose badly and get angry. The Queen smiled even more, as long as you can find the place, I will not only sign a contract with you, but also be your maid in the future. Other things, ghosts can't touch or touch. Wu Heng continued to ask, are you sure you don't want to admit defeat? Stop talking nonsense. How can I admit defeat after making a bet? Whoever regrets in advance will never be able to improve. The Queen said meaningfully. Wu Heng said, okay, if I win, I won't let you be a maid. You have to listen to me from now on. The Queen flew closer in an instant, nose to nose, revealing a fox-like charm. If you win, I will obey you in the future. If I win, you have to listen to me too. Okay. Wu Heng agreed directly. Chuckling, the Queen smiled happily and said confidently, go find it, boy. Chapter 971. The plane was bumpy, and the teacup was rippled. The Queen did not come out again for the rest of the journey. But the magic soul pot was still open, and the noise outside could be heard. Now, even if she didn't care, the Queen herself would not run away, waiting for this bet to win back a game and ridicule herself. The two sides bet to the point now, and when they arrived at the place and found the old city of the Shang dynasty, she was too embarrassed to regret it. He took a sip of the teacup and glanced at the 3 ghosts watching the movie. Then he took it back. By then, with the Queen's joining, he would have 4 ghosts. First, raise her level, and when they are familiar with each other, ask her about her skills and the bronze key in a roundabout way. Was it because of this key that the ancients were able to travel between the 2 worlds? No. Thousands of years ago, was there such a thing as a key lock? How do I remember that in the TV series, a bolt was used? When the time comes, let's see what she says. There is also unfinished business. I hope it can be unlocked directly this time. If she still has an unfulfilled wish from more than 1,000 years ago, it will be really difficult. Speaking of it, it still feels a bit magical when I think about it now. After checking all the way, it turns out that the other world and my world have been connected so long ago. If it weren't for the huge difference in race, I would even suspect that the human race is a group of people who came to migrate to another plane. If I hadn't experienced this myself, others would have thought that the other party had hallucinations after eating a good meal. But I have to admit that it really feels a bit magical. The plane arrived at Anyang Airport, released the skeleton Shanshan from the mansion technique, and continued to rush to the ancient city with me. Riding on Shanshan's back, the cold wind howled in the sky. For ghosts flew on both sides, flying together. The queen looked at the continuous buildings below, her eyes kept changing. Buildings towering into the sky, huge bridges across rivers, abandoned vehicles blocking the streets. All this proves that this is no longer Treasure Island, and it may not even be the original world. Where is this? The queen's voice was questioning. Wu Heng said, go find the ruins you mentioned. If you admit defeat now, I will count you as losing half. In the future, you will be a maid and only be responsible for cleaning the front yard. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt that he was cheating again. The queen sneered and said, I have seen through your tricks a long time ago. It must have taken a lot of effort to find such a place. You think you want to deceive me by saying it is a ruins, and the original appearance cannot be recognized? Without substantial evidence, I will not admit it. Just be stubborn. Wu Heng said. I think you are the one who is being stubborn. Wu Heng wrapped his collar tightly, his voice was broken by the wind, we be there soon, wait to be a maid. Humph! Below, at the end of the modern building, a square site surrounded by a city wall gradually became clear. Although it is called a site, it has now been converted into a tourist area, with an ancient atmosphere, and is also very prosperous. There are people guarding the city wall, 2 of whom have reached level 5, they should be superpowers. Then he approached and said softly, this kind of building with a city wall is a good defensive city during the zombie outbreak. Many large bases are preserved by such places. Go down first, Wu Heng said. Patting Shanshan on the back, he dived down and landed on the ground. Wu Heng took Shanshan back and used the mansion technique, and continued to walk towards the ruins in front. The queen followed behind, looking at the buildings on both sides, and the various colorful billboards from time to time. The city wall was mottled, and the rusty barbed wire on the top was rustling in the cold wind. Looking up, you can see some guards wrapped in military coats or winter clothes, with antifreeze strips wrapped around the barrels of their guns, which is the normal dressing style of survivors in the end of the world. Stop! Where are you from? A shout came from above. Wu Heng said, come here to see the ruins. From the Yama Palace? The man raised his eyebrows. Li Yong had greeted the base here in advance to avoid any misunderstandings. Yes. The gate opened, and a bearded man wearing a military coat walked down with 2 people, saying, your deputy leader has greeted us, and we are going to enter the scenic area, right? Wu Heng nodded yes. I am the captain here. The bearded man rubbed his hands, and the white breath he exhaled frosted on his beard. In order to prevent zombies, the roads have been rebuilt before, and traps and dangers have been left in many places. I will take you in personally with 2 packs of cigarettes, and I will also save other people at other intersections from asking about your identity and wasting time along the way. He knows how to do business. He can make things simple, and Wu Heng doesn't care about these, saying, I don't smoke, I give you 3 sausages. Several people raised their eyebrows. Okay. Wu Heng reached into his arms, and when he took out 3 thumb-thick sausages, he handed them to the other party. I'm in a hurry, let's go. Okay, let's go right away. The captain smiled, put away the sausages, and called an electric tricycle, let's take a ride. Wu Heng got on the car, driving alone, and the other 2 squeezed in and sat opposite. On the way, the other party asked, what's your name? Wu Heng said, just call me Qiangzi. Brother Qiangzi, you came here by yourself? You are quite brave, a superpower. What stage have you developed to? The captain asked casually. Some means of saving your life. Wu Heng changed the subject. Don't you rest during the new year? The 2 people opposite were stunned. Rest? You rest during the new year? We are not as big as your base. It's hard to survive. How can there be such a thing as rest? After complaining, the captain said, why did you come to see the ruins? Wu Heng said, the higher-ups asked me to take some photos. Oh! The captain nodded. The tricycle turned around and stopped in front of a palace. The captain took out a walkie-talkie. Here is for you. It's cold, and we can't wait for you outside. When you come out, return it to us. Okay. Wu Heng took it, but the other party didn't let go. The captain smiled and said, a small base can't compare to you. Leave a deposit. Forget it, you wait here, and I find you when you come out. Wu Heng said, turned around and left. The captain was stunned and immediately chased after him. It's okay if there is no deposit, just take it out and return it to us first. Wu Heng didn't say much, turned around and walked into the palace. A small voice came over, they are so annoying, they want everything, just like children. Benny said, I guess they think Wu Hung doesn't look like he has suffered a lot, so they want to extort something. Humph. You don't look like a hero at all. You just kill some ordinary people who are not even professionals. What can they do to you? The queen's voice was quite dissatisfied. It's different here from your place. There is no such thing as a hero. Wu Hung roughly explained, and then said, this is the ruins. You can look around. Passing through the antique palace corridor and entering the building, there are pictures of the ancestors' labor on the wall, some decorations, and animal totems such as animal heads and black birds. The other three ghosts also dispersed immediately, looking around, their faces full of curiosity. Grenda and Benny were very surprised. They have been to Lilith's mansion, and the place they live is as big as a manor. This is still the residence of the leader. The king here lives in such a large area, almost catching up with a residential area in Treasure Island. The queen circled here for a long time before frowning and flying back. Wu Hung asked, do you remember anything? The queen still frowned, hesitated for a long time, and then said, did you build a place to deceive me? I built such a big place just to deceive you. Are you stupid or am I stupid? Wu Hung said. The queen was stunned, and felt that what the other party said made sense. She was caught by others, so there was no need to build such a big place to deceive herself, and then said, maybe it is here, but I can't find the corresponding place in my memory. For more than 3,000 years, generations of people have changed the building and turned it into a scenic spot. It is already difficult to keep it like this. Wu Hung explained. Xiao Xiao said, Aunt, you are more than 3,000 years old. The queen rolled her eyes at her and ignored her. She continued to look at Wu Hung with some emotion in her tone. Maybe you are right. It's been too long. So, the winner is already decided, little maid? Wu Hung said with a smile. The queen said, I feel that we should be considered a draw. I feel that what you said makes sense and is related to what I said, but it is definitely not the royal city I mentioned. At least there is no way to confirm it. I knew you would cheat. Wu Hung continued, let's go, I take you to the museum. Several people went out again. Using the intercom, they called a bearded man waiting outside. On the way to the museum, they took another detour, and saw the museum in the distance. Wu Hung got off the car, and went directly into the museum. As soon as Wu Hung disappeared, an accompanying staff member tore open the sausage packaging, and sniffed the aroma on it. The fat sheep in the big base are different, he said, and stuffed the whole sausage into his mouth. This idiot may have never seen the real wasteland. The bearded captain also said, what a coward. I thought he was a superpower before, so I didn't dare to do anything too much. The third person lowered his voice. Do you want to search him later to see if he has anything on him? The bearded man's expression became serious. Don't do this. If he goes back and complains, it will be troublesome for us. I think that kid is so delicate and tender that he may not dare to. He suddenly stopped talking halfway, his eyeballs turned up strangely, and his voice was dry and hoarse. I can't control my body anymore. Before he finished speaking, he punched his face with his right fist. Crack! The sound of a broken nose was heard. Then he slapped himself in the face one by one. What are you doing? The bearded man shouted, and he and another man immediately grabbed the other person. As soon as his arm touched the other person, the other man also broke his nose with a punch, and blood spurted out of his nose. Damn it! The bearded captain realized that something was wrong and reached out to draw his gun. The hand that took out the pistol suddenly froze, and his wrist turned beyond the physiological limit, and the cold barrel was stuffed into his mouth, and the taste of rust spread in his mouth. Click! The sound of the safety pin popping out came in his ears. The bearded captain widened his eyes, and in addition to the whistling wind, there was also the sound of dripping water, and the warm liquid flowed down the inside of his thigh. Spare my life. The bearded man squeezed out a voice from his teeth. The barrel was pulled out, and then thrown far away with force, and his body resumed movement and collapsed to the ground. Ghost! There is a ghost! The bearded man screamed in horror, and got on the tricycle. The other two also got on the car in a hurry and fled. Pushing open the glass door of the museum, a smell of copper rust and preservatives hits you in the face. The sound of the soles of shoes stepping on the ground echoes in the empty exhibition hall. Wu Hung is the only one in the entire exhibition hall. The display cabinets and bronze artifacts in the room still give people a weird feeling. The main station and several large bases are advocating the protection of cultural relics, and each base is also trying to preserve the existing museums. It is not necessary to preserve cultural relics, but the occupied museums need to be protected as much as possible. Wait for the headquarters to come and collect all the cultural relics. This place. The soul of the queen was stagnant at the door, staring at the bronze tripod in the center of the hall. Then, he was immediately attracted by other bronze artifacts. The swinging soul fire showed that the other party was very excited. Then, he flew back immediately. His eyes were full of suspicion, staring at him intently. Wu Hung coughed lightly, feeling a little uncomfortable being looked at. Don't try to be so tricky. I'm not interested in female ghosts. I'm willing to accept the loss. The queen hesitated for a long time before saying, You are from this world, and this is why you can upgrade so quickly, right? You bet with me because you know you will win. I will explain the reason to you later. Just tell me whether I won this time. A noble person like you should not go back on your word. Wu Hung said. The queen's soul body fluctuated violently, and after a long time, she said weakly, You won. Wu Hung also smiled. Do you like any of them? If you want to borrow any of them, take them out and have a look later. Borrow? The queen raised her eyebrows. Can you take it away? Anyway, there is no one, and no one will notice if you take it away. Wu Hung said. The queen rolled her eyes at him. How can there be a hero like you? I pick a few. Then, she picked 3 bronze utensils. Wu Hung opened the glass cabinet and put them into the space ring. The queen flew to a bronze square statue and stared at it for a long time. Do you want to take it away? Wu Hung walked over. The queen shook her head. Forget it. Just take the ones just now. Okay, I bring you back if you want to see it later. Wu Hung said on the side. 1 person and 1 soul walked around the museum. Walking out of the museum, Wu Hung looked at the empty outside. Where are they? Glinda didn't say anything, just looked up at the sky. Then he said, I saw them driving away. We're done. Do we still need to say hello to them? No need. Let's go back too. Wu Hung said, releasing the teleportation spell and leaving. Holy Temple. Under the towering dome, the stained glass filtered the skylight and poured down, reflecting the colorful holy marks on the white ground. Between the towering columns, the holy curtain fell, and the priests stood on both sides holding ritual tools, and the low chanting echoed in the air. At this time, the chanting stopped. The heavy gilded door opened, and a figure stood against the light. The chanting sounded again, and the figure walked in slowly. He wore the papal crown on his head, and the luxurious papal robe dragged across the ground. Step by step, he walked towards the papal throne. The moment he turned around and sat down, the clergy below saluted respectfully, Your Majesty. The new pope slowly raised his eyes, and said in a low voice, Bring the information about Treasure Island here. Yes. Chapter 972. After leaving the scenic area, we took a plane back to Shinfu City. Along the way, the 3 ghosts gathered together and whispered, while the queen hid in the magic soul pot, as if she was autistic and never came out. Wu Hung felt that he was isolated. Picking up the phone, Wu Hung dialed Li Yahong's number. After 2 rings, Li Yahong's clear and sharp voice came from the other side. Is your side finished? Yes, on the way back. Wu Hung said. On the phone, Li Yahong asked in a somewhat puzzled tone. The scenic area base said that the person who led you said he encountered a ghost, and you. Wu Hung glanced at the ghosts behind him, and the 3 ghosts immediately pretended to chat and looked away, saying to the phone, I don't know, they took us to the place and left without even saying hello. Then maybe they encountered something, and were scared away. Li Yahong didn't care too much, and continued, Are there any cultural relics over there that you want? Before, Wu Hung asked her to collect cultural relics, and this time she went there, she thought it was also about cultural relics. Some gains. Wu Hung continued, Help me mark a few uncleaned areas near Shinfu City, and I will go over to clean them up. Zombies? I take a look later, and after I confirm the location, I send you the location. Li Yahong continued. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. After explaining the call, Wu Hung put away his phone. The cabin fell into silence again, and the sound of playing cartoons came from the position of the 3 ghosts behind. After returning to Shinfu City, he continued to ride the skeleton dragon over the prison, jumped off the dragon's back, released the feather falling technique, and landed lightly on the ground. Returning to the monitoring room, turning on the air conditioner, the room became warm with hot air. Wu Hung took out the magic soul pot, knocked it, and said, It's no use for you to hide. Wisps of ghosts floated out, and the queen glared, with her delicate chin raised. Who hid? It's just a bet. Then let's sign the contract, I have arrangements later. Wu Hung looked at the other party and said, Humph. The queen turned her face away, and the soul body waved her wide sleeves. I want to sign a note. What are you talking about? Wu Hung released his mental power, and wrapped the other party's soul body. They intertwined and merged with each other. Successfully contracted the ghost. The moment the prompt sounded, One person and one soul also had a connection. Even if the ghost was invisible, he could feel the other party's existence and location. Open the panel to check the other party's attributes. Ghost. Level, 16. Attributes, Agility 27, Constitution 19, Intelligence 34, Perception 28, Charisma 35. Features, Invisibility, Virtual Movement, Telekinesis, Possession, Stealing Flesh, Dream Transition. Her attributes are somewhat special, with Charisma being the highest among the 5. This is the first one among her own ghosts and skeletons. Among the features, the first 4 are normal ghost features. Stealing Flesh was unlocked when Granda was level 20, but this lady already had it at level 16. It is likely related to her occupation or level in her previous life. Then, the attention was focused on the last feature that had never been seen before, Dream Transition. Dream Transition. This unit can travel through dreams. Dream Transition? Ghosts don't sleep either, daydreaming? The introduction is a bit vague, and some people don't quite understand the function of this skill. The Queen, who was in a bad mood, followed Wu Heng's stunned gaze, and looked behind her suspiciously. What are you looking at? Wu Heng came back to his senses, and focused his eyes on her. Oh right. How did you avoid our search at the banquet last time? The 3 ghosts immediately gathered around after hearing this. It's really embarrassing that a level 16 ghost disappeared under their noses. They also planned to listen to how the other party did it. The Queen raised her eyebrows, and there was some pride in her eyes. In exchange, you also tell me how to find me within a day. Okay, you go first. Wu Heng leaned back in the chair with relaxation. The Queen floated to one side, and then said, I left through dreams. It was indeed because of this skill. Whose dream? Wu Heng leaned forward and asked, how did you leave? Tell us, we are a family now, so we can cooperate with each other in the future. Xiao Xiao subconsciously replied, logging is tiring. The Queen looked at the little brat who suddenly interrupted, straightened her chest, and said, I will tell you how it was used at that time, and you will understand it as soon as you hear it. 1 person and 3 people did not speak. The Queen continued, it's also very simple. When the banquet started, the people who stayed outside rested normally, and dreamed of my appearance in their dreams. I can choose the time to leave through this connection. After saying this, it can be understood. The so-called dream transition requires someone to dream of her at the same time. This ability is quite abnormal, but it feels not very useful. It's a bit strange that you need someone to dream outside. Xiao Xiao flew over and asked curiously, why didn't you escape by dreaming when you were caught by us? The Queen rolled her eyes at her and explained, I only have one subordinate, and you killed him when we first met. How can I let people dream? After saying this, Wu Heng and the 3 ghosts also remembered. When they tracked her before, they killed a man with glasses. At that time, she took all the blame on herself, saying that this person was coerced by her to let Wu Heng revive the man, and she followed him away. I thought she had a guilty conscience. Now it seems that she wanted to let the other party dream, so that she could escape again. This woman is really cunning. Okay, now it's your turn. The Queen looked at Wu Heng seriously. I admit that you are a little clever, but how did you find me in one day? Wu Heng did not hide it, and recounted the situation at that time. From discovering that the priestess had investigated the missing stowaways, to later finding the tavern where she lived with the help of the secret whisperer's information. Finally found her all the way. Now thinking about it, this woman is really cautious and has made arrangements for every step. Even if she found the tavern, she still arranged 2 false intelligences to try to lead herself to the wrong direction of the north. In fact, now it seems that her plan has succeeded. The church launched a holy war against Treasure Island because of the priestess's matter. After listening to the Queen, she couldn't help but sigh, you are worthy of being a great detective. You can find this. Xiao Xiao said happily on the side, this is nothing. The last pirate king, the association couldn't do anything to him, and we found him and killed him. After saying that, she pointed down again, the skeleton prophet downstairs is him. I haven't seen him yet, so I don't know which one you are talking about. The Queen said. I take you there later, and then introduce you to Sister Minnie and the others. Xiao Xiao said. The Queen nodded, and looked at Wu Heng and the 3 ghosts opposite. Actually, it's not bad now. I need a necromancer, and the youngest hero is in front of me. Besides, except for his annoying words, his attitude towards ghosts is pretty good. Aren't you afraid that he will suffer from insomnia? Wu Heng brought the topic back. Xiao Xiao said, just don't let him sleep for the first 2 days, and he will be able to fall asleep by then. Then he smiled and said, I heard that when the guards arrest people, they will punish them by not letting them sleep. The Queen raised her lips, there are many ways to fall asleep, hypnotic techniques, concentration incense, or like Xiao Xiao said, not sleeping a day in advance. Xiao Xiao threw one in, you see, I thought of it. Then how can we ensure that the other party can dream about you? What if they don't dream? Wu Heng continued to ask. This time, the three ghosts all looked at her, waiting for the answer. The queen smiled confidently. I can plant a mark in the other party's mind, and they will naturally dream about me after falling asleep. After a pause, she emphasized, the premise is that they must know me. Wu Heng nodded, and basically understood it. This ability is like building a bridge between reality and dreams, but it requires the person outside to dream, just like opening a channel for her to lead directly. Ghosts are really special, and the way they move is hard to understand. Xiao Xiao was thinking and said, then let my aunt kill the bad guys outside, and then let my uncle bring her back in his dream. Glinda smiled and said, in the dream your uncle had, your aunt was inside. It shouldn't be very comfortable. Xiao Zhao's eyes were a little confused. Is uncle's dream scary? Then he smiled and glanced at Wu Heng. The queen ignored the other little movements and explained, yes, but your uncle has gone there. If there are enemies, just kill them directly. There is no need to be so troublesome. Oh, that's right, uncle is a hero. We are not afraid of anyone. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Wu Heng also said, okay, I will collect materials in the next 2 days, and give you some new abilities. The queen raised her head again, as if you can do it yourself. The talk about abilities is over. Wu Heng thought for a moment and continued, do you have a name? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to always call you Nyang Nyang? You can call me Danon. Nyang Nyang replied softly. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. You are not called Daji? Su Daji. The air froze instantly. Nyang Nyang's eyes widened and stared at him. Treasure Island, Church. The scorching sun at noon penetrated the stained glass, bathing the tall statue of the Lord in a waterfall of light. Priest Evelyn stood quietly in the shadow of the archway at the back, with the missionary book pressed against her chest. Her emerald eyes looked at the grand occasion in the hall. The empty benches in the past were now full of people, and the believers followed the recitation of the doctrine devoutly. Please go this way. A nun led the new believers to the side hall. Several priests also shuttled among the crowd, leading the way or maintaining order. Ever since the establishment of the God's messenger in the prayer room to answer the doubts of the believers, the church has changed from the past. It is no longer in the dilemma of only relying on distributing eggs to attract residents. Of course, eggs are still being distributed. Ah! A sudden exclamation came from the side hall. Then came the trembling shout of the man, thank you, messenger. Thank you, island owner. And in the other prayer rooms, voices of thanks were heard from time to time. Golden Sail Tavern, private room. In the private room, 3 figures sat around the wooden table. The middle-aged man on the left was wearing a dark blue robe with silver musical notes embroidered on the cuffs, and the old man on the right was wearing a light green robe with an ancient harp badge on his chest. In the middle was a woman in a dark green dress with emerald feathers dotted in her hair. The 3 presidents from different Bard research societies gathered at Treasure Island at this time. Knock, knock, knock. A quick knock on the door broke the silence, and then a young apprentice pushed the door open with excitement on his face. President, the statistics are out, he said, but when he saw that there were other people in the room, he immediately stopped talking. The middle-aged man in a dark blue robe, the president of the Silver String Association, smiled and said, it's okay, we are not outsiders, just tell me directly. The young man took a deep breath and opened the list in his hand. Since the appearance of the church's divine messenger, 42 poems and music scores suitable for first-level professionals have been circulated, 27 for the second level, and 18 for the third level. The voice trembled slightly, and continued, no less than 10 bards have been trained according to the guidance of the messenger, and their levels have been improved. The room suddenly became quiet. The wine glass in the old man's hand stopped in midair, and the woman's fingertips holding the feather pen turned slightly white. There are also rumors that a third-level bard has broken through the level, but no accurate news has been obtained yet. The young man added at the end, and then stood aside politely. The room was quiet for a long time. It's only been a few days, and so many lyrics have appeared. The woman looked up and asked, that, the messenger really exists? The young man nodded heavily. I went to the church and saw it with my own eyes. If, there are messengers in the city of our research association. The old man sighed. It's a pity that the relationship between Wu Heng and the Holy See is very tense, and there is no way to expand it in a short time. The young man standing at the door saw several people sighing, and couldn't help but interrupt. 3 presidents, instead of setting up messengers, I think we can collect these poems and tunes, and the effect is actually the same. The three of them were stunned at the same time, and then their eyes lit up. Just now, they were all sighing at the magic of the messenger, and they didn't think of such a simple thing. But the next second, the woman suddenly froze. Wait! The messenger of Lingqi Church knows everything. We are discussing stealing the results now. We are still on the island. The few people felt a chill on their backs instantly. In addition to providing various poems, the messenger was rumored to know everything. If others knew that they were planning to get the results for free, they would be in trouble. Even if they offended the hero Wu Heng, it was not something they could bear. The old man thought for a while and said, I'm going to go to the city hall to ask about the poems and see what the island thinks. Yes, yes. Let's talk openly. The middle-aged man immediately agreed. The three of them immediately walked out of the private room and went to the city hall. Zombie world, monitoring room. The queen's soul trembled violently, and her eyes stared at Wu Heng. How do you know? Didn't you say that more than 3,000 years have passed? Then she immediately showed a look of realization and said, People say that you are a resurrected old monster. It's true. Xiao Xiao shook her head and kept looking at Wu Heng and the queen. Ah? Dodgy? The one in the cartoon? The queen looked at Xiao Xiao again. You also know me? In the cartoon? Aunt. You are really. Xiao Xiao was also surprised. The cartoons are all real. Grenda and Bernie looked even more puzzled. It sounds like Wu Heng had guessed the other party's identity a long time ago, but he just didn't say it. You are indeed very famous in our time. Wu Heng looked at her and said, Famous? The queen's eyes lit up. It must be that future generations remember my achievements. Xiao Xiao lowered her head and stirred her fingers. It's not for this reason. Chapter 973. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. The queen's soul body shook violently, staring at Xiao Xiao, who was hesitating. What's the problem? Xiao Xiao looked at Wu Heng for help. Uncle, you tell me. Don't you watch cartoons every day? You are more familiar with it. Wu Heng scratched his head. It always feels difficult to say bad things to the person in front of the other party. But you are a college student. Xiao Xiao retreated tactically and hid directly behind Granda. The queen's soul body swelled violently, and in the soul state, even the illusory foxtail could be seen. Wu Heng. Tell me. Compared to the child with a larger brain circuit span, at this time, he believed the smooth-talking necromancer more. Wu Heng organized his words and said, in some literary works, Dodgy is usually portrayed as a villain, such as bewitching the king and killing loyal ministers. What? The queen was even more unstable. I want to tear their mouths. Wu Heng quickly comforted her. These are all fabricated by later generations, but in all versions, your beauty is emphasized. Ah! The queen screamed, and her soul began to disintegrate irregularly, with some signs of collapse. Then, she rushed to the magic soul pot beside her, and suddenly remembered that she had signed a contract, so she turned around and drilled into Wu Heng's body. The room fell into silence again. One person and 3 souls were also stunned. Glinda said, Why are you always angry with her? You didn't say a word about business. It's not my fault. Who knew that the topic would suddenly deviate to this point? Wu Heng said innocently. Xiao Xiao, who had been hiding in the distance, also flew over. What business? Benny reminded, ancient skills, bronze keys, nothing was mentioned anyway. Oh! Uncle forgot the important things. Just after signing the contract, it seems too purposeful to mention these. Wu Heng glanced at his phone. Li Yong hadn't sent the location yet. Let's go back to Treasure Island first, and wait until she calms down. Glinda floated in front. Don't be angry with her in the future. After all, we are companions now. She is hostile to us, but it will get better slowly. Wu Heng turned off the air conditioner and lights. The 3 ghosts went back into the body, opened the door, and walked in directly. Walked downstairs. Minnie and Catwoman Roby were sitting in the living room chatting. When they saw him coming down, they smiled and greeted, Master. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded. Robe jumped up lightly, her cattail wagging. I make tea for you. Wu Heng sat down on the sofa and took the teacup handed by Roby. Looking at Minnie, nothing is wrong on the island. Minnie gathered the hair by her ears and said, Deacon Zalogwi called and wanted to add guards to the port. Miss Letalai from the Snake Emblem group came again and left a gift. Is there trouble at the port? That's not the case. Minnie shook her head. The deacon said that the number of passenger ships docking increased, and most of the people gathered here in the central square. Annette was worried about the security problems at the port. She has already dispatched people. As she was talking, there was a dong 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 sound from the stairs. The puppet controlled by Xiao Xiao rushed down in a flash, her skirt flying, glanced over here, and locked her eyes on Catwoman Robe. Sister Robe. Go play football. Catwoman's eyes lit up. Let's go. After saying that, he ran out. Benny's puppet came down from behind Xiao Xiao, sat down on the single sofa by the window, skillfully opened the tablet, and found a TV series to watch. Wu Hung retracted his gaze. Did Lei Dilly say anything? Just said to notify her when you are free. Minnie said. If there is time, I still need to meet Lei Dilly. I have always wanted to cooperate more with the consortium, and it is necessary to get closer to each other. Besides, I am quite satisfied with Lei Dilly, who is a smart and capable woman. Wu Hung nodded, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Minnie finished talking about the two things and continued, I video chatted with sister when Mansha, Qin Qin can walk, but she will act like a spoiled child and ask people to hold her after walking a few steps. She is very clingy, just like sister when Mansha. Wu Hung listened, and his daughter's toddling appearance emerged in his mind. The last time I saw my daughter, she was chubby and very cute. It seems that I should go there when I have time, otherwise it will be bad if I don't recognize myself when I grow up. At this time, footsteps were heard at the door again, and Chanella and Annette walked back together. Master. Annette saluted, and Chanella nodded and sat down naturally. Annette hung her coat aside and said, Master, 3 presidents of the Bard Exchange Association came to visit today, and they want to collect the poems sung by the messenger, and take them back to their respective cities. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows slightly. The sudden increase in the flow of people at the port must be a lot of bards, who came here to admire the reputation. Looking at Chanella on the side, the latter said, Annette and I have discussed that the poems spread by the messenger are not easy to control. It is better to consolidate the image of the Lingqi Church and increase the support of more bards, to attract the surrounding bards to come. Wu Hung nodded, we think the same. We could also invite them to set up a bard exchange meeting on the island. Okay, I talk to them tomorrow. Annette nodded. After a few people chatted for a while, the skeleton chef had already served dinner on the table. Wu Hung said, let's eat first. Minnie went to the yard to call Robe, and everyone sat down and started to enjoy dinner. After dinner, Shawnera, Minnie and others went to the training room to train. Xiao Xiao played shuttlecock in the yard by herself, and Benny watched TV series next to them. Wu Hung sat on the sofa and drank tea, took out his mobile phone, and made a video call to Lilith. After 2 rings, the other party answered. The screen was dark, and the outline of the Scarlet Wood coffin and Lilith's profile could be vaguely seen. Go to bed so early? Wu Hung smiled. With a click, the lampshade was lifted, and the soft light of the lighting stone shone out. Lilith sat in front of the antique desk, wearing a dark red dress. With her slender fingers crossed, I haven't slept. Wu Hung asked, has the support from the association arrived? It arrived yesterday, led by Bruno. Lilith replied in a flat tone. Xiao Xiao misses you every day. Wu Hung asked, when will you come back? Lilith glanced at him unhappily. You use the child as an excuse. There is nothing to do here, so you will stay for a few days. Then you should be quick. Wu Hung said. I know. Lilith responded in a low voice, and then led the topic to the Holy See. The new Pope has ascended to the throne. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Can anyone in the Holy See be the Pope? It should also be a hero level. Wu Hung was even more puzzled. Didn't they say that the church only had 2 heroes? This time, the 4th one has appeared. Lilith was silent for a moment, and then said, I talked to Claudio about this matter. He checked the earlier records of the elves, and found a record that might be related to the church's model. What record? Wu Hung asked. I was also curious about the church. Heroes were falling out one after another, which was very different from the normal career promotion. Lilith tapped the table with her fingers and told what she knew. According to the history of the elves, there are the Supreme Leader and the 4 Holy Sees in the church. The Supreme Leader is a god, and the 4 Holy Sees represent 4 heroes with different functions in the church. The first is the Pope, who manages the church and presides over ceremonies. The second is the Envoy of Radiance, who is responsible for purification and judgment. The latter are the Envoy of Watching and the Envoy of Defending, who represent spiritual insight and religious protection and development respectively. Wu Hung said, in other words, the 4 Holy Sees of the church are still continuing, but they have changed their names. This is also speculation. Lilith sighed softly, and then said, Claudio also mentioned the leader. According to what he said, when the 4 Holy Sees are unable to deal with danger, the leader may directly intervene. When it was said that the leader might intervene, both video clips fell silent. The leader is just a metaphor to avoid the word God. But it still refers to the gods of the church. Lilith added, in the past 1,000 years, you are the first person to force the church into such a mess. Wu Heng said, well, if he can do whatever he wants, the association will not be able to suppress the church. No one can say for sure about this matter, and the records are very secretive. At that time, the church had the highest status. Lilith leaned forward and said, it's better to be careful. If you are not sure, it's best to go through the association and try to ease the relationship. I will. Do you have any other information? Wu Heng continued to ask. The relationship between him and Lilith became closer, and various information was revealed to him. In the past, he needed to exchange things for anything he wanted to find out. Nothing, I will notify you when there is news. Lilith pondered for a moment, and then said, if you don't want to give your mobile phone to the headquarters, you can leave a radio station to the headquarters to avoid difficulties in transmitting information. This time, Wu Heng did not refuse. Okay, when you come, I will arrange a radio station for the headquarters. Wu Heng said with a smile. It's as if I am a hostage. Later, the two talked in private. As it got darker, they hung up the phone and rested separately. After washing up, Wu Heng returned to the room. Lying on the bed, he began to think about the information provided by Lilith, leader, and the four holy seas. According to Lilith, the church has always maintained the configuration of four heroes. However, they were previously called the envoys of radiance, or some other envoys, but now they are called leaders, including the religious leaders whose bodies were destroyed by him. He has killed 3, and the last one is left, who will succeed the position of Pope this time. If he throws a missile to the church now, and approaches at the fastest speed, it should not be a problem to kill the new Pope. But the threat now is the leader that Lilith said, that is, the god of the church. The leaders will intervene directly if the four holy seas are unable to resolve the danger. Wu Heng repeated Lilith's words. Killing 3 is not considered difficult to resolve, or, just like playing a game, the boss will appear only after the 4 preconditioned monsters are killed. Or, the other party has begun to pay attention to me, but the gods are just using different methods. No! Wu Heng reorganized his thoughts. First of all, it is certain that no matter how powerful the gods are, they cannot kill people directly, otherwise the association will not be able to suppress the church and may use other methods to deal with me. But what method is not clear. It seems that I have to speed up the speed of faith. Wu Heng turned over and sat up, opened the faith and took a look. Faith, 372/50,000. The number of faiths has increased by more than 100, and the effect of the smart speaker is still significant. The next step is to speed up the establishment of the church, and then use the speaker to collect more faith. I will go to the Wood Elves and Rantam City in person in the next few days. Collect faith quickly. I don't know what will happen when the faith reaches the value, but according to the characteristics of the panel, it must be stronger than the hero. It can also resist greater dangers. He took a deep breath and muttered, now what's missing is time. After thinking about everything, he lay back on the bed. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, followed by Annette's gentle inquiry, Master, are you asleep? Come in, Wu Heng said. The door opened, and the plump lop-eared rabbit walked in wearing a lace dress, standing at the door and said, Master, Sister Chanela is tired today, so she went back to her room to rest. Wu Heng smiled and opened his arms. Come on, it's cold outside. Annette also smiled, and got into the quilt from one side. The next day morning, the morning light poured into the conference room through the French windows, and Wu Heng sat in the room and waited for a while. The door knocked, and a bright red figure walked in. Letelai wore a red silk dress, a ruby necklace hung on her slender neck, and silver thin chains on her pointed ears, reflecting diamond-like light spots when she walked. Leader. Letelai knelt and saluted, and the hem of her skirt bloomed like a rose. Sit. Wu Heng raised his hand to signal, and his eyes swept across her delicate face. It can be seen that she was dressed up specially. I heard from Minnie that you have been to the island owner's house twice. I was a little busy these days, so we didn't meet. I mainly came to visit you, and everything is more important to you. Letelai sat down and straightened her back. Wu Heng asked, apart from the visit, is there anything else? Yes. Lei Dilly said directly. First, I want to electrify the consortium's building and purchase the lighting and cooling props from the association. The second point is about the follow-up cooperation. She whispered, Sir, I have officially taken over the Treasure Island Consortium. I need your care in the future. Before, Wu Heng didn't like the local consortium very much, so he didn't electrify it, and there were no electrical appliances. Now Lei Dilly has taken over, and she has promised that she will take care of her. Electrification and selling electrical appliances are no problem. Tomorrow I will arrange for someone to electrify you, and you can buy these props directly at the city hall. Wu Heng agreed directly. Lei Dili smiled. Thank you, sir. But, Wu Heng paused, then continued, the consortium's business should not endanger the safety of the island. You should understand what I mean. Please rest assured. Letelai leaned forward, and a scent of flowers drifted closer. The consortium has its own rules, and will never do anything that harms the local area. I can guarantee it with my life. Okay. Wu Heng continued, fill out the commission. Letelai was delighted and took out the commission from the space ring. You say? I want a life profession above level 10, a ray master, alchemist, and strange machine master are preferred. Wu Heng said. Don't need a combat profession? Letelai asked. No need. Okay. Letelai quickly filled out one and then asked, what about the second commission? I need a container that can hold a large number of ghosts. Wu Heng added, not the kind of magic soul pot, but see if there is one that can store a large number of ghosts together. Letelai continued to write, and filled it out in detail. I have recorded it. According to the process, you need a deposit of 200 gold coins. Wu Heng took out the gold coins and pushed them to the other party. If you have any news, just notify me directly. Understood, sir. The two continued to chat for a while, and Letelai saluted and left. In the corridor, with a smile on his face, he strode out. From the attitude of this young leader, he is willing to take care of himself. At least staying in Treasure Island will make her closer to the hero. It is not difficult to earn back the 1,000 gold coins that he gave to the previous person in charge. After leaving the city hall, Letelai got on the carriage and left directly. Returned to the island owner's mansion. Wu Heng went upstairs, and just as he put his hand on the door handle, he heard an angry shout from inside. He pushed the door open and walked in. The queen's soul was floating in the air and trembling violently. Xiao Xiao was hiding in the distance in the tablet in front of her. What is this? The queen asked angrily. Wu Heng looked at Glenda, who was reading a book leisurely. What's going on? The latter glanced at the opposite side. Xiao Xiao found a cartoon for her, saying that there is her story in it. As he spoke, a delicate voice came from the tablet opposite. My king. Chapter 974. The tablet was roughly closed, and the ending theme was still playing in a loop. The spirit of the queen floated by the window, revealing a suppressed anger. Wu Heng waved to Xiao Xiao, and after flying over, he whispered, Why did you play this movie for her? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? Xiao Xiao said, My aunt insisted that I find a related cartoon for her. She told me many times, and I can't do anything. After that, he shrugged helplessly. You are honest. Next time, play the Romance of the Three Kingdoms for her. It's a bit ambitious, Wu Heng said with a smile. Xiao Xiao also smiled. I don't like to watch that. Wu Heng didn't say much on this topic. He looked at Granda and said, The Holy See has a new pope who has succeeded to the throne. Granda closed the book, and Bernie also floated over. Xiao Xiao was the first to say, Really? We can have Sword Saint number 3. One person and 2 souls were stunned. This is to use the church as a place to purchase goods, and rely on the pope to increase the number of skeletons. Glenda asked, Is he also a hero? Hero. Benny was surprised. This is the 4th hero. Wu Heng took a sip of tea, and then repeated Lilith's story about the leaders of the church and the 4 holy seats. After listening to it, the 3 ghosts frowned. Glenda digested the news and said, In other words, this pope is the last hero of the church? The religious leader's body was destroyed, and now he is no longer a hero. Wu Heng nodded, shook his head, and analyzed, if the information is accurate, then he is the last hero, but I feel that there is something wrong here. Why? Grenda asked. Wu Heng continued, If there were 4 holy thrones 1,000 years ago, how could there not be a single new hero until now? Given the foundation of the church, it obviously doesn't make sense. The 3 ghosts nodded in agreement. Even though the promotion of clergy is different from that of normal professionals, it is impossible that no new hero has been produced for such a long time. You mean, the church still has hidden heroes? Grenda paused and said, That doesn't make sense. If there were enough heroes, there wouldn't be only 2 heroes in the Holy War. That's also strange. Wu Heng nodded. Xiao Xiao still didn't understand what he had analyzed and said, What's the difference? No matter how many of them come, they can't beat us. After several battles, he was full of confidence. Granda smiled. Xiao Xiao is right. Even if there are more heroes, the threat to us is not big. Wu Heng nodded. There is also the leader of the church. When there is a danger that the 4 holy seats of the church cannot solve, the leader will intervene personally to eliminate the danger. We are now the biggest threat to the church. Who is the leader? Xiao Xiao asked in a low voice. Benny pointed to the sky god. Oh! Granda pondered for a moment and continued. So, your main task now is to collect faith. Business development and other things can be put aside or handed over to Minnie and others. Well, I plan to go to Ratam City in the next 2 days to build the church in advance. Wu Heng said. These days, the effect of the smart speaker is quite good. The faith is improved very quickly. This kind of messenger who knows almost all knowledge, can answer emotional questions, and provide personal advice is almost close to the imagined gods. What's more, this is just the messenger arranged here by the island owner. If the number of churches is increased, it is estimated that it will not take long to meet the upgrade conditions. Although I don't know whether I will become a god after meeting the faith requirements of the panel. But upgrading is the most effective way to fight danger after all. After the 3 souls of one person discussed, Wu Heng looked at the time. It is now 10:30 in the morning. Ji. Wu Heng shouted towards the window. The ghost was anxious and glared. Don't call me this name. Then my name is Danon? It feels a bit neutral, so I call you Nyang Nyang in the future. Wu Heng leaned on the chair and said calmly. Xiao Xiao said, I call you Aunt. Humph. Nyang Nyang snorted coldly and glanced aside. Wu Heng wanted to persuade her not to care about these things, but the words did not come out. The professionals in this world have a deep obsession with reputation. If they are not from their side, they can just relax and not care about it. Even if she has become a ghost, she still values reputation very much. It is obviously not realistic to just tell her not to care. He thought quickly in his mind and said, I will have someone remake the animation later and change the unreasonable parts in it. The queen was about to get angry, but after hearing what was said, she was stunned again. Can it be changed? Yes, then, there will only be the beautiful and wise queen in the animation. Wu Heng said with a smile. The queen looked at Xiao Xiao with some doubt. Can it be changed? The animation was originally made. Just do it again. Xiao Xiao answered, and raised her hand to add, give me the position of aunt, I want to be the villain. The queen looked at her with a frown. Then she looked at Wu Heng and whispered, thank you. Wu Heng smiled again, don't worry, I will tell you when I come back, write the script and let the skeletons make it. Before, a group of skeletons in the film and television industry were trained. The plan to develop movies and cartoons, and later he became a hero by taking advantage of the popularity of the pills. This matter did not develop much. But the skeletons with related technology are still there, and it should not be difficult to make an old-fashioned cartoon. The queen's mood also stabilized. Wu Heng said, let's go. Let's go and see if the location has been sent, so that the queen can upgrade. 3 ghosts got into the body, and the queen reacted and got into the body. The 4 ghosts came back, and Wu Heng opened the door and walked in. Monitoring room. After releasing the ghost, Wu Heng glanced at his phone. 4 ghosts, floating on his shoulders, also watched. Respect your privacy. Wu Heng said. I'm tired of seeing it. What's the privacy? Glinda said casually beside him. The phone said 2 locations. The location has been sent. Let's go directly there so that we can finish it early. Wu Heng took out a coat and put it on. He walked out of the monitoring room and got on the commercial vehicle in the garage. After adjusting the navigation for the skeleton, the vehicle started directly and left the prison. The vehicle was driving on the road. The queen still looked puzzled. Where are we going to upgrade? You're not going to put me in a place with a strong dead spirit. Xiao Xiao said on the side, to kill zombies to upgrade. Zombies? Undead creatures? The queen still didn't understand. When I took her to the ruins of the Shang dynasty before, the places we passed were all cleaned up, and I had never seen zombies. It sounded a little strange at this time. Xiao Xiao explained, I was infected by the virus and turned into a man-eating monster. I just died accidentally. The queen glanced at Xiao Xiao, with some pity in her eyes, and didn't say much. Xiao Xiao didn't have any wrong emotions, and she kept popularizing the knowledge of this world to her. And what great things Wu Heng and them had done. There was a little lively atmosphere on the road, so it didn't seem boring. When approaching the location on the positioning, the road began to become congested and difficult to travel, and Wu Heng changed to a flying carpet and continued to move forward. From a distance, dense and swaying zombies were seen. Are those zombies? The queen floated aside, eyes wide open. The number of zombies wandering in the distance may have exceeded the population of several cities too many. Then he reacted and said, are you sure they are not the rotten corpses of the Necromancer? I don't look any different. Wu Heng said, How can a necromancer have the ability to transform the whole world into rotten corpses? We call it a genetic virus here, which is different from real death. It's terrible. What happened in this world to become like this? The queen sighed. Grenda and Benny also sighed when they saw the scene for the first time. Especially in Grenda, the streets of the whole city were crowded with zombies. The scene was much more shocking than it is now. At this time, the sky had darkened. Wu Hung absorbed the Blood Clan genes and had night vision. The ghost's vision was not affected by darkness. Arrived at the edge of the zombie group, put away the flying carpet, and fell from the sky, Open Mansion Technique, Skeleton Shanshan, Corn Sword Saint, and Pizza Count. Pizza Count is the name of the Blood Clan hero after he transformed into a skeleton. It was also Shishia's name. On the roof of one side, Xiao Xiao hung the soul-capturing jade on the roof. The light of the laser flashlight passed through the jade and formed a huge magic circle below. Wu Hung ordered, Shanshan, lead the zombies into the magic circle, Sword Saint and Count, you kill the zombies. Whoosh, Shanshan turned into a stream of light and shot out, and then led the zombies into the magic circle. The Corn Sword Master gathered sword energy and shot it out like a long rainbow. The Count of Pizza flew in the air, and countless blood-colored flying knives covered the sky from the air. Zombies fell down in groups like wheat was cut. The residual souls flew into the sky. The queen widened her eyes and looked at the residual souls floating in the sky. So this is what the upgrade is about. Go, the skeletons are killing a little too fast, don't delay. Wu Hung said. The queen came back to her senses, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out directly. Started to devour the ghosts. Wu Hung walked into the mansion to wait. Xiao Xiao, Granda, 3 ghosts, also chatted on the side. After several waves of zombies, the system prompt sounded. Ghost level increased to level 17, intelligence +1, perception +1, charm +2. Wu Hung looked outside. The upgrade had no effect, and the remaining thing was to devour the ghosts, and whether there was any unfinished business at level 18. Retam City, the city lord's mansion. The lights were bright, and when Manshaw wrapped herself tightly in her mink coat and sat in front of the radio. The wind and snow outside the window howled, setting off the sound in the radio, which became clearer and clearer. The 3rd Corps of the Yek Kingdom is detouring along the Black Pine Forest Trail, and the 5th Cavalry Corps is suspected to be disguised as a caravan. The butler Hartel on the radio paused slightly and continued, it is expected that several more corps will try to detour to the rear of the fortress. When Manshaw rubbed her temples, how is your safety? Thank you for your concern, madam. Hartel's voice was filled with electric noise. There have indeed been more assassinations in the past few days, thanks to the skeleton attendants arranged by you and the master. When Manshaw glanced at the map beside the table, which used red and black to divide the cities occupied by both sides. The team was equipped with firearms and high-level skeletons, which also gave their army an advantage. But even if the Yek Kingdom was not as good as before, it still had a strong foundation. Constantly changing tactics, they restrained the team's advance and gave the Yek Kingdom a chance to breathe. Of the 20-level skeletons that were arranged, only one was assigned to the main battlefield, and the rest were responsible for protecting the safety of several important figures. Arrange a team to stop the scattered team. When Manshaw looked at the map, the main force continues to advance. Madam, there are a large number of clergy in the team, and there are also special artifacts and props for dealing with the undead. Hartel said again. When Manshaw frowned slightly, it's not strange that the church is in there, and the effect of the artifact is also limited. Find an opportunity to use guns to kill the target holding the artifact first. Okay. I find a way. Hartel continued, then I won't disturb you to rest. Yeah. After hanging up the call, when Manshaw walked to the bedroom, passed by the baby room, and glanced at her sleeping daughter. She kissed her forehead lovingly, and returned to her room to rest. 3 days later, in the afternoon, the roar of the zombies resounded throughout the area, and the sword energy and blood-colored flying knives harvested the zombies that were pouring in. This was the second area to be cleared. When Wu Hung arrived, the skeletons had almost killed 1/3 of the distance. The queen kept shuttling among the remnant souls in the sky, devouring all the souls. The ghost level is increased to level 20, with 1 physique, 2 agility, 3 intelligence, 4 perception, and 5 charm. Unlocked characteristics. Legendary heroic spirit. Unlocked characteristics. Legendary invisibility, legendary telekinesis control, legendary possession. Unlocked ability, Dream Lord. Hearing the prompt, Wu Hung was happy. Finally reached level 20. I remember that it took a long time to devour ghosts when upgrading Xiao Xiao and Granda. Now the killing speed is fast, but it still took so long. Wu Heng still felt that it was relatively smooth. After all, when he reached level 18, unfinished business did not appear. He was really afraid that Daji's image in movies and TV shows would become a new knot in the heart of the queen. Fortunately, this did not happen. Wu Heng focused on the new ability Lord of Dreams that he unlocked. Lord of Dreams can forcibly pull the target into a special dream world, and it has real effects. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. This skill reminded Wu Heng of a story he had seen in a short video, which seemed to be called 3 Dreams. It says that the protagonist fell in love with a woman in a dream and got married, but later found out that the woman was actually a ghost. Later, he killed her enemy in the dream, and when he woke up the next day, he found that the enemy in reality was really dead. This is really in line with the skills in front of him. In short, his 4th ghost has also reached level 20, which is a good thing. Not far away, the queen flew back, with excitement in her tone. Wu Heng, I'm level 20, I finally reached level 20. Well, congratulations, Wu Heng said with a smile. Aunt, we are all level 20, how can we be so happy? Xiao Xiao said on the side. The queen's attitude also improved a lot. Yes, Xiao Xiao is awesome. Wu Heng walked to the battle zone, released the bone prison, trapped the remaining residual souls in the middle, let them devour each other, and finally formed a ghost, and put it into the magic soul pot for use. Then, the skeleton cleaned the battlefield and collected corpse cores. After the battlefield was cleaned, the return journey began. After returning to the prison, Wu Heng did not stay long and returned to Treasure Island. Coming down from upstairs, Minnie came towards him. Master, the association sent 2 letters. 2 letters? He was so popular. Wu Heng tore open the first letter and narrowed his eyes slightly. Sword of Justice Hadalai. Why did the person in charge of this association leader write a letter to himself? Chapter 975. Sword of Justice. Wu Heng murmured. Hadalai is the person in charge of this ruling leader. He inherited the title of Sword of Justice and must be fair in doing things. From the previous conflict between himself and the church, I feel that he has done a good job. If it were other heroes, they might not put pressure on the church because of themselves at that time. Emilo, the former deacon of Treasure Island, felt that his requirements for himself were based on the Sword of Justice. Fair, decisive, and ruthless. He looked at the letter. There are 2 points in the letter. The first is the compensation from the church, which is currently being prepared. After the preparations are complete, it will be delivered to Treasure Island by the headquarters. The second point is the transaction of the radio station. The headquarters is willing to exchange the communication props of Treasure Island for the price of a 2nd level merit for each station. I have discussed the radio station with Lilith, which can speed up the information transmission of the headquarters. In addition, if the headquarters uses the radio station, it will also be beneficial to me. Putting Hadalai's letter aside, he continued to tear open the 2nd letter and read it. The 2nd letter was written by the puppeteer Mortimer. The content of the letter was only 1 point, declining Wu Heng's invitation. At that time, Wu Heng invited the other party to settle in Treasure Island. One reason was to make puppets for his ghost, and the other was to recruit level 19 professionals in his plan. Judging from the speed of the other party's reply, he hesitated for a long time. But he still rejected his invitation. The content of the second half was that the customized puppets were still being made. This time, the materials used were improved and could withstand a certain degree of combat, so the progress would be slower. Don't let yourself be anxious, and you will perfect your work to the greatest extent. The puppeteer improved the materials, and from the sentences, you can feel that it is an extra compensation to ease the relationship between each other. After reading the 2 letters, Wu Heng put them into the space ring. Master? Minnie brought the tea tray. No trouble? Wu Heng took the teacup. Nothing. The headquarters wants to buy a few radios. Minnie frowned. Isn't this our secret? What if we give it to them, and they eavesdrop on our news? Wu Heng smiled and said, Nothing. The main news now is that we use mobile phones, and we give them fixed-frequency radios. Minnie nodded. It's good that nothing is wrong. Dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun gilded the ground, and Shannara came back in a dusty state. Picked up Wu Heng's teacup and drank it all in one gulp. The church has been very crowded these days. Shannara sat down on the side. Can we consider choosing a new church? In the future, the Lingqi church will continue to expand and can handle more believers. Wu Heng said directly. You discuss with Annette and choose a location on the island. I think the newly developed area is good. The largest building there can be used as a church. Okay, we will show you a location when we choose it. Shannara agreed. Wu Heng hooked his hand in the air, And the teapot floated up and automatically filled with tea, and then said, I will go to Rattan City in the next 2 days to arrange the church there. Shannara nodded in understanding. I will also go back to the Wood Elves to speed up the construction of the church there. Wu Heng and Shannara also discussed several times about churches in various places. Naturally, I know he is quite anxious. As for Wu Heng, Shannara was relieved to go back in person. The news from the 4 holy seats is consistent with the current intelligence of the Holy See, so it is impossible that the leader of the Holy See will personally destroy the enemy who threatens the Holy See. I have worked hard for so long and become a hero. It would be too aggrieved to be killed by the so-called gods. Wu Heng took out a stack of tickets, probably more than 30 in total, and handed them to her. Use one for each new city, and let the ghost train record the coordinates. If there are not enough, call me, and I will send more to you. So many? Shannara raised her eyebrows, and her earrings swayed slightly with her movements. You need to remember all the Wood Elves. It will be convenient for you to go back next time. Wu Heng continued, if there is any danger, come back immediately, and don't stay there stupidly like last time when the elders said they would put you under house arrest. You are stupid. Shannara rolled her eyes at him. You have become a hero. How dare they put me under house arrest? Well, when you leave, I will arrange an engineer skeleton for you, and he will go to install the god's messenger. Wu Heng said. Okay. The two sat together and chatted for a while. Dinner is ready. Walking into the restaurant together, Shannara and Annette discussed the location of the new church while eating. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the study. In the room, Glinda was reading a book, Xiao Xiao and Benny were studying dolls together, and the Queen was floating in another place, playing a TV series on the tablet. She looked very stable today. Seeing him come in, the Queen floated over and said, How is the animation going? It has been arranged, but it's definitely not as fast as you think. Writing scripts and film production all need to be done step by step. Wu Heng sat down on the chair. I'm just asking, there's no rush. The Queen raised her head and said, Do me better. Wu Heng smiled and nodded, then asked, Level 20, how does it feel? The illusory fox tail in the Queen's soul body loomed. The most obvious is perception, which is much stronger than before becoming a hero. At level 20, the name of the ghost also became the hero. The overall attributes have also been greatly improved. One person and one soul were chatting, and Glinda, who was not far away, winked at him. Wu Heng coughed lightly and asked casually, Do you ancient people also have skill books? What ancient people? It sounds weird. The Queen rolled her eyes at him and continued, Of course there are skills, but it is different from your way of learning. We focus on cultivation or practice, which you can understand as training. When I was exploring the ruins of the Rift Island, I got a skill book of Zayin Shu, which is much more powerful than the current skills. Wu Heng said tentatively. The Queen floated forward. The environment was even worse at that time, with giants as big as mountains and powerful beasts. If you don't have powerful skills and no amazing magic, how can you survive? Wu Heng said tentatively. Is there a way? I want to learn it too. Continue to find some ruins? Or some 1,000-year-old clans should have inheritance. The Queen said calmly. It's over, it's not what I expected. I met someone who knows nothing. Wu Heng looked at her and asked puzzledly, How can you say that you were also a queen back then, and you didn't remember 1 or 2 powerful skills? Remember. The Queen raised her eyebrows. But I was not a mage in my lifetime, and only the fox people can learn this skill. Where is a fox person? You can teach her. Wu Heng said immediately. Your little fox maid? What's her profession? The Queen frowned and asked. A ranger is a ranger among the fox people. Archer? What a waste of talent. The Queen said disdainfully, If she wants to learn from me, she needs to change her job to an illusionist, but I can guarantee that it will be more promising than her current job. I haven't seen the job change scroll for this job in the association. There were no job scrolls in our time. I will teach her how to practice and become an illusionist. The Queen said proudly. Wu Heng glanced at her and asked, Is there really no magic I can learn? Help me think about it. You are the most knowledgeable person in our family. The Queen was about to say no, but paused and said, But it's not that there is no. I remember there is a kind of body refining method that can be practiced by any profession, and the effect is very good. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. Teach me. The Queen seemed to have won a victory, and raised her slender neck and said, When I have time to think about it, and can write it down completely, I will tell you how to practice it. It is said that a woman who is 3 years older than her husband will hold gold bricks, and a woman who is 3,000 years older than her husband will feed him elixirs. It is really true. Wu Heng said. The Queen frowned. Why don't you become a bard? Balds can't survive in the zombie world. Wu Hung said with a smile. By the way, I have a request. Speak. The queen looked into his eyes. I want one of those puppets that Xiao Xiao can control too. So that's what it was. The puppets were ordered from the headquarters. I would have bought them for you even if you didn't tell me. Just tell me what you want next time. Wu Hung was like the head of the family. Okay. The queen smiled. After these 2 days of contact, she was getting more and more satisfied with this necromancer. She looked up at the darkening window. Can I go out for a walk? Now you don't have to worry about me running away. Go ahead. Wu Hung nodded. Xiao Xiao flew up from behind. Aunt, I'd be your tour guide. Let's go! The two ghosts flew out together. Wu Hung walked to the tablet where the queen had been watching before and paused the TV show. Glenda said, it's still a gain? If the body refining technique she mentioned can really be practiced, other people besides you can practice it. It's a pity that it's not a skill book. Wu Hung said. It's hard to say whether what the queen wrote will be judged as a skill book. If the effect of cultivation lasts long, maybe the gods of the church will come. It's better than nothing. Glenda comforted. You're right. Wu Hung stretched. I go downstairs to rest first. Good night. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung took a business car and arrived at the Central Mall in Xinfu City. He knocked on the door lightly, and after getting a response, he opened the door and walked in. Li Yang was wearing a stand-up collar sweater in the room, looking at the documents in her hand. She looked up and found that it was Wu Hung who came, and immediately smiled. I didn't call in advance. It's nothing serious, I just came directly. Wu Hung sat down beside him. With a wave of his hand, the cup flew under the coffee machine, filled with coffee, and flew back. Li Yang smiled and said, Do you have any instructions for coming here this time? No instructions, I need some things, you help me prepare them. Wu Hung grabbed the coffee cup that flew over and took a sip. Go ahead, I have someone prepare it now. Li Yang also became serious. Wu Hung thought for a while and said, 10 sets of fixed-frequency radios, portable solar charging panels, and smart speakers. I take as many smart speakers as you can prepare, and you can collect them later. Okay. I have someone prepare it now. Li Yang picked up the landline phone and handed over the matter. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang said, Wait a minute, I'm preparing it. Don't worry. The two chatted in the conference room for a while, and the phone rang again. All the necessary equipment was ready. Li Yang put down the phone and said, Let's go, they are all stored in the warehouse on the first floor. Follow Li Yang downstairs. Several members of the base were guarding the door. Seeing Wu Hung and Li Yang, they greeted them respectfully. Entering the warehouse, there were fixed-frequency radios, solar panels, and smart speakers prepared. There were about 50 smart speakers, which was enough for his later arrangements. With a wave of his hand, all the items were put into the space ring. Then he followed Li Yang back to the office. Stay here? Li Yang asked. Next time, I'm a bit busy these days. Wu Hung said helplessly. I promised them last time, but I plan to go to Ratam City today. Busy than the people working down there. Li Yang said unhappily, walked over, put her arms around his shoulders, and kissed him gently. The two of them were intimate for a while, and Wu Hung patted her, but I accompany you well next time. Okay. Li Yang nodded. After saying goodbye, he left the office, and took a business car back to the prison. He walked into the monitoring room, and opened the boundary door, to return to Treasure Island. He went downstairs, and several women in the family were already waiting downstairs. Wu Hung gave Minnie a space ring and 2 letters. Wait, send them to the association and mail them out. Yes, master. Minnie nodded. Chanela asked, Are you leaving soon? Well, go early and come back early. Wu Hung nodded. That's good, things always have to be done. Chanela forced a smile. Several people walked to the courtyard together, and Wu Hung took out the train conductor's hat. Master, call us when you get there. The women in the family hugged him, and surrounded him. Wu Hung kissed everyone on the forehead. Don't spread the news that I'm not on the island. If you are in danger, leave immediately. Yes, master. The few people separated, Wu Hung put on his hat, and the ghost train appeared. Wu Hung boarded the train. Ratam City, the city lord's mansion. When Manshao leaned on the city lord's throne, wearing a dark red robe, tapping the handrail with her fingertips from time to time. City lord. The guard leader saluted, and the sound of armor colliding echoed in the hall. The killer has been captured by the skeleton guard. Behind him, a tall skeleton carrying a giant sword walked in with 2 bloody people on the left and right. One of them twitched from time to time, obviously not dead yet. When Manshaw looked up and said, "Send the body to the front line to replenish the number of skeleton teams." Crack! The skeleton broke the assassin's neck neatly, and the body completely collapsed. The commander thought for a moment and said again, "City Lord, there have been frequent assassinations in the past few days. Do you think it is?" When Manshaw raised her hand to stop the other party from saying the following words, and said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to jump around for a few days." Chapter 976. After getting off the train, the bone-chilling cold wind blew up fine snow foam and slapped my face. I looked around and found that the ghost train stopped in a forest. There was thick snow under my feet, not even above my ankles. The winter here is much colder than that in Shinfu City. It is the kind of cold that can turn spit into ice in the air. Walala. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound in the dry grass behind me. Looking back, 7 or 8 pairs of green eyes lit up behind the dry grass, and the hungry wolves approached slowly with their white fangs bared. There were ice chips on their fur, and the hot air they exhaled condensed into frost flowers around their mouths and noses. "Get out. Don't make trouble." Wu Hung waved his hand to drive them away. This wave of his hand angered the wolf pack instead. The male wolf on the right roared and pounced, and Wu Hung grabbed its throat in midair. With force from his fingers, he crushed the throat with a click. The remaining wolves rushed over and bit at him at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The water droplets around him condensed and froze into ice crystals when they shot out, piercing the bodies of the wolves. The 2 injured wolves showed fear in their eyes and wanted to escape into the dense forest, but they were pierced by ice crystals and fell to the ground in the blink of an eye. He glanced at the wolf corpse on the ground, clapped his hands, and released the 4 ghosts from his body. The 4 ghosts appeared, all looking at the wolf corpse on the ground. "The train stopped at the wolf's den?" Grinda asked. "They should have gathered here because of the sound." Wu Hung took out a coat and put it on his shoulders. Xiao Xiao flew around the wolf corpse and said, "Uncle, take the corpse back and let them pull the sled for us to play." Wu Hung also glanced at the wolf corpse. "We don't have a sled." "Make one. There are so many skeletons at home, I will hold my sister to play with them then," Xiao Xiao said. "Forget it. How old is she?" Wu Hung opened the mansion technique and said to it, "Drag the body in." Several skeletons came out, wrapped the wolf corpse on the ground simply, and dragged it into the mansion technique. Only pieces of sunken blood were left on the snow. Wu Hung continued, "Let's see the location of Rentam City. Let's do business first." Xiao Xiao flew vertically into the sky, put his little hand on his forehead and looked around, pointing in a direction, "Uncle, over there." Wu Hung nodded, "Shan Shan." The skeleton Shan Shan's body instantly grew larger. Wu Hung grabbed its ribs and was carried up into the sky, flying towards Rentam City. In the air, Nyang Nyang flew beside Xiao Xiao. "Xiao Xiao, who is the sister you were talking about?" "Uncle's child, but so young," Xiao Xiao said. "He has a child?" "Yes. He is also my father." Approaching the city, Wu Hung walked into the city on foot. Boots rolled over the snow, leaving a series of deep footprints on the small road on the outskirts of the city. The city wall in the distance was tall, with thick icicles on the wall. On the top of the wall, you could see skeleton soldiers guarding like sculptures. He was motionless, with snow hanging on his head and shoulders. "Is this also your territory? Why is it so different from Treasure Island?" The voice of the queen came from the side. Wu Hung said as he walked, "Treasure Island has the advantage of maritime trade. This place is relatively remote, and it is normal that it is not as well developed as there." Xiao Xiao added, "Aunt, have you seen it before? It was broken and messy. Can it be more chaotic than Pirate Island?" "Chaotic." Xiao Xiao thought about the word, and then said, "When my uncle came to be the captain, the gangs here fought every day and night. It was different from Treasure Island." The queen said, "I understand. People in small places always mistake barbarity for bravery." "That's right," Xiao Xiao agreed. Wu Hung walked through the outer city area and could see the gate to the outer city area from a distance. He was being strictly interrogated. Not wanting to reveal his tracks, he turned into a small alley and released teleportation to disappear. The next second, he appeared in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Crash! The skeletons around all turned their skulls to look over. The 2 maids who passed by were startled. Seeing Wu Hung suddenly appear, they widened their eyes and screamed, "Assassin!" In the building, Andwire, who was hiding behind the bunker with a rifle, saw the returning skeletons, and Wu Hung walking in from the courtyard, and her expression immediately showed joy. "Master!" Andwire ran out from inside, and threw herself into his arms. The two maids who had just screamed also reacted, apologizing with a trembling voice. Master, we didn't recognize you. It's okay, you did a good job. You should warn us in the future if there is danger, Wu Heng said to the two maids and patted Andaway's back. Thank you, master. The two thanked him. At this time, when Manshaw also came out, Master, you are here. Wu Heng smiled. Well, let's go in first. It's cold outside. Don't get cold. The three of them walked into the room together. In the living room, the air conditioner blew out hot air, keeping the room at a suitable temperature. Wu Heng sat down in the main seat, and the maids stood respectfully behind him after serving tea and snacks. In addition to the maids, there were several fully armed skeletons standing around the living room. Two of them were level 20 skeleton guard star eyes arranged by Wu Heng, and the other was a level 20 skeleton warrior pot cover number 2. Why is there one less skeleton? Wu Heng asked. Wu Heng arranged 3 level 20 skeletons here. When Manshaw said, Tiao Tiao was assigned to Hater's side to protect her safety and cooperate with the army in combat. That's fine. Wu Heng nodded and continued to ask, tell me about the situation here. When Manshaw gave an order to the side, and the maid spread a map on the coffee table, then pointed to a few locations, we have an advantage in the main battlefield. There are many clergy in the army of the Yeko Kingdom, and it is still not a team of the skeleton army. But in the past few days, news came from the front line that the enemy's army divided into several teams, detoured to the rear, and began to harass the villages and towns in the rear. There were also timely and frequent assassinations. Natalia and I, as well as some important officials in various cities, were assassinated. Natalia is the second prince's princess, playing the role of the second prince in Rentam City. Wu Heng retracted his gaze from the map and said, Didn't I tell you that if there is danger, take my daughter to Treasure Island first? When Manshaw smiled and said, We have the skeletons you arranged to protect us. If we come, we will die. Some of the high-level skeletons in the city, and the front line are relying on them to die. Good guy, this is a fishing enforcement. Seeing that there was no pressure in Manshaw's words, Wu Heng asked, Is the site of the church ready? The place is ready, and Wei has also selected some fox people in the city to serve as priests. When Manshaw replied, And we are nodded aside, the tribe members are not opposed to priests. A total of 20 fox girls have been selected, and the number can be increased later. Wu Heng nodded and asked, Where is my daughter? Xin Xin is sleeping upstairs. Wu Heng said, Don't disturb her for now. Take me to see the church. I plan to open the church in the next 2 days. Okay. When Manshaw said to the back, Prepare the carriage. Yes, ma'am. The baby room upstairs. For Ghost floated over the crib, looking at the chubby baby below. My sister has gained a lot of weight. Xiao Xiao floated in the middle, looking at the baby below. Children change a lot. It will be better if they grow up a little, Bernie said. Grinda also said, This is not fat. The last time we saw her, she was still very small. It should be because she eats well, Xiao Xiao said. The queen frowned, and asked curiously, Why did Wu Heng have a child with a maid? Ah? Can't they have a child? Xiao Xiao was curious. Glinda said on the side, Wu Heng doesn't care about these things. They are maids, and they have a good relationship. Not heroic at all, the queen said on the side. Xiao Xiao curled her lips, not understanding why her aunt was crazy again. The 4 ghosts whispered. The baby on the bed frowned and opened his eyes, looking at the sky with puzzled eyes. The next second, Wow! He cried directly. The skeleton ghost woman immediately picked up and rocked him gently. Dang, the door was pushed open, and the maid ran in. After looking at the skeleton ghost woman who was rocking the child, and confirming that the child was just crying because he woke up, he coaxed him a few words, and then walked out of the room. The ghost woman lingered for a while, and the baby stopped crying, still looking at the sky. The 4 ghosts reappeared. Xiao Xiao floated over and said, I am your sister, and I rocked you to sleep. Then he also said, Chin Chin, don't you recognize us? Wow, the baby wanted to cry again. The queen touched it casually, and the baby immediately calmed down, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. What's wrong with her? Xiao Xiao asked. The queen said, It's okay. I let her sleep, otherwise she would cry all the time, and Wu Heng would think we were bullying his child. Oh, do you think she looks like your uncle? Xiao Xiao continued to ask. The queen looked at her. The eyes are a bit similar, but children usually can't see anything. Aunt, let her wake up. Let's play with her for a while. Xiao Xiao encouraged from the side. Benny said, She's still young. What if she keeps crying? The queen said, I can create a dream and bring the child into the dream. You are of a high level, so don't resist. Okay, let's create an entertainment city. Xiao Xiao cheered. Glinda felt it was unreliable. Forget it. What if Wu Hung gets angry? It's not dangerous, the Queen said. Okay. Glinda nodded. The Queen waved her hand, and the ceiling of the baby room rippled like water waves, and the place where it was turned into a grassland in the wild. The 4 ghosts regained their bodies, and the child in the crib also opened his eyes, and looked over here. Xiao Xiao stepped barefoot on the cotton candy like clouds. Benny's braids were tied with glowing bells. Glinda wore a puffy skirt, and held up a rainbow, with an umbrella pole in her hand. The Queen Dodgy transformed into a palace beauty, with 9 fox tails stretching behind her, and each hair flowing with the luster of moonlight. Wow! Xiao Wuqin's eyes widened, and her chubby fingers reached for the sky. Call me sister? Xiao Xiao rushed down from the cloud slide, and rainbow bubbles rose in her palm. The baby giggled and tried to catch them, but the bubbles turned into candies, and fell into her palm. The others also stood by the baby's bed, and the Queen teased the baby's chin with the tip of her tail. There were bronze chimes behind her, shaking out a tune. Ratam City Church. The church was very large, divided into the main hall, and 2 side halls. The area was larger than the church in Treasure Island. Right in front of the main hall was her tall statue, with a beautiful golden disc in her left hand, a big tree growing in the disc, and a staff in the other hand, with a gray-white crystal on top. The style was the same as that of Treasure Island. Wu Hung looked up for a while, then said, I plan to open the church tomorrow. Still in the way of Treasure Island, first send some eggs, and open the prayer room directly. Anvir nodded, and when Manshaw was silent for a while, then said, Master, the situation in Ratam City is different from Treasure Island. Copying the method of Treasure Island may cause problems. Wu Hung looked puzzled. Why? When Manshaw organized her words and said, Master, Ratam City is in winter, it is cold and freezing, and the residents have been hiding at home with nothing to do. If it is fully opened and eggs are distributed, people from all over the city may gather here. After saying this, Wu Hung also reacted. Ratam City is different from Treasure Island. People here don't have much to do now. If it is fully opened, people from all over the city will gather together, and there may really be problems. Then what do you think is a better arrangement? Wu Hung continued to ask. When Manshaw smiled and said, I had thought about this before you came. My idea is to proceed according to the city area, see the effect first, and then make adjustments. Well, then do as you say. Wu Hung agreed, and then said, Let's go to the prayer room. I will teach you how to use it. When Manshaw, Anwir, and several priests followed to the prayer room. Wu Hung installed the smart speaker behind the statue in the prayer room, and then said, Respected messenger of God. Xiaoyai classmate. I'm here. A female electronic voice came out. The rest of the people in the room were stunned, their eyes widened, and they looked at the talking statue in horror. Headquarters, in the leader's meeting room. Hadalai took a sip of the teacup, waved his hand, and square strange machines appeared on the oak table. This is the prop sent by Wu Hung. It can communicate over long distances. It will be distributed to various regions for timely communication. The other 2 looked at this strange prop. They looked at each other with doubts, obviously seeing it for the first time. Are you sure it can be used? There will be no problem. The puppet in the religious robe said coldly. His tone was full of distrust of this prop. Hadalai glanced at the other party and said in one direction, Lilith, do you think this prop is dangerous? In the corner, a radio station emitted Lilith's voice. No danger. This prop has only one function, which is communication, and there are no side effects. Yeah. Hadalai nodded, looked at the elf wizard and the puppet religious leader, and said, One set has the most accessories, and will be kept in the headquarters for use. In addition, there are 3 radio stations. While speaking, the radio station that just emitted Lilith's voice emitted the rough voice of the dwarf leader. We dwarves want 1 set, and the price is negotiable. The elf wizard Claudio also said, the elves also want 1 set. It can transmit messages without hindrance, which is very important to any race. The only thing left is the Holy See. The religious leader was slow to speak, and the elf wizard continued, There is 1 left, give it to our Hamlin society. If it can be copied, it can also be comprehensive. The religious leader suddenly interrupted, The Holy See wants the remaining 1. Chapter 977. The puppet controlled by the religious leader's side leaned forward slightly, and the joints made a slight sound, and took the last radio in front of him. He looked carefully at this set of props that can transmit information. The metal shell was etched with the emblem of Treasure Island, and the front was various buttons and wheels. Compared with props, It was more like a strange machine created by a strange machine master. It looked very ordinary, and there was no magic fluctuation inside. Does this kid have any calculations? The more normal it is, the more I feel that there is a trap hidden in it, but on second thought, several races with heroes present were assigned to radio stations. No matter how brave Wu Hung was, he would not dare to offend so many heroes at the same time. If he really dared to do so, it would be a reason to kick him out of the association and eliminate him together. Claudio, the leader of Hongwenhui, glanced over and said, "If there are any problems with the props of Treasure Island in the future, will the Holy Church allow people from Treasure Island to go there?" The religious leader snorted coldly. Whether it is props or strange equipment, the Holy See still has the corresponding talents. If there are any problems, we can solve them ourselves. Just think it through. The leader of Hongwenhui said calmly. The more he said this, the more he thought that there was no problem with the radio station. Wu Hung and Hongwenhui were close, so it was impossible for them to be counted together. I guess, it's still like the previous times, using some tricks to disgust himself. Humph. The Holy See must take a copy of this radio station, and it must also use it to deal with Treasure Island. Hadarei spoke at this time. It's not given to us for free. Each set of props or strange objects corresponding to the second level merit, you go back and prepare them, and the headquarters will send them to Treasure Island. I'm fine. The voice of the dwarf leader came from the radio. Saidu, are you okay? Hadarei asked. The religious leader raised his eyes slightly. Yes. Then, Hadarei took out a letter from the space ring again. It says how to use it. You all copy it. I've seen it. The method is not difficult. Then he said to the radio, Bruno, you and Lilith will learn how to use it. Okay. The dwarf leader agreed. The leader of Hongwenhui and the religious leader copied the contents of the letter. The puppet house. The dim light flickered, casting the shadows of the puppets on the wall into the shape of fangs and claws. The puppeteer Mortimer sat on the chair, his skinny fingers carving complicated patterns. Dong dong. There was a slight knock on the door. Mortimer paused, looked at the pattern that was almost wrong, and his eyes were full of anger. Who? Mortimer asked coldly. Master Mortimer, Treasure Island has delivered your letter. A young voice came from outside the door. The anger in Mortimer's eyes was extinguished instantly. The door opened a crack, and the letter was taken with a whoosh, and the door closed. The staff member, who was delivering the letter at the door, stopped halfway. He looked at his hand without the letter, hesitated, and turned to leave. In the studio, Mortimer sat on the chair, stroking the letter with his fingers, wondering if his rejection of the other party's invitation would anger the young hero. This can't be blamed on him. You killed 3 heroes of the Holy See in succession, and directly published them in the newspaper. Everyone can see that the conflict between Treasure Island and the Holy See has reached a point where it cannot be resolved, and even the association can only suppress it. Sooner or later, there will be another fight. Who dares to go over there? Take a deep breath, tear open the envelope, and pour it into the palm of your hand. In addition to the letter, the first thing that landed on the palm of your hand was a few colorful portraits with a shiny surface. The portrait was of an extremely beautiful woman. The second one was from a different angle, and you could see 9 fox tails stretching behind the woman. Fox people? 9-tailed fox people. Mortimer pushed his glasses, quickly went up to the study on the second floor, climbed the wooden ladder, and searched for a while, took out an old book, and patted the dust on it. Then he started to search, and then his eyes fixed. Sky Fox Clan. A humanoid race. Because of the grace of the big fox girl and the piety of their ancestors, the Sky Fox clan has a close relationship with the gods and often receives their blessings. It has a certain resistance to the effects of divine arts, and the number of tails can judge the level of the opponent. It is said that the fox girl has 9 fox tails and is named Danon. In the fox language, it represents the favorite of heaven and earth. Mortimer's eyes widened, looking at the record in the book, and then looking at the photo in his hand. The fox girl. He came down from the wooden ladder and sat back at the workbench, still in disbelief. Wu Hung actually found a level 20 fox girl. No, he asked me to make a puppet, not really found one. He immediately looked at the letter. The handwriting on the paper was very beautiful, and it should be written by a woman. The first half of the letter expressed regret that Mortimer could not go to Treasure Island, but Treasure Island welcomed him to settle down at any time. Mortimer felt a little relieved. He did not seem to be dissatisfied with his refusal. The latter part is the customization of the new doll. It also mentioned that if the tail is difficult to make, it is okay not to make it. Mortimer's eyes widened. Wu Hung had the ghost of a big fox girl. City Lord's mansion, baby room. Wu Hung sat cross-legged on the carpet, shaking a star-shaped toy in his hand. Chin, called Daddy. Little Wu Qin tilted his head, smacked his lips, and looked away directly. He stretched out his chubby hands, accurately grasped the corner of Wen Mancha's clothes, and babbled for his mother to hold him. You don't even recognize your daddy. Wen Mancha tapped her daughter's nose with her fingertips, and then picked up the child. Didn't you hold your daddy's portrait and chew it a few days ago? As she said that, she opened the straps of the nursing clothes and fed the baby. Wu Heng continued to hold other toys, and teased the child on the side. But the baby didn't show much interest in the toys he liked in the past. After feeding, the two played with the child for a while, and waited for the baby to fall asleep on the bed when he was tired. The two of them left the room carefully. At night, after washing up, Wu Heng returned to the bedroom. The moonlight shone through the gauze curtains, outlining interlaced silver lines on the bedroom floor. Wen Mancha was wearing a burgundy nightgown, sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair. Master. Wen Mancha looked behind through the silver mirror. I don't know what happened to my daughter today. She liked those toys so much before, but today she has no interest in them. She has been playing for a long time. I will prepare some new toys for her later. Wu Heng came over and put his hands on her shoulders. Wen Mancha leaned on him and said, the eggs are ready. The church can open tomorrow morning. I'm relieved to leave it to you. Wu Heng smiled, and his hands went through her shoulders and collar, holding her chest. Wen Mancha's eyes moved. Master, I miss you so much. After the Yet Kingdom is dealt with, I will take you to Treasure Island. Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha shook her head. I don't trust others to take care of this. Don't think too much. Everything will be better. Wu Heng lowered his head slightly, and kissed her lips lightly. Squeak! The door opened, and Andwire walked in a beige nightgown, with her furry tail shaking gently. Wire is here too. Let's serve the master and rest early. Wen Mancha got up, and took Wu Heng's hand to the bed. The wine-red nightgown slid down like water, revealing a plump figure. The elders and deacons of Treasure Island. Wen Mancha bit his earlobe and whispered vaguely, they shouldn't serve you like this. Envier walked barefoot across the carpet, knelt on the edge of the bed, and held the other earlobe in her mouth. Have you developed a new trick? Wu Heng just opened his mouth, and was blocked by Wen Mancha's lips and tongue. Wen Mancha straddled his waist, and her plump curves after pregnancy shone in the moonlight. Envier came up from behind, and her furry tail swept across the overlapping skin of the three people. The next day, the church. Wen Mancha stood in the corridor on the second floor, and looked at the crowded crowd in the hall below. Even if only a part of the residential area in the inner city was notified, the people who came still filled the entire hall. In winter, for the people of Rentam City, there was nothing to do. When there was such a thing, they naturally came to see the excitement. But the number of people did exceed the original estimate. In the hall, the wood elf priest in a priest's robe, holding the doctrine of the spiritual enlightenment in his hand, stood on the high platform with a solemn expression, and said loudly, the only great leader Wu Heng, who created the order of life and death, will give us a better life and guide us on the way forward. Leader Wu Heng? I said the statue is exactly the same as Captain Wu Heng. The tall orc patted his chest, and said immediately. The people around also started to discuss. Is it really Captain Wu Heng? Isn't he a great detective? Why is he enshrined in the church? Do all heroes have to be in the church? I don't know if eggs will really be given when they leave. According to the priest, Wu Heng is a god. The people below were discussing, but they were just whispering. It would not affect the priest above, who was talking about the doctrine. As they listened back, they roughly understood the meaning. Leader Wu Heng is a god incarnate, to guide the believers in the direction of progress. Wu Heng's story was already widely spread in the city, and now everyone was stunned. He was the captain at the beginning, then the great detective, and then the level 20 hero. Now he is a god. Before Wu Heng came, there had never been a level 18 professional in Rentam City, and now he is a god? Everyone shut up and listened to the priest loudly saying the doctrine. When the doctrine was over, the priest continued, please follow me to the prayer room. The great Lord of Inspiration has arranged a divine messenger to answer questions and solve doubts for devout believers. Everyone followed him into the side hall. There was a small statue in front of him. The priest turned around, motioned for everyone to be quiet, and then said to the statue, respected God's messenger Shao I. I'm here. The light strip under the statue lit up, and a female voice answered at the same time. The crowd watching from behind was stunned, all with surprise on their faces. The statue spoke. It was a female voice, probably referring to the God's messenger. The priest ignored the surprised voices from behind and continued to say to the statue, Lord God's messenger, How can a level 5 orc warrior quickly upgrade to level 10, or even higher? Swish. The scene suddenly became quiet. The messy orcs held their breath, looking ahead with confusion and expectation. The light ring of the statue turned twice, and the electronic sound sounded again. Morning training. Carry a load of 80% of your own body weight, and do a 1 kilometer physical training. After the physical strength is restored, do anti-strike training. Night training, exercise perception, and combat awareness in the dark, and summarize the training success before going to bed. The voice ended, and the whole audience was silent. Really answered. An orc scratched his head. It seems to be very similar to the training method of the big tribe. Who wrote it down? I asked the shaman. Someone shouted. It should be true. At least the morning training is no different from the big tribe. An old voice sounded. The old shaman, with a wooden stick, appeared at the stairs. In the city lord's mansion. Wu Hung held the child, and the chubby child lapped in his arms. At this time, four ghosts flew back and forth. Wu Qin reached out to grab them, and Xiao Xiao also flew over to kiss her face. Qin Qin, do you miss your sister? The other ghosts also came over to interact with her with doting faces. Little Wu Qin chuckled again. Wu Hung handed the child to the skeleton ghost woman beside him, and then asked, how is the effect at the church? Grinda said, the response at the church is very good. This kind of place should be more suitable for collecting faith than Treasure Island. Wu Hung also understood what she meant. The more remote the place, the easier it is to spread. Especially the orcs believe in nature and ancestors to a certain extent. Xiao Xiao teased Zaya Wukin, then flew over and said, there were 3 or 4 waves of fights near the church because of many people. I saw that some orcs' teeth were knocked out, and the blood sprayed higher than the fountain. Why? Wu Hung asked. Xiao Xiao said, it's just too crowded. I didn't hear why. Anyway, the fight was quite lively. The queen sneered and said, you didn't see the situation at the Chowda sacrificial ceremony back then. Wu Hung glanced at her. I want to say that you hold the ceremony in the border village to try, and you will snatch all the priest's things. Comparing the royal city with this place is completely different. But thinking that she would need to write the body refining art later, she swallowed her words and said, how can I compare with you, the queen? You definitely didn't mean to say that just now. Say what you want to say. The queen flew over. That's what I think in my heart. Wu Hung said stubbornly. Humph. The queen glared at him. Grinda then asked, what are your plans for the next step? Stay 1 more day today, and go to Kelu tomorrow. Wu Hung said. Xiao Xiao controlled her telekinesis, and the wanderer shook the bed and asked, where? Then he reminded, the royal city of the Yeko kingdom. Xiao Xiao was curious, are we going to deal with the eldest prince? Well, go over and see the situation. Wu Hung nodded. Ring, ring, ring. While talking, the phone rang. It was Minnie calling. After the call was connected, Minnie's face appeared on the phone screen. Master, is everything going well on your end? Yes, everything is fine. Wu Hung then asked, is there anything wrong with Treasure Island? Nothing happened on Treasure Island. Minnie paused slightly and continued, Master, the radio station you instructed before received the news yesterday afternoon. In addition to the frequency band of the headquarters, it could also receive the frequency bands of the elves, dwarves, and the church. Chapter 978. Providing the radio to the headquarters was originally intended to monitor the intelligence of various forces. If it was given to the headquarters on its own initiative, they would definitely be alert. But if it was the headquarters that asked Lilies to ask for the radio, then it would be another matter. In addition to the radio given to the headquarters, the additional radio was provided to the other races. It seems that the progress is very smooth. The people in this world don't know anything about modern equipment, and didn't find anything wrong. As long as they rely on the radio to transmit information, they can get first-hand information, which is much more convenient than asking the secret talker. Have you heard any news? Wu Hung asked on the phone. Currently, it is all test communication. Minnie continued, but the frequency band used by the Holy See has been locked, but they only conducted a test, and there was no movement afterwards. It's okay, as long as they get it, they will use it sooner or later. Wu Hung said confidently. Minnie smiled, Master is right. That's it for now, call me in time if there is anything. Wu Hung continued. Okay, you should be careful too. Minnie answered obediently. Hang up the phone. Xiao Xiao flew over and said in surprise, oh. I was wondering why Uncle was so kind to give them the radio. It turns out you wanted to eavesdrop. What do you mean by eavesdropping? Wu Hung put away the phone and emphasized, that's a public channel, just like on the street, you can't let people hear you talking. Uncle is really good at finding excuses. Xiao Xiao muttered. The queen's eyes were a little puzzled. She knew the function of the phone, but she didn't know much about the radio. It seems that after sending it out, it can hear the intelligence of the headquarters and the Holy See. After thinking for a while, it approaches Xiao Xiao and asks, "Xiao Xiao, how do you eavesdrop?" Xiao Xiao thought for a while, and then explained, "Aunt, do you know the game of the telegraph? It is a rope talking, and the other end can also hear it." "Well then?" the queen continued to ask. "It's just like a telegraph, but this rope is not just connected to one telegraph, but several. When one person speaks, all the telegraphs can hear it." Xiao Xiao said softly, and looked over again. "Right, uncle." Wu Heng was stunned, and looked at Xiao Xiao with some surprise. The explanation is really clear, and it is easy to understand. "Yes." Wu Heng gave her a thumbs up. The queen also nodded. "I understand. You are quite brave, eavesdropping on so many people. I have to say that this kid has many tricks, and is very brave. In the current environment, he is the only one who dares to come up with such a set of equipment to monitor the headquarters and the church. If it were someone else, even if they had such a strange device, they might not have the courage to do it for the headquarters. Once the matter is leaked, it will be the world's public enemy. You are really brave." The queen sighed. "There is no way. I am also afraid that the church is behind us to harm us." Wu Heng's tone was a little helpless. Dong dong. As he spoke, there was a light knock on the door. Then the voice of the maid in the city lord's mansion, "Master, Princess Natalia is here, and is waiting for you on the first floor." "I go down now," Wu Heng said to the door. Grinda also said, "I go with you." "Okay." Wu Heng opened the door and walked out, and Grinda followed him in hiding. Leaving the room, Xiao Xiao stretched out her transparent little hand, and teased the baby in the arms of the skeleton ghost woman. Then she turned to look at the queen and said, "Aunt, let's go to your dream to play. Take Xiao Wuqin with you." The queen looked at the excited Xiao Xiao, nodded and said, "Okay. The time can't be too long." "Okay." Xiao Xiao agreed. The queen waved her hand casually, and the room spread out like ripples, and the surroundings changed rapidly. The first floor lobby. Princess Natalia was wearing a neutral hunting suit, leather pants and high boots, sitting on the sofa in the living room. Turning around and seeing Wu Heng coming down, he put down the teacup, stood up and saluted leader. "Sit down." Wu Heng sat down on the main seat and asked with a smile, "Are you still adapting to life here?" The last time they met, Natalia planned to return to her family. But for some reasons, she finally stayed. She also agreed with Wu Heng that if she wanted to leave one day, Wu Heng could not stop her. "Everything is fine, thank you for your concern," Natalia replied with a smile. "Life here is indeed good. Except for the time when she pretended to be the second prince, she was free the rest of the time. Whether going out or doing something she is interested in." The maid brought tea to Wu Heng, then bowed and left, leaving the place to the two. Wu Heng said directly, "I asked you to come here this time, first to see how you have been recently, and second to ask you about some things about the Yeko Kingdom." Hearing the Yeko Kingdom, Natalia's eyes condensed. "Ask, what do you want to know? I will answer you truthfully if I know it." Wu Heng nodded, took a sip from the teacup, and asked calmly, "Tell me about the officials with real power in the kingdom, or some important departments or institutions." Natalia was not surprised to be asked about this suddenly. In other words, Rentam City has been frequently assassinated, and Wu Heng's daughter is here. Sooner or later, they will take action against the royal family of the Kingdom of Yeko. Natalia thought briefly and said, "The first thing you need to pay attention to is the Imperial Council. There are many officials in it, and they rotate frequently. You only need to remember 3 people: Finance Minister Artis, Military Commander Leona, and Chief Mage Vidian. The 3 of them represent the decision-making power of the entire council, and the rest of the ministers are at most vassals." Natalia paused slightly and continued, "There is also a Shadow Council under the command of the eldest prince. I heard that it was an organization formed by imitating the Imperial Council when he was not in power. The responsibilities include intelligence, assassinations, and some consultants." Wu Heng listened carefully and talked about some important people in the Kingdom of Yeko. After listening to the other party, he looked up at himself and continued to ask, "What level are these officials you mentioned?" "They should be around level 18. The kingdom also attaches great importance to level. The level of important officials is very important," Natalia answered. Wu Heng pondered for a moment and then said, "I want to end the war between Yeko Kingdom and Rentam City. Do you think it is feasible to kill the eldest prince and the people you mentioned and occupy the royal city?" Natalia was stunned and thought seriously for a long time before saying, It depends on how you plan to end the war. What do you mean? Wu Heng took a sip from the teacup. Natalia said, the closer you are to the royal city, the more dependent the people are on the kingdom, and there are also believers in the church. If you want to solve it quickly, don't consider the attitude of the people. Killing these people is the fastest way, but it will be more troublesome later. There is a high possibility that resistance troops will appear everywhere. In other words, most people in the kingdom of Yeko still love this country. As an outsider, I killed the eldest prince directly, and I would be regarded as an invader, and the destruction of the kingdom would be attributed to me. But this matter is not difficult to solve. I have supported the fifth princess and the fake second prince, so it is not difficult to get the throne reasonably. But I still asked, what suggestions do you have? Natalia said calmly, my lord, you have arranged it. If the second prince and the fifth princess sit on the throne, the matter will be easily resolved. Wu Heng nodded, calculating the subsequent arrangements for this matter in his heart. She raised her head again and asked, is there no news about how the old king died? No specific information, but if you want to hear it, I know some secrets in the kingdom. Natalia raised her head, with a bit of boasting in her eyes. Tell me about it. Natalia said, in the early days of the kingdom, the orcs in the north were at war for many years. The worst time they even approached the royal city. At that time, there was a humanoid race on both sides. Some people speculated that it was the current rabbit people or fox people. At that time, the leader of the humanoid race came forward to mediate the war between the two sides and determine the territory of the race. When the three leaders met, the human race set up an ambush, killed the orc leader and the humanoid leader, who came to negotiate, and drove the orcs to the northernmost forest in one fell swoop. After the victory of the war, the king melted his crown, and the crowns of the other two tribes into a new crown. When the king was crowned, he suddenly became insane and said that blood and conspiracy can inherit this crown, but he completely forgot about it afterwards. People call this incident the curse of the three crowns. The death of the old king has also reminded some people of this incident, and they think that the curse has fallen on this generation. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that there was such a story in the Yek kingdom. Of course, many legends are not true. After spreading outside, they have changed several versions. From the characteristics of professionals, the first generation of kings can kill the other two leaders, and the opponent's level should not be high. Normally, if you can't beat them when you are alive, it will be even more difficult when you are dead. It sounds interesting. Wu Heng said, and then said, your cooperation may be needed later. I will ensure your safety. Yes, sir. Natalia nodded seriously. For the rest of the time, Wu Heng did not continue to ask about the kingdom of Yeko. He chatted about some interesting things in the city. The council hall of the kingdom of Yeko. The bronze chandelier hung with shining stones. The eldest prince's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the armrest of the throne, half lowered his head, and looked down from time to time. Your Majesty. The Minister of Finance suddenly stood up and said, the three cities in the north have run out of food, transportation is difficult, and there is a shortage of food and grass. Then, a general also stood up, and said in a deep and powerful voice, it is very difficult to march and fight now, because of the freezing weather, but the enemy's skeleton army is not affected at all. Continuing the battle will only increase casualties. In the beginning, the main reason why the kingdom of Yeko launched the war was because the Holy See launched a holy war against Treasure Island, and everyone believed that Wu Heng would die in the hands of the Holy See. At that time, the undead soldiers would naturally collapse, and the army could attack the city of Rentam unimpeded. But things did not develop as they expected, and even the direction of development was exactly the opposite. Wu Heng won the final victory. Even if the Holy See did not admit it, the newspaper sent from the south still published the content that the Pope was killed and the body of the religious leader was destroyed. When they saw the content in the newspaper, the high-level officials of the kingdom of Yeko, even the eldest prince, were scared. All day long, they were worried about the meeting, and they couldn't sleep well at night. They were afraid that one day the other side would come and chop off all their heads. Even several elderly ministers were bedridden and had written their wills. If the Vatican had not arranged an archbishop to supervise the war would have been so intense that it would have been difficult to separate them, and they would have withdrawn their troops and sought peace long ago. Boom! The archbishop of the Vatican slammed his staff heavily on the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the marble floor. He said solemnly, the Pope has ordered that the kingdom of Yeko continue to fight. We have made promises to each other, so how can we give up halfway? In the back, a figure in a black robe stepped forward and said, my lord archbishop, if we force an attack now, the additional wounded will only increase the strength of the skeletons. It is not a rational decision. Moreover, Wu Heng, the heroes are too threatening to ordinary people like us. If there is no substantial way to contain the other party, I think a short-term adjustment is necessary. The Great Prince's side consists of two parties. The ministers of the kingdom, and the many sects recruited were unified under his command at this time, and became important members of the Shadow Council. The Archbishop raised his eyes slightly, and said with disdain, Wu Heng has been staying in Treasure Island. Someone will be watching him, and the surrounding churches have also arranged reinforcements to come here. It won't take long for them to arrive here. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. The Holy See is using the Yek Kingdom as a thug and must retaliate against Wu Heng. Behind the staff, a woman in a green warlock robe whispered, Archbishop, I know Wu Heng has a way to quickly get to where he wants to go. Although I'm not sure whether he uses skills or strange objects, we have to prevent him from coming. The Archbishop snorted coldly and said confidently in his tone, he dare not leave Treasure Island. Just do his own thing. Seeing that communication was completely ineffective, everyone turned their eyes back to the eldest prince, who rubbed his temples and said, follow the orders of the Archbishop first, and we discuss the rest later. Everyone stood up and saluted, then left the hall together. Walked out of the hall. Everyone gathered together. The Archbishop is so confident, there shouldn't be any problems. A minister said, it's better to send the family to a safe place, so that if something goes wrong, we can get away. I think we don't need to worry. Isn't His Majesty still here? If there is really danger, he can't stay. Several people discussed and felt a little relieved. Only the woman in the green sorcerer's robe, who followed the team, still frowned, and the bad premonition became heavier. Lintam City Study. When Manshal walked in from outside, took out 2 organ jars from her space ring, and said, there are 2 orc corpses in the morgue. They are criminals who were recently executed. They are about level 12, and are the leaders of gangs. Then, curiously, she asked, what do you want these organs for? And they have to be fresh. It sounds weird. Chapter 979. Save it first, maybe it can be used as a ritual material in the future. Wu Heng answered casually. Absorbing the fusion gene, I still don't plan to tell her. Eating internal organs is a bit heavy, and there is no benefit in telling her. When Manshaw said, what can be saved? Tell me when you need it. There are always orcs who have been executed for fighting or committing crimes here, and the bodies can be seen everywhere. The tone of her voice seemed to say that there was nothing else, and there were as many orc corpses as you wanted. Save it first, so you don't have to worry when you need it. Wu Heng said with a smile. Okay, anyway, everything is ready. When Manshaw said with a pout. Wu Heng continued, you go feed the child first. Didn't you say there will be new moves in the evening? Let's go to bed early. Okay. When Manshaw walked to the door and turned back to ask, do you need me to let Natalia come with you? Don't make it difficult for her. It's enough for you two to accompany me. Wu Heng said. She doesn't oppose you, you just need to push her. Winman didn't say much and turned to leave. After the door was closed, Grinda appeared and said, the level of these internal organs is a bit low. Will it affect the fusion effect? It's hard to find high-level orcs here, unless we go and kill the shaman. Wu Heng said. The professionals in Rentam City are generally not high. I remember that when I was the captain, the leader of the Warhammer party, who almost slaughtered the entire city, was only level 15. The only high-level orcs I know in the city are orc shamans. But there is no grudge between them. The relationship between the two was quite harmonious before. Killing each other is a bit too much. You're right. Granda continued, the fusion gene should not have much to do with the level of the corpse. Let's give it a try. Wu Heng nodded, opened the organ jar, and took out a bright red heart. After a simple cleaning, he cut a small piece and swallowed it directly as before. The next second, a burst of energy exploded in the stomach and spread throughout the body. The system prompt appeared immediately afterwards. Fusion characteristics, strong physique, steel stomach. Throwaway characteristics, strong body odor. Strong physique, possessing super strong physique and ability to resist blows. Steel stomach, strong digestive ability, can quickly restore physical strength through eating. How is it? Are there any new effects? Granda waited for him to return to normal and asked. Wu Heng said, 2 properties, one is to enhance physical fitness, and the other is to promote digestion. Glinda raised her eyebrows. It sounds like it won't help you much. It can still help to enhance physical fitness. Wu Heng walked aside and lifted up his clothes. The figure in the mirror had sharp muscles like sculptures. Combined with the rhythm of the elf's body shape, it showed a soft sense of strength. Glinda floated aside and looked at the mirror, smiling and said, not bad, I guess those women who can charm you to death. Really? Can it charm you to death? Wu Hung put down his clothes. Sister is a ghost. I won't fall for your tricks. Glenda rolled her eyes at him unhappily, and then said, You are a hero now, and the improvement of physical fitness will not help you much. Ordinary attacks can't kill you. The attack power of heroes is huge, and increasing physical fitness a little bit will not show any effect. Wu Hung thought for a moment and said, Not necessarily. The improved physical fitness also increases the resistance to abnormal conditions. Even if you are hurt, you can recover faster. Glenda raised her eyebrows. You are right. It is more comprehensive than I thought. One person and one soul chatted. The other three ghosts flew back from outside. Uncle, Aunt, what are you talking about? Xiao Xiao asked casually, but she didn't seem to want to hear the answer. She said directly, Uncle, give me the tablet. I will find a movie for my aunt. Wu Hung took out the tablet and asked, Where did you three go? Xiao Xiao adjusted the tablet and continued, You are playing with your sister. We are all leaving. I will miss her in the future. You said it as if you were not coming back. Wu Hung said with a smile. Xiao Xiao operated the tablet skillfully, and then said, When my sister grows up, she will definitely remember me first. I will teach her to do homework at that time. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows, and didn't say much. The movie was found, and Xiao Xiao, Benny and Yang Yang went to the side to watch the movie. Glenda also asked for a book to read. Wu Hung thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, and dialed the number. After the phone rang twice, the voice of the fifth princess came from inside, My lord. Well, how are you doing recently? Wu Hung leaned back in the chair. Confirming that it was really Wu Hung, the fifth princess' voice was full of surprise. Everything is fine. Thank you for your concern. Then, the call was turned into a video call, and the face of the fifth princess appeared on the screen. Her long golden hair was loose, her face was delicate and white, and the neckline of her nightgown was slightly opened as she leaned forward. The bright light cast a clear shadow on her collarbone. The fifth princess seemed to be completely unaware, her fingertips unconsciously circling the ends of her hair, her eyes fixed on the screen. My lord, you seem to have changed a lot. Your skin is better than before. I'm a grown man. How can my skin be as good as yours? Wu Hung continued to ask, Are you safe over there? No danger. Is there anything special happening? The fifth princess looked puzzled. Wu Hung said, There are assassins more frequently in Rantam City. You should also pay attention to your safety. The fifth princess paused, then said, The eldest prince executed 3 ministers who had written contact with me some time ago, and there was no assassination attempt other than that. If you want to go out, be careful. Wu Hung gave another instruction, and continued, I will deal with the affairs of the Yeko kingdom in the next few days, and then I will let you sit on the throne. The fifth princess' eyes condensed. There was excitement, hesitation and worry. A complex expression changed on her face. After waiting for a long time, she said, I will listen to you, sir. Don't worry too much. I will call you after I arrive in Kelu, and you can take the train to come here. Wu Hung said. Okay. I will wait for your news at any time. The fifth princess looked serious. The two chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. Wu Hung said hello to the ghosts, and returned to the room to rest. The next day, the church. Wu Hung and Wen Manshaw went to the church together. Just like the news brought back by the ghosts yesterday, the whole church was crowded with humans and orcs. The priest read the doctrine loudly on the high platform, and the crowd below also read along with him, with a rough voice spreading outward. The side halls on both sides are prayer rooms. They also lined up in a long queue, waiting to ask questions to the messenger of God so as to get the answers they want. Wu Hung glanced at his own faith. Faith, 727/50,000. It has indeed increased very quickly. But these should be the faith provided by Treasure Island. After all, the church here has only been established for 2 days, and it is impossible to have such an exaggerated effect. Even if it is brainwashing, it will take a few days. When Manshaw stood beside him, and said softly, The eggs are purchased from the orc tribe. Some tribes are good at raising poultry. I also got a message that some people get eggs from us, and then sell them, and then they will return to us. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. This operation was not encountered in Treasure Island. The residents of Treasure Island basically take them back to their families for breakfast or lunch, and they can also sell them back here. Let's keep it like this for a few days, and see how it goes, Wu Hung said. When Manshaw smiled and said, There aren't many people taking out food, so there shouldn't be any problem. That's good. Wu Hung continued, The churches behind will all follow this pattern. You have to work harder, and keep an eye on them. Look at what you said, this is what I should do, just worry about your own things. When Manshaw leaned over and took his arm. Let's go back, I leave in the afternoon. Wu Hung said, holding her waist. Teleportation released, the figure disappeared. In the afternoon, the courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Princess Natalia handed over the faceless mask, with some worry in her eyes. My lord, you must pay attention to safety. I be careful. Wu Hung smiled and touched her head. When there's no mask, you can say that the second prince is hiding because of the assassination. Natalia carefully glanced at Manshaw and Andwire beside her, and saw that the two had not changed much. Their faces were still flushed, and replied, Don't worry, sir, I have already explained it. Wu Hung nodded. When Manshaw came up with the child, Master, be careful along the way. If it's not so smooth, you can come back first, and we will discuss it again. Don't worry, I will call you then. Wu Hung kissed Manshaw and her daughter on the forehead, and kissed Andwire again. I'm leaving. Several people stepped back, and Wu Hung took out the conductor's hat and put it on his head. The next second, the ghost train appeared. Wu Hung waved goodbye again and boarded the train. The Imperial Council. In the council hall, the luminous stone chandelier reflected a halo on the ancient oak round table. 3 figures were sitting around the round table. The finance minister, Artis, was wearing a velvet robe with exquisite patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. The military commander, Leona, was sitting upright in a leather coat, and the chief wizard, Vidian, was wearing a robe and holding a wooden staff. The 3 of them sat silently around the round table, like 3 old men who had fallen into silence. Even if they were well maintained, the 3 of them were already old, with wrinkles all over their faces. They were like a kingdom that had lost its former glory, and was already old. Uncontrolled decline. Behind the 3 of them, away from the outer edge of the round table, there were more than a dozen ministers of the kingdom attending the royal council. When the last person at the back took a seat, the door of the hall was closed. The military commander spoke first. The meaning of the Holy See is very simple. Even the last troops of the kingdom must die on the battlefield. The Minister of Finance sighed slightly. Your Majesty is still young and does not have much courage. If we continue to fight like this, the kingdom will be the first to collapse. The chief wizard took a deep breath and exhaled. We need to discuss how to end this battle, and save more power for the kingdom. Your Majesty does not speak, and the Holy See is watching closely, so there is not much we can do, said the military commander. The finance minister frowned, suppressing his anger. I still don't understand why the church wants the kingdom's army to fight to the death. Don't they know that this is a way to die? I didn't understand it at first. The chief wizard said, but recently I saw the newspapers of Treasure Island, and the notices issued by the headquarters in various places, and suddenly I figured out some things. The old wizard stroked his staff with his fingers, and continued, Now Ritam City has 2 choices. One is to retreat, and give up the occupied land, but the kingdom's army will still attack Ritam City. The second is that the skeleton army will rush into the royal city, and overthrow the entire kingdom. The undead army destroyed a kingdom and massacred living beings. No matter what the cause of the war is, this is enough to charge Wu Hung with a war crime or a crime against civilization. Then the association will have to take care of this matter. As soon as these words came out, the room instantly became quiet. In other words, the lives of the kingdom's soldiers were used in exchange for Wu Heng's disgrace. In the long silence, everyone heard each other's heartbeats and angry breathing. Then, the officials behind suddenly spoke with great emotion. Your Majesty, don't you know about this? Why don't you try to stop it? I think we can write a letter to Wu Hung and explain our difficulties. Even if we are really investigated later, we can save some people. This won't work. Once the news leaks out, the kingdom will be a fence-sitter. At that time, the church and Wu Hung will target the kingdom, and the situation will only become more difficult. What about the association? We can write a letter to the association, saying that so many people have died, and let the leader of the association intervene. We humans are lacking a leader. When it comes to the leader of the human race, everyone thinks of Wu Hung again. This professional who came out of the Yek Kingdom clearly had the opportunity to stay in the Yek Kingdom. Become the hero of the Yek Kingdom. Unfortunately, the kingdom's actions again and again pushed the other party further and further away. Ah! Sighs, one after another. Church. The archbishop sat upright on a gorgeous chair, flipping through a book in his hand. After listening to the report from his subordinates, he smiled and said, These guys are diligent, but some insignificant little people can't change anything except complaining. The royal council has not ended yet, and the news has already reached here. A young bishop leaned forward slightly and said cautiously, If they join forces with the prince to put pressure Pressure? The Archbishop chuckled and tapped the armrest with his fingertips. Cult collusion, the death of the deacon of Nettle City, any evidence is enough to make him fall into ruin. Ditalio does not have the courage to fight to the death, nor does he have the ability to do so. The young bishop continued, but Wu Heng really pushed him to the edge. The only thing he was worried about was Wu Heng. The threat of a hero is too great. The headquarters and the church are both staring at Treasure Island, and he dare not come out. The Archbishop said confidently. It is said that Wu Heng is an extremely smart person. Do you think he will have any tricks? The Archbishop thought about it and laughed. Dead end. Right now, this is a dead end. If the army of Rentam City retreats, they will be pressed step by step. If they advance, they will become butchers, proving that they are evil professions. Even if he has the ability to reach the sky, he can only admit defeat. Chapter 980. Kelu, the main city of the Yeko Kingdom. Wu Heng stood on a hillside in the distance, looking at the main city of the kingdom. From a distance, there were many buildings, covering a vast area. Even if the outer area of Rentam City was included, it was estimated that it was only half the size of the city in front of him. The walls of the entire city were iron gray, with tall arrow towers erected at intervals. Guards could be seen guarding the walls, and the defense was tight. This city is so big. Xiao Shifei sighed on the side. Benny followed with emotion, bigger than any we have been to. The other two ghosts also looked over, with some surprise in their eyes. Even though they have seen the scale of modern cities, the feeling of this ancient town still gives people a different sense of shock. The former Yeko Kingdom was indeed well developed. Benny, this is not your country. What are you surprised about? The Queen asked on the side. Benny said, I've only been to Blackstone Town, not here. I just heard some passing merchants and mercenaries talk about some things here. The Queen nodded to show that she understood. Except for some merchants or mercenaries, most people will never leave the village where they live in their lives. Not to mention here. When in Blackstone Town, Wu Heng's biggest idea was to leave the jurisdiction of the Kingdom of Yeko, and go to a city where there were no restrictions on necromancers. In the end, it was because of the transfer order of the association that arranged the places he could go that he went to Rentam City. Looking back now, the association did a good job in some systems. Wu Heng retracted his gaze, and put on the faceless mask casually. His appearance changed to that of a middle-aged man with short brown hair and rough skin, and then said, let's go into the city first. Let's go into the city. Xiao Xiao cheered. 1 person and 4 souls walked down. Walking onto the official road, the road began to become flat, and you could see the convoys with the Chamber of Commerce flags hanging, approaching the city gate in rows. Uncle! The search at the city gate is very strict. The packages have to be searched, and the level crystals are used to test the level. Shishi's voice sounded in his ears. Then it was Granda's voice. They are afraid that your uncle will enter the city and kill them all. They underestimated us too much, and they want to catch us right now. Xiao Xiao said unconvinced. Wu Heng glanced at the city gate in front. The convoy of the Chamber of Commerce was strictly inspected, and the long queue of ordinary pedestrians on the side was also being inspected and questioned one by one. Is there a suitable place to teleport? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Sister Benny, and I have found it, Xiao Xiao said, and went straight into the body. In Wu Heng's mind, a dark alley in the city immediately appeared. Turning directly, he walked into the dense forest on one side. Teleportation was released, and the figure disappeared. In the dim alley, the magic circle quickly condensed, and Wu Heng's figure appeared. When he walked out of the alley, the owner of the next door shop glared and cursed. You reptile, if you dare to pee here again, I will cut your thing into pieces and soak it in wine. Get out of here quickly, don't let me see you. Wu Heng paused and wanted to explain, but seeing the other party glaring, he could only leave quickly. The shop owner's curse came from behind. Hee, uncle is so wronged. You should be the first hero to be cursed like this. The Queen mocked on the side. It's all Xiao Xiao and Benny's fault. They chose a bad place. Wu Heng muttered. Uncle is really good at passing the buck. That's right, what does it have to do with us? The city gate was searched strictly, but the inside of the city was not affected much. The road was flat and wide, and shops and vendors stood on the street and shouted loudly. The crowd was dense, and the ghosts stopped talking and looked around in an invisible state. Wu Heng walked for a while, and stopped in front of a notice at the intersection. The notice wrote about the evil deeds of Rentam City invading the country and slaughtering civilians, as well as encouraging everyone to win and strengthen their beliefs. There were various wanted orders on the side. Wu Heng glanced and didn't see the second prince and the 5th princess. But he saw the wanted orders of several ministers around the second prince. The royal family still had to take care of their face. No matter how fierce the fight was in secret, it had to be acceptable in public. Standing here and watching for a while, Wu Hung walked straight ahead and stopped in front of a tavern called Poet's Corner. He looked up at the wooden sign with a heart carved on it, and pushed the door open and walked in. The decoration inside the store was pretty good, and several tables of guests were drinking and chatting. The reason why Wu Hung came here was because of the information provided by Princess Natalia when he left. This was the only spy in the city, and it was still providing intelligence. If you need an identity or want to find out some information, you can come here. Sitting at the front desk, the boss wearing a brown apron was handing a large glass of beer to the guest in front. Then he looked at Wu Hung, looked him up and down, and asked, "What do you need?" "Honey beer, vegetable soup, bread and a plate of lamb slices," Wu Hung said casually. The boss turned around and started to prepare. Wu Hung continued to ask, "Boss, I want to ask you something. Why is the old blacksmith shop at the East Street corner gone?" The boss paused, turned his back, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he answered, "It was locked 2 months ago. I heard that he went with the army to repair weapons. Do you know them?" Wu Hung reached into his backpack and took out a horseshoe. "I made horseshoes at his house before. I came to see him this time. I want him to make another set. Why bother to find a blacksmith? Just buy a set at the store," the boss said, and handed over the honey beer first. Wu Hung sat down at a seat below, and the servants brought the rest of the food he ordered. While eating, he let go of his senses. The conversations of the guests at other tables around him gradually came into his ears. Recruiting soldiers has started again. It seems that the battle in the north is not going well. It's freezing cold in the north. It's not the time to march and fight. I don't know how many people will die. Another table. I heard that the ministers want to cease fire, but the church won't allow it. They have to fight even if they are at a disadvantage. It's fake. The church never interferes in the affairs of the kingdom. It's hard to say. The enemies in the north are all dead spirits. The church has always been very strict in cracking down on dead spirits. You are right. Later, Wu Hung continued to listen to the conversations of the other tables. The topics were all about the battle in the north, and the discussion of the royal family's decision. But it was just a discussion, and there was not much useful information. Wu Hung finished the food in a few bites, and seeing that the other boss didn't come to find him, he walked back to the bar. "Do you have a room?" "The rooms in the tavern are full," the boss continued. "If the guests have nowhere to go tonight, I have an empty house behind the store. I can arrange for you to stay for 1 night. The price is negotiable." Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. "Okay, thank you for your help. Shall I take you there now?" Wu Hung nodded, followed the boss out of the shop and walked to the back. On the other side, in the dim alley, the waiter from the tavern was walking hurriedly. He looked back from time to time, with a vigilant look. When he saw the building guarded by guards in front of him, he was happy and quickened his pace again. He ran over. Inside the house, the candlestick was lit, illuminating the room with an orange-yellow color. After the boss closed the door, he bowed respectfully. "Kenneth meets you, sir." Wu Hung looked at him and asked, "Did you not hear my secret code in the tavern?" "Ah." The boss sighed softly, and then said, "Now the city is investigating carefully. Every day, people are arrested and never come back, so we are more careful." Wu Hung nodded and asked, "Is there any intelligence in the city?" "The city has recruited soldiers again, and plans to reinforce the front line. I heard that the ministers want to negotiate peace with Rentam City, but the people of the church have been blocking them, and have not succeeded." Wu Hung then asked, "What is the attitude of the residents in the city?" "Ordinary people don't have any attitude. They are mainly worried about being forcibly conscripted, and whether the skeletons in the north will attack here," the boss replied. Then, the two chatted casually. The boss still kept his position at the door. At this time, the boss's ears moved slightly, and heard the footsteps approaching outside the door. His eyes wandered, looking at Wu Hung, and then at the position of the door. At this time, the door opened, and the tavern waiter who was arranged to go out to report the news stood alone at the door, with the loose skin on his neck unusually obvious. Just you?" The boss's eyes condensed. As he spoke, the servant fell straight into the room. A gust of cold wind blew, and the door closed. "Damn it!" the boss cursed, and a dagger slipped out of his loose sleeves. He looked at the man in the room vigilantly, and was about to rush out. Just as he took a step, his body suddenly stiffened. Crack! His neck twisted 360 degrees, and his body collapsed to the ground. "Uncle, this person was going to report the news, but was killed by Aunt Glinda and me in advance. Xiao Xiao revealed and said. Glinda added, you guessed right, they are indeed problematic. This person went out from the back door, probably intending to delay you, and then let the guards come to arrest him. When in a tavern, Wu Heng asked the ghost to keep an eye on the owner's movements. Sure enough, there was still a problem. How did Uncle find out? Isn't the great detective copied? Xiao Xiao said. The queen raised her eyebrows. Copied? Wu Heng said, when I exchanged secret codes with him, my nerves were tense. A person who was planted in the main city, and has not been caught should not be so obvious. Xiao Xiao stroked his chin and nodded. I also found something wrong. Wu Heng squatted down and searched the body, but did not find anything special. Talking with the dead released, the body with a broken neck sat up from the ground and looked over here with turbid eyes. Wu Heng asked, who are you? The body replied, Shadow Randall. Shadow. This reminded Wu Heng of the Shadow Council. In other words, this place had been discovered by the Great Prince a long time ago, but he did not directly remove it, but replaced it with his own people, continued to send news to Rattan City, and then waited for it. Wu Heng asked, what are your tasks? The corpse replied, my task is to stay in the tavern and cooperate with the arrest when someone comes. I don't know about the other tasks. It seems that this kind of person only knows the tasks he is responsible for, and doesn't know much about other things. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, what do you do every day in the tavern? Just open the store normally. No, report some situations to your superiors or the guards. The corpse replied, if there are special circumstances, you need to report to the superiors, otherwise just open the business normally to avoid being noticed by others. There is only one question left. Wu Heng thought carefully. Shadow Council, did you find anything different? The corpse paused and said, I don't know. After 5 questions, the corpse fell to the ground with a bang. Wu Heng took off the mask and put it on the boss's face. The mask squirmed and reproduced the boss's appearance. Open mansion technique and dragged the corpse in. Wu Heng put on the mask, changed into the boss's clothes, walked out of the house, and returned to the tavern. Boss, you're back. A clerk said. Wu Heng nodded, looked at the hall with few customers, and handed the 2 books in his hand to the clerk. Put them in my room. Okay. The clerk took it, and went up to the 2nd floor to the inner room. Wu Heng waited for the last table of guests to leave on the 1st floor. He said to the clerks, go back and rest. Several clerks nodded, some went upstairs to the dormitory, and some left the pub. They should be local residents in the city. Wu Heng returned to the boss's room, and looked around inside. There was nothing special. He took out the soundproof pot, and placed it in the middle of the room. After taking off the mask, he said to the ghosts, walk around the city, and find out the location of the eldest prince and the high-level professionals. Okay. The 4 ghosts nodded and flew away directly. Wu Heng sat on the chair and thought for a while. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of the 5th princess. After 2 rings, the phone was connected and switched to video mode. The phone showed the 5th princess's serious expression. My lord. Wu Heng said, I'm Artie and Kelu, are you ready? The 5th princess nodded and said seriously, I'm ready here too, and I can go there at any time. Then you can set off tonight or tomorrow morning, and remember the usage and side effects of the ghost train. Wu Heng reminded again. I remember that. The 5th princess hesitated, then said, Sir, how is the city? Is everything okay? The city is fine. Judging from the state of the local residents, it has not been affected. According to some discussions among the people in the city, the officials here are against continuing the war. Maybe you can come and try it, Wu Heng said. The 5th princess frowned. You want me to win them over? They are all supporters of the eldest prince. When people make decisions, they will weigh the pros and cons. They used to stand on the side of the eldest prince, but now they may not be, Wu Heng said while looking at the screen. Okay, I try. In a mansion. The witch Viola sat at the desk, looking at the information sent from all over the place. Suddenly, a creepy feeling of coldness rose from the spine. The whole person was like a hair exploded, and turned around and looked behind him, his eyes full of vigilance. The room was empty except for herself. Who is it? Come out, Viola shouted coldly. The room was still quiet, but the horrifying feeling still made her heart pound. Chapter 981. Witch. In the records of Hongwenhui, it is defined as a mysterious, wise, and strange spellcaster. In addition to using strange magic, it can also get protection from some hidden gods or powerful monsters. And this kind of protection is different from the belief of the priest. It is not a gift from the gods, but a certain protection and reminder. Viola felt the inexplicable danger. Cold sweat slid down her forehead, but her eyes were still alert to the surroundings, and she would run away immediately if there was any danger. However, after being alert for a few seconds, this sense of crisis gradually faded, and then disappeared completely. Viola slumped in the chair, only feeling a damp and cold back. "What's going on?" Viola muttered in a low voice. Then, she speculated in her mind about the source of this sense of crisis. The Holy See, the Great Prince, and the previous enemies. After thinking about it, there was only one person who could make her so frightened. She had escaped from his hands several times. Damn it! He came to Kelu? No, the Vatican swore that he could not leave Treasure Island. It should not be false. He will not use the prophet to investigate me again. How did I get into trouble with him? Tavern. The dim candlelight illuminated the room. Wu Hung hung up the phone, turned on the mansion technique, and took a bath in it. When he walked out again, the four ghosts had returned. Grinda floated above the oak desk, and the translucent fingertips pulled the pen, outlining fine lines on the paper, gradually forming a city layout map with a strong sense of three-dimensionality. Are you all back? Wu Hung put the towel on the back of the chair. You are the only one who has nothing to do, the queen said unhappily. Xiao Xiao turned around and rushed to Wu Hung, saying excitedly, Uncle! I saw the witch who can turn into smoke. She is in a house in the inner city. Her. Wu Hung instantly remembered this person. The two had fought several times, and what Wu Hung remembered most was her ability to escape. She could turn into smoke and escape directly, not affected by the terrain. In the previous few times, this method was used to let the other party escape. I wanted to peek at what letter she was reading, but she suddenly looked up. Xiao Xiao gestured, and scared me. Can she sense you? Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. It seems that she can't sense it, but it's more like she sensed some danger and spoke to the air. Xiao Xiao answered. It should be the characteristic of her profession. Wu Hung nodded, and then said, Don't worry about it for now, she is not a threat to us now. Before, this witch was a bit of a threat to me. But now, the threat is almost small, it's nothing more than her ability to escape. We need to pay attention to it, don't let her run away again. I know, I just go. Xiao Xiao said. Xiao Xiao is great. Wu Hung gave a thumbs up and praised, then looked at Granda. Is this a map of the city? The structure is somewhat similar to the city of Rentam. Granda moved the map forward and said, There are 3 parts in total. The core area is the Royal Palace and affiliated institutions, and the inner city is the Guard Building, the Alchemy Guild, the Vatican Square, and the Noble Mansion. The outer city is similar to an ordinary city, with residential areas, commercial streets, and some markets gathered outside. Wu Hung nodded. The whole layout is really similar to that of Rentam City. Rentam City also has 3 areas, the inner city, the outer city, and the outer city. It's just a different name here. Moreover, it sounds more focused on the hierarchy. Only nobles and important departments are qualified to enter the inner city. Ordinary people can only live in the outer city. Have you seen the eldest prince? Wu Hung continued to ask. Yes, I saw him in the palace. His appearance is no different from the portrait drawn by the princess. Glinda said. Benny said, I wanted to go to the church in the city, but I felt repelled when I approached. I was afraid of being discovered by them, so I didn't force my way in. Wu Hung nodded. Are there other high-level professionals? Glinda continued, This city is too big, we can only take a general walk, and then walk around the city to find all the high-level professionals. The Queen said on the side, In fact, there is no need to bother. They will definitely hold a meeting in the palace. We just need to go there, and we can see all the important people at a glance. What the Queen said makes sense. Wu Hung nodded. She didn't have clairvoyance yet, so she couldn't see the level of the professionals, so to find high-level professionals, she still needed Glinda and the others. Okay, let's keep an eye on the palace tomorrow. Glinda continued to ask, What are you going to do? Wu Hung said, The 5th princess is on the way, let's talk about it when she comes. As long as you have a plan. Glinda said. Wu Hung suddenly thought of someone and said, By the way, you should also keep an eye on the leader of the Flying Fish Pirates, who has arranged to come here before. After all, he is Philippa's friend, and has been arranged to come here for some time. I have forgotten what he looks like. I have only seen him 2 or 3 times. Xiao Xiao said. His name is Babuki. His face is a bit square, and he looks quite honest. Wu Hung said. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao nodded. The other 2 ghosts also nodded. Wu Hung continued, You can move freely and walk around the city. I will rest first. This is not Treasure Island. Everyone goes back to sleep at night. Benny said on the side. Xiao Xiao also said, Uncle, give me the tablet. Let's watch a movie. Wu Heng took out the tablet for them, dried his hair, and returned to the inner room. As soon as he laid down, the opening prelude of the cartoon sounded in the outer room. Xiao Xiao. Keep your voice down. I have insomnia recently. Got it. 2 days later, Wu Heng still stayed in the tavern as the boss. Wu Heng leaned against the window on the second floor, his eyes swept through the noisy hall downstairs, the clinking of wine glasses, the figures of waiters rushing back and forth, all of which had little to do with him. In the past 2 days, the role of the tavern owner he played was indeed not very similar, and some operations in the tavern were very unfamiliar. Fortunately, the original owner, who was also an eyeliner arranged by the Shadow Council, was not very familiar with this set of procedures. In addition, he used the excuse of being unwell to hand these over to the clerks to handle, and promised to increase the wages for each person, so no one cared about him as a fake. The ghosts were extremely efficient. On the map of Granda, the guard shifts of the noble mansions were now densely marked. Benny wrote down the number and level of the priests of the Holy See. The queen stayed in the palace for a long time to eavesdrop on the meeting. Only Xiao Xiao went to help Granda today, and went to the palace with the queen tomorrow, just like traveling. Buzz, Wu Heng took out his cell phone from his pocket, left the window, and answered the call. My lord, I'm here. The voice of the 5th princess came over. Wu Heng asked, which direction are you in? I pick you up now. The pine forest outside the North City gate. The 5th princess said, I can see the patrol team in front, I'm a little afraid to go out. I pick you up, don't worry. Wu Heng said, and hung up the phone. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Benny just came back, and saw that his appearance had changed, and asked, Uncle, what are you doing? The 5th princess is here, I'm going to pick her up. Do you want to go? Wu Heng asked. Let's go. Xiao Xiao said, and Benny nodded. The pine forest outside the North City. Wu Heng said, release teleportation and disappeared. Outside the North City. The 5th princess squatted behind the bushes, looking carefully into the distance. Even though the guards might not recognize her, she still felt guilty. She didn't dare to get close to the city gate. At this time, footsteps sounded from not far away. Wu Heng took off his mask and said, sorry for the wait. The 5th princess' eyes lit up, and she instantly became confident, my lord. As she said that, she rushed out of the bushes and grabbed his sleeves. Wu Heng, a patrol is coming. Benny's voice sounded. Without waiting for the 5th princess to be alert to who was talking, Wu Heng grabbed her arm. Let's go back first. The magic circle appeared, and the figures of the two disappeared. Back to the tavern, the soundproof pot was placed in the middle of the room. The waiter brought dinner, and the two sat on both sides of the wooden table, eating and chatting. The situation in the city is the same as last time. The ministers want to stop the war, but the church is obstructing them. Wu Heng looked up. What are your plans? The 5th princess put down her wine glass and said, I'm going to meet some officials and convince them to support me. When I sit on the throne, there will be no chaos in the kingdom. What if they don't trust you? Wu Heng asked. The ministers who can stay here all support the eldest prince. I will try to get them to support me, and this is their only choice to survive. The 5th princess said firmly. Wu Heng thought for a while, me too less. If they don't agree, I will kill them directly. The 5th princess's expression was choked. Okay. Then I will meet 2 people, Chief Mage Vidian and Commander Leona. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The 3 giants of the Royal Council? You skipped the Minister of Finance? Altus is a firm supporter of the eldest prince. It is difficult to convince him. I can convince these 2 people without any problem. The 5th princess said directly. Wu Heng nodded. You have a plan, good. You taught well. The 5th princess wiped the corner of her mouth. Vidian is the chief wizard, the kingdom's advisor, and the representative of the scholars in the kingdom, and Leona can mobilize the kingdom's army. If she is persuaded, we can avoid fighting. Take a break, and then I will take you there. Wu Heng said. The 5th princess tightened the hood of her cloak, revealing her golden hair. I'm not tired. I can go there now. Wu Heng grabbed her arm again, and the two disappeared. As night fell, the sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the bluestone slab stopped abruptly in front of the mansion. Chief Mage Vidian wrapped his robe embroidered with magic patterns tightly, and walked quickly through the courtyard. As he walked, his steps began to slow down and his brows furrowed. It was too quiet. The moment he pushed open the wooden door of the living room, the embers of the fireplace flickered, reflecting the empty hall. The housekeeper waiting at the door, and the maid holding tea and snacks were all gone. Uncle Vidian, long time no see. A soft voice came from the shadows. The old mage turned his head suddenly, and the scepter flashed with magic fluctuations. The figure on the sofa slowly leaned forward, and the candlelight reflected a familiar yet unfamiliar outline. The fifth Princess Brittany wore a simple travel outfit, her hands resting lightly on her knees, and she looked at this side with a calm smile. Fifth Princess, Your Highness." The magic in Vidyan's hand dissipated, his eyes were erratic, and his tone was hesitant. "It's great to see you still strong." The fifth princess still had a gentle smile on her face. The old wizard turned around and closed the door, his voice a little hoarse. "Why are you back? Who would notice me?" The fifth princess chuckled and continued, "Just like no one noticed back then, I actually read all the notes in your study. Your Highness came to me, it should not be just a visit." The old wizard went straight to the point, staring at the other party with burning eyes. In his heart, he was also guessing what the other party's purpose was to venture into the city to find him. The officials who stayed in the city at present are actually supporters of the eldest prince, and those who support other princes have already been cleared several times. The fifth princess looked serious and said word by word, "Leader Wu Hung is already paying attention to Kella's city." The old wizard's hand holding the scepter suddenly tightened, veins on his back bulged, and his eyes still flashed with doubt, and then a little panic. The young hero who killed the Pope finally set his sights here. If the Archbishop had not vowed that Wu Hung would not leave Treasure Island, this battle should have been mediated long ago. Or, it should not have started. As for the truth of this sentence, he did not doubt it. The fifth princess can come here, there must be someone behind her supporting her. Just tell me your purpose. The old wizard restrained his emotions, and returned to his sophisticated and calm demeanor. The fifth princess said bluntly, "The eldest prince proved his incompetence, and the Yek kingdom cannot be ruined in his hands." The old wizard looked calm, without any surprise. "I guessed it was this matter a long time ago." The old wizard was even more direct. "The eldest prince is talented but inexperienced, but he is still the most qualified person to sit on the throne among all the princes and princesses. Any of you will be worse than him. I know Wu Hung is your supporter, but you have been uninterested in politics since childhood and have a simple mind. Even if I agree, other ministers and dignitaries will not agree. It is a good decision for you to run the city of Nidal. Another point is that there is no precedent for a female king in the kingdom, especially in the current environment. You are even less likely to succeed." The fifth princess' eyes condensed. She didn't expect that she would be so unsuitable for this position in the eyes of the old wizard. After a little hesitation, the fifth princess said again, "It's the second prince." The second prince signed a defense agreement with the city of Rentam. "I came to talk about this matter. What can the second prince do? Will the kingdom be better? His character is not as good as the eldest prince." The old wizard said in a serious tone. "It sounds like he looks down on the second prince even more." The fifth princess continued, "Because of the agreement with Rentam City, if he takes the throne, the war will naturally stop. Another point is that the Yeko kingdom has its own hero, and Chief Wu Hung will be the supporter behind it." The old wizard narrowed his eyes, and fell into a long silence. On the other side, in a mansion, Ditalio is assaulted. Viola cursed and slapped the table. At today's meeting, the eldest prince still maintained his original attitude and agreed to the next plan of the Holy See. And at this time, she had already thought of leaving here. At this time, a magic circle suddenly appeared in the space behind her, and a figure quickly appeared. The witch's face changed drastically, and her body instantly disintegrated into smoke and flew towards the window. Chapter 982. The witch's figure suddenly exploded, turning into rolling smoke and rushing towards the window. Bang! The smoke hit an invisible barrier and was bounced back to the center of the room. A muffled groan came from the disintegrating mist, and then it turned into several smoke snakes, drilling into the door cracks, fireplaces, and even the gaps in the floor. But every escaped smoke would be bounced back to its original place by the barrier. Save your energy. In the center of the room, Wu Heng's figure gradually became clear in the magic circle. Not finding a way to escape, he also changed back to his original appearance, holding an obsidian dagger in his hand. In front of him were two giant wolves condensed from smoke, with smoke pythons on both sides and spiders hanging from the ceiling. The whole room seemed to have turned into a dangerous animal cage. The witch's eyes were fixed on the face of the person who came, with short dark brown hair, rough skin, and a typical appearance of a commoner in the kingdom. Not the one she was worried about. Her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. "As long as it's not the hero, I may not be powerless. Your Excellency is a bit too abrupt to come to a woman's room at night," the witch said in a serious voice. Wu Hung came directly from the tavern, and didn't have time to take off his mask. He put his fingers behind his ears, and tore it off. The moment the human skin mask was torn off, the witch's pupils shrank sharply. Her body retreated backwards as if her hair had exploded, and the giant wolves, venomous snakes, and spiders formed by the smoke around her rushed towards Wu Heng's position. Wu Heng waved his hand casually, and the filaments formed by the water element stirred in the room, shredding all the fog beasts into pieces. The fog beast disappeared, and Wu Heng looked at the fleeing smoke and said, "In order to catch you, I have made preparations in advance. You can't leave the room for at least half an hour. Don't waste your energy. Let's sit down and talk." After saying that, she sat down at the desk and picked up the letter on the desk and started reading. The witch condensed into a human form again, with her back pressed against the farthest corner. The cold sweat stuck the broken hair on her forehead together. "Chief Wu Heng." The witch was respectful. "I'm sorry for offending you before, but I've always admired you, really." Choosing Wu Heng as an enemy was the most wrong step she had taken since she became a professional. When the other party was still a deputy deacon, I didn't get the upper hand, let alone now that he has become a hero. Wu Heng put down the letter in his hand and said with a smile, "When you were at a high level, you wanted to kill me more than once. Now my level has finally caught up. If you don't want to fight, then my level has been raised in vain." The witch wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to defend herself. "I was just following orders at the time. Please forgive me, sir." Wu Heng smiled and changed the subject directly. "I heard that you joined the Shadow Council. You should know a lot of information." The witch's eyes changed, and she said respectfully, "I am willing to tell you everything I know, including the list of everyone in the council, and I can write it all out for you." "Write it out. Do you want to delay time?" Wu Heng glanced at his watch. "We have been talking for less than 5 minutes. "I don't mean that," the witch said immediately. Wu Heng looked at her and said directly, "I plan to support my own people to sit on the throne. Tell me what information can be exchanged for your life." The witch's face changed. She guessed that Wu Heng came to Kelu and would interfere in the throne. But this matter is now linked to her own life. If the answer is not good, the other party may really kill me. His eyes flickered for a while, his face changed quickly, and then he said, "Yes. The Shadow Council is the private organization of the Great Prince. Once he gets into trouble, the Shadows arranged will take action, assassinate the target, and destroy some buildings. Then the whole city will be in chaos." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "It sounds like this Shadow Council is not just intelligence gathering. When the Great Prince falls, or in special circumstances, some extreme forms will be taken. So what role can you play?" Wu Heng continued to ask. The witch seemed to see the hope of survival and said, "As long as you don't hurt me, I can help you block the transmission of information. That is, the shadows outside will not receive the news of the Great Prince's accident, or change the content of the message." Wu Heng did not answer immediately, but fell silent. The other party did persuade him. Letting the fifth princess sit on the throne was originally to reduce the impact of changing the king. If, as soon as the Great Prince falls, a group of lunatics appear in the city, killing people everywhere and spreading rumors, it will still have a great impact on his plan. "Okay. Let's sign a slave contract." Wu Heng took out a scroll and held it in his hand. The witch's face changed, and her voice was cold and hostile again. "You want me to be your slave? Isn't that a bit too much? So, what you just said was a lie. Do you want to delay time and then escape?" Wu Heng continued, "Or do you think that a random reason can save your life?" Based on the information Wu Heng collected about the Shadow Council, it can be confirmed that her words should be true. But it doesn't mean that he can trust her completely. Rather than trusting that she would help him stop the shadow from transmitting information, Wu Heng believed that she would turn around and run away as soon as it was over. If he let her go now, she would more likely turn around and run away, and it would be difficult for him to catch her again. The witch made a desperate gesture again and said, "Wu Heng, I'm not afraid of you. At worst, we can fight. This is the inner city. The city guards will come here soon after hearing the sound, and the prince will also be aware of the danger and hide at the first time." Wu Heng smiled. "I'm a hero. Killing you won't make much noise." "You can try." The witch waved her weapon, and various fog beasts appeared again, filling the entire room. Wu Heng thought about it, and really needed her to deal with the Shadow Council's affairs, so he said, "Don't rush to do it. It's better to listen to our treatment." "Treatment?" The witch narrowed her eyes, and waited for his next words. Wu Heng continued, "Join us, and your living conditions and wealth will be no less than what you have now. More importantly, I can help you become a hero. I will do what I say." The witch's eyes widened, and her expression showed doubt and surprise. If someone else said that they could make her a hero, she would definitely not believe it, not even the church. But when the person in front of her said it, People had to believe it, because that's how he became a hero. The youngest human hero. I. The witch paused. Wu Hung smiled. You work so hard. Isn't it just to become a hero? You don't really like fighting everywhere, and then running away. You. The witch was a little annoyed, but still didn't say anything. Wu Hung looked at the time again and said, I give you 5 minutes. Either you become a hero or die here. I learn about the Shadow Council by asking the corpses. Think about it yourself. After that, he stopped talking. The witch still leaned against the corner and fell into silence. The whole room was in a strange silence. 1 minute left. Wu Hung reminded. The witch raised her head suddenly. I want to protect my people. If you promise me, I will agree to sign a contract with you. I didn't say you can make conditions. Wu Hung continued. The time is up. It seems you have made a choice. Countless water arrows gathered and filled the room. The witch felt the determination to kill herself and knew that if she continued like this, she would definitely die. She gritted her teeth and said, okay. I sign, don't kill me. After that, her legs softened and she sat down on the ground. Wu Hung smiled, cast a look of stun at the air beside him, then picked up the scroll and walked towards the other party. A drop of blood dripped onto the scroll. The contract was completed. Welcome to join the Chief Wizard's mansion. The flames in the fireplace made the old wizard's expression even deeper. His skinny fingers tightly grasped the scepter, and he sat in the chair for a long time. From now on, everything will be decided by Wu Hung. The old wizard's voice was hoarse, with fatigue that could not resist fate. What's the difference between this and changing the king of the kingdom? The fifth princess tapped the edge of the coffee table with her fingertips and said, Uncle Vidian, you have read so many books. Why can't you figure this out? Look at the entire continent. Which race has heroes? Which one is not like this? And this is something that no matter how many races there are, countries can't ask for. The old wizard fell silent again. He knew all these. But when he had to face it, he found it hard to accept. What is your plan? The fifth princess replied, tomorrow, I will ask the eldest prince to give up his position. At that time, I hope you can stabilize the situation and prevent the ministers below from doing anything stupid. The old wizard narrowed his eyes, straightened his back, and said, I can only promise you that I will not interfere in this matter. As for whether the person sitting in the back seat is the eldest prince or the second prince, it doesn't matter. The fifth princess' eyes condensed. She didn't expect that it would be said to this extent. He still had this attitude. He snorted coldly and said, okay. Tomorrow, you don't need to do anything. At the same time, I hope the mage tower will remain silent. This is also the only way for you to survive. I also hope that everyone can be safe and sound. The old wizard's Adam's apple rolled a few times, and finally did not speak. The little princess in front of him seemed to be very different from the impression. Then I won't bother you. I still have to visit the commander. The fifth princess put on her hood and left directly. Commander's residence. The fifth princess sat calmly on the sofa, while the kingdom commander opposite her looked curiously at the princess, who came to visit alone. She was a little curious about how the other party appeared outside the mansion, and came to visit calmly. After hearing the other party's purpose, the kingdom commander said in a serious voice, the loyalty of the army is not a commodity. I am afraid that you will return empty-handed today. The fifth princess continued, I don't need the army to offer loyalty to me. I just hope that whatever happens tomorrow, you will control the army, and don't let chaos occur in the city. The commander narrowed his eyes slightly, and the sword at his waist was slightly unsheathed, and the cold light reflected on the neck of the fifth princess. Are you so confident? It's not that I am confident. The fifth princess was not afraid at all, and said softly, the leader of Wu Hung is already in the city. I came tonight just because I don't want to see the streets of the royal capital stained with blood. I can't change anything, and you can't change anything either. The commander's pupils contracted violently, and he heard the threat in the other party's words. If he didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to survive tonight. I will restrain the army. The commander suddenly sheathed the sword, and the sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the silent hall. The army will not interfere in the affairs of the royal family. Then, he leaned forward slightly, looked directly into her eyes, and continued, the second prince will take the throne and guarantee my status. I can promise you this, your status will not change. The fifth princess said, stood up gracefully, and performed a court salute, I won't disturb your rest. After walking out of the gate of the mansion, he took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message. Then he turned into a dark alley. Wu Hung appeared, asked the ghost to watch the two ministers, and took the fifth princess back to the tavern. The two figures appeared again, and they had returned to the tavern room. The tavern was closed at this time, and it was quiet all around. The light-emitting stone lamp was taken out, casting the shadows of the two on the mottled wallpaper. Wu Heng continued to take out the soundproof pot to completely isolate the room from the outside world. Two old foxes. The fifth princess took off her hood, and her golden hair fell like a waterfall. They agreed to it reluctantly. I'm worried. I arranged for the ghost to watch them, and if they really go to report the news, they will be dealt with directly, Wu Heng said. The fifth princess smiled and relaxed. Wu Heng took out a folding bed from the space ring and spread the bedding. You sleep in the inner room. I sleep outside for one night. The fifth princess immediately got into the folding bed, her ears red, her voice getting smaller and smaller. I sleep here. How can the master take care of the maid? That's fine. Wu Heng didn't say much. It was the same inside and outside, and the original bed was not much better. My lord, can I go out and get a basin of water to wash up? The fifth princess continued to ask. Wash up? No need to go out. Wu Heng opened the luxury house technique. There is a place to take a bath inside, just wash up. Not long after, the fifth princess came out again in a bathrobe and got into the bedding. Wu Heng closed the luxury house technique and went into the house to rest. Lying on the bed, Benny repeated the conversation between the fifth princess and the two ministers. The only thing that surprised him was that the fifth princess said she would support the second prince to take the throne. Let's see how she plans to deal with it, Benny continued. She is outside, hiding in the quilt and constantly looking over here. She is probably waiting for you to come over. Wu Heng glanced at the outer room. She is a little princess who knows nothing. How can she understand these things? Come on, Benny said. She is wearing a hollow nightgown inside. She doesn't need to wear this for normal rest. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Some people like to sleep naked. It's just a personal hobby. Benny continued. She is not much younger than Minnie and the others. When she sits on the throne, you still expect her to find another man. Let's talk about it when the time comes, Wu Heng said. The next day morning. Church. The morning light shines through the stained glass, and the light and shadow are projected on the archbishop's holy robe. Two young priests are fastening the golden shoulder buckles for him, carefully and meticulously. Another bishop standing beside him said, Today, we should be able to confirm that more troops will be sent to the front line. The next step is to reduce the level of conscription to below level 10. The archbishop raised his arms and said, In fact, it has been decided. The eldest prince has no ability, and those ministers have no real power. We have the handle in our hands, so they have no other way to go. The bishop nodded and continued, There is intelligence that the manager of Ratam City is Wu Heng's woman, and she has given birth to a child for him. If he can control this child, Wu Heng may not dare to do anything out of line. Chapter 983. Control the child. The archbishop muttered, and then said, A hero will not be tied down by his offspring, but letting the whole continent know that a hero can't even protect his own child can indeed reflect his incompetence. The king of a country will not let others manipulate him just because the prince is captured. This is even more true for heroes. The moment they become heroes, their status and lifespan have reached the top of the world. Even if the other party is very young and may not be able to figure these things out in a short period of time, it is impossible for them to obey the words of the church just because they have captured a child. It is still a child born by a maid. But if this thing succeeds, it will win back a game in the contest between the church and Wu Heng. It is also a good method. The bishop who made the suggestion felt that what he said made sense, and continued, According to the intelligence, the child has been in the city lord's mansion in Ratam City, and it is difficult to approach there. Form a separate team to go there, the archbishop said calmly. The bishop beside him pondered for a moment and said, Will Wu Heng retaliate against us directly at that time? The archbishop paused while adjusting his sleeves, then do it more covertly, let him think it was done by the eldest prince. Anyway, the assassinations arranged over there have never stopped. The bishop raised his eyebrows. Yes. After putting on the complicated holy robe, the archbishop walked out slowly. Let's go. Let the kingdom finalize the transfer order today. The reinforcement of troops on the front line can't be delayed any longer. Wu Heng is being dragged on Treasure Island, and we can't delay it for too long. The bishop nodded and followed him out. The matter of continuing to increase troops has also been discussed for a while, and the Holy See has obviously lost its patience. This matter must be settled today. The kingdom cannot continue to drag it out. If it really drags on past the winter, it is not certain how things will develop. The archbishop walked out of the room, and the other priests of the Holy See were also ready. They rushed to the direction of the palace together. Commander's mansion. The kingdom commander Leona sat on the sofa like a sculpture, wearing armor, and the long sword was placed on the coffee table in front of her. All night long, the sword remained half unsheathed, and the cold light reflected by the blade drew a straight dividing line on the wall, just like her torn loyalty at this moment. Loyalty to the royal family. Or loyalty to the kingdom. The callous fingers stroked the etched pattern on the left chest, where the mark of the kingdom's supreme commander was, and a line of tiny words was engraved below the pattern, the shield of the kingdom's loyalty. If the eldest prince really abdicated today, and the second prince took the throne, would he not believe in himself? A general, who was easily persuaded, and did not take action when seeing the king being threatened. It was already considered a betrayal. But the fifth princess dared to enter the city alone, and bluntly said that the youngest hero was already in the city. With the intervention of the hero, what would happen even if the troops were sent? It would only add a few more corpses, and make the kingdom more chaotic. She sat like this all night, still not figuring out what to do. Maybe, according to the fifth princess's advice, not participating is the best choice. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. The commander opened his eyes suddenly, and then heard the voice of his subordinates, "My lord, it's almost time for the parliament." The commander took a deep breath, and sheathed the sword with a clang. Pushing open the door, a cool breeze blew in. Order the city defense garrison to be on alert, the garrison to string their crossbows, and stay on standby. The commander put his hand on the hilt of the sword and hesitated for a moment. No one is allowed to act without my order. Yes. The general's eyes condensed, and they also heard that something big might happen. They didn't dare to delay, and turned around and left immediately. The commander walked out of the mansion, got on the carriage, and drove slowly forward. The palace. The morning light penetrated the window, dragging the minister's shadows on the golden floor tiles. Under normal circumstances, the king does not participate in daily administrative decisions. The reason why it is held so frequently now is also because the reinforcement of troops on the front line has a huge impact, and the Vatican is pressing hard. After all the officials arrived, 5 priests from the Vatican, led by the archbishop, walked into the hall, walking slowly and arrogantly. The eldest prince sat on the throne, and said a few polite words, and the meeting officially began. No one else spoke. The archbishop stepped forward and said in a serious voice, "Your Majesty, the reinforcements from the Holy See have arrived at the meeting point. The war is urgent, and things cannot be delayed any longer. We must dispatch troops to the front today." The other priests from the Holy See also came forward to agree. The ministers of the kingdom looked extremely ugly. It sounded that the Holy See was polite, but in fact, it asked the eldest prince to make a decision today. The eldest prince looked ugly, and his eyes swept over the ministers below him, and his eyebrows raised slightly. In the past, the ministers who had come forward to stop and find excuses all remained silent today, and no one stood up. He felt a little bit wrong in his heart, but he was also exhausted physically and mentally because of this matter, and just wanted to deal with the Holy See first, and then think of other ways. Since the personnel of the Holy See have arrived, the Imperial Council will directly draft a transfer order to transfer the troops recruited from all over the country to the front line. The war in this world is very slow, as long as the heroes do not participate in the battle. It is a long process to fight from the border to the capital. Even if everything goes well, the capital will not be seen for 2 or 3 years. This is also the reason why officials and ministers are not afraid of war. They don't have to go out to die, and they have plenty of time to find a solution. Your Majesty is wise, the archbishop said lightly, and continued, "In 3 days, I want to see the army set out." Boom! The violent explosion shattered the stained glass window on the west side. Then, outside the palace, there were dense shouts and fierce fighting, and the sound of weapons colliding. Everyone in the store was shocked, and didn't know what happened. Among the ministers, only the chief wizard and the kingdom commander frowned slightly, and their eyes showed that it had indeed happened. "Protect your Majesty." The guards in the palace immediately protected the prince behind them. Even the ministers below were isolated outside, to prevent any hidden enemies among these people from suddenly attacking the prince. In the direction of the Holy See, the priest quickly approached the archbishop. "Should we avoid it first? It seems that the royal family is going to have civil strife again." The archbishop narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "Don't worry, let's see what's going on with them. No matter who they are, they dare not attack us." It was not easy to decide on sending troops. But problems occurred at this time. On the one hand, it might be civil strife, and it also made people wonder whether they directed and acted in such a play to continue to delay time. Besides, they had nothing to worry about. Even if there was internal turmoil in the royal family, and people from outside came in to attack them, they would not dare to attack them. "Yes," the priest replied. The church was the calmest, waiting for the result. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the door was violently knocked open. In the smoke, the fifth princess Brittany walked in, stepping on the corpse of the king's guard, followed by two strange skeletons. One was burly, with broken horns on his head and insect-like wings flapping on his back. The other was an ordinary human skeleton, wearing a wizard's robe, with his hands behind his back, and gray-white sword energy surrounding his body. The fifth princess. When everyone saw the other person's appearance clearly, they were all surprised. In the chaos outside, they thought of anyone, but they didn't think of the fifth princess. The eldest prince was also stunned, not expecting her to come in. After a moment of stunned silence, the hand with the ruby ring pointed downwards and said angrily, "Brittany, what are you doing? Do you think the kingdom is not chaotic enough?" If it was the second prince who came, he might still be worried. But today, it was the fifth princess who came. She was gentle, liked flowers and plants, and would not kill a single insect. There was nothing to worry about. The momentum of her own was raised a little. "Brother." The fifth princess stepped forward on the broken glass on the ground, passed through the ministers on both sides, approached the throne, and said calmly, "Please abdicate." When these words came out, everyone's eyes widened again. The fifth princess was possessed. Why was she so different from before? She faced all the ministers so calmly, and said indifferently that the eldest prince should abdicate. The Vatican also looked at the suddenly appeared fifth princess, and was also a little surprised. This fifth princess, whose information was all covered below, would actually return to the palace in this way. At the same time, they were all ready to fight. According to the latest intelligence, the fifth princess received the support of Wu Hung in the city of Natalia, and the undead servants appeared here, so this matter is not so simple. The eldest prince's eyes condensed, looking down at his sister, who didn't understand politics at all before, and said coldly, "You do this? Do you really think I dare not kill you? You have tried. It's just that you didn't succeed." The fifth princess said calmly, "Rebellion, you really rebelled?" The eldest prince's face flushed, and he pointed down, "Guards, kill her." Hua la la. The guards in front, holding long swords, rushed directly to the position of the fifth princess. The officials immediately dispersed, and hid far away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword chi shot out quickly, and the guards who rushed over fell to the ground in an instant. The blood dyed the ground red, and the whole hall was filled with blood. On the side, the kingdom commander drew out his long sword and silently put the long sword back into the scabbard. All the guards died. The eldest prince was terrified and retreated step by step, shouting at the other guards and the generals among the ministers. But no one dared to come forward at this time. The fifth princess glanced at the corpse on the ground, and then said, "Brother, abdicate." The voice fell. The skull flashed, turned into a stream of light, and rushed out, about to control the eldest prince. Humph! The archbishop snorted coldly, and the scepter in his hand slammed into the ground, and a holy light barrier stretched in front of the eldest prince. The eldest prince was delighted. Yes! There is also the church. No matter how the royal family is in turmoil, as long as it involves the undead, the people of the church will not ignore it. As expected, relying on the church can protect oneself. Thinking in his heart, but the next second, the barrier was covered with black spider web-like cracks. The people of the church widened their eyes, and the eldest prince looked ashen. Crack! The holy light barrier was shattered, and the skeleton flashed with a bang, knocking the eldest prince directly out and hitting the wall behind. The body slid down the wall, spitting blood. "Don't kill him," the fifth princess immediately reminded, and the rushing flash stopped. And the direction of the church was as if facing a great enemy. Holy light appeared, and the Sanskrit sound echoed in the hall. The corn sword saint shot out gray and white sword energy, and various holy light magics were shattered. In the direction of the officials, a large number of officials rushed out of the door. The generals planned to mobilize troops, and the Shadow Council also ran out in the crowd. "Enough. Go back to your positions." As he spoke, a person blocked the door. He snapped his fingers casually, and the gray-white light circle spread out. The dead soldiers on the ground turned into skeletons, and stood up with the sound of bones rubbing. "Block here. Anyone who wants to leave will be killed directly," Wu Hung ordered lightly. After speaking, he walked into the hall step by step. Everyone stared at him intently. Black hair and black pupils, wearing black scale leather armor on the outside, and a wizard robe inside. Wu Hung, the youngest human leader, he actually came here. The limp prince in the distance raised his head with difficulty, saw the appearance in the distance clearly, and closed his eyes, as if resigned to his fate. The archbishop and others were pale, and immediately waved their hands to stop the condensation of holy light magic. The hero is here. Any extra action of theirs is courting death. The Minister of Finance fell to his knees with his legs weak. He finally understood why the Commander-in-Chief and the Chief Wizard were silent throughout the whole process. The two must have received the news in advance. Damn it! Why didn't I know that I just encouraged the generals to kill the fifth princess together? Wu Hung came to seek revenge on them after all. It was not that he was trapped in the treasure island and dared not come out according to the Vatican. All the ministers returned to their positions. The hall was instantly quiet and silent. One by one, some were suspicious, some were fearful, and they looked at the necromancer who walked in. Unlike the appearance of the fifth princess, no one dared to scold, and no one dared to ask a single question. If there is anything that the kingdom of Yek is most afraid of, it is undoubtedly that the conflicted hero will kill directly to the palace. After a long while, an old minister stepped forward and said, Chief Wu Hung, the kingdom of Yeko is willing to compensate you for the losses it caused you. No! We are willing to double the compensation. We hope you will consider that you have been protected by the kingdom and show mercy. The protection mentioned should refer to the time when he was in Blackstone Town. Wu Hung glanced at the other party. This old man must have done it on purpose. Everyone knows that he was suppressed in Blackstone Town. Now bring up this matter. Another person said bravely, Chief, we are willing to cease fire, and will not do anything to bother you in the future. Please let us go. The other ministers waited for a few seconds, and when they saw that Wu Hung did not kill the two men, they also spoke up. The eldest prince sat up a little straighter, looked at Wu Hung, and said, Wu Hung, you are the leader of the association, I am the monarch of the kingdom, you can't kill me. Whatever you want, I can give it to you, or make you a hero of the kingdom. At this point, the eldest prince didn't care about the people of the Holy See, and wanted to switch to Wu Hang's side directly. The Holy See was also in a state of stiffness. Someone approached, and the voice was very low. What should we do? There are not many undead. Are you sure you can kill them? Chapter 984. The Archbishop looked back and hesitated. If it was a normal situation, Wu Hung was the leader of the association, and was restricted by the rules of the association. Even if there was a conflict between the two sides, they could not do anything to him in front of so many people. But the current situation was a little different. He put pressure on the prince, and kept sending troops to the front line. This gave him a reason. Moreover, this matter was easy to investigate. As long as he asked casually, the ministers below would definitely tell their stories in order to survive. With the character of the young hero in front of him, he dared to kill even the Pope, let alone the clergy in these places. It was okay to mock the other party from behind, but he never thought that the other party could really kill him. The more the Archbishop thought about it, the colder his heart became. Cold sweat slid down his back, and soaked the silk lining. The knuckles of his fingers holding the scepter turned white, and his eyes swept across the gate. Charge. Before he finished speaking, the position of the Shadow Council suddenly burst into a dazzling magical brilliance. 3 figures turned into afterimages and rushed towards the gate. Flames, fists, winds, and arrows burst out instantly, attacking the skeleton servants guarding the door. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The next second, dense air-breaking sounds were heard, and water droplets shot out like arrows, accurately piercing the bodies of every escapee. Blood spread on the golden floor tiles, and the last person who fell only rushed out 3 or 4 meters away. The battle ended in the blink of an eye, and only the witch Viola was left standing alone at the location where the Shadow Council was originally located. To outsiders, it seemed more like she didn't keep up with the pace of escape for a while, and saved her life. The Archbishop's throat rolled, and he refused to say what he wanted to do to lead the charge. The priests also widened their eyes, and completely gave up the idea of escaping. The Vatican remained silent again, all lowered their heads to avoid eye contact with each other. The entire queue was half a head shorter, like wheat being harvested. All the important personnel of the Shadow Council died, and the rest of the officials were completely stunned. In this world, everyone is a professional, so even if they work in a civilian job, they have a high combat power. Everyone looked at the corpses on the ground and was shocked. These people were recruited by the prince from various sects, and they were all bishops or protectors of the sect before. They died here in the blink of an eye, without any strength to fight back. The difference between professionals and heroes is so big, there was silence in the hall. Wu Hung took the 5th princess, and walked onto the throne of the king. The 5th princess said, if the king does not abdicate by death, he needs to sign an abdication decree. Go get one, I wait for you here. Wu Hung looked at the corn sword saying again, follow her, and kill anyone who stops you. The 5th princess strode towards the long corridor on one side, and was very familiar with this place. The Corn Sword Saint followed behind her, responsible for protecting her safety. Wu Heng sat on the king's throne and felt it. It was not as comfortable as a sofa. The only good thing about sitting here was that he could feel the power. Behind the throne, the skeleton flashed and carried the eldest prince Daitalio back to stand on one side. The ministers below felt a little bit sorry when they saw the king in such a state. The Minister of Finance stepped forward, bowed and saluted, and said respectfully, "Captain Wu Heng, the kingdom is self-controlled, and members of the association are not allowed to interfere in any form. This is written into the association's rules. What you are doing now is not inappropriate." The kingdom of Yek drove out the orcs, and secured its territory for more than 400 years. Although the country was in constant turmoil, it still maintained its autonomy. The church was strong, but it only put pressure on the kingdom, and it was not as strong as Wu Heng, who directly rushed into the palace. Now the king is going to be abolished in one sentence, and the successor king must be just a puppet. For the kingdom and the ministers, who are loyal to the kingdom, it is a great shame. Wu Heng raised his head and looked at the Minister of Finance, smiling and reminding, "I am not the leader of an association, but the lord of the enemy you attacked. It is not written in the association system that people in the association cannot fight back when they are beaten, right?" The Minister of Finance was speechless for a while, but it was not wrong to say so. He wanted to continue speaking, but the chief wizard pulled his sleeve and told him not to seek death again. At this point, pursuing these things will have no effect except to anger the other party. The eldest prince, who was being held, still refused to accept the defeat and argued loudly, "Wu Heng, I want to stop the war, but the church is pressing me. What else can I do except delaying time?" This sentence made the eldest prince feel even more helpless. But everyone in the hall also looked at the location of the church. Speaking of which, it was really the church that harmed them. After Wu Heng became a hero, the eldest prince stopped any action to the north, and this time, he continued to attack north because he believed the words of the church. Especially in the meeting 2 days ago, the archbishop vowed that Wu Heng would not leave Treasure Island. The church and the association were watching him. But he turned around and rushed into the palace hall. Either the church could not stop Wu Heng at all, or the archbishop had deceived them before. The eldest prince suddenly gave up the people of the church, and everyone felt relieved. As for the church, the clergy remained silent and had no intention of defending themselves. Wu Heng said, "I will deal with them when the matter is over." Tap, 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 footsteps sounded from one side. The fifth princess came back quickly with the Corn Sword Saint, holding the abdication edict with the seal of the kingdom in her hand. "I'm ready here." Wu Heng looked at the eldest prince, "Sign it, and the matter will be over." The eldest prince's face was pale, still unwilling. "I can be your puppet." As he said, he tried to grab the corner of Wu Heng's robe. "If you want the war to stop, I will give an order immediately. You can do whatever you want to the kingdom. The Yek kingdom gave you a place to stay when you just changed your job. You can't repay kindness with enmity. You are a hero. You can't repay kindness with enmity." At the end, blood and words spurted out together. Wu Heng glanced at the crazy eldest prince and said, "Look at you now. You are not even as good as the second prince." The eldest prince opened his eyes, and seemed to be in a daze. His expression quickly became weak. The fifth princess opened the pen and handed the edict to the eldest prince, who looked at the ministers and his fifth sister. She took the pen with trembling hands and looked up and asked, "Brittany, am I really a failure?" "I just..." "Sign it," the fifth princess said coldly. The Corn Sword Saint grabbed the eldest prince's hand and wrote his name crookedly on it. After writing, the eldest prince seemed to have lost his soul and collapsed. The chief mage looked up at the figures above him and said slowly, "The kingdom of Yek has come to this point today, and the rest is not important. Her Highness the fifth princess is here in person to avoid more casualties and conflicts." It sounds like he is already finding excuses for the fifth princess. After a slight pause, the chief mage continued, "Captain Wu Heng, Her Highness the fifth princess, who do you plan to let succeed to the throne?" The chief mage and the kingdom commander already knew the result in advance. But things have developed to this point, and the second prince has not appeared. This made them a little confused. The others also looked up. Wu Heng made way, and the fifth princess took the abdication edict and sat directly on the throne. She looked at all the ministers present calmly. "I will succeed to the throne." The ministers showed an expression of as expected, and the chief mage and the kingdom commander were slightly stunned. Then he immediately figured out some things. Last night, she mentioned the second prince to convince herself, but in fact, she wanted to sit on the throne. The fifth princess was still young, and had not learned politics before the royal turmoil. She knew nothing about the entire political affairs, and there had never been a female king in the history of the kingdom of Yeko. although the chief mage was a little annoyed because the other party did not tell the truth last night. But the current situation still made him speak politely. Your Highness, you have been very smart since you were a child, but the kingdom's affairs have never been your interest. I think His Highness the second prince is more suitable for this position. The second prince also relied on Wu Hung in the city of Rentam. The fifth princess straightened her chest. Her tone was crisp, but unusually calm. She had been practicing this situation at home for a long time, waiting for the moment when she would sit on the throne again. Who says women can't be kings? Lilith, the leader of the Blood Clan, is a successful leader. The kingdom commander smiled. If you are a hero, this position is yours without fighting for it. The meaning is also very simple. The other party is a hero. What can you, an ordinary professional, compare with him? If you are really a hero, how could things be like this now? The fifth princess said lightly, I can't do it, but Wu Hung is a hero, he supports me. The eyes of the people below narrowed. This is the difference between men and women. Even if a man is a puppet emperor, he will not say such words directly, but a woman can. The chief wizard looked at Wu Hung and bowed slightly. Chief, the princess is young. I think the second prince can return to the royal city to succeed the throne. The fifth princess interrupted directly. I have mentioned this to the second prince. He has no intention of coming back, and I am the only one who can inherit the kingdom. I have the child of Chief Wu Hung, and the chief will be a real person of the kingdom in the future. Everyone. Am I qualified enough? There was silence below. The child of a hero. No wonder there is such a relationship. Wu Hung also widened his eyes. I let you play freely, not talk nonsense. The fifth princess touched her arm and glanced at her, as if to say that I know what I am doing. The people below fell into silence, and no one spoke. The fifth princess stood up and her attitude became more assertive. From now on, the kingdom will have its own heroes, the borders will be stable, and the country will be peaceful, and the people will be safe. I will do what I say. I'm sitting here now. Anyone who objects can just stand up. No one spoke. The chief wizard took the lead in saluting, Your Majesty. The minister saluted and shouted in unison, Your Majesty. The fifth princess raised her lips and showed Wu Hung a confident smile. It was approaching noon. The chaos in the palace gradually calmed down. Wu Hung personally walked through the king's guards and the kingdom's guard camp, and transferred the command power to the people the fifth princess trusted. With Wu Hung here, no one in the entire capital dared to have any opinions. The eldest prince had fallen, so there was no need for them to insist. The guard camp and the garrison troops were still commanded by the kingdom, and martial law was lifted. The witch Viola controlled the shadow parliament below. Don't let anything go wrong. The fifth princess arranged the follow-up matters, and the edict would be announced to the outside world. The things outside were dealt with. Wu Hung walked alone towards the prison. A small voice came from my ear, Uncle. Princess sister, you have a child too? Benny said, the fifth princess is lying, and she plans to use your uncle's name to suppress those ministers. Oh, I said it. How come she suddenly has a child? Xiao Xiao muttered. Wu Hung also said, you dare to say anything. I don't know who you learned it from. Xiao Xiao and Benny also smiled. When I met the fifth princess before, she was not like this. The three souls chatted casually, and returned to a room in the palace. The door was guarded by Skeleton Shining and Corn Sword Saint. When they saw Wu Hung coming, they pushed the door open directly. In the room, 5 clergymen including the archbishop were imprisoned. Their robes were still gorgeous, but their expressions were nervous. Seeing Wu Hung open the door and come in, they all took several steps back. The archbishop saluted, my lord leader. Wu Hung brought a chair and sat down at the door. He looked at the archbishop and said, you forced the kingdom to increase its troops? As expected, he began to investigate them. The archbishop's face changed, but he still said, it is true, but I... Wu Hung snapped his fingers lightly, and a series of gray-white sword energy shot out from behind, instantly cutting off the archbishop's arms. The broken arm fell, and the archbishop let out a piercing wail. Wu Hung waved his hand casually, and the archbishop's mouth disappeared instantly, leaving the archbishop lying in a pool of blood, his expression distorted, and his face flushed red. The other clergymen showed fear on their faces, but quickly helped the archbishop up, and wanted to give him the potion. But the mouth disappeared, and there was nothing they could do for a while. Wu Hung sneered and said, so you are the one making trouble here, and you are disgusting me from here, right? The archbishop whimpered and glared at this side. Since you like to make trouble so much, then stay with me. Wu Hung turned his head and looked at the door. Shanshan, break the limbs of the others. You? The faces of the priests changed. The skeleton turned into a stream of light and rushed directly into the room. In a painful wail, it broke the limbs of everyone, including the legs of the archbishop with broken arms. The priests rolled into a pile, and the whole room was filled with wailing. Wu Heng was annoyed when he heard it, and opened the mansion technique casually, dragged them in, don't let them wail. The two skeletons dragged the priests into the mansion technique, and Wu Heng constructed cages one by one and imprisoned them directly. Xiao Xiao said, "Uncle, are you going to turn them into zombies? After the death of a priest, his level will be reduced. Let's see if there is any use for him. If not, we talk about it later." Wu Heng replied. Benny said, "Kill them and go to the Vatican." Xiao Xiao pinched her waist. "We are no longer the same as before, right, Uncle?" "Yes, we have become stronger." Benny pouted. "You two are really becoming more and more alike." Walking out of the room, a servant came over. "Master Chief, His Majesty invites you to come over." "Lead the way." Chapter 985. The study room in the palace. Wu Heng pushed the door and walked in, and saw the fifth princess standing in the middle of the study room, with her arms open, cooperating with the tailor to measure the size of the clothes, and two maids waiting beside her. It seems that she has entered the role of the queen. After the tailor measured the size, he bowed and left. The fifth princess said to the two maids, "You go out first." The maid bowed to the two, then turned and left. There were only two people left in the room. Wu Heng sat down and asked, "What's going on?" The fifth princess personally brewed a cup of tea, brought it to him and said, "The palace army and the royal capital garrison have expressed their loyalty. Everyone still trusts me and cooperates for the time being." Wu Heng took the tea and took a sip. Important positions should be replaced with trustworthy people as soon as possible. Those who are restless should be killed, and those who can be supported should be promoted. For ordinary soldiers in the outside world, it is a normal process for the fifth princess to sit on the throne. Although it feels a bit sudden, it is just following orders. And the ministers and officials who were capable of taking the lead did not dare to make any extraordinary moves because Wu Heng was here. Whoever dared to cause trouble now would be seeking death. "I understand. I have arranged for someone to deal with it. There will be no chaos in the city with you." The fifth princess leaned on the side of the chair. "Well, you did a good job," Wu Heng said with a smile. The fifth princess smiled and continued, "The announcement will be sent out tomorrow. What remains is to stop the war with Ratam City. I will try my best to stabilize the people's hearts and restore your image among the residents of the kingdom. In the history of the kingdom, there has never been a female king. If you want everyone to accept you, you need to make some achievements, which are not achieved by those male kings." The second point is Wu Heng's image. During the war between the two sides, the kingdom of Yeko will carry out some negative propaganda against Ratam City and itself. The usual saying is that the Necromancer will use the living beings for inhumane rituals, or enslave the living beings. This is not surprising. In Ratam City, similar propaganda was also carried out against the kingdom of Yeko. The royal family fights and is incompetent. They are all magnifying each other's shortcomings. Now that the fifth princess has taken the throne, it will take some time to reverse the image of the previous propaganda. The pressure from the Holy See is relatively large, and the Church of the Lingqi Church must also be arranged at the same time. Wu Heng said. "Okay." The fifth princess agreed, and then said, "I have come up with an idea that can quickly establish prestige. Can you help me listen to it? Is it feasible?" "Yes." The fifth princess continued, "First, we will cease fire with the city of Ratam, and then I will negotiate with the city of Ratam as the king to take back the land lost by the eldest prince and the second prince, which is enough to prove my ability." Then she smiled. "Then, I will help you clear your name, build a church in the country, and promote the doctrine." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and said, "You should discuss this matter with Wenman Sha and listen to her opinions." The fifth princess immediately said, "Don't worry, my lord, I will definitely give Sister Wenman Sha a reasonable compensation, and the land may not really be taken back, as long as it can highlight the effect of being able to continue the negotiation. I give you Wenmancha's phone number. You can call her directly when you have time." Wu Heng took out his mobile phone and provided the number to the fifth princess. At present, it doesn't matter where the land is divided. Both of the people in power have signed a contract with themselves. More importantly, it depends on the acceptance of the residents in each region and which side is suitable for division. After recording the call, the fifth princess put away her phone. Wu Heng continued, "How do you plan to deal with the matter of the Holy See?" "I have collected the evidence. When the time comes, I will make it public on the grounds of interfering in the internal affairs of the kingdom and forcing war. I will also report it to the association and directly invite the association to preside over this matter." The fifth princess said directly. "Well, I will arrange some protection for you, don't worry. Wu Heng made a promise. Thank you, sir. After talking about the main things, the two continued to chat about some things about the ministers in the city. The residence of the Minister of Finance. The dusk was like blood, dyeing the window lattice of the study red. Finance Minister Artis held the armrest of the chair tightly with his 5 fingers, staring at the royal guards, who followed him back, and the bottle of potion on the table with a faint blue light. Eternal Sleep Potion, the last dignity of the royal family when executing important officials. He never thought that it was not Wu Heng who wanted to kill him, but the newly appointed 5th princess. She follows the tradition of the kingdom. The finance minister suddenly sneered, and his beard trembled with his face twitching. When the previous king gave me this mansion, the girl was chasing butterflies here. The guards retreated to the door, and the setting sun shone on his newly replaced shoulder straps, and a faint bloodstain could be seen. He took it off the previous commander and hung it on him now. It wasn't the person he killed. When he replaced the position, the commander had turned into a skeleton. Sir, His Majesty may be anxious after a long time. The commander reminded softly, and then said, His Majesty promised you that he would still be buried as an important minister. The Minister of Finance trembled and took out the financial seal. Tell the little girl not to blame me. At that time, only the eldest prince was more suitable for this position. He drank the potion suddenly, and his skin quickly turned gray as his Adam's apple rolled. When I meet the late king, I will tell him that the kingdom has a hero. Amid the crisp sound of the glass bottle falling to the ground, the royal guards watched the old minister oozing black blood from the corner of his mouth, and finally he was silent. The guards checked again, and after confirming that he was really dead, they rolled up the body and took it away. Then, they went to the next minister's mansion. The palace. After dinner, Wu Heng returned to the arranged room. The door closed, and his 4 ghosts appeared from both sides. Granda's soul fire fluttered, and she said, the 5th princess has grown a lot. After the meeting, she cleared out many people, including the Minister of Finance. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. He knew that the 5th princess would clear out the targets that were threatening in the city. But he didn't expect that after the meeting ended in the morning, one of the 3 giants of the Imperial Council would kill her directly in the afternoon. It was more decisive than expected. Xiao Xiupia was standing on one side, a little puzzled, saying, Didn't they all surrender? Why kill them? The queen snorted coldly, The court struggle is cruel. If these people stay, they will only be hidden dangers. In the minds of the ministers, the 5th princess is not suitable for this position. As long as Wu Heng leaves, these hidden dangers will become fuses. She did the right thing. Xiao Xiao circled in the air, and, what you said is really good, but I didn't understand. Wu Heng explained, that is to say, the situation in the city is unstable, and the 5th princess killed all those who might be dangerous, to prevent the danger from appearing, and also to abandon the previous weak image. Oh! So that's it. Xiao Xiao stroked her chin and nodded. The queen glared, Do you understand what he said? Xiao Xiao nodded, I understand. It means to kill those who are dangerous, and let others know that she is not easy to bully. The queen's expression was choked, staring at the little brat. You are deliberately irritating me, right? What's the difference between what I said and what he said? No, aunt, I understand half of what you said at most. Xiao Xiao looked innocent. The queen threw her arms in anger. You are too stupid to achieve anything great. Xiao Xiao raised her head. I'm already level 20. If I go back to kindergarten, I will definitely be the monitor. After that, she flew to Wu Heng's side. Uncle, you said so, right? We are smart and well-mannered, and we don't want to show it casually. Wu Heng said. Yes, yes. Xiao Xiao raised her head even higher. Glinda and Benny also smiled as they watched the father and daughter sing the same tune. Only the queen sighed and said, Give me the tablet. I haven't finished watching the TV series last time. Wu Heng handed the tablet to her, and the queen flew to the corner. Xiao Xiao pouted, You can't argue with us. Wu Heng whispered, Shh. Don't mess with her first. We are counting on her to write a skill book. Oh, I see. Xiao Xiao made an okay gesture. The queen rolled her eyes at this side in displeasure. Next time you whisper, speak softly. It was getting dark. Wu Heng asked the ghosts to go out for a walk when they were free, so that if there was any danger in the city, they could find it in time. The ghosts agreed, and the 4 of them would take turns to check the army's movements. Wu Heng returned to the next room to rest. Dong dong dong. There was a slight knock on the door, followed by the slightly nervous voice of the 5th princess. My lord, have you rested? Come in. The door opened, and the 5th princess in her coat walked in carefully and stood in the empty seat in front. The moonlight shone through the gauze curtain, casting a silver glow on her body. "Aren't you going to rest?" Wu Heng saw her standing there without saying anything, and asked softly. The fifth princess said softly, "I just finished the remaining things and came to see if you had rested." Wu Heng said unhappily, "You are a vampire, coming to see me in the middle of the night." The fifth princess hesitated, her face and neck turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, untied the belt around her waist with both hands, and the coat spread to both sides, then slipped off her shoulders. The light blue silk nightgown was revealed. The nightgown was thin, and her slender figure was faintly visible in the moonlight. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "You are still young, don't force yourself." The fifth princess' cheeks turned redder, as if she was drunk. She walked directly to the bed and said, "Chief, I told the ministers that I am pregnant with your child. If 2 or 3 months pass and there is no sign from me, everyone will know that I am taking advantage of the situation to lie. You will not stay here for too long, so you must seize some time and take the overall situation into consideration." Wu Heng was stunned. This was also related to the rise and fall of the country. The soft body leaned over and stretched out his hand to hold the other's waist. "That makes sense." The shoulder strap slipped off, and the gauze nightgown also slipped to the ground, exposing the fifth princess's young and energetic body. The palm gently stroked the skin, and the fifth princess's whole body turned red. "My lord, it's a bit cold. Then let's rest early." Wu Heng pulled the other party onto the bed. Under the moonlight, the two figures overlapped. The next day, the morning light penetrated the brand new parchment on the bulletin board, making the blue rose wax seal shine. In the past, the residents of the city did not care about official notices. But now that the kingdom is unstable and the border is at war, they have developed the habit of reading notices. Moreover, the residents of the royal city are generally more educated and more literate. What does the notice say? Why did you change the wax? There were more and more people around, and the discussions and inquiries became more and more noisy. It must be about sending reinforcements to the front. This period of time has passed, and this group of people should also set off. Sending them in batches, when will it end? Don't talk nonsense. Many people have been arrested for talking nonsense recently. What are you afraid of? At worst, I can leave here and go out to be a mercenary, which is better than being arrested and sent to the front to die. Only the first 2 rows can see the content of the notice. But more people, relying on their familiarity with the notice, know that it will not be a good thing, and start cursing first. At this time, a bard from the kingdom stood under the notice column and shouted loudly. Because the former King Ditalio voluntarily abdicated due to illness, according to the constitution of the Kingdom of Yeko and the Act of Succession to the throne, the fifth Princess Brittany will legally inherit the throne. From the day of her accession, Her Royal Highness Brittany will be officially honored as Her Majesty Brittany. The bard finished reading loudly, and the residents around him stared with wide eyes and froze in place. Ah? Another king? The eldest prince abdicated and gave way to the fifth princess. We have 5 princesses? The crowd was like a pot of boiling water, and immediately became noisy. Compared to sending troops to the front line, this matter was more surprising. A woman can be king, isn't this a joke? The front line is in such a state, and now a princess, who has never been heard of, is allowed to succeed to the throne. Isn't the royal family going to surrender? The first feeling of the crowd was that it was unreliable. Although there is no distinction between men and women in professions, there are also many women with high achievements in each profession. But the battlefield is not a joke, and it is still more suitable for men. At present, the front line is not dominant, and batches of reinforcements have died. At this time, a king has been changed. No matter how you think about it, it feels too unreliable. At this time, a team of guards came from a distance, and everyone was a little quieter for fear of speaking out of turn. The guards came directly, and handed a new notice to the bard. The bard took a look, gave himself 2 language enhancement states, and then read it aloud. By the Queen's order. The crowd became even quieter, waiting for the next words. First, the national conscription order will be stopped from now on. All soldiers who were forcibly conscripted can receive 3 months' salary. Those who are willing to return home will be issued a pass, and those who are willing to stay in the camp will be promoted 1 level. Crash! The crowd exploded instantly. No one expected that the first order of the new king after taking the throne would be this. Those who were forcibly conscripted do not need to be sent to the battlefield. But what about the front line? The bard continued. Second, the kingdom's envoys will go to Rentam City for peace talks. They have the ability to restore peace to the kingdom. Third, the church is plotting to provoke war. When the third one was said, the crowd exploded again. The conspiracy of the church. There were rumors that the church forced the kingdom to go to war before, and it seems that everything is true. In the commotion, the church clergy squeezed in the crowd quietly withdrew from the crowd and quickly returned to the church. Now it can be confirmed that the archbishop and his men did not come back, and there must be something wrong. And the crowd changed from talking to cheering. It seems that the new queen is not bad, at least much better than the previous one. The palace? Wu Heng took out his mobile phone and sent a picture to Shannara. It was a photo he took of the official saluting while sitting on the throne, and there were 5 church clergy with their heads bowed. Then edit a paragraph of text, "I have succeeded to the throne, and from now on you can call me your majesty." Soon, Shannara's message came back, "Oh, a necromancer can also be a human king? Do you want me to send you a few maids from various races? I guarantee they will serve you better than those ministers." Then, a photo was sent. Shannara was wearing a purple dress, a sun hat, and exaggerated sunglasses on her nose. She smiled at the camera. Behind her was a church building with the same style as the Treasure Island Church. No need to guess, you know it is the Church of the Wood Elves, which has been built. Chapter 986. Then the phone rang. After the call was connected, it was switched to a video call. The moment they saw each other on the screen, they both smiled at the same time. Shannara's position should be in the shadow of an alley. Behind her, she could see the skeleton attendants assigned to her, and several wood elf guards. "The 5th princess you supported?" Shannara asked directly. After leaving Treasure Island, Wu Heng's goal was to resolve the dispute in the Yeko Kingdom. Now that he was sitting on the throne and taking pictures, the matter must have been resolved. It depends on whether the 5th princess is supported or the 2nd prince, who was left in Rentam City. From the outside world's point of view, the 2nd prince is still alive. In addition to Wu Heng, those who knew about this matter also included Wenman Sha, the 2nd princess, and the 2nd princess's personal maid. Wu Heng did not answer directly but asked, "Who do you want to sit on the throne?" Shannara raised her eyebrows, looked at the other party's smiling face, and snorted, "I can see at a glance that you support the 5th princess." So smart. Wu Heng leaned back in a more comfortable posture, and continued, "The 5th princess has taken over the throne and announced it today. The war can also be stopped, which is also a good thing," Shannara said with emotion. "How is your side?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "I have 3 churches completed and opened on the Wood Elf side. Later, I will continue to go to other places to open churches." Shannara continued, "After all of them are opened, I will go to the Elders' Council and discuss with them about opening more churches." "Thank you for your hard work," Wu Heng said. Shannara also spent a lot of effort on her own growth. "Why do you have to work so hard? You are so capable. I don't know how many people say that I have good vision," Shannara said with a smile. Wu Heng continued, "When you talk to the elders, tell them directly that I remember the efforts of the Wood Elves. If there is anything they need help with, I will try my best to help them." Shannara raised her eyebrows. "With your words, I feel more confident. Just chat with them casually, don't put too much pressure on yourself, and the most important thing is not to be detained by them again." Shannara glared, "I'm not a monkey, and I'm always detained. I'm afraid you will be fooled by them again. You are the one who is fooled." The two chatted for a while, and Shannara. It was not a good environment for long chat, so he said, "Okay. Say hello to the 5th princess for me." "No. You should call her Her Majesty the Queen now. We can talk again when we have time." After he was about to hang up the phone, Wu Heng remembered something and said, "By the way, if the Wood Elves have the bodies of executed criminals, remember to bring one back to me." "What for?" "As a reserve for ritual materials." Shannara didn't say much. "Okay, I try to get you a few high-level ones." "Okay." The two hung up the phone, and Wu Heng put the phone aside. Still sitting in the chair, still thinking about the church. The Yeko Kingdom has divided its territory into its own area. Once the ceasefire on the front line is negotiated, the church can be built. By then, Rentam City and the Yeko Kingdom will have built churches. If Shannara also talks smoothly with the Wood Elves and the whole tribe is allowed to build churches, then it should not be a problem for him to break through the restrictions of faith. We must avoid too much conflict with the church. Wu Heng muttered. The foundation has been laid, but we must avoid conflicts with the church during this period. In addition to avoiding the gods behind us from attacking us, we must also avoid the church from interfering with the establishment of the church. The outside world is still afraid of the church. The elves. There are also the sisters Zalagui and Shiryali who are related to me. But the elves have their own heroes. There are 2 heroes in power. Wu Heng suspects that there are more than 2, and there may even be no fewer than the church. It feels that the heroes of the elves are also very strong in doing things. It is definitely impossible for the elves to establish the Lingchi Church. The next is the Blood Clan Lilith. There are 2 hero statues in the Grey Saint sect of the Blood Clan, one of which is the Blood Clan clan. From what Lilith said, it seems that they have been dead for many years, but they still set up hero statues. It is more of a spiritual sustenance. Can I cooperate with the Blood Clan? No, the Blood Clan is too chaotic. The Blood Clan families are all organized into their own systems, fighting against each other, and Lilith just used force to suppress these people. The hero statues set up are probably not very effective. I discuss it with Lilith and see what happens. Thinking of this, he picked up the phone again. I haven't contacted Lilith for a while. The 2 of us have just made some progress, so don't let it go cold. Pick up the phone and dial the number. After the call was connected, Lilith's cold voice came over him. Switched to a video call, and after the call was connected, a dim, somewhat bumpy scene was revealed, and Lilith looked as cold as ever. Wu Hung smiled and asked, "What are you doing?" "She's on her way back to her residence." "Do you have something to talk to me about?" Lilith said calmly. "Nothing. I just haven't seen you for a long time." "Xiao Xiao misses you," Wu Hung said. "Xiao Xiao is next to you." Wu Hung paused. She went out to play." "Humph. You're still using the child as an excuse." Wu Hung smiled and scratched his head, then asked, "Haven't you returned to Treasure Island yet?" Lilith said, "I'm back to the headquarters." "Why go there? There's nothing there. Life is so inconvenient," Wu Hung said. Lilith frowned. It sounded strange to say that life in the headquarters where heroes gather is inconvenient. But since it was Wu Hung who was talking about it, and he had experienced all kinds of electrical appliances in Treasure Island, he couldn't refute it. He answered coldly, "I'm in a meeting. I'm the ruling leader. How can I be as leisurely as you? When will you come back?" Wu Hung continued to ask. The other party hesitated, then said, "Wait until we finish dealing with it here." It seemed that something went wrong at the headquarters. Wu Hung lowered his voice and said, "What happened?" Lilith hesitated, seemingly feeling that the headquarters information should not be casually disclosed, but seeing his expectant look, she still said, "We are investigating a kingdom." Wu Hang's eyes widened. "It can't be the Yet Kingdom." "No." Lilith also lowered her voice and said, "Remember Luan?" "Luan Randolph." Wu Hung frowned. "Who?" "It sounds like a ranger's name. The prince of the Celtic kingdom challenged you when you were on Treasure Island," Lilith reminded unhappily. Having said that, Wu Hung also remembered the other party. Luan, the prince who wanted to use himself to improve his reputation as soon as he arrived on the island, was defeated by himself in the ring. It was also that time that made me deeply realize the importance of keeping a low profile. Later, there was no news about the other party. After thinking of the other party, Wu Hung asked, "What happened to him?" "There are some problems, which have nothing to do with you. I will tell you when the investigation is clear and can be made public." Lilith fiddled with her hair. "Okay." Wu Hung continued to ask, "The Holy See didn't say they would cause trouble for me, right?" "No. After I came back, I also pushed the matter of the exiles onto the Holy See. Hatterai was very dissatisfied with the Holy See. You don't have to do anything recently, and Hatterai can suppress the other party's arrogance," Lilith said. "That's good. I have always been kind to others. If they don't bother me, I will naturally not do anything," Wu Hung said with a smile. Lilith rolled her eyes at him again and said, "Okay. I be back to Treasure Island in a few days, we talk then." "Well, be safe." After ending the call, she put the phone aside. It sounds like the Celtic kingdom has committed some crime and has attracted the attention of the headquarters. The last time the headquarters investigated it personally was when a local deacon was killed, and it sounds like the other party was also in a serious situation. But it has nothing to do with me, and I don't know anyone else except one. I sat in the room and waited for a while. For ghosts came through the wall, and Xiao Xiao flew over, saying in a brisk tone, "Uncle. It's so lively outside, and everyone is quite satisfied with the princess's policies." "Is the effect so good?" The 5th princess had talked to me about the imperial edict, and it was nothing more than discussing a few points. Ceasefire, reduce the number of troops, and recover some lost land. It seems that the residents of the kingdom really care about these points. Then he said, "At the beginning, people cursed the king for changing a woman at this time, but later they heard that the 4 soldiers would be released and the truce would be declared, and they began to cheer and celebrate again." Glinda said calmly, "No one wants to fight. These 2 points alone are enough for the people to support the new king. The response is good, which saves us a lot of trouble." Wu Hung nodded and brushed his sleeves. Let's go. It's time to go back to the zombie world. For ghosts entered his body, Wu Hung asked the Corn Sword Saint to guard the door, and he opened the boundary door in the room. Walked in directly. After walking out of the boundary door, this is the prison monitoring room. Uncle! I'm going to see the zombies. Xiao Xiao and Benny flew out directly. The queen looked at the direction where Xiao Xiao left, with some curiosity in her eyes, and then followed him, intending to see what the zombies were like. After the three ghosts left, Grinda said, "Why don't you let the queen write that physical training skill? I tell her when I go back today." Wu Hung said directly. Most of the time before was spent on the ghost train, so it's time to talk to her about this matter. She has promised you, let her write it as soon as possible, so as to see if it works. Grinda reminded. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded. After Grinda finished speaking, she floated to the side, and her upper body passed through the wall and looked outside. Wu Hung took out his cell phone and called Li Yong. After 3 rings, Li Yong's voice came over. Wu Hung. Nothing happened these days? Wu Hung asked. Nothing. Everything is normal. Li Yong replied, and then said, the weapon blueprint you brought back last time, Jackda's Cry, has entered the final testing stage. It can be put into use after the test. Jackda's Cry was the blueprint he stole from the Russian shelter. It can't be considered stealing. He helped the other party clean up the ghosts inside, and took away an electronic backup. Then he gave it to Gao Rong to develop it according to the research and development, and it seems to be effective. Okay, let's test it normally. See if it works well. Wu Hung said. Even if it may not be used in the zombie world, it may have a good effect in the other world. Li Yong nodded, and then continued, the Dawn Alliance has completed the network restoration in some areas, and now you can go online. Is the network restored now? This restoration speed is a bit too fast. I originally thought that the network would be the last device to be restored, but I didn't expect it to be usable now. Li Yong smiled and said, it's okay. We sold a large amount of food to the outside world, but saved a lot of people, and the technology was preserved. So after the zombie threat was reduced, the restoration of all aspects was accelerated. Wu Hung thought about it, and it seemed to be right. In the meeting room of the Dawn Alliance, the representative of the New Eden base provided a data. When the survivors' base is formed and stabilized, it will take 10 to 20 years to restart agriculture and industry. But the appearance of the Yama Palace base directly replaced the middle area. Food was sold to the whole world, and a market was established, where all kinds of goods could be traded normally. Without worrying about food, the rest of the things would be much easier. The network recovery was actually not difficult to understand. That's right, how to use the network. Can I play games? Wu Hung asked with a smile. The game is not available now, that thing should require a server, but the forum can be used. I will give you the website address later, just open it directly, it's free. Li Yong said immediately. It's good, I take a look later. Wu Hung was also a little curious about what everyone would talk about. Li Yong continued, when will you come? Last time you came to take a look and left. In 2 days, I will visit you then. Okay, don't forget. Li Yong instructed. Okay. Wu Hung agreed, turned on the wireless network, and connected to the network. Sure enough, there was a signal. Li Yong also sent a website address over. Wu Hung clicked on it, and the interface jumped to a forum called Dawn Plan. A striking slogan scrolled at the top of the forum. No matter how long the darkness lasts, dawn will eventually come. He quickly scanned the popular posts below. Article 1, Dawn Alliance, Distribution of Human Survivor Bases and Mutual Assistance Plan. Article 2, Zombie Classification and Basic Intelligence, with Weakness Analysis. Article 3, Wound Treatment, Disease Prevention and Control, and Survival Skills. Article 4, Types of Corpse Cores, Ways of Taking, and Actual Test of Ability Development. Article 5, Rebirth, I Became a Corpse King. Wu Hang's fingers suddenly stopped. Writing a novel? Staring at the 5th title, frowning slightly, still so popular. Clicking on the post, the page jumped. After becoming a zombie, the skin becomes dry, the muscles atrophy, and the body will instinctively crave high-calorie food. The survivors have long hours of sunshine, and their meat is sweet and rich in fat, but eating too much can easily cause internal heat. Once the body becomes fat, it will cause slow movements, and it will be difficult to catch survivors. The Guangdong survivors have been making soup for a long time, and the meat is tender, and the nutrition is balanced, which can make the body more energetic. Wu Hang's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Damn! Survivors on the tip of the tongue. Which genius wrote this? Chapter 987. The survivors in Zhejiang have their own tea aroma, Chongqing spicy and fresh, can remove dampness and cold. Avoid the survivors in first-tier cities. They have been squeezed for a long time, and their meat is sour and dry. They are in a serious sub-health state. The only advantage is that they are easy to hunt, they can't run. Wu Heng's eyelids twitched, and he continued to scroll down the comment area. The post was ridiculously popular, with more than 2,000 comments. Now is the end of the world, the number of living people has dropped sharply, and it is a bit scary to get so many replies. If the first 4 posts were not forcibly pinned by the official, this post would have directly rushed to the top of the list. The style of the comment area is also wild. Is the zombie community also connected to the internet? The poster is the god of food in the zombie community. Yesterday, I caught a Cantonese handsome guy according to the guide. I stewed the soup base for 3 hours, and the bone marrow was fresh. It's the end of the world. Cows and horses are still despised by zombies. Isn't it said that zombie kings are very smart, and can set traps to catch humans? This can't really be a post from a zombie king. Wu Heng paused with his fingertips and raised his eyebrows. Good guy. The imagination is more outrageous than the virus. Exit this post and flip it down. All the members of the base are single. Sincerely recruit female survivors aged 18 to 35, with a list of supplies. The most popular comment, it is recommended to change to non-tum base directly, which is more efficient. Strongly recommend Noah's City to reopen the GTA project. The most popular comment, brother, you can do it in reality, why are you still playing games? Wu Heng looked at it, and felt a little funny. Back, all the stupid netizens with strange imaginations are back. At this time, 3 ghosts came in through the wall from outside. Xiao Xiao flew over and looked at him. Uncle, what are you laughing at? What are you talking about? Wu Heng turned the phone over. You can connect to the internet. The forum is quite interesting. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up, and he turned half a circle in the air. Wow. Can I watch short videos? The other ghosts also came over. As for connecting to the internet, I still don't quite understand what the difference is from normal use. Not yet. Wu Heng shook the phone. Those software should require the service area of the internet company. Now we only set up a forum for survivors to communicate. Boring. Xiao Xiao lost interest instantly. For a child of Xiao Xiao's age, he is exposed to short videos and feels that text platforms such as forums are very boring. Now that the network has been restored, other functions should not be far away. Wu Heng put away his phone and asked, how are the zombies? I almost forgot. Xiao Xiao was happy again, and said in a higher voice, Uncle. 2 zombies have broken through level 20, and we have new skeletons. Wu Heng's eyes also lit up. Finally, there are zombies at level 20 again. Let's go and take a look, and go back as soon as possible after the transformation. Okay. One person led 4 ghosts, walking and chatting, towards the cell area where the zombies were imprisoned. The palace, the conference study. The crystal chandelier cast warm light on the scarlet carpet, and the 3 ministers sat in their respective seats and chatted. The new finance minister tapped his knuckles on the sandalwood table, and his old voice suppressed anxiety. The announcement issued by Your Majesty today is much better than expected. It's really good. The chief wizard stroked the ring on his finger. It's surprising that the people would cheer for a new king at this time. Your Majesty has grown up. The new finance minister sighed. The previous finance minister was executed, and the new minister was immediately promoted to the new king's team. The kingdom commander said seriously, Your Majesty is very different from before. Maybe you can really change the status quo. Yesterday, after the meeting ended and took over the control of the army, he executed a group of ministers who might pose a threat. This decisiveness and ruthlessness are completely different from their impression of the 5th princess. It even feels very strange. Fortunately, after one night, no other problems occurred. The city is still relatively stable. Click. The gilded door opened, and the 5th princess Brittany was wearing a dark red gilded long dress, followed by a skeleton attendant with his hands behind her. Her face was made up maturely, and the hem of her skirt spread out layer by layer. It was somewhat different from the immature image in the past. A day passed, and the 5th princess became more dignified and majestic. The 3 powerful officials immediately stood up and saluted respectfully, Your Majesty. Be more casual. Brittany waved her hand slightly, and sat down opposite. The chief wizard glanced at the 2 people around him, and saw that they had no intention of speaking. His Adam's apple rolled, but he still said, Your Majesty. I be frank. After a slight pause, he continued, the Holy See has always been strong. The leader of Wu Hung detained the archbishop and many clergymen. This may cause dissatisfaction from the Holy See. Brittany slowly picked up the water cup and took a sip. She took a sip and said calmly, "The Holy See forced the two countries to fight on the border. I have reported this to the headquarters of the association. It is reasonable for those people to be arrested as prisoners." Putting down the cup, his fingertips gently stroked the rim of the cup. "If it is in our hands, it will be difficult to deal with." The commander of the kingdom continued in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the Holy See may not dare to touch Wu Hung, but it will definitely start with the kingdom of Yeko." Brittany raised her eyes slightly. Her eyes were deep. She certainly understood their concerns. The Holy See only needed to make a little move to disrupt the entire kingdom, and even change another king. In front of a true hero, the kingdom of Yeko is just a fragile chess piece. "I understand your concerns." Brittany's voice was still steady, but with a hint of coldness, "But the kingdom needs to change, and this time, it is our chance. I decided to gradually sever ties with the Holy See, and completely rely on the leader of Wu Hung." The pupils of the three people shrank suddenly. They knew they would rely on Wu Hung. After all, the queen in front of them was pregnant with his child. In a sense, it is also half of Wu Heng's country, but it is too much to sever ties with the Holy See. The church pays the most attention to the collection of faith. If the kingdom does not allow them to collect faith, it is probably more serious than killing the archbishop. The new minister of finance spoke subconsciously, "Your Majesty, Leader Wu Hung is just one person." There was a hint of urgency in his voice, implying that the church's foundation is far from being matched by one person. Brittany nodded, her expression unchanged. "The current situation does not allow us to waver. If we want to end the war and let the kingdom regain autonomy, we can only bet on Wu Hung. There is no other choice." The room fell into silence. Judging from Brittany's tone, this matter should have been discussed with Wu Hung. The three looked at each other in silence, but they were unable to change anything. "Captain Wu Hung, can you protect the kingdom?" the kingdom commander asked bluntly. Brittany stroked her belly with her fingertips. Her lips curled slightly, but her eyes were cold. "Of course. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life." The three of them pondered for a moment, and nodded slowly. Zombie world, prison area. The skeleton dragged two zombie corpses together. Wu Hung released bone art. The flesh and blood fell off, and two burly skeletons with wings on their backs stood up directly. Spirit skeleton thief, level 20. Spirit skeleton boxer, level 20. Both skeletons retained their original professions, which was not bad. Having a profession means being able to use weapons, which is much better than rushing around like Flash. "Uncle, just call them jumping number 2 and sandbag fist number 2. It's simple and easy to remember." Xiao Xiao floated on his shoulder and said, "Now that there are more level 20 skeletons, Xiao Xiao no longer has the interest in naming them. For those with the same profession, continue by number." Wu Hung nodded, collected the two corpse cores on the ground, and said to the newly joined skeleton, "From now on, you will be called jumping number 2, and you will be called sandbag fist number 2. The two skeletons did not respond, and still stood aside. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, let's go back first." He walked back with the skeletons and ghosts. The queen floated aside and said in a surprised tone, "Did you release the zombie virus? How is it possible?" Wu Hung glanced at her. The queen's eyes were full of doubt. "Didn't you want to cultivate high-level skeletons and then create a virus?" Wu Hung said unhappily, "When the virus broke out, I hadn't become a professional yet, and I didn't have such great ability to directly create the end of the world." The queen still looked at him. Xiao Xiao flew over, raised his hand like a primary school student, and said, "I can testify that the prison here was built later. The virus was definitely not put by Uncle, and Uncle doesn't know anything about necromancy experiments." Wu Hung said, "No need to tell me later." "Oh!" Xiao Xiao smiled. The queen also nodded. Although Xiao Xiao was unreliable, he would not lie. At most, he would not say anything. "That's right. With your personality, you can't do such a thing." They returned to the monitoring room together. Xiao Xiao immediately said, "Uncle, give me the doll and the phone. I want to see what's in the forum." Wu Hung took out the doll and the phone, and Xiao Xiao immediately possessed him, then held the phone and operated it skillfully. The other three ghosts floated behind Xiao Xiao and looked at the content inside. Wu Hung distributed weapons and equipment to the two newly joined skeletons. After returning to his seat and sitting down, he called, "Queen." The queen turned around and looked over. Wu Hung continued, "How do you remember the body refining art we talked about last time? We are facing the threat of the church at any time. I want to practice it, so as to improve myself." the queen said directly. After returning, I will try to write it down. If I can write it all down, I will teach you how to practice it. Okay, your majesty is so smart. This little thing will definitely be no problem. Wu Heng immediately flattered her. As the level of a professional increases, his memory will also improve. The queen must have been close to level 20 when she was alive, if not level 20, so it should not be difficult to remember those contents. The queen rolled her eyes at him. Don't give me that. If I can write it down, I will teach you. If I can't, forget it. Okay. Wu Heng nodded. The two chatted for a while. The queen's attention fell on Xixiao's mobile phone again. She didn't know much about modern characters, so she had to listen to Xixiao's explanation. It sounded quite lively. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Heng asked the three ghosts to come back first, and then walk directly into the boundary gate. Return to the palace. After dinner, Wu Heng prepared paper and pen for the queen, and asked her to start recalling the content of the body refining formula. He chatted with Xiao Xiao and Glinda for a while, and then returned to the room to rest. Pushing open the door, the fifth princess Brittany was already waiting in the room in a silk nightgown. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, she stood up. My lord. You will be crowned tomorrow. Why are you running to me? Wu Heng rubbed her head. Brittany smiled and said, it won't delay you. Besides, we still have a task to complete before you leave. I've prepared a screen for you. You can have someone take the skeleton to the square to install it so that more people can see it tomorrow. Wu Heng said. Brittany's eyes lit up. Okay, I go and arrange it first, and then come back to see you. After that, he put on his coat and left the room. Late at night, Brittany came back quietly. She climbed onto the bed carefully and leaned on his chest. My lord, I'm back. The skeletons are left at the door. Well, it's okay. Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders. How was your day? Brittany replied, I met a few ministers, and everything went well. Wu Heng took off her nightgown. Let's hurry up, and don't delay your serious business tomorrow. Okay. Brittany nodded with a red face. The next day, the royal city. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, the bell tower of the royal city sounded a distant roar. Flocks of white doves circled in the sky, and the morning sun shone through their wings, casting fragments of light. The flags of the kingdom were hung on both sides of the street one day, in advance, fluttering gently with the breeze. A large number of people had gathered in the square, whispering about the succession of the fifth princess today. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky in front. A huge screen played a clear picture. The residents widened their eyes. It's the palace. The ceremony has begun. We can also see the king's coronation. In an instant, the square became noisy. In the palace, the sound of the horn suddenly stopped, and the hall fell into absolute silence. Then, the heavy door slowly opened, and Queen Brittany walked in slowly, wearing a king's robe, a heavy cloak behind her, dragging on the ground, holding a scepter in her hand, and the huge gem on the top reflected the brilliance. Brittany walked up to the platform step by step. The chief wizard held the crown in his hand, and walked forward slowly. Brittany, are you willing to bear the weight of the kingdom? The chief wizard's voice echoed in the hall. Brittany bowed her head slightly, and said firmly yes. The chief wizard hung the crown on the queen's head, and then gently put it on. Brittany stood up again, facing the ministers, holding up the scepter. From today on, I will be the crown of the stars and restore the glory of the kingdom. After the voice fell, the ministers below saluted one after another. Yes, your majesty. At the same time, the crowd watching through the huge screen. They all knelt down. Your majesty. The shout resounded throughout the sky. In the corridor on one side of the palace, Wu Heng watched the entire coronation ceremony. The normal coronation of the king is carried out by the Holy See. But the kingdom wanted to boycott the church, and Wu Heng couldn't come forward, so he could only let the chief wizard put the crown on her. You little queen, you are quite imposing. The queen said on the side. Whoever has power will become a different person. Wu Heng said with emotion. Well, what you said makes sense. The queen agreed. Ring, ring, ring. At this time, the phone rang, and it was Minnie calling. Wu Heng walked to a quieter place, answered it, and asked, Minnie, what's wrong? Master, the radio station intercepted a message saying that the religious leader got a strange object that can restore his body. Minnie's voice was serious. Restore the body? Wu Heng frowned. Chapter 988. The religious leader has recovered. Upon hearing this news, Wu Heng was stunned for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. If there really is a strange object with such an effect, it should be heard of. Wu Heng thought for a while and asked, Did they tell me the name of the strange object? Minnie replied, No, the content is very secretive. only saying that they have obtained the strange object and are preparing the necessary conditions. Even if the name is mentioned, I probably don't know it. It's not that important. I know. Wu Heng continued to ask, did you receive any other intelligence? Minnie paused for a moment and continued, the headquarters is investigating the affairs of the Celtic kingdom, and they are talking about this. The dwarves are collecting various materials to make a material called molten core. Lilith mentioned the affairs of the Celtic kingdom to me. The molten core of the dwarves sounds like a forging tool or a strange object. Do you know what the Celtic kingdom has done? Wu Heng continued to ask. Minnie replied, I heard that it is related to the royal family, and the entire royal family is to be investigated. Good guy. It sounds more serious than the murder of the local deacon by the prince's men. Wu Heng thought about it again, and there was nothing to say, and said, let me know if there is any news, I will go back in 2 days. Okay, master, you also take care of yourself, Minnie said with a smile. Yeah. Then, Minnie said goodbye to the master obediently, and hung up the phone. Putting away the phone, the queen who was following beside him asked, what's wrong? The other ghosts went out to watch the fun, and only the queen followed him. Wu Heng said, Minnie heard some information from the church. The Holy See got a strange object that can make the religious leader regain his body. The queen floated aside, with the same tone as an old professor, it was not uncommon for ghosts to want to revive in my time, such as occupying the body, or the body breaking free from the cocoon and regaining vitality. It is not surprising that there are strange objects to achieve this effect. Then why didn't you revive? Wu Heng asked. The queen's tone choked and said, everything I said requires special skills. Wu Heng nodded and continued, now is different from your time. The only universal skill is resurrection, and there are great restrictions. The strange objects with this effect should also have great restrictions. That's right. The queen also agreed with this sentence. Wu Heng turned his head and looked in the direction of the hall. Brittany stood on the high platform and began to give a speech. Impassionate. I'm going back to the study. Are you still here? Wu Heng said. The queen said, you go back first, I watch for a while. Then you should be careful, if there is any danger, protect Brittany. Wu Heng instructed. Okay. The queen agreed directly. Wu Heng went upstairs directly. Put it back in the study. The room was quiet, and the 4 ghosts were watching the queen's coronation ceremony. Wu Heng poured himself a cup of tea and sat on a wooden chair on the side. He subconsciously began to think about the religious leader's recovery. With the ability of the Holy See, it is not difficult to get a strange object. The only doubt is why I haven't heard of similar news before. A strange object that can restore the ghost's body will definitely not be unknown. After reaching level 18, a professional will definitely become a ghost after death. So, have these high-level professionals, who have reached level 18 or above never thought about this strange item? Even if the 18th level professionals don't know, what about the heroes? You know, the immortal emperor over there in the desert also relied on becoming a corpse ghost to get the effect of near immortality. Why, only after the death of the religious leader, did he mention such a strange item? It feels a bit strange. Wu Heng thought while drinking tea. 4 ghosts flew in through the wall from outside. Still gathered together to discuss the coronation ceremony. Uncle, why didn't you go to see the princess ascend the throne? Xiao Xiao flew over and asked. I watched for a while, and felt that there was nothing to do, so I came back first. Wu Heng answered, holding up the cup of tea. Xiao Xiao flew around in circles, and then said, it's more lively outside. After the princess spoke, there were bards at every intersection saying good things for the princess. As lively as Treasure Island? That's not the case. Xiao Xiao smiled. Wu Heng looked at Granda and said, I just received a call from Minnie, saying that the Vatican had obtained a strange object and was planning to restore the body of the religious leader. The lively atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, is it also a puppet? Puppets are props made by puppeteers, and are not strange objects. Wu Heng replied. Oh! Granda pretended to think and said, how could there be such a thing? It's indeed a bit strange. Wu Heng also agreed. Granda then asked, what do you think? The other 3 ghosts also looked at him in unison. Wu Heng paused for a moment and said slowly, there are 2 possibilities. One is that the Holy See really found such a strange object. With the Holy See's ability, and the scope of its spread across the continent, it is not surprising to find some strange objects and props with special effects. The second possibility is that the Holy See is testing the safety of the radio station. The 4 ghosts were stunned. Xiao Xiao said, oh! They suspect that you, uncle, are eavesdropping and testing us. Wu Heng nodded and said, I doubt whether there is such a possibility. Now that you put it that way, it is really possible. If we were the Holy See, we would definitely doubt whether the props said by the opponent have any problems. Granda agreed. The other two ghosts also nodded. The radio station was sent over. Even if the other party did not know the principle of the radio, the two sides had such a great hatred that they would definitely doubt whether there were any hidden dangers in this prop. It is very likely that this method is used for testing. As long as there is a slight change, the Holy See will know that the radio station is being eavesdropped. It will not be used again in the future. Benny said, what if this is true? The one person and several souls fell silent again. Xiao Xiao looked around and said, isn't this better? We didn't get the body last time, it's such a pity. And think about it, if he can recover his body, we don't have to cultivate zombies in prison, let him resurrect constantly, and let his body serve as a skeleton for us. The one person and three souls stared at her, with wide eyes at the same time. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Isn't this method good? Benny sighed. Xiao Xiao. Your idea is really unique. The queen also said, you are the necromancer, right? Is it not good? Why do I feel that it is good? He can't beat us. Xiao Xiao thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with her suggestion. Wu Hong concluded. Xiao Xiao said it is okay. Even if the other party really found this strange object, it will not be a big threat to us. We should not disclose the radio because of this matter. Yes. Glenda also said, there are other races using the radio. Things that can be eavesdropped must not be disclosed, not even Lilith. One person and four souls chatted, and it felt that it was not a big deal. Even if the religious leader can be resurrected, it is difficult to pose any threat to the power on his side at the moment. The biggest danger is still the gods behind the church. After thinking it through, the mood was relaxed a lot. That's fine. Stay here for another day today, and we will return to Treasure Island tomorrow. At dusk, Queen Brittany walked in from outside. The royal robe on her body has been changed into home clothes. Seeing Wu Hong sitting on the chair, she immediately looked up and asked, my lord, how did I perform today? Wu Hong looked at her expectant look and said with a smile, very good, I feel no worse than other kings, very imposing. Really? I'm glad I didn't embarrass you. Brittany smiled. Wu Hong didn't stay downstairs for long, and only listened to the beginning of the speech, but Brittany's performance was indeed good. Some things are just like this. When the crown was on her head, the whole person's momentum had changed. The king's majesty naturally emanated. It was like a person who was really rich, and one could feel calm and confident in his words and deeds. Brittany continued, I plan to discuss with Sister Wen Manshaw tonight to finalize the armistice agreement, and then arrange for the envoy to sign the agreement. Just discuss it. The Treasure Island Strange Machine Master is still in Rattan City. When the time comes, we will plan the time and help the kingdom get electricity. Wu Hong said directly. Brittany's expression was choked. I'm going to be suppressed by Sister Wen Manshaw again. Wu Hong smiled. It's not that serious. Wen Manshaw is still easy to talk to. You two should discuss it carefully. Brittany pouted, walked over and sat in his arms, and said coquettishly, my lord, you must help me talk to Sister Wen Manshaw when the time comes. Don't let Sister Wen Manshaw be too cruel. Wu Hong hugged her waist. Okay. You talk first. If it doesn't work, I will help you talk. Yeah. Brittany smiled immediately. When it comes to electricity, Brittany's eyes are full of longing. Treasure Island is known as the Pearl of the Emerald Sea. The whole island is bright day and night, and the business atmosphere is good. As long as she imitates Treasure Island, she can achieve similar results. Her performance will not be worse than the previous king, and she will become the king loved by everyone. Then, the two chatted about the future development. Wu Hong put his hand around the other's waist, and reached into her clothes along her waist. While stroking her smooth skin, he said, I will go back to Treasure Island tomorrow, and I can't leave for too long. I will arrange some skeletons to protect you. Brittany asked reluctantly, my lord, will you come to see me again? I'll leave you a few more tickets. Once you're settled here, you can go to Treasure Island and stay there for a few days. It won't take long. Wu Hong said with a smile. You're right. Brittany smiled again. Anyway, there's the ghost train, so it won't take long to go back and forth. Wu Hong patted her butt and asked her to get up first, then opened the mansion technique and said to the inside, jumping number 2, sandbag fist number 2, you come out and protect her from now on. Two tall skeletons walked out. Brittany raised her eyebrows, and focused on the wings behind the other party. She had seen this kind of winged skeleton before, and it was a particularly powerful skeleton servant. Wu Hong continued, these two skeletons are level 20. Except for the heroes who can't kill them, they can handle all other dangers. If you encounter something they can't handle, use the ghost train to leave. Here are the tickets. Brittany's eyes widened. Level 20. Skeletons. Skeletons of the same level as heroes are used to protect themselves. The words came to his lips, but he held them back. What he said to the ministers was still too conservative. The skeleton attendants around him could all reach level 20. This alone has surpassed the kings of previous dynasties. Brittany? Wu Hung shouted. Brittany immediately came back to her senses. Thank you, sir, I will remember it. Wu Hung continued, you should also pay attention to upgrading your level. When you reach level 18, I will help you improve your reputation and become a hero. Brittany showed gratitude. It's great that I have the opportunity to become a hero. It was the most correct decision for me to escape to Treasure Island. You were also very brave at that time. Knock, knock, knock. There was a slight knock on the door, and the voice of the maid came from outside. Your Majesty. Dinner is ready. Yes, I know. Brittany said to the door. Then she took Wu Hang's hand. Let's eat first, and then we rest early. You have to work harder tonight. The next day, Wu Hung accompanied Brittany to complete the first morning meeting after her accession to the throne. Brittany performed very well, and took the leading position in the whole meeting. All things were arranged. When the meeting was over, the ministers left. Wu Hung and Brittany continued to talk about the arrangements in the room. A puff of smoke swept from the distant sky, passed through the window, and condensed into the image of the witch Viola. Your Majesty, the Queen? Viola saluted the two. Wu Hung asked first, is there any news about the person I asked you to find? Viola said, we have found him. Babuzi is the shadow leader of the eastern region. Do we need to transfer him back? Babuzi is the leader of the Flying Fish Pirates. That is, Philippa's only friend among the pirates. He was arranged here as an undercover agent to make up for his mistakes. But after being arranged here, no useful information was sent back, and Wu Hung needed to find the person specifically to confirm whether he was dead or not. Don't worry, we will talk about it when we need to transfer him later. Wu Hung continued, come back to Treasure Island with me later. Viola's pupil shrank slightly, and he hesitated and said, my lord, I am now in charge of the Shadow Council of the kingdom. Otherwise, I will stay and help Her Majesty the Queen for a while. When everything is completely stable, I will go to Treasure Island again. Staying here is much easier than dealing with Wu Hung. Brittany will arrange other people to take charge of things here. Wu Hung said directly. Brittany also smiled and said, thank you Sister Viola for your help during this period. The kingdom is still relatively peaceful now, so there should be no problem. Before, Viola's level was quite high. But Wu Hung arranged 2 level 20 skeletons for her, so one more or one less is not that important. Viola felt that she was being demolished, but there was no better way. Listen to the adults' arrangements. Is there anything to pack? Wu Hung said. Viola thought for a while. Nothing to pack. I brought it all with me. Wu Hung opened the mansion technique, revealing the space inside. You go in first, and I let you out when we return to Treasure Island. Viola looked inside. Her eyes widened again. In addition to the skeleton, there were also several clergymen of the church imprisoned, including the archbishop, who was extremely powerful in the palace. The archbishop was now imprisoned in a sealed metal box with 2 arms beside him. His mouth was also sealed, and he looked extremely hideous and terrifying. He is indeed a devil. Viola thought to herself. It's okay, they are all seriously injured and are no threat to you. Wu Hung said. Viola came back to her senses, glanced at him, and walked in. Mansion technique was closed, and Wu Hung walked outside. In the courtyard, Wu Hung said goodbye to Brittany. I'm going back. Call me if you have anything. I go to see you after I've arranged it here. Brittany said reluctantly. Behind her were 2 tall skeleton attendants. At this time, they had changed into the costumes of the kingdom, and all parts of their bodies were wrapped up. They looked like 2 tall guards. Wu Hung touched her head. Okay, I introduce Minnie, and the others to you then. After saying goodbye, Wu Hung put on the train conductor's hat, and the train appeared. Wu Hung boarded the train and waved goodbye. The door closed, and the train disappeared. Headquarters, the leader's study. The illuminated stone lamp cast a halo on the table, illuminating the entire room in a dim yellow. The soul of the religious leader was suspended in the air, like dark smoke, entangled above a fist-sized companion Een Jade, absorbing the wisps of undead power emitted by the Een Jade. Becoming a ghost, without a contract with a necromancer, it is necessary to absorb the Een Jade to maintain the stability of the soul. On the other side of the study, a puppet Jing, who looked almost exactly like him, sat on a chair, wearing a luxurious robe and with a slightly tilted head. Ha! The religious leader suddenly sneered. During this period, in addition to his deep hatred for Wu Heng, he also developed a trace of regret. He underestimated the other party, underestimated him again and again. From the inconspicuous professional on Treasure Island to the existence that can shake the entire church, Wu Heng's growth rate is far beyond his expectations. If he had known this day earlier, when he first set foot on Treasure Island, he should have crushed the other party's throat directly, instead of foolishly following the ridiculous rules of the association. But you are also stupid to follow the rules of the association. The religious leader glanced at the radio station next to him. Wu Heng. Let's wait and see. Chapter 989. Treasure Island. When I got off the train, the sea breeze with a damp and salty smell hit me in the face. In the distance, the waves rolled in and slapped on the rocks. For ghosts floated out of their bodies, suspended in the air, looking at the surrounding scenes. Go home. Xiao Xiao cheered, and turned lightly in the air. The other three ghosts also smiled, looking like they were not at home anywhere. Xiao Xiao flew over and asked, Uncle, are you going home directly or taking a walk? I take a walk, Wu Heng said. Oh, Sister Benny, and I will go to the front to take a look, Xiao Xiao said immediately. Go. After the walk, go back early. Wu Heng nodded and agreed. Xiao Xiao waved his hand and flew forward with Benny first. Wu Heng also walked towards the residential area, and the ghosts of Granda and Yang Yang followed him on both sides. Entering the port area, Wu Heng paused slightly. Port number 1, which was once full of masts, now has few merchant ships moored. Under the shadow of the Holy See, most chambers of commerce still choose to protect themselves, or purchase goods from Treasure Island through some secret channels for resale. These chambers of commerce have no backbone at all. The Queen muttered. Merchants will not offend the Holy See for business. Granda whispered, and then said to Wu Heng, I think it would be safer to shift the focus of business to the inner city of Neda. After all, from the outside world's perspective, it is still an autonomous region. Wu Heng nodded slightly. At present, Treasure Island is not short of funds, and it is not like the beginning, selling various items to make money. Moreover, it is not that there are no chambers of commerce willing to cooperate with Treasure Island. For example, the Chamber of Commerce of the Elf Clan and the Chamber of Commerce of the Wood Elves still insist on cooperation. The gold stored before is enough for him to squander for a long time. Besides, the city of Rentam will also provide a lot of tax revenue. I will discuss it with Shannara when I go back. After all, she was in charge of the business before. Wu Heng said in a low voice with his head tilted. You have the final say. Grenda nodded. Standing aside and taking a look, he called a carriage and went to the island owner's mansion. The wheels made a creaking sound when rolling over the cobblestone road. On both sides of the street, the bards recited poems with emotion, and the vendors carried goods and shouted loudly. Even if you have seen the capital of the kingdom of Yeko, you can't feel the atmosphere of Treasure Island. Passing by the church, the carriage slowed down again. The door of the church was open, and residents came in and out. The number of priests and nuns has obviously increased a lot. The church is developing well. Grinda retracted his head and commented. Yes, it is good. When the churches in various places are built, these priests can also be arranged to go there. Wu Heng retracted his gaze. A large number of priests will be needed by then. You should start preparing now, Grinda said. Yes. The carriage passed through the square and stopped at the fork in the road near the island owner's mansion. After paying the fare, Wu Heng took off his mask and walked towards the island owner's mansion. Walked into the island owner's mansion. As soon as he entered the front courtyard, 3 figures ran towards him from the building. Wu Heng. The first one was Philippa, who pounced from a distance, flying directly into his arms, hanging on him like an octopus. Master. Then came Minnie and the kitten Roby, who squeezed in from both sides. Wu Heng pulled out his arms that were tightly held by Philippa and touched Minnie and Roby's heads. Is everything okay at home? It's okay. Minnie looked up, her 2 rabbit ears shaking. Deacon Shiragwi called, and I said you were out on a cruise, and she didn't call again after that. The maid at home knew about the relationship between him and the elf sisters, but in order to avoid Shiragwi being shy, she pretended not to know. Let's talk inside. Wu Heng put Philippa down and took them into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, Minnie made tea on the tea table. Roby lowered the air conditioner temperature by 2 degrees, and Philippa rubbed his shoulders from behind, but the force was a bit too strong. If it were someone else, it would probably be like being tortured. After the tea was delivered, Wu Heng listened to the maid and Philippa, reporting the recent situation one by one, and the entire Treasure Island was still operating as usual. As long as the Holy See doesn't come to cause trouble, Treasure Island will be fine. After talking about Treasure Island, Wu Hung opened the mansion technique and said, Viola. Minnie and the other two also came closer and looked curiously at the inside of the mansion technique. A woman wearing a lady's dress embroidered with complicated dark patterns came out. She was tall, with fair skin, and a pair of phoenix eyes slightly raised, with a bit of sharpness. My lord, Viola saluted. Minnie, Robert and Philippa looked at the woman who came out curiously at the same time. Her name is Viola. Wu Hung introduced. She is also a new maid. Minnie will arrange a room for her later, and she will live in the island owner's mansion. Hearing the word maid, Viola's body trembled, pursed her lips, and hesitated. My lord, is it inappropriate for me to live in the island owner's mansion? Why don't I pay for it myself and buy a mansion outside first? You are wanted in the headquarters. Wu Hung interrupted her. It will be more troublesome for you to live outside. Live in the island owner's mansion first. When things are settled, you can move out if you want. Yes. Viola could only answer. Minnie and the other two exchanged glances, all a little surprised. The wanted criminal of the headquarters. This level is probably not low. Seeing that the two stopped talking, Minnie smiled and said, Sister Viola, I will take you to choose a room. There are many vacant rooms on the second floor. You can choose one you like. Thank you, Miss Minnie. Viola nodded slightly. Minnie didn't know her, but she had investigated the people around Wu Hung in detail. Minnie, the housekeeper of the island owner's mansion, was the first maid to follow Wu Hung and was responsible for all affairs of the island owner's mansion. A close maid around a hero is no less important than the queen of the Yek kingdom. When the two went upstairs, Philippa and Robert came up immediately. Wu Hung. Who is she? The protector of the Divine Punishment Church, the witch, you forgot. Wu Hung explained in a low voice. Ah! Her, you caught her back. Philippa immediately remembered this person. When Robert came, the matter of Treasure Island had ended, but he had also heard about the things here, and knew the identity of the witch. Also a little surprised. Philippa said, You caught her back and planned to arrange her as an undercover? The Divine Punishment Church has been destroyed by me, and she played a certain role in the middle, so I asked her to sign a contract and didn't kill her. Wu Hung then roughly told the story of the kingdom of Yeko. The two listened carefully, just like listening to a story. Philippa continued to ask, Where is Babuki? Isn't he also an undercover in the cult? Wu Hung said angrily, Your friend is too unreliable. He has been gone for such a long time, but he has not sent back any useful information. He has a high position. Philippa laughed. Pirates? It's like this. It's good that he is still alive. I only have such a friend. If he hadn't really saved Philippa, he would have been executed on Treasure Island. Don't worry, he is living better than anyone else. Wu Hung said. You are so nice. Philippa hugged his arm and acted coquettishly. At this time, the sound of dong 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 came from the stairs. The puppet controlled by Xiao Xiao slid and stopped in the living room, looked over here, and shouted, Sister Philippa, Sister Robe, let's go play football. It's noon, why play football, it's so hot. Robe looked at the hot weather outside the window. The puppet controlled by Xiao Xiao tilted his head and thought for a while, then suddenly clapped his hands. Then let's go play games. The room can even turn on the air conditioner. Okay. Robe's eyes lit up, and he jumped up immediately. I've practiced several moves recently, and I can definitely beat you. Philippa also said, I'm better than Robe. The three of them left Wu Hung and ran excitedly to the audiovisual room upstairs. Not long after, Bernie and Glinda also controlled their puppets to come down from upstairs. Bernie's puppet walked to the green plants by the window, and began to trim the extra branches and leaves of the potted plants. Glinda lay leisurely on the rattan lounge chair in the courtyard, flipping through the books in her hand. Returning to Treasure Island, the ghosts also became comfortable. There was no one in the living room. Wu Hung drank the tea and went straight upstairs. Walking to the door of the radio room, he pushed the door and walked in. In the room, the table that was once filled with communication equipment is now mostly empty. With the upgrade of communication methods, most of the radio stations have been dismantled, leaving only a few key equipment for fleet command. The remaining ones are specially used to monitor the headquarters, the church, and several other races. Wu Hung walked straight to the radio area of the church, picked up the record book in front of the skeleton investigator, and began to check. At first, there were some test conversations, followed by some scattered intelligence messages, which seemed to be nothing important. Continuing to look down, he saw the detailed information about the restore the body of the religious leader recorded on the paper, and there were also a few lines of material lists attached. Wu Hung took a look and put it back when he saw that there was no new information. As the novel said, even if the religious leader can really restore his body, the threat is limited. On the contrary, if this strange object really exists, perhaps it can be used for oneself. Imagine if you can master this technology, not to mention giving it to your own ghost. If you really can't break through the hero stage, you can also use this strange object to revive. That's good too. Continue to look through the monitoring records of other forces. Blood Clan, encrypted communication about internal job transfers. Both the management officials and the Grey Saint cult have made major adjustments, but Wu Hung doesn't know who is who by name. Anyway, they are all a long list. Elf Clan, lengthy discussion on border trade policy. It looks like a struggle between two different political factions. One of the interesting points is that the success of the Wood Elves' business is mentioned. The dwarves frequently mention the collection of materials for the molten core. It seems that some large-scale forging plan is underway. Finally, there are the records from the headquarters. The records from the headquarters are a bit long. Wu Hung flipped through them and summarized them. The Celtic Kingdom is in turmoil, and members of the royal family have been arrested on a large scale. The suspects are still under investigation, and the succession of the throne will be completed under the supervision of the association. Wu Hung raised his eyebrows. Compared with the last time, when the eldest prince arranged for members of the sect to kill the deacon of the association, the situation in the Celtic Kingdom is obviously much more serious. Directly replacing the entire royal family is a violation of the heavenly law. Wu Hung looked at them one by one, and put the record book back in front of the skeleton investigator. He sat down on the chair at the back, took out his mobile phone, and dialed Lilith's number. The phone rang twice, and was picked up. Lilith's lazy voice came through the receiver. "Hello?" Wu Hung said, "Still in the headquarters?" The other party choked, and then said, "Why are you in a hurry?" "I will be back in a few days." "About a few days?" Wu Hung asked. "It's over here. Why are you so clingy?" Lilith said unhappily. "You're just too slow." Wu Hung said, and then got to the point. "Seriously, I recruited a subordinate, the kind who signed a slave contract. She was wanted by the headquarters before, and now she wants to turn over a new leaf. Is there any way to withdraw her?" The sound of fabric rustling came from the phone, and then Lilith's voice. "What level?" "What's the crime?" "Level 18, former protector of the Divine Punishment Church. The crime is a cult organization. This time she cooperated with me to take down the entire Divine Punishment Church, so I let her join Treasure Island." Wu Hung said. "You went to the Kingdom of Yeko?" Lilith said in a serious voice. "The church is watching you so closely, and you still found time to take down the Divine Punishment Church." She was in charge of intelligence work, and knew that the Divine Punishment Church was in the Yek Kingdom, and also knew about the hatred between him and Wu Hung. "I just didn't expect that he would find time to destroy the church when the situation with the church was so serious." On the way, Wu Hung said with a smile. There was silence in the receiver for a few seconds, and Lilith said, "This can be regarded as redeeming meritorious service. You can write a detailed report, and the wanted order can be withdrawn." After a slight pause, she continued, "After the order is withdrawn, you will be her guarantor, and you will be implicated if there is any problem. Don't worry, there is a slave contract." Wu Hung said confidently, and then changed the subject. "What has the church done recently?" "Hadarei is keeping a close eye on it, and the church may not dare to act rashly, so don't provoke the church." Lilith continued to instruct. "As long as you don't come to trouble me, I also want to have some leisure time." Wu Hung answered easily. Lilith didn't seem to get any special actions from the church. Otherwise, given their current relationship, they should have reminded themselves. After that, the two chatted casually for a few words, and hung up the phone. Leave the radio room. Return to the study. The conversation in the TD series came from inside. The Queen's soul floated in the air, while controlling the pen to write the skill book, and there was a tablet next to the desk playing a palace drama. Wu Hung said unhappily, "You are watching the TD series while writing, and you write the skills badly. Then I will go crazy and we will all die." The Queen said, "I am already level 20, and the two are not affected. It doesn't affect the head." Wu Hung said, "Originally, I was thinking of taking you to see the production progress of the dodgy animation in the evening, but now I see, forget it." The Queen's expression was choked. "Are you threatening me? Put yourself in my shoes." The Queen snapped the tablet shut. "Okay, I won't read it anymore. I write it for you, okay? Wait until you have a break. Don't read it while you are writing." Wu Hung said, and then said, "Can you remember the content?" It went smoothly. I haven't forgotten it so completely, the queen replied. Can you write it in a few days? It's hard to say. If everything goes well, it can be written in 3 to 5 days. Okay. Wu Hung nodded. The queen said no more and began to concentrate on writing. Dusk. The dusk gradually fell, and the chandelier in the restaurant was still bright. When Wu Hung walked down the stairs, the tableware was already set on the dining table. Annette, the white lop-eared rabbit, also came back from the city hall and sat at the dining table to prepare for dinner. Wu Hung introduced, Annette, this is Viola. She will be one of us in the future. Viola bowed slightly, and there was no trace of her former cruel appearance. Annette looked at her curiously, her rabbit ears trembling slightly. Hello, Miss Viola. After the introduction, they started eating directly. Viola was full of curiosity about this place. Bright lamps, air-conditioned props. The quality of life here is so high. The special lighting equipment of Treasure Island has such a good effect. The most important thing is that the maids can eat at the table with Wu Hung. It's incredible. Annette said at this time, Master, the decoration of the new church is progressing smoothly and is expected to be completed within half a month. Well, you keep an eye on it. Wu Hung continued, remember to call Chanela in the evening and ask her to select more wood elves to serve as priests. Understood. Annette nodded, and her rabbit ears swayed slightly with the movement. Viola sipped the red wine gracefully, looking around and out the window. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, after dinner, take Viola out for a look. Don't come back too late. Yes, master. Chapter 990. After dinner, the maids took Viola out shopping. Wu Hung sat on the sofa in the living room, chatting with Wen Shaw while texting. What are you doing? The queen's soul came through the ceiling. Go check the progress of the animation? Let's go! Wu Hung put away his phone, stood up and released teleportation, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The formation appeared again, and it appeared in a separate mansion. The queen was a little late and caught up. The two had a soul contract, and they could feel each other's direction and position. Here? The queen looked at the building with a dark window. Well, some technical departments are arranged around the island owner's mansion. Wu Hung walked inside. Let's go, I take you to see. One person and one soul entered the building, and the hall was dark. Dozens of monitors were emitting light, reflecting the skeleton sitting in front of the computer, looking a little scary. Wu Hung turned on the light and introduced to the queen. The skeletons here are proficient in various design and painting software, newspaper typesetting, and post-production, and editing of some pictures are also completed here. The queen looked at it curiously. What is post-processing? It means to make some adjustments to the parts of the photo that you are not satisfied with. Wu Hung explained, and then said, last time we made a photo of Saidu wearing a skirt and standing at the street corner soliciting customers. Saidu? Religious leader? Isn't he a man? The queen frowned. Only men can be lethal. I told him that if he dares to harass Treasure Island again, I will post this photo in every church. Wu Hung said with his head tilted. The queen was stunned for several seconds before she managed to say, he is in big trouble for offending you. It's okay, we can still make videos. Wu Hung said. The queen had nothing to say, and followed them to the computer. The pale finger bones of the skeleton slid on the digital tablet, and the soul fire in the empty eye sockets reflected the fine model on the screen. The queen floated forward and looked at the image of the nine-tailed fox being rendered on the screen. The queen's body penetrated the screen and looked inside. There is nothing inside, it was made by software. Wu Hung said, standing behind. The queen retracted her gaze. It's different from the animation Xiao Xiao showed me. For K-level modeling, do you feel satisfied? Wu Hung asked. The queen nodded, not bad. It sounds really satisfactory. Come on, I take you to see the script. Wu Hung took her to the front and continued to walk. Call out the script. The skeleton in front of him called out the document. The queen immediately came closer and began to examine it carefully. Wu Hung did not disturb her, sat down in the back, picked up his phone, and continued to chat with Wen Shaw. After a while, the queen retracted her gaze. I've finished looking. Where are the pictures? What pictures? You said the religious leader in women's clothing. Let me see what he looks like. The queen said immediately. I have it in my phone. Wu Hung called up the photo. The religious leader on the screen, wearing a garland on his head and a tool on his body, was smiling while holding a flower. The queen chuckled, you are so bad. Wu Hung put away his phone, stood up and turned off the lights in the living room. Let's go back first. Okay. Wu Hung released the teleportation spell and returned to the mansion. After returning to the island owner's mansion, the queen followed closely. The animation is progressing smoothly. It will probably be played soon. Wu Heng said. The queen raised her eyebrows and said, I know. I will speed up the body refining technique as promised to you. Well, I still expect you to teach me how to practice it then. Wu Heng said with a smile. Okay. The queen said and flew upstairs. Entertainment City. Which Viola's pupil shrank slightly, looking at the bizarre scene in front of her. The entire entertainment city seemed to be shrouded in magic, with gorgeous neon strips and changing patterns on various screens. Music, laughter, and electronic sound effects intertwined to form a kind of almost magical excitement that she had never experienced before. This was completely different from the treasure island in her memory. The last time she left, this was just an ordinary island, even a little backward. Even though she later heard about the streetlight plan and Emerald Sea Pearl, she only thought that Wu Heng relied on his cleverness to make some city arrangements. But everything in front of her completely overturned her cognition. This is countless times better than Kela's city. It is more like the main city of a century-old kingdom. On the dance machine, Minnie and Robe were dancing happily to the rhythm. The hair of the bunny-eared girl flew with her movements, and the cabwoman's slender tail swayed with the rhythm, full of vitality. As the two danced, many onlookers gathered around. Sister Viola, come and try it too. Robe suddenly turned around, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and grabbed her hand. Viola hesitated for a moment, and was pulled onto the dance machine. The music started, and a flashing arrow appeared on the screen. He followed suit and started to dance. The night was deep. Wu Heng lay on his back, his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling and began to think about the next direction of development. First of all, the threat still came from the Holy See. He had killed 3 of the 4 great holy seats of the Holy See. Even if the religious leaders were not completely dead, they did not have the strength of heroes. With the power he had accumulated now, he was not afraid of a few more heroes. The most disturbing thing was the gods, who had been worshipped for thousands of years. It was obviously unlikely that he had no means to intervene in this world. It was not certain when the other party would take action. In fact, think about it, it was difficult for heroes to break through the stage of faith, largely because of the thousands of years of propaganda of the Holy See. The gods were shaped into unreachable symbols. Gods did not exist in the world, and a living hero was also a powerful professional, at most a spokesperson for the gods. The use of smart speakers has proven its feasibility. Believers can listen to oracles at any time and receive immediate responses to their prayers, which is an effect that even the church cannot achieve. Thinking this way, we cannot have too much conflict with the church, so as not to delay the development of the church. No! There can be no conflict. The news of the Yek kingdom has been passed back to the church. They will definitely not allow the rise of the new sect. We will have to fight sooner or later. Thinking of this, Wu Heng summed it up. Delay the direct conflict with the church and speed up the construction of the church. How could the church tolerate the rise of the new god? This war will break out sooner or later. The only difference is time. I am not afraid of heroes, but I still feel a little timid when facing gods. Just like when I was a professional, I was still a little worried when I learned that heroes could not be killed. As for the atomic bomb, it would be great to destroy the entire holy city, but the association would never sit idly by. If it is really thrown out, I will be the enemy of the world. If the focus is on the heroes and gods of the church, no matter how many ordinary clergymen die, it will be meaningless. As for the zombie world, the operation of the base has been put on track, and it is urgent to upgrade the level of Li Yang and others. He doesn't want to rise higher and higher while the people around him grow old and die. Only Xiao Xiao thinks that becoming a ghost is a great thing, and wants her mother to become a ghost too. We must urge them to train. Dong dong dong. His thoughts were interrupted by a slight knock on the door. The door slowly opened a gap, and Minnie's furry rabbit ears poked in first. Seeing that Wu Heng was still awake, his eyes lit up. Master, are you still awake? She pushed the door open quietly, and behind her, Robert, Annette and Philippa also filed in. Wu Heng naturally knew what they were doing at night, and opened his arms. The 4 girls smiled and gathered around him, resting their heads on his arms or leaning on his chest. Did you have fun? Wu Heng stroked Minnie's long hair. Sister Viola adapted quickly, and went straight back to her room after she came back. Minnie said softly. Philippa interrupted. When she first played the dance machine, her hands and feet seemed to have just grown out, but later they got much better. Wu Heng nodded. Take her out for a walk every now and then. Okay. Several people nodded. Wu Heng turned off the desk lamp, and the silver moonlight shone in through the window, reflecting on the intertwined figures of several people. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hung arrived at the association and walked straight to the front desk. "Good morning, Island Master." The front desk clerk smiled and saluted. "Good morning." Wu Hung handed her a letter. "Mail it to the headquarters." "Okay, sir." The female clerk put it away and put it separately in the location of expedited letters. Wu Hung smiled and nodded, then walked inside. He came all the way to the door of the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and after hearing the response, he opened the door and walked in. The room was filled with a faint floral scent. The two sisters looked up and saw Wu Hung coming in, and their eyes lit up. "Wu Hung!" Shiryali shouted, trotting over and giving her a hug. Wu Hung held her in his arms and circled in the air, and put her down again. Zalagwi was more stable and asked, "You are already a hero, why are you patrolling in person?" Wu Hung sat down beside him, and Shiryali brought him tea and cakes. "It's called a cruise, and I went out to deal with some church matters." Wu Hung took a sip of tea and replied. Zalagwi raised his eyebrows. "Then Minnie said you were on a cruise, and even we kept it a secret?" Wu Hung said calmly, "What should I do? You don't let them tell them about our relationship, and Minnie only thinks you are a deacon of the association." The maids at home knew about his relationship with the elf sisters, but the elf sisters thought that the confidentiality was very good. "Forget it, I call you directly when I go out next time." Zalagwi retreated when she heard that the relationship was to be made public. Wu Hung said unhappily, "From what you said, it seems that it is embarrassing for you to announce our relationship?" Zalagwi walked out of the desk, hugged his arm on the other side, and said with a smile, "No way. You are the island owner, and I am the deacon of the association. What if the association transfers me after I reveal it?" Wu Hung was just teasing her, hugging the two sisters on the left and right, and asked, "Is everything okay on the island?" "No big deal." Zalagwi paused, and then said, "The flag-bearer Eleanor has been transferred, and the new flag-bearer has not been appointed yet." Knowing that he would not remember it if he only mentioned the name, he also mentioned the flag-bearer. That is, the previous elf flag-bearer. Although there is no substantial evidence, it can be inferred that he should have cooperated with the Holy See's holy war plan. Not dealing with him is also to give face to the two elf leaders of the headquarters. Where was he transferred to? Wu Hung continued to ask. "I'm not sure what position he will be assigned to in the future when I return to the headquarters." Zalagwi shook her head. Shiryali said, "I feel that he will definitely be punished after returning. The flag-bearer is an important position. He messed up right from the start. It would be strange if he was not punished." "Yeah, that makes sense." Wu Hung smiled and nodded. Then, the three chatted for a while. After confirming that there was nothing serious, they decided to accompany the two sisters in 2 days, and then they got up and left. Walked out of the association, and walked straight to the Snake Emblem Consortium opposite. Pushing open the consortium door, the cold air mixed with a faint scent of incense hit me in the face. After Light took over the local consortium, this ancient building was also renovated. The crystal chandelier was bright, the air conditioner was blowing cold air, and some mercenaries gathered in the hall to read the mission announcement. "My lord, the island owner." The front desk attendant hurriedly saluted, and Wu Hung nodded slightly. "Is Letelai here?" "Please wait a moment, I will go and inform you." The attendant bowed and retreated with a hurried pace. In Treasure Island, Wu Hung's status is much higher than Letelai. In the lounge, Wu Hung sat on the sofa and waited for a while. Not long after, the door was gently pushed open. Letelai walked in a lake blue dress, with a slight smile on her lips. "My lord, the leader." After a slight salute, she sat down opposite, her slender legs crossed, and a section of her white calves was exposed under the hem of her skirt. Wu Hung asked, "Are you used to living in Treasure Island?" "Thanks to you. It's much more comfortable than in Lopez City," Letelai replied. After the greetings, Wu Hung went straight to the point. "Have you got the result of the commission?" Last time, Wu Hung issued 2 commissions in the Snake Emblem Consortium. One is to purchase high-level life professional corpses, and the other is to purchase props or rare items that can store ghosts in high capacity. Letelai's face became serious. 7 corpses of life professionals have been collected, 5 of which are above level 10, and 2 are above level 15. She turned her wrist, and 4 wooden coffins and 3 corpses wrapped in straw mats appeared on the open ground, rare items that store a large number of ghosts. There is no reliable clue yet. Wu Hung waved his hand to put the corpse into the space ring. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Letelai suddenly lean forward, revealing a faint curve at her neckline. Letelai's body shape belongs to the standard elf race. Slender and elegant, not like the young and wealthy Zalagwi. "The consortium has a proposal," Letelai said seriously. We hope to cooperate with Treasure Island to sell the island's specialties, including watches, pens, bicycles, and pills. The consortium is also going to do business? Wu Heng asked. Is it individual sales, or? The above means that consortiums in various places will sell, of course, based on your consent. Ledelai still kept smiling. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. The business problem of Treasure Island seems to have been solved. Chapter 991. Lidili's words were beyond his expectations. The Snake Emblem Consortium's business spreads across the entire continent and is known as a small association. Wherever there is an association, there is a Snake Emblem Consortium building. Even if some local policies do not allow it, there are hidden consortium black markets in the surrounding areas. Cooperating with the Snake Emblem Consortium is enough to allow Treasure Island's products to break through the blockade of the Holy See and penetrate into every corner. Wu Heng thought quickly in his heart. His face remained calm, and he spoke slowly. Treasure Island and the Snake Emblem Consortium have always had a pleasant cooperation. If they can be closely connected in business, it will also be a mutually beneficial thing. Lidili's eyelashes trembled slightly, and her tense shoulders relaxed slightly. It can also be heard that Wu Heng is still quite caring for her. The previous local person in charge did not have an easy life. Lidili opened her red lips and continued, "Please look at the purchase price." Wu Heng understood what she meant and said, "There are people in charge of business planning. I need to discuss it first." Lidili said, "Okay. I wait for your news." After the two of them had a brief discussion and confirmed that there was nothing else, Wu Heng stood up and said, "I go back first. If you have any questions here, go to the island owner's house to find Minnie." "Thank you for your care, sir." Lidili also stood up and swayed her waist to see him off. After walking out of the consortium building, Wu Heng put on his hood and went to the church opposite to take a look. After confirming that there was nothing wrong, he returned to the island owner's house. Walked into the living room. Several maids in the house were training in the training room. Seeing him from a distance, they smiled and waved to greet him. Wu Heng indicated that he had nothing to do and sat down directly in the hall. He used Activate Object to pour himself a cup of cold tea, took a sip, picked up the phone and called Shannara. After 2 rings, a lazy voice came from the other side. "What's wrong?" Hearing Shannara's voice, Wu Heng subconsciously smiled. "Just to see how you are doing recently?" On the way to the main city of the Wood Elves, the Elders' Council will be held tomorrow. While Shannara was speaking, she could hear the sound of the carriage on the road. The Elders' Council was mentioned last time. Shannara will discuss with the elders about adding churches to the entire tribe. "Have you handled all the churches that have been scheduled?" Wu Heng asked. "It's handled, don't worry," Shannara said confidently. Wu Heng said, "Thank you for your hard work. Our Lingqi church depends on you." "Humph. I'm glad to know," Shannara snorted. Wu Heng continued, "I want to hear your opinion on something. You are best at business." Shannara's tone rose slightly, revealing curiosity. "What is it? Tell me." "The Snake Emblem Group wants to cooperate with us and sell pens and watches in their bases, which are the products of Treasure Island. This is a good thing." Shannara's tone suddenly rose, and her previous sleepiness was swept away, and her tone was full of excitement. She knew the current situation of Treasure Island better than anyone else. If she could reach a cooperation with the Snake Emblem Group, she would undoubtedly open up a wider market. Wu Heng smiled. "I just want to ask you, is there any problem in cooperating with the Snake Emblem Group? And what price would be more reasonable to give them?" There was silence on the other end of the communication for a few seconds, and only her slight breathing could be heard. 3 or 4 seconds later, Shannara's voice sounded again, her voice steady. "The current market price for ordinary chambers of commerce is 95% off, and for the consortium, it can be about 10% off. In addition, in order to show our respect for the consortium, we can promise to give priority to supply. Even if the supply is tight, we will give priority to meeting their needs." Wu Heng nodded. "Okay, then let's talk as you say. By the way," Shannara suddenly thought of something and added, "for the Wood Elves, it's best to let the consortium avoid selling in this area. During the negotiation tomorrow, I can use this as a bargaining chip to strive for the number of churches to be built." Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. "Okay, the Wood Elves have cooperated with us before under the pressure of the Holy See. We must not let them lose the market. I will make it clear to the consortium." "Okay, then you talk to them first. The cooperation agreement is written in my bedroom drawer. You can just sign it directly. If there are any changes, please contact me at any time." Shannara's voice was full of smiles. After hanging up the call, Wu Heng picked up the teacup again and took a sip. Sha Nara was originally the president of the Wood Elf Chamber of Commerce. If she said there was no problem, then there must be no problem. Then, he and Ledelai will settle the matter. Tap, 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 footsteps sounded. Which Viola walked over from the direction of the training ground, bowed slightly, and said in a cold and respectful voice, "My lord." Wu Hung smiled and nodded, motioning her to sit down. "I heard from Minnie yesterday that you are pretty good at playing the dance machine." Viola was stunned, a little shy on her face. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Wu Hung stopped teasing her, took out a mobile phone, and pushed it in front of her. "This is for you. It's a communication prop. You can contact me or Minnie directly. It can be used in most areas of the mainland." After a brief demonstration of the operation method, Viola took it curiously, and her fingertips slid lightly on the screen, with a flash of surprise in her eyes. "Did you invent this prop too?" Viola asked curiously. "It can't be considered as my invention, but we are the only ones who have it, so you can use it with confidence," Wu Hung said. Viola nodded and carefully put away the phone. She has now officially joined Treasure Island, so it is reasonable to take this kind of communication prop. She raised her head again, looked at Wu Hung, and asked, "Sir, do you need me to do anything?" Today is her second day in Treasure Island. As a level 18 professional, Wu Hung can't let her really be a maid. Instead of waiting for the other party to assign tasks to her, it is better to take the initiative and prepare in advance. Wu Hung said, "I have written a letter to the headquarters, and I will cancel your wanted order as a guarantor. After the wanted order is checked, I will arrange channels to train you to become a hero. In this way, Treasure Island will have 2 heroes in charge, and the safety will be greatly improved." Viola's pupil shrank slightly, and her breathing unconsciously quickened for a moment. Hero. She has been fighting for the Divine Punishment Church for many years, but she is still at level 18. The increased reputation may be the effect of the association's wanted order. Unexpectedly, now I have to get the opportunity to be promoted from my former enemy, just like what the two talked about before signing the contract. And he really intends to make himself a hero. Viola took a deep breath, stood up suddenly, and knelt on one knee. "Thank you for your cultivation. From now on, I will do my best to serve Treasure Island." Wu Hung was also stunned by the sudden action. What a loyal act with the characteristics of the Jianghu. In fact, both of them have a contract, and this loyalty is not very meaningful, but they can understand each other's feelings. The lifelong goal of all 18th level professionals is to become a hero. Wu Hung waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to be polite. "This is a win-win situation. You deserve this position." Cultivating strong people from the direct lineage was one of his plans. Initially, he wanted to win over the puppet master of the headquarters, but unfortunately, the other party was unwilling to get involved in the dispute between him and the church. Now Viola's joining just fills this gap. Also experiment whether the original method of promoting his reputation is useful for other professionals. After Viola sat down again, she suddenly ran out of topics. The living room was silent for a few seconds. Wu Hung asked, "Do you, the witch profession, need to believe in gods like priests?" Viola nodded first, then shook her head, somewhat similar, but different in nature. "We believe in the patron master, not directly obtaining divine power, but obtaining elemental affinity and omen ability." "Who is your patron master?" "Smoke Demon." She answered frankly, "It gives me the form of smoke and crisis foresight." The name of this patron master really fits her ability. "How did you become a witch? Do you also have a professional scroll?" Wu Hung continued to ask. Viola's eyes dimmed slightly. "When I was a child, my house caught fire. Just when I was about to burn to death, strange smoke turned into a tentacle in front of me. I held it, and established a connection with the patron master. Later, when I was a little older, I couldn't use any job transfer scrolls. I realized that I became a witch, and had some special abilities. Grabbing the tentacle made of smoke, I became a witch. This is the first time I have heard of such a job transfer. It was the same fire, but Granda became a ghost, while Viola became a witch. It should be related to the choice of the spirits. The spirits, like the smoke demon, chose Viola, and made her a witch. What price will the patron ask you for?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Maybe. Just piety." Viola stroked her sleeves. "The patron has never asked for anything substantial, and I am always grateful." Wu Hung nodded. "It's good that there are no side effects. If you feel something is wrong one day, you can change the patron." Viola remained silent, and did not respond. Wu Hung continued, "Wait for the news from the headquarters. I will arrange for you to become a hero. You should familiarize yourself with the affairs of the island in the next few days, or spend more time training." "Yes, sir," Viola replied respectfully. Wu Hung stood up and walked upstairs. while Viola continued to return to the training room. Back to the study. The queen was at the desk, frowning as she wrote the technique. Looking serious, it seemed that it was not going as smoothly as she said. Wu Hong even doubted whether this technique could be written down from memory. If there was a mistake in what was written, he would die from practicing it. Heroes are not afraid of attacks from ordinary professionals. If they make mistakes in their practice, will their immortality still work? Glinda was reading a book at the window. Wu Hong walked over and whispered to her about the consortium. Glinda has always been his military advisor. After all, she has read a lot of books and has her own opinions when analyzing things. Glinda also thought it was a good thing. With the current situation of Treasure Island, there was no need to worry about anything. One person and one soul chatted in a low voice. The sky gradually darkened. Wu Hong went downstairs and said hello to Minnie and the others. Released teleportation to go to the deacon's mansion. Pushing open the door, the aroma of food hit him. Shiryali pulled him to sit at the dining table. Come on, try my cooking. Shilogwi was also on the other side, helping him fill the fruit wine. The next day, Wu Hong came back from the sisters and asked the maid to call Lady Dilly to discuss the agreement. Lady Dilly took the agreement, and when she saw the more favorable discount in the agreement than the ordinary Chamber of Commerce, she raised her lips slightly, and a little pride flashed in her eyes. No matter how much the discount is, as long as it is lower than other chambers of commerce, it proves that her negotiation ability has been recognized, and the headquarters can also have a beautiful explanation. Thank you, sir. Ledeli held the agreement in both hands and bowed solemnly. I will send the agreement back to the consortium headquarters immediately, and the funds will be arranged as soon as possible. Wu Hong took a sip of the teacup and said lightly, Don't interfere in the Wood Elves area. Ledeli smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will explain it to the headquarters in person, and will never affect your layout in the Wood Elves. Well, you go and get busy. Wu Hong waved his hand. Ledeli bowed again and turned to leave. The high heels tapped a crisp rhythm on the marble floor until the figure disappeared. After the other party left, Wu Hong thought about today's arrangements and confirmed that there was nothing to do. He got up and walked upstairs. Back in the study, Glinda was floating in the air flipping through a book, while Nyang Nyang was floating in front of the desk, controlling the pen to rustle on the paper, writing dense words. Where are Xiao Xiao and Benny? Wu Hong asked. Without even raising her head, Granada lazily pointed downstairs, playing games, right? I just heard Xiao Xiao yelling. Wu Hong said, Go call them, and go to the zombie world later. Yeah. Granada closed the book, and her figure faded, and she disappeared directly through the floor. Wu Hong walked to the side of the Empress and sat down, glanced at what she wrote, and smiled. How is the progress? The Empress looked up suddenly. Her eyes were full of resentment. Yes? She looked like a very resentful office worker. Wu Hong laughed. Don't worry, take your time. You urged me to hurry before, and now you want me to take it easy? The Empress snorted coldly, and put the pen on the table. Isn't it because I'm afraid you're under too much pressure? Wu Hong shrugged. The Queen was silent for a moment and sighed. It's been too long. I have to recall many details carefully. Don't rush me, I get it done. Wu Hong nodded. Okay, I believe you. At this time, Xiao Xiao took the lead and floated in, followed by Glinda and Bernie. Uncle! Are we going to see Mom? Xiao Xiao came up excitedly and lay on his shoulder. Wu Hong raised his eyebrows. Okay, there's nothing important today anyway. Great! Xiao Xiao cheered. Originally, I didn't want to go, but now there's no way. The child misses his mother. Let's go first. Wu Hong said. For ghosts entered the body one after another. Wu Hong opened the boundary door and walked in directly. Walking out of the boundary door, he had arrived at the monitoring room. The screen showed the zombies in the cell, wandering around the room restlessly. Wu Hong released the ghosts and took them to the cell area together. Uncle, I checked. No zombies have reached level 20. No need to go. Xiao Shifei came back and said, Release the prisoners. Wu Hong walked to a cell and opened the mansion technique to reveal the scene inside. 5 prisoners wearing tattered robes collapsed in the corner, and the originally neat robes had already become filthy. Hearing the noise, only 2 of them barely raised their heads, with weakness and unwillingness in their turbid eyes. Wu Hong, leader. One of them spoke hoarsely, with blood oozing from his cracked lips. We ask the association to intervene. You have no right to lynch us. Wu Hong said, The news of your death has probably been reported back to the Holy Church. Chapter 992. From the time point of view, the dramatic changes in the Yek Kingdom must have been reported to the Holy See. Based on their understanding of themselves, The high-ranking officials of the Holy See probably believed that the bodies of these missing clergymen had long been lost. After all, compared with the fall of the Pope, the life and death of a few low-level executors are really insignificant. Wu Heng waved his hand and opened the mouth of the archbishop. The archbishop whimpered twice, widened his eyes, and shouted, "Let me go. Wu Heng, you can't do this. You are the leader of the association, you should abide by it." Roar! Before he finished speaking, the archbishop's roar echoed in the corridor, and the roars of corpses broke out in the cells on both sides, resounding throughout the cells. Here, the noisy clergy suddenly quieted down, kept looking around, and looked at the iron door that roared in horror. This is the experimental base of the Necromancer. He really has an experimental base. The clergy were dragged roughly by the skeleton guards. Their boots left messy marks on the cement floor, and their eyes were more terrified. They were as hopeless as death. The Necromancer in front of them would never allow them to walk out alive after seeing this. Dong dong dong. The iron doors closed one by one, and all the clergy were locked up in cells separately. Prepare some food for them, let them recover overnight, and transform into zombies tomorrow. Wu Heng instructed the skeleton alchemist. The alchemist lowered his head to accept the order, then turned and left. Wu Heng waved his hand and walked out. Xiao Xiao floated on his shoulder, lying on his back, and said, "I forgot about these people." Then he followed, "I guess they will starve to death in there if we don't let them out. Resurrect them if they die, and kill them again, they are all bad guys anyway." Xiao Xiao said on the side. Nyang Nyang said, "I can see that Xiao Xiao is the most vicious among us, and wants to say that I am the smartest. Walk out of the cell area." Wu Heng got on the SUV in the garage, and said to the driver, "Go to the Central Mall." The skeleton driver stepped on the accelerator, and the SUV engine roared out of the prison. The car window was half open. The weather entered spring, but it was not as cold as winter, for ghosts squeezed in the back row. Xiao Xiao held her mobile phone and browsed the forum, giggling from time to time. The other three souls also gathered together to listen to her explain those strange internet terms. Arrived at the central area, Wu Heng pushed open the door of Li Yang's office and walked in directly. Li Yang sat behind the desk, looking down at a stack of documents. Hearing the noise, he looked up and glanced at her, with a teasing tone. "Oh, you finally decided to come out of prison? I thought you were going to live there until the zombies were extinct." Wu Heng sat down opposite her, leaning lazily on the back of the chair, and smiled. "Why, from your tone, you sound like a neglected young wife?" Li Yang snorted and closed the file. "Some people leave for 10 days or half a month, and there is no news at all. Can't I complain a little?" Okay, my fault. Come back more often in the future." Wu Heng changed the subject. "How is it here recently?" Li Yang's expression eased a little. "Overall, it's going well, but..." Chi Hankai has received news that the Dawn Alliance is discussing the closure of the Serum Research and Development Project. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows. Serum Research and Development has stopped. Why? Serum is the antidote to the zombie virus, and it has always been the research direction that all major bases pay the most attention to. On the World Channel, the discussion about serum has never stopped, and some people even regard it as the last hope for human survival. Li Yang said, "I don't know the details, but I remembered it after hearing Chi Hankai say it." Wu Heng nodded. "Call Chi Hankai and ask her about the situation." Li Yang nodded and dialed the call. Soon, Chi Hankai's image appeared on the screen. "What's wrong?" Chi Hankai asked. Wu Heng squeezed into the screen. "I heard that the research and development of serum will be stopped." Chi Hankai looked serious and nodded. 3 meetings have been held, and it is basically confirmed. "What's the reason? Didn't we discuss it well before?" Wu Heng asked. Chi Hankai sighed and explained, "Several major research directions have all failed, and the precision instruments and resources required for the experiment are huge. Now that the major bases have basically stabilized and the zombie threat has decreased, the Alliance believes that instead of continuing to invest in bottomless research and development, it is better to turn resources to antibody vaccines and gene development. After all, there are too few relevant scientific researchers now." Wu Heng stroked his chin. "Aren't they afraid of the virus breaking out again? The origin of this zombie virus is still a mystery. Some say it was leaked from a laboratory in a major country. Some blame it on the revival of ancient viruses caused by climate warming, and some even think it is the influence of cosmic radiation. But no matter what, no one can guarantee that it will not appear again, a large-scale infection without signs. Of course I am afraid, otherwise, I would not have jointly developed it in the first place." Chi Hankai shrugged, "But the reality is that it is difficult to choose if there is no progress in research. Wu Hung pondered for a moment and said, I will try to get someone to develop the serum. If there are results, we can have another core industry. Shi Hankai was stunned. You? It's okay to try it. What if it succeeds? Wu Hung said with a smile. There was a corpse core detoxification potion before, and later in the prison, the alchemy skull conducted many experiments on the corpse transformation of organisms. It shouldn't be difficult to develop a serum. Shi Hankai and Li Yong were also stunned when they heard the news, but they accepted it immediately. If Wu Hung wants to do it, then he will definitely be able to do it. After all, he has never failed before. Okay. Waiting for your good news, Shi Hankai said with a smile. After finishing the business, Li Yong suddenly interrupted with a smile. By the way, Wu Hung will stay here tonight. Do you want to come? Shi Hankai glanced at Wu Hung, and agreed without hesitation. Okay, I will finish the things at hand as soon as possible and fly over before the evening. Li Yong pretended to be surprised. You really come? Didn't we agree last time? Shi Hankai chuckled. If Wu Hung is free, we will go together. Li Yong rolled her eyes, and glared at Wu Hung unhappily. Look, you have starved these people at home. Wu Hung spread his hands. Can you blame me for this? Shi Hankai suddenly remembered something and added, By the way, Wu Hung, do you want to take a look at the black pearls sent from South Africa? It's been more than 2 months. Li Yong frowned. Black pearls produced in South Africa? What's the use of this thing in the end of the world? Shi Hankai smiled and didn't explain. Wu Hung said, Just keep them with you, don't send them back, lest the other party thinks we are dissatisfied. The black pearls are 2 women sent by the South African base, pure black people, originally as gifts to make friends. Wu Hung has never paid much attention to them, and even wanted to send them back. Shi Hankai said that the situation there was turbulent, and fearing misunderstanding, they were temporarily placed in the South Korean base. Shi Hankai smiled. Okay, got it. The call was hung up, and the office was quiet for a while. Li Yong held her chin with one hand, and looked at Wu Hung. What do you want to eat tonight? I have someone prepare it. Wu Hung stood up and stretched. Whatever, anyway. I'm not hungry. Li Yong glared at him again, picked up the phone, and sent a message to Zhao Yanqiu. The temple shrouded in holy light is a sacred pure white city. The towering spires pierce the clouds, and the dome building is inlaid with gold foil. The reliefs on both sides of the street tell the epic of the gods, and every brick and stone is engraved with the patterns and symbols of the church. Every resident living here is a devout believer of the gods, holding scriptures, praying every day, and dedicating their faith. Deep in the church, in a wide mansion, several clergymen in divine robes slowly walked in, with solemn expressions and hands folded on their chests. Their steps paused one by one, as if they were walking in a rhythm. And surrounded by them in the center was a young woman. She was wearing a plain white robe, her long flaxen hair fell on her shoulders, her face was calm, only her drooping eyelashes trembled slightly, with a hint of nervousness. Her lower abdomen was slightly bulging, outlining a soft arc under the loose robe. May the holy light bless you and your child, the leading priest said softly, his fingertips brushing across her forehead, leaving a faint golden mark. The woman did not answer, but nodded obediently, and boarded the carriage with the help of the servants. At the moment when the curtain fell, she finally raised her eyes, and looked through the gap at the towering cathedral. The sound of horse hooves rang out, and the pure white convoy slowly moved forward in the hymns. The believers on both sides of the street stopped to salute, and continued to do their own things after the carriage went away. In the cathedral, the Pope stood in the light cast by the painted glass, holding a golden scepter in his hand. Your Majesty, the person has been sent to the cathedral. The priest saluted, his voice very low. We can use the magic item as long as the missing materials are delivered. The Pope turned slowly, revealing a pair of hawk-like eyes in the light and shadow. Has she moved? No. The priest shook his head. Since she became pregnant, she has been chanting scriptures every day, and has never questioned her mission. Very good. The Pope continued. Notify Saidu, and let him exchange some materials, with the association with his merits, and then come back to prepare for the ceremony. Yes. Zombie world. The lights of the base were particularly bright in the darkness. Shi Hankai strode in high-top military boots, her slender legs wrapped in long trousers, and her steps were neat and powerful. Pushing open the bedroom door, a cool night breeze came in. In the room, the lights were bright. Wu Hung leaned on the sofa, and chatted with Li Yong and Zhao Yanqiu. There were several bottles of beer, and snacks on the coffee table, and he was also waiting for her to come. It seems I'm not late. Shi Hankai casually hung his coat on the hanger by the door, revealing the high-neck blue sweater underneath. Li Yong glanced at her. Go take a shower. Sister Zhao can't wait. Zhao Yanqiu blushed and reached out to pinch her lightly. Don't always say weird things. Li Yang leaned into Wu Heng's arms. What are we afraid of? Wu Heng put his arm around her shoulders and said to Qi Hankai, sit down and drink some water. Don't catch a cold. After changing jobs, I'm in good health. Qi Hankai cast a wink and walked to the bathroom. I take a shower first. The sound of water dripping and the steaming hot air blurred the silhouette on the glass door. When she came out again, the atmosphere in the room had changed. On the sofa, the three of them had already entangled together, with clothes scattered all over the floor, and their breaths intertwined. Qi Hankai stood at the door, slightly stunned for a moment, then bit her lower lip lightly, carefully leaned over, and blended into this warmth. In the early morning, Wu Heng returned to the prison. The monitoring screen showed the situation of several cells. The priest sent in yesterday is still locked in the cell, and has not been transformed into a zombie. Xiao Xiao, call the skeleton alchemist over. Wu Heng said. Got it. Xiao Xiao saluted and walked across the floor to leave. Soon, the door opened and the skeleton alchemist walked in. Don't transform them yet. Wu Heng took out a potion formula from the space ring. Use this formula to try to develop a potion that can fight the zombie virus. The formula is a corpse core detoxification potion provided by the association. It is just right for developing a potion to remove the zombie virus. I definitely can't use it myself, and I mainly sell it to the outside, as a core product in exchange for minerals and gold. Let the global base continue to work for me. The skeleton alchemist took the formula. The soul fire in his empty eye sockets flickered slightly, and then he bowed and retreated. Glenda floated to Wu Heng's side. Are you going to use these priests to do virus experiments? You can't just grab other people, right? Wu Heng said. Glenda said, the clergy of the church, especially those at the archbishop level, have long been different from ordinary people. If you use them for experiments, the final results can't be used as a reference. Wu Heng was startled, and then reacted. Indeed. These priests are of high level, and their resistance to various abnormal states is higher. They can't be compared with ordinary people in this world. The data from the experiment may be biased. What's your suggestion? Glenda said. There is no shortage of criminals at any world. It's not good to just catch a few and send them here. Xiao Xiao also reminded, there are also those Doomsday bandits. I chatted with my mother yesterday, and she said there are still many Doomsday bandits. Wu Heng nodded. What you said makes sense. Using them for experiments can also be considered a contribution to mankind. Yes, yes. Xiao Xiao nodded in agreement. Wu Heng took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Yang's number. What's wrong? Li Yang asked on the phone. Help me select a group of criminals. Wu Heng said directly, it's best to have those who deserve to die. We need living experimental subjects. Li Yang paused, and her voice was instantly clear. I see, there are still many of these. I will send them to the prison for you then. Well, just send them over, and give them to the skeleton directly. Wu Heng said. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Wu Heng took a last glance at the surveillance screen. The priests were still huddled in the cell. The door opened, and the skeleton alchemist had already walked in. Even if the experimental results might be different, let's experiment on them first. Anyway, the ending is the same. Return to Treasure Island. Tap tap tap. There were hurried footsteps on the wooden stairs. Xiao Xiao, controlling the puppet, rushed down first, glanced at the living room, and went to play with Robert and Philippa. Wu Heng followed slowly behind. As soon as he walked into the hall, Minnie came towards him with a letter in her hand. Master, the association sent a letter yesterday. Wu Heng took the letter. There was no signature on the cover, and there was no mark on the seal that could reveal the origin. This is a bit crude. People who can write letters to themselves usually don't send them so casually. Tear off the wax and unfold the letter paper. Wu Heng, the association's investigation into the Celtic Kingdom is actually a conspiracy by the church. Their real goal is to take away our artifacts, and use them to revive the body of the religious leader. I can't escape, and will definitely die. But you must intercept the artifacts before they arrive at the temple, otherwise, everything will be too late. Although we are not allies, at least we have the same goal. Juan Randolph. Juan Randolph, the prince of the Celtic Kingdom who challenged him as soon as he arrived on the island. Wu Heng looked at the letter in his hand, a little surprised. Chapter 993. The handwriting on the letter was sloppy but sharp, and the ink even blurred in some strokes, as if the letter was written in a hurry, and even with a sense of despair. Judging from the content of the letter, the royal family of the Celtic Kingdom has a strange object that can allow ghosts to get a body. And in order to get it, The Holy See used the association to uproot the entire Celtic royal family. Killing with a borrowed knife, of course. Since the Celtic royal family can make the association do this, they must have committed an unforgivable felony, and they don't deserve sympathy. Juan's intention in this letter is very clear. He knows that he killed the Pope and the religious leader, and he thinks that he can't sit back and watch the religious leader resurrect, but he has intercepted information about this before. There is no idea of stopping the religious leader from resurrecting his body. Moreover, the letter does not contain any clues, nor does it say what the strange object looks like, which route it will be transported, etc. Is this to let me intercept him at the entrance of the temple? Either Juan was panicking and hurriedly wrote a rough outline and handed it to the association, or he wanted Wu Heng to destroy the other party's plan while he didn't come back alive. Thinking quickly in his mind, he looked up and shouted, "Minnie! What's wrong?" "Master." Minnie, who was brewing tea at the tea table, looked back. "Call Glinda and Viola over," Wu Heng said. "Okay." Minnie put the brewed tea in front of him, then walked to the door of the training room, said something inside, and went upstairs to call Glinda. Viola was wearing a training suit, and the collar was wet with sweat. Last time, after Wu Heng told her that he would help her become a hero, she became very hardworking and spent most of her time in the training room. "Sir, you're looking for me?" Viola bowed respectfully. "We don't need to bow at home all the time." Wu Heng motioned her to sit down, and then said, "Take a look at this letter first. I tell you what happened later, and we discuss it." Viola is a level 18 witch, and the next step is to make her a hero. Wu Heng plans to let her participate in the discussion and decision-making of some things. The first is to strengthen the sense of belonging to Treasure Island, and the second is to adapt to the discussion of some important things. Viola looked down. Glinda controlled the puppet and Minnie to walk down together, nodded to Viola, and sat down opposite Wu Heng. Viola handed the letter in her hand to Glinda again. The latter took the letter, read it quickly, and then said, "Juan? The prince who challenged you and failed?" "Yes, it's him," Wu Heng replied. Glinda's memory of people's names is obviously better than his own. When Lilith mentioned Juan before, he didn't remember it. The letter was put back on the table, and Granger continued, "So, the religious leader may have really been resurrected?" Wu Heng leaned back in his chair and said, "There are two possibilities. One is that Juan wanted to drag the church down with him before he died, and deliberately leaked this news to us to make things difficult for the church. Second, this letter itself is a trap. The church wants to lure us into action, so as to prove our crime of breaking the rules." Granger was silent for a moment and said, "The second possibility is unlikely. What can we do if we are proven guilty? There is only one hero left, and he still dares to launch a holy war. Besides, it is a fact that the Celtic kingdom was sealed off. When several things are connected, the credibility is not low." Wu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. "So, there is a high possibility that the religious leader will be resurrected. I feel that there is no need to worry too much. Resurrection does not mean restoration of strength. If he really comes back to life, he will be just an empty shell, and may even become our pathfinder," Glinda said. Wu Heng understood what she meant. She asked him to experiment with the effect of the strange object. Maybe he could use it. Viola, who was standing aside, had not spoken a word. Listening to the conversation between the two, she had almost figured out the whole thing. She spoke softly, "I came from the Celtic kingdom, and I have heard some rumors about this strange object, very old rumors." One person and one soul turned their heads to look over. Viola continued, "This strange object has been circulated in the Celtic kingdom for a long time. It is said that elderly or dying people implant their souls and memories into the bodies of pregnant women and give birth again in the body of the fetus." Wu Heng and Glinda were both stunned. They never expected that the other party would be resurrected as a fetus. "So he's going to be reborn?" Wu Heng asked. Viola said, "What I said are some rumors I heard. It's hard to say whether it's true or not, or whether it's this strange object." Glinda also said, "If he is reborn, then the threat to us will be even lower. When he reaches adulthood and becomes a hero, you will have already broken through the hero stage." Viola's eyes condensed, and she looked at Wu Heng out of the corner of her eye. Her heart started beating violently. Can he still break through to the hero stage? The necromancer who signed a contract with him has great ambitions. Wu Heng felt that it made sense, so he took a sip of the teacup. Then let's wait and see. Based on his understanding of necromancy, the original body of the religious leader had long been eroded by the dead, and it was impossible to use it again. He originally thought that the other party would resurrect and forcibly occupy another body, but now Viola said that it is also possible to be born again. After all, The effects of strange objects are all strange and even difficult to accept. Grinda suddenly chuckled. Looking at it this way, the church is not so heartless. At least, they are still thinking about helping the religious leader to revive. Wu Heng said, I feel that they are afraid that they will end up in the same situation one day, so they collect rare items in advance to prepare for a rainy day. That makes sense. Grinda agreed, and then changed the subject. Speaking of which, the progress of the queen is still too slow. Wu Heng shook his head. There is no way. After thousands of years, it is not easy to barely continue writing. That's right. Grinda said in a calm tone, I'm afraid the church is preparing some plans. I always feel that they have been too low-key recently, unlike their previous style. The radio station and Lilith are keeping an eye on the church. If there is any action, we could also know it in advance. Wu Heng said. Grinda nodded. Anything else? I go read a book if I'm fine. Grinda walked towards the courtyard, and Viola also saluted and got up and left. Wu Heng sat on the sofa, still looking at the letter. Suddenly, I remembered that when one came to the island to challenge me, Zalogwi introduced me to the Celtic kingdom. The succession of kings there is quite special. One generation of kings is mediocre, and the next generation is very outstanding in childhood. At that time, Zalogwi also said that this was the curse of their royal family. The teacup stopped at his lips, and Wu Heng's pupils shrank slightly. So that's it. The so-called outstanding generation is the former king who used the magic objects to reincarnate continuously, and the mediocre heirs are just puppets used to maintain the transition period. The ministers will willingly wait for the arrival of the child of destiny, while the mediocre king is neither able to change nor dare to take risks. A perfect cycle. So, Wan is the reincarnated king. Wu Heng whispered to himself. No wonder a wizard can show almost advanced sword skills in battle. That is simply the experience accumulated over several lifetimes. Suddenly, he realized something and put down the teacup abruptly. If Luan is always reincarnated in the royal bloodline, using his daughter-in-law to give birth to himself. Fuck, so perverted. Wu Heng stopped thinking about this matter, and just paid more attention to the actions of the Holy See. Afternoon. Sunlight poured into the living room through the gauze curtains. Wu Heng sat near the window. The face of Brittany, the Queen of Yeko Kingdom, was reflected on the mobile phone on the wooden table in front of him. This former fifth princess no longer looked immature as she had been before. She wore a crown woven with silver threads, her face was calm and graceful, and her eyebrows were full of majesty that did not match her age. Sister Wen Manshaw and I have reached an agreement. Brittany said softly, with the Setted Fortress as the boundary, the south will be returned to the Yeko Kingdom, and the north will belong to the city of Rentam. This will not only consolidate my political achievements, but also ensure that Sister Wen Manshaw deserves the results of the war. I will compensate Sister Wen Manshaw for the area she gave up. Wu Heng nodded. This dividing point was not bad. Historically, the Set Fortress was the border between the two sides. In the past, the Yeko Kingdom relied on its strength to expand across the fortress. Now that the city of Rentam is strong, it is a decent plan that both sides can accept to use this place as the border. Just discuss it. Wu Heng smiled like a peacemaker. Let's cooperate more in the future. We are all family. Brittany smiled lightly and glanced at him. Don't worry, master. The master made Wu Heng feel soft in his heart. You are a queen, aren't you afraid of others hearing the joke? I am not afraid if there is no one or someone. Brittany raised her head, as if she had returned to that little girl again. Good guy, the queen's power is all used here. Wu Heng continued, the Holy See didn't cause you any trouble. Not yet. Brittany's fingertips were circling the ends of her hair, her tone calm. I didn't close all the churches directly, I just increased the number of the Lingqi Church churches, and when all the churches are built, I will see how the situation progresses. The Holy See has been busy with the affairs of the Celtic Kingdom recently. Wu Heng continued, the royal family there has been backlogged by the association. Brittany's pupil shrank suddenly. Obviously she hadn't received this information yet. Her slender fingers unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt, and she suddenly realized that if she had followed the Holy See's plan and fought against the city of Rentam, would the result be the same? Why? Brittany asked. The association must have found evidence of the royal family's crimes, and it is impossible to replace a royal family at will. Wu Heng paused slightly, and then said, but this is also due to the Holy See. They have taken a fancy to a rare item of the royal family. Okay, I know. Brittany's voice trembled slightly. Wu Heng nodded, if you have anything, feel free to contact me. Yes, sir. The two chatted for a while, and then hung up the phone. Wu Heng also stood up and walked to the training room, called the skeleton, and trained the spear. 2 days later. Wu Hung was sitting in the living room reading a book, and there was a knock on the gate of the courtyard. Minnie trotted to check, opened the door, and chatted with the outside for a few words, and then walked back quickly. Master, the dolls sent by the association have arrived. There is also a letter. Minnie waved her hand, and 5 wooden containers were neatly arranged in the open space in front of her. 3 standard-sized wooden coffins, 1 slightly smaller, and a flat wooden box. Wu Hung said, "Go and call Xiao Xiao and the others down, and the queen." "Okay." Minnie turned and went upstairs with brisk steps. Wu Hung picked up the letter, tore open the envelope and took a look. It was the handwriting of the puppeteer, and the content was concise and clear. The main point is that the custom-made dolls are finished, and the extra wooden boxes contain the fox tails of the fox tribe. I hope Wu Hung and the users will be satisfied. The newspaper promotion is still the same, looking forward to the next cooperation. After reading it, put down the letter paper, and 4 ghosts passed through the ceiling and floated down. The queen floated in the front, the frequency of the soul fire flashing obviously increased, and her eyes swept towards the wooden box in front, her eyes full of expectation. Among the ghosts in the family, she is the only one who does not have a doll. There is still some envy. "Uncle! Is it a new doll?" Xiao Xiao swooped into the wooden box, excitedly checked one by one, and suddenly pointed at the flat wooden box and exclaimed, "Wow! It's a tail! My aunt's tail is also made." In the direction of the courtyard and the training room, the maids in the family also came over, curiously waiting to open the box. "Open it, and have a look." Wu Hung gestured. Xiao Xiao immediately waved to the skeleton guard at the door, "Come and help us open it, thank you." The skeleton strode over, and opened the wooden coffins one by one. Xiao Xiao, Glinda, and Benny couldn't wait to possess the new body, and sit up from the coffin. Unlike the previous ivory white body, this time the puppet was dark iron gray, with a metallic luster on the surface, and there was no mechanical sluggishness in the movement. A 19th level puppeteer, his craftsmanship is indeed beyond reproach. "Robot!" Xiao Xiao moved his wrist and exclaimed. Wu Hung turned to the queen. "Do you try it too? Once this kind of puppet is possessed, it will record the first user, and other ghosts can't use it." The queen's puppet retained the original ivory white background, and was exquisitely carved. With a soft hum, the soul entered the puppet. Then, a palace-dressed beauty sat up from the coffin. Her hair was tied high, her pearl hairpins fluttered, and her skirt embroidered with intricate patterns spread out, making her look elegant and noble, like a concubine from an ancient painting. The style and pattern of her clothes were more like the combination of the Shang dynasty and the other world. "How is it?" The queen looked down at herself, with a rare nervousness in her tone. Wu Hung touched his chin and praised sincerely. "It looks good. No wonder you were said to be a disaster to the country and the people." "You?" The queen blushed instantly, and clenched her fists, as if she was going to hit. "And how do you put on your tail?" Xiao Xiao came over holding a flat wooden box, which was taller than her. The new doll really improved its body strength. With a thud, the wooden box was thrown to the ground again. Curiously, he fiddled with the 9 furry fox tails inside. The queen turned around and touched her lower back. "I don't know." A group of ghosts and maids immediately surrounded her to study. Wu Hung folded his arms and watched. With a light click, 9 fox tails suddenly spread out like a peacock. "Wow!" The whole living room was instantly drowned in exclamations. Association headquarters, leaders meeting. 5 figures sat silently beside the heavy and ancient oak round table. Religious leader Saidu slowly raised the arm of the puppet and said, "I have gathered you here today to announce the decision of the Holy See." The air around the round table suddenly solidified. "The new religious leader will take my place soon." Saidu looked up. "After all, I am not worthy of sitting in this position now." In his tone, one can hear the loss and unwillingness. It made others sigh slightly. A leader, in the end, would end up like this. Chapter 994. The meeting room fell into a brief silence. The religious leader Saidu sat upright on a chair, the luxurious robe symbolizing theocracy hanging loosely on his skinny torso. The once majestic and powerful religious leader can only possess a puppet now. The association is still looking for a way to restore your divine body. The Sword of Justice Hadarei broke the silence and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. "You can stay in your position temporarily." The 5 leaders in power continued the 5-person team system when the association was established. Although there is no need to take risks anymore, they still maintain a subtle companionship with each other. "Thank you for your kindness." Saidu shook his head slowly. "The Holy See has made a decision, and besides..." He paused for a moment. "I should go back and rest." The leaders present sighed in unison. The leader of Hongwen pushed his glasses. When will the successor come? Within 5 days. Hadarai then asked, what about the level? The leader position must be held by a level 20 hero. Otherwise, he is not called a leader. Sadie nodded gently, indicating that there was no problem. Lilith's eyes condensed, and there are heroes. What is going on with the Holy See? Heroes jumped out one after another. Hadarai said, when he arrives, the normal handover will be fine. Well? The religious leader slowly stood up. His movements under the robe were a little stiff. I will exchange my merits for some materials, as a parting request. The association will not treat any member unfairly. Hadarai said in a gentle tone. When the figure of the religious leader disappeared outside the door, the meeting room fell silent again. The leader of the Hongwen Society picked up the bone china teacup and took a sip. Sayu himself didn't expect to leave in this way. Unlike other rotating leaders, Sayu was a re-elected religious leader. Now he was replaced in this way. Lilith sneered, the church is becoming more and more paranoid. It will only stop if it suffers a little loss. Even if there is no solid evidence, she has already blamed the church for the release of the exile. If it weren't for the fact that the church's strength is becoming more and more difficult to estimate, she would have turned against it long ago. The dwarf leader suddenly stroked his beard and asked, how many heroes does the church have? The honest dwarf can always ask questions that others can't ask directly. Hadarai shook his head to indicate that he didn't know. The church's promotion system is different from ours. The leader of the Hongwen Society was thoughtful. They may have a special way to promote heroes. Let's not talk about the church for now. Hadarai looked around at the few people. Don't spread the news of Saidu's resignation, so as to avoid complications. The three raised their eyebrows at the same time. This is because they are afraid that Wu Heng will know the news and kill him halfway. And everyone thinks that he dares to do this, and has the ability to do it. Yeah, the three people replied. The meeting ended, and the three walked out of the meeting room. Wood Elves, Elders meeting. In the meeting room full of natural atmosphere, 6 gorgeous chairs carved with vine patterns surrounded the wooden round table in the center. The 5th chair was vacant, and Shannara sat in the 6th seat, her emerald green robe embroidered with gold thread, and her gray-blue shoulder-length hair complemented each other. As agreed, 20 churches have been completed. The elder in the 2nd seat spoke softly, his arms resting on the armrests on both sides, his posture upright. You can inform Chief Wu Heng now. Shannara smiled politely. Of course, Chief Wu Heng also specifically asked me to express my gratitude to you all. The elders exchanged glances. They agreed to build the Lingqi Church because they valued Wu Heng's amazing growth rate and strength, and also to maintain trade relations with Treasure Island. Since the cooperation began, the sap of the Wood Elves that was originally ignored has become a hot commodity, and the financial situation of the entire race has improved significantly. We are happy to support the development of Chief Wu Heng and Treasure Island. The 2nd elder spoke again, with a gentle but tentative tone. Shannara still kept a smile on her face, and suddenly changed the subject. In fact, I was just about to propose to build Lingqi churches in all town-level cities throughout the Wood Elves, and fully support Chief Wu Heng. After a pause, he continued, Chief Wu Heng also promised to fully support the Wood Elves. The meeting room was instantly silent. All the elders, including the guards around, showed shocked expressions. This is equivalent to openly competing with the church for faith, and the risk is too great. 4th elder, what do you think? The 1st elder finally spoke. The 4th elder coughed lightly. The risk is too great. Our explanation to the church is to fulfill the old agreement with Treasure Island. If we fully promote the Spiritual Enlightenment Church, we will have no explanation to the church. The church may not dare to touch Treasure Island, but our Wood Elves have a vast territory. The 3rd elder immediately replied, a slight disturbance may cause unrest. The 2nd elder concluded, let's take a long-term view on this matter. Shannara looked at the elder, and saw that he did not express his opinion, and still kept smiling. The elder's concerns are indeed reasonable. I just hope to make the relationship between the Wood Elves and Wu Heng closer. Let's wait and see for a while, said the 2nd elder. Shannara changed the subject. By the way, I heard a piece of news from Wu Heng that may affect our business interests. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on him. The Snake Emblem Consortium will cooperate with Treasure Island to purchase all best-selling products and sell them everywhere. The 3rd elder sat up straight. Isn't this going to steal the business of all chambers of commerce? Shannara added, and their purchasing price is very advantageous. It is difficult for other chambers of commerce to compete. The 1st elder looked over and stroked the scepter in his hand. Shannara, you are the most insightful in business. Do you have any suggestions? Shannara pretended to ponder for a moment. I can negotiate with Wu Hung on behalf of the Wood Elves, but I need some bargaining chips. The elder pondered, then build 20 more Lingqi churches. 50, 20 is not sincere enough. No. The elder shook his head. The Archbishop of the Holy See has protested many times. The maximum is 30, and there will be opportunities to increase it in the future. Okay, I will try my best to prevent the consortium's business from affecting us here. Shannara also agreed. The second half of the meeting discussed some trade details. Before the meeting ended, the third elder suddenly smiled and said, Shannara, why don't you let the first elder come forward to promote your marriage with Wu Hung? Shannara's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. If it was before he became a hero, there would be no problem, but now. It's not good to be too deliberate. Then she smiled sweetly. But don't worry, our relationship is very stable. Several elders sighed secretly. They were the ones who prevented this relationship in the first place. But now it's too late to save it. As long as you are happy. The elder said softly. Treasure Island, living room. The 9 fox tails of the queen's doll spread out behind her, and each tail swayed gently with her movements, reflecting like flowing silver satin in the sun. Compared with the previous dolls, this work is definitely the most amazing one of the puppeteer. Wow! The tail can move by itself. Xiao Xiao exclaimed, then rushed to Wu Hung, hugged his arm and shook it. Uncle, I want one that can move too. Write a letter to the puppeteer. Wu Hung laughed. You are not a fox man. What do you need a tail for? The 9 fox tails are indeed gorgeous, but their practicality is worrying. Such a large and fluffy tail will not attract onlookers when you go out, and I am afraid that you can't even squeeze into a carriage. It looks good. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled, and then she changed the subject. But I don't want a fox tail. I want the spider legs behind Spider-Man. The kind that can climb walls. The maids on the side all looked over. I want spider legs. Xiao's brain circuit is indeed special. Wu Hung thought about it, turned to Glinda, and said, write another letter to the puppeteer, list all the new functions you want, and ask him to make another batch. Glinda rolled her eyes. You agree to this? Just spoil her. Lalililo. Xiao Xiao hugged Wu Hang's arm, and stuck out her tongue. After testing the novelty of the fox tail, Glinda, Xiao Xiao and Benny's puppets began to test the combat performance of the new body. The iron-gray body showed amazing flexibility and strength, and the movements were smooth, which was completely different from the ivory-white puppet that was originally only for viewing. The queen stood on the sidelines with 9 fluffy tails, and had no intention of participating. According to her, she was not a melee profession when she was alive, so there was no need to wield swords and guns. Wu Hung walked to her side, and couldn't help asking, you fox people usually go out with such exaggerated tails? In the fox people's territory, the streets are full of tails. What's so strange about it? The queen glanced at him. That's true, the fox tail that is rare in the eyes of humans is just a standard feature for the fox people. But didn't you live in our world? Wu Hung was referring to the time when she was the queen in the Shang dynasty. Did you also go to court with your tail on your head? The queen said without looking away, we are the Sky Fox clan. Of course, the real body can fold its tail. Wu Hung glanced at her tail, and the latter said unhappily, this is a puppet. I'm talking about the Fox clan. I know, I'm just curious to see it. Wu Hung continued, but it's pretty good this way. Next time, let the puppet master make a combat puppet for you, and you can go out and catch wanted criminals to make money to support your family. The queen snorted coldly, feeling that both he and Xiao Xiao were not normal. Turning around and walking upstairs, I have to go write the body refining formula. I don't have time to argue with you. Wu Hung smiled and watched her leave. After the figure disappeared, the sound of trotting and the suppressed laughter could be heard. Female ghosts are so easy to coax. Wu Hung muttered. At this time, the phone rang. After Wu Hung answered, Shannara's voice came from the other side. The elders' meeting is over. The two switched to a video call. How was the result? Wu Hung joked. Did our 6th elder propose any shocking reform plan at the meeting? What reform plans can I have? Shannara said angrily. The main thing we're talking about is setting up a church for you. Wu Hung smiled and was about to speak, but Xiao Xiao controlled the puppet to run past the camera, leaving behind a crisp Andy-Shannara. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She greeted quickly, not caring whether the other party saw who was talking or not. Xiao Xiao, I bring you a gift when I go back, Shannara said with a smile. Wu Hung reminded, the person left and didn't hear it. Okay. What did the elders say? Wu Hung asked directly. Shannara's voice calmed down. The elders agreed to add 30 more churches, but the Snake Emblem Consortium needs to sell Treasure Island products, and avoid the land of the Wood Elves. Don't worry about this matter. I have already discussed it with the Snake Emblem Consortium. The Wood Elves will not get involved. Wu Heng said. Well, that's the best. My goal is to have all towns and cities above the town level throughout the Wood Elves set up spiritual enlightenment churches. At present, it will take some time, Shannara said. Wu Heng thought for a moment. What are their concerns? The concern is naturally the Holy See. Shannara sighed. The Presbyterian Church has been protested many times by the Archbishop of the Holy See. It can't be too obvious. 30 churches are already the limit. Wu Heng understood her difficulties. Shannara was caught between the Wood Elves and himself. She had to fight for her interests without destroying the relationship between the two sides. He said gently, just do your best, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if we can't reach an agreement, we are not in a hurry. Don't hurt the harmony. He must let Shannara know that Treasure Island will not use force to force the Wood Elves to submit like the Holy See did. Shannara seemed relieved, and her voice was a little softer. I know, I will be back in a few days, wait for me at home. Okay. The two also hung up the phone. The dusk gradually fell, and the Treasure Island outside the window was shrouded in silence. After Wu Heng and the maids had dinner, they returned to the bedroom. During the days when Shannara was away, Minnie and the other maids would always take turns to accompany him tacitly. Today was Annette, who simply made up the bed, turned off the lights early, lay in her master's arms, and fell asleep. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Heng took a plane and rushed to the Yangtong military factory. Entering the factory area, Wu Heng walked into the conference room and called Gao Rong. I'm in the conference room. Understood, I'll be there right away. Gao Rong's answer was crisp and clear. Less than 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Gao Rong walked in with a tall Russian, Kadyrov, the top scientist rescued by Wu Heng from Russia. The electromagnetic gun was obtained from them. He is now the core person in charge of the military factory's power research and development project. Chief. The two saluted at the same time. Although Kadyrov's Chinese was stiff, his tone was respectful. Sit down. Wu Heng raised his hand to signal. Gao Rong and Kadyrov sat down on the chairs opposite and exchanged glances with each other. Gao Rong nodded slightly. Mr. Kadyrov, you report first. Kadyrov opened the tablet he carried with him, called up a set of data charts, and said calmly, Chief, the flame furnace power generation project has completed all designs and actual installation tests, and can be adapted to a variety of vehicle platforms.